I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 1. Reincarnation. My head really hurts. This was Fang Ming's first thought upon waking up. It felt as if there was a cut on his head, hurting so badly that it seemed as if his head was about to split open. The scene in front of him seemed like he was riding on a horse carriage. His body continued to bounce up and down along with the carriage's movement, impacting his wound. It was so painful that Fang Ming had to suck in several sharp breaths. Opening his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. What filled his vision were walls formed from hollowed planks. There were also quite a few fair-haired and blue-eyed youths sitting around him with their eyes closed as they rested. However, none of them glanced in his direction. He seemed to be lying down on the floor. Feeling the ice-cold ground underneath him, Fang Ming knew that his body would not be able to bear lying down any longer, or he would probably catch a cold. He hurriedly struggled to get up. At that moment, he felt a sharp pain lancing through his head. The pain arrived suddenly, and brought many strange memories along with it. Fang Ming's eyes rolled back as he fainted. "Hi, Leylin, wake up." Fang Ming heard this sound in his daze, and couldn't help but open his eyes. Is this reincarnation? Fang Ming remembered very clearly that the last thing he had seen were the dazzling flames that had erupted from the energy reactor's explosion. It was impossible to survive such an explosion without any method of self-protection. Furthermore, on the planet he existed on, such a style of carriage and wooden planks were considered ancient antiques. After organizing the new memories in his mind, Fang Ming gained some insight about his body in this world. This was a realm similar to the European Middle Ages. A mysterious force also existed. His current body was originally called Leylin Farlier, a son of a minor noble. As he had been tested to have the gift to become a magus, his father, Viscount John Farlier, had pulled strings to allow him to become a magus apprentice. At the moment, he was on the horse carriage traveling towards a magus academy. He saw that the one who had woken him up was a large, male youth. He had thick eyebrows and large eyes, a tall and straight nose, and sparkling gold hair. Although his face was somewhat young and tender, his body was sturdy and well-muscled, looking extremely manly. Seeing that Fang Ming had awoken, the boy laughed happily. "Ha ha. Leylin, you're finally awake. If you had awoken even a few more minutes later, you probably wouldn't have been able to make it to dinner. I assume that you don't want to starve." Fang Ming lowered his eyes. After some thought, he figured out this person's identity. "Thanks, George." The youths who were together with him and heading towards the Magus Academy had all tested to be gifted to be magi. This George was a legitimate son of a count, and was also one of the favored sons for that count. In order to allow George to enter a Magus Academy, the count had spent many resources and pulled strings. A count, Fang Ming inwardly thought. He flashed back to his current body's father, Viscount John Farlier, whose holdings were equal in size to a city in his previous life, with thousands of soldiers under his command. In this world, noble ranking was inevitably tied to personal strength. Since George's father was a count, his holdings were likely at least the size of several cities, and his annual income was probably a few thousand gold coins. With such finances and power at his disposal, he still had to take so much effort in order to send George to a Magus Academy. Fang Ming couldn't help but wonder how did his father manage to do the same for him. As Fang Ming pondered the question, another sharp pain flashed through his head, causing another scene to appear in his mind's eye. It was a dark room, with old musty shelves lining the sides, filled with an ancient air. The surroundings were chock full with dust. Under a dim light, John Farlier solemnly passed a ring to Leylin, saying, "Dear Leylin, this is our Farlier family's heirloom treasure, a promise from a magus. At that time, my grandfather had helped an injured magus, who had in return gifted grandfather with this ring, promising him that if one of his descendants had the gift to be a magus, he could use this ring and enter any magus academy for free. Now, I am giving this to you, in hopes that you can be the pride of the Farlier family, and uphold our legacy, the ring." Fang Ming's eyes narrowed, and his right hand involuntarily went to his chest. Under his clothing, he could feel the solid touch, like a metal ring was under there. Heaving a sigh of relief in his heart, he thought to himself, "Lucky. I'm not sure if those guys did not recognize it as a treasure, or perhaps there is some restriction. Either way, I'm lucky that this was not snatched from me." As a scientist in his former life, Fang Ming was extremely curious and interested in that mysterious strength, filled with the desire to research more about it. Furthermore, he didn't want to be chased back home because he had lost such an important proof of entry. Although I have taken over this body and accepted its memories, but I am still very different from the original Leylin. To his family members who have spent years with him, they would easily be able to see the difference. If they mistake it as him being possessed by the devil and perhaps beg or hire one of those mysterious magi to investigate, I might be found out. However, if I can enter a Magus Academy, I will probably not return home for at least several years. By that time, if there are any changes in behavior, it would be considered normal. Furthermore, to be a Magus, it is probably normal to be strange and eccentric. If I were to act the same as the Leylin of before, it would be deemed strange then. Just as he was in deep thought, a pair of strong large hands suddenly assisted him to his feet. "What are you thinking about?" George asked. "No, nothing." Fang Ming quickly shook his head, then clutched his head again, as it was still in pain. He suddenly spun his head around and looked at George, causing George's heart to clutch suddenly, as if he was being stared at by a venomous snake. "Dearest George, why didn't you wake me up earlier, and let me just lie on the floor like that for so long?" Fang Ming rolled his eyes and asked. "Heh, I saw you having such a nice sleep, and thought you liked to lie down there." George scratched his head abashedly. However, his eyes sparked with a cunning gleam. Under Fang Ming's murderous glare, he finally raised his hands in surrender. "Fine. Fine. Who asked you to offend my goddess? Offending her is still fine. As bros, I am not such a petty person. Alas, the entire carriage is now treating you like an enemy, and I do not want to be isolated as well." "Offend, goddess." Fang Ming scratched his head, until he suddenly remembered why he was beaten up. It was a girl named Besida. Although she was only 15 years of age, but her body was already developed and voluptuous, in addition to her watery big eyes, was a huge draw to the lecherous Leylin. The original Leylin was no gentleman. He had lost his virginity at the age of 12, and after that he had either seduced or forced his way with many others, and had by now slept with more than 100 women. He had been known as the scourge of his father's holdings. As Fang Ming finished exploring the memories, he rolled his eyes once again in disdain. No wonder this body was so weak and frail. It wasn't just because of the injuries. Thinking back, it was clear that Leylin had been too used to causing trouble in his own territory, and hadn't been able to control himself when he saw Besida. The first few times, it was still rather normal, flirting and making passes. Near the end, he had started resorting to violent means. When Fang Ming saw these memories, he couldn't help but label the original as an idiot. That Besida is a princess of a small country. And Leylin still wanted to rape her. Is his brains filled with glue? Sheesh. What happened after this goes without saying. Leylin was taught a savage lessons by the bunch of flower guardians. One had actually died because of the beatings, which had eventually benefited Fang Ming. Heh, this Besida, it seems she isn't as simple as I thought. How scheming. Fang Ming gave a cold laugh as he thought. Fine, no matter what, since I have taken over your body, if I have the chance, I will take revenge for you. As for now, I am Leylin Farlier. Fang Ming swore in his heart. In Leylin's memory, he had not seen any signs of Asians, nor had he heard anything about China. In this new Western-styled world, if he used his own Chinese name, it would be too dangerous. When he looked around, he realized that there was no longer anyone else in sight within the spacious carriage. It was no wonder that George had come to call him. No matter what, I still have to thank you. George, do you have any medicine? Fang Ming stood up and stretched his body. Although it still hurt in a few places, but it did not impede his movement, and the wound at the back of his head had already become a scab. Heh, I knew that you'd need this. George laughed as he tossed a small bottle over. This is my family's secret product. I heard that it's usually used during knight's training, and is extremely effective against any bodily injuries. As George spoke, he looked around furtively. All right. Dinner is about to start. I'm going to head there first. You should apply the medicine quickly and hurry over too. Remember, do not tell anyone else about our friendship. After he finished speaking, he had ran off like a gust of wind. Looking at George's figure disappear into the distance, Leylin couldn't help but massage his forehead. It looks like this Leylin has truly stirred up a hornet's nest. Was it such a big deal? In Leylin's memories, it seems like in this world, sexual relations are rather open. At this point, he couldn't do anything to remedy the situation. Swiftly taking off his clothes, Leylin quickly rubbed the medicine all over the injuries on his body. Hiss! This damned George. Couldn't he help me apply the medicine before leaving? Leylin drew several sharp cold breaths as he applied the medicine. The medicine was extremely effective. As soon as he applied it, there was a cooling sensation and the pain vanished. After he had dealt with the wounds on his body, Leylin put on his clothes and opened the carriage door. Whoosh! A gentle breeze blew across, and the sun was setting in the horizon, painting everything around with a golden hue. No matter what, it feels so good to be alive. Leylin's eyes moistened as he muttered. Looking at the surroundings, he noticed several of the large carriages forming a circle to make a crude temporary campsite, with a large fire in the middle. There were many youths around the fire, sitting and resting on cloth mats laid on the ground, laughing and playing with each other, while eating the bread in their hands. Leylin walked towards a table where there were quite a few breads and juices placed. According to his memories, this was where food was distributed. When he approached the area, he saw that there were a few people queuing up. As they spotted Leylin, they looked over at him with a look of despise. Although Leylin thought of himself as thick-skinned, he still found it somewhat difficult to endure. Still, he did not leave. No matter what, he still had to eat. Hurry up, a hoarse voice rang out. So, sorry, Lady Angelia. A freckled boy quickly apologized and took his share of food before running away. Beep. Danger alert. Danger alert. You are extremely close to the source of danger. Recommendation. The host should move at least 1,000 meters away. 1. Literal translation of Hua Shij, pretty much her wannabe escorts protectors AI. Chip. This is. Leylin's eyes widened when he heard the mechanical voice in his brain. Isn't this my old assistant AI? Chip from my previous life. How did it reincarnate with me? This is unscientific. Leylin found it hard to believe. He said in his brain, AI. Chip. Scan my mind and search for locations of assistant systems. Beep. Scan complete. No strange existences were found in the host's mind. After a mere moment, the AI. Chip's mechanical voice replied back. Now scan my entire body, and display my body's stats. Another mechanical sound. Beep. Scan complete. Fang Ming Leylin Farlier. Strength. 0.4. Agility. 0.5. Vitality. 0.4. Status. Bleeding from back of the head, many injuries to the soft tissues. No AI. Chip present in the host's body. A 3D hologram appeared before Leylin's eyes. It displayed Leylin's own body and showed stats on the side. No AI. Chip. I know the AI. Chip is equivalent to a material substance. How did it follow my soul through reincarnation? Leylin thought to himself, it seems like during the explosion or my reincarnation, some abnormality occurred, and the AI. Chip's functions fused with my soul. If I was still in my previous world, this would be a major discovery. It not only confirms the existence of the soul, but also shows that physical matter and the soul can possibly transform each other. This is definitely something that group of old men in National Academy of Sciences would go crazy over. It's a pity that I'll never see them again. This kind of AI. Chip was essential to the scientists in the previous world. Because of issues with human rights and the conscious thought, this technology didn't have any intelligence of its own. It only had two functions, to analyze and to store information. Its analyzing ability could only be used by following the host's commands. It gathered data samples and reached a deduction based on simulations. Its storage abilities were even simpler. It could use the data gathered from everything the host's five senses experienced and record it down. Based on calculations from the previous world, this kind of AI. Chip's storage area was enough to record over 10,000 years worth of events. Why did the AI, Chip and the soul fuse together? I'll ponder this kind of question later when I have the ability and qualifications to do so. But with this AI, Chip, I have some resources in this world. The corners of Leylin's mouth suddenly lifted to form a brilliant smile. He knew that in this Middle Ages period, having a crystallization of future technology would definitely make his future path extraordinary. But, this Leylin's physique is really. Leylin was speechless after seeing the stats in front of him. This stats displayed were based on each aspect of an adult's physiology as a standard. Theoretically, the average adult's displayed stats would all be around 1. Although this Leylin was only 13 to 14 years old, his stats were still too low. That's not right. It's possible that the bodies of the people in this world are generally weaker. AI, Chip, Scan the bodies of the people around me and display their stats. Beep. Task established. Beginning the collection of stats. In almost an instant, 3D holograms of the surrounding people's bodies appeared in front of Leylin, displaying their stats. Name, unknown. Gender, male. Strength, 0.9. Agility, 1.1. Vitality, 0.8. Name, unknown. Gender, male. Strength, 1.2. Agility, 0.8. Vitality, 1.0. Name, unknown. Gender, female. Strength, 0.8. Agility, 1.2. Vitality, 0.7 inches. Well then. It looks like the bodies of these people are stronger than those from my previous world. This Leylin is even inferior to a girl. I'm starting to feel embarrassed for him. Leylin scanned his surroundings. The people were all youths around his age. There was a seemingly very delicate and frail girl whose stats were tons better than Leylin's, causing him to feel utter despair. It looks like this Leylin is a useless leech, an excessively lecherous piece of trash with no control. Name, unknown. Gender, male. Strength, 3.3. Agility, 2.5. Vitality, 3.2. Alert, alert. This life form is excessively dangerous. Recommendation. Host should immediately move at least 1,000 meters away. A red warning continued to flash 3 times in succession. This caused Leylin to fall into a state of shock. Average stats of 3.0. After Leylin scanned the information several times to double-check that the AI chip hadn't made a mistake, he was left completely speechless. Even the world champion doesn't have this kind of stats. In the previous world, this person could easily dress up as Superman. As a scientist, Leylin understood well that a stat of 3.2 meant the person's fighting capabilities, viral resistance, and body recovery speed was all 3 times greater than a normal person's. The various stats displayed being threefold greater than a typical person's wasn't as simple as just adding numbers together. What kind of concept was this? It meant that this person could defeat dozens of people empty-handed, and even get past a group attack by 100 people. In his previous world, he really counted as a Superman. I'm afraid that a person with these kinds of stats could only be created by genetically modifying their biochemistry in a lab. Moreover, only the minimum would be reached. This world is indeed not a simple one. Leylin thought to himself as he looked at the person possessing these terrifying stats once again. It was a black-clothed person responsible for handing out food. He looked like he was middle-aged, and he had a scar on his face that stretched from his forehead to his lip. It pretty much split his entire face in half, and looked extremely fierce. The freckled boy from before was completely frightened by this person. This is the Academy's servant responsible for receiving us. It's said that he's not a magus, yet he's already so frightening. What would a real magus be like then? Leylin suddenly discovered that a strong interest and curiosity about the profession of a magus had arisen inside him. It was to the point where he was itching to go to the Academy now and investigate everything. The line was really short, and it was soon Leylin's turn. After the black-clothed, scarred man gave Leylin a piece of white bread and some juice, he wordlessly waved Leylin away with an impatient expression on his face. If it were the previous Leylin, even if he didn't dare to drag this guy out and lash him a few times because it wasn't his home, his expression still would have turned quite ugly, and would probably have ranted at the man a bit. But the current Leylin was naturally not that stupid. Following his memories, he formally bowed and said, "Thank you, Mr." The black-clothed man remained expressionless as he watched Leylin turn to leave. I didn't think that Leylin would really seem like a noble after bowing. The 2 youths behind Leylin couldn't help but secretly whisper to each other. "Hurry up and move forwards," the scarred man shouted, suddenly blasting the 2's eardrums. The great sound scared one of the youths so badly that he fell down onto the ground. Leylin ignored the discussion behind him as he surveyed the area with a cold gaze. He then bitterly smiled, "Great. I'm really an unwelcomed person." When he looked at George, George also hurriedly turned his head away. His hands made a secret gesture behind his back. Fine. Since you gave me the medicine, I won't expose you." Leylin sighed, then found a relatively remote place. Without caring whether or not the ground was carpeted, he sat down and began to eat heartily. This plain white bread isn't as good as that from the previous world. But according to Leylin's memories, this is already considered a food that one can only get during celebrations. Leylin thought as he ate. Based on Leylin's memories, the production capabilities in this world were quite low. The white bread was an aristocrat's food. Normal, Minor nobles could only enjoy it during celebrations of major holidays. To typical peasants, who only had hard, nutritionless black bread to eat, this was a supreme delicacy. When he thought of the black bread as hard as rocks from his memories, Leylin sighed, "It's a good thing that I'm quite fortunate. Regardless of whether I'm a noble or a magus, I'm still in the upper levels of this world, so I won't need to suffer." He ravenously wolfed down the bread and downed the juice in one gulp as well. Leylin then wiped his mouth in satisfaction and returned to the carriage. Based on the experience in his memory, noble youths would set up tents in camp and rest for the entire night before moving again. However, it was clear that nobody would invite Leylin to join them. He didn't have a tent himself, so he could only sleep on the cold and hard carriage. When I looked just now, there seemed to be 50-some apprentices, 25 black robes, and 3 of the highest status white robes. When he thought of the scene just now when he had been noticed from a distance, the hairs on Leylin's body rose. Added on to that, the AI chip's warnings of discovered and unknown radiation source, received disturbance from unknown force field, impossible to scan. This formed a shadow in Leylin's heart. It looks like even with the AI chip, I'm still extremely weak in this world, but it's precisely due to this reason that I desire to obtain the strength of a magus. Leylin's eyes seemed to light up in flames. It's best if I sleep earlier. I still need to hurry on with the journey tomorrow. Leylin took off his jacket and laid it on the ground to make his sleeping more comfortable. So far, since this journey was started, it's already been over 3 months. We've passed through a few dozen kingdoms, yet we still haven't reached our objective. These ancient transportation conditions are really... He closed his eyes and fell into a daze. After some time, the carriage door opened with a bang. Leylin suddenly sat up. His nose was then filled with the scent of a rose. It was sweet and aromatic, extremely pleasing to the nose. It also made his body throb as to invoked his memories. Leylin, are you well?" A pleasant, female voice said. "Besida, please come in." Leylin moved his body. The fragrant scent in the carriage suddenly grew more powerful as a beautiful young girl entered. She had fair skin and wore red, tight-fitting clothes that accentuated her voluptuous curves. What was even harder for Leylin to forget was this girl's platinum hair and eyes like crimson jewels. Combined with her beautiful face, it presented an exotic charm. This was the girl that caused Leylin to be beaten up, and even lose his life, Besida. "May I ask if you have anything to ask me?" Although this girl had developed quite well, and seemed extremely enticing to Leylin, having come from a different world and experiencing an endless barrage of beauties, this girl was only somewhat good-looking to Fang Ming. His attitude was extremely cold and indifferent. It was clear that this manner somewhat shocked the young girl, as the words she was about to say didn't leave her mouth. After a long period of silence, she pulled out a small, glass bottle and placed it in Leylin's hands. This is a medicine for injuries. If you apply it to your body, it'll help you." "I'm sorry." The girl bowed, revealing the ample, snow-white curves of her chest, causing Leylin's heart to race. Night after she made her apology, the girl ran off like a startled little fawn, leaving her wonderful scent behind. Looking at the disappearing red figure in the distance, Leylin was rather puzzled. It was clearly Leylin who had assaulted you. Why did you come to apologize? Is there something wrong with your brain? He touched the bottle in his hand, thinking to himself, did I misjudge her earlier? Could this Besida be a kind-hearted girl? Leylin studied the glass bottle in his hand curiously. It seems like they already have the technology to produce glass. Although, judging by the workmanship, it still seems rather rough. It is quite decent already. As he opened the bottle cap, a medicinal fragrance wafted out. Following the habits of his past life, Leylin immediately said, "AI chip, scan this medicine and analyze its components." Beep. Task established. Begin scan. Discovered unknown components. Starting simulated experiments. Experiments complete. Unknown medicine has effect of strong itching. Duration: 7 days. Looking at the results of the experiment, Leylin was struck speechless. I retract my previous statement, that girl is rather black-hearted. However, he soon had the feeling of an adult being pranked by a naughty kid. She is still a child after all. She can't use truly malicious tricks. Perhaps if it were a few years ahead, the bottle would be full of deadly poison instead. Looking at the bottle in hand, Leylin thought about it and decided to keep it. I'll just keep this for now, who knows when it might come into handy in the future. After Besida left, no one else came to disturb him. Leylin lay back down. Though it seemed as if he were sleeping, his mind was actually working in overdrive as he thought through things. It seems like there shouldn't be any problems or risks of being found out by going to a Magus Academy. Those white-robed figures should be magi, and I have walked by them a few times without drawing attention. It seems like they are also unable to detect anything strange about me. This means, entering a Magus Academy should be relatively easy in that sense. However, according to rumors, magi are all secretive and cruel, at least according to what Viscount John heard. It also seems that in the academies, there is extremely fierce competition amongst the acolytes of the same level despite it being against the rules to kill one another. I need to at least have some form of self-protection. As he thought about that, he once again touched the ring hung around his neck, and held it in his hands. The ring was jet black and nondescript. Within the inner ring, there was a small Y inscribed, along with elaborate inscriptions around it. With the technological advancements of the Middle Ages, to be able to inscribe such a complicated pattern onto the inner ring is incomprehensible. However, regardless of the issue, as long as it has to do with the mysterious magi, it shouldn't be surprising at all. Leylin muttered to himself, and issued another command, AI. Chip, scan the ring in my hands. Beep. Task established. Begin scan. Discovered unknown metallic components. Comparing to data banks. Insufficient data. Unable to analyze. As I'd thought, with the AI, Chip's current level, it is still inadequate to analyze something that a Magus left behind. Leylin sighed and stored the ring. How can I increase my power? This body of mine is truly too weak. It cannot even compare to those of the same age. That will not do. If it were my past life, I could still undergo genetic modification. Alas, there is no such option here. Perhaps I should explore this Leylin's memory once again, and see if there are any methods. Leylin thought to himself once again, then found a comfortable spot to lie down, thinking out aloud in his mind, AI. Chip, scan the entirety of Leylin's memory and arrange it. Beep. Task established. Starting arrangement. In Leylin's former world, the world of science had always been of the opinion that the majority of the human brain's power was not being harnessed. Amongst that power was the ability to access every memory since birth. Some memories, even if the person in question could not recall them, were actually still stored somewhere in the brain. Now, as Leylin gave the command, memories of Leylin's entire life, from birth to his being chosen as a Magus acolyte and going on this journey, were all displayed in front of Leylin's eyes with the AI. Chip's assistance. Every single memory, down to what was eaten in every meal, as well as their tastes, were retained and displayed in his mind. Such a large mass of memory was just too confusing, and was also full of useless information. In the past, Leylin had only taken what he had urgently needed, and ignored the rest. At this point, with the help of the AI, Chip, he was arranging and sorting everything out. Data sorting has been completed. The AI, Chip notification sounded out. Create a new file, named Leylin Farlier, and save it. Leylin gave a new order. Beep. File created, Leylin Farlier. New task, search the file for all possible methods for the host to improve strength quickly. Beep. Task established. Begin search. In front of Leylin, innumerable amounts of data flashed past, seemingly forming a beautiful picture. Search complete. Search results 453 methods. So many. Leylin paused a while as he thought. Remove those with estimated success rate of 50% and below for the host. Also, add another requirement. The host must be able to carry out the strengthening method now. Begin filter. Beep. Filter complete. Remaining methods. 2. Show them to me. Method 1. Become a Magus. Method 2. Begin night training. Oh. Method 1 is not realistic at the moment, at least, not until I reach the Magus Academy, otherwise, how could I possibly learn how to become a Magus? As for the night training, I wonder what that is. As Leylin muttered to himself, he immediately assigned a new task. AI. Chip, assemble all memory regarding night training. Once it has been arranged properly, send it into my memory. After the data was directly transmitted to his brain, Leylin began to understand what a so-called knight was. In this world, there were several mysterious forces. However, the ones commoners had the most experience with were knights. Knights were warriors who had gone through tough training and had stimulated their inner life energy. Their physical attributes were way beyond that of a normal human. To be a Magus, it required a specific kind of gift, and amongst tens of thousands of people, it was possible that there wasn't even one such person. However, Being a knight was different. As long as they were willing to put in the effort, anyone could become a knight. For these knights, not only were their physical attributes several times that of normal humans, they were also well versed in using various weaponry, as well as in the killing arts. Some knights even had special secret skills that could unleash a sudden burst of power. The kingdoms of the common world, along with the nobility, were generally made up of knights. The Farlier family which Leylin was part of was also a knight family. The original founder of the family had fought in wars together with the king, and had accomplished much meritorious service. Thus, they had been awarded with the Viscount title, as well corresponding holdings. After an overall sweep of the information, Leylin remembered a scene from the past. It was a small jungle in the Viscount holdings, and John Farlier was wearing a warrior's outfit with a stern expression on his face. He was facing the infant Leylin as he said, "Today, I will teach you the secret skill that has been passed down in the Farlier family, the cross-blade technique and the accompanying breathing techniques. You must remember that you can never teach this to anyone outside our family." At that moment, Viscount John's face held an unprecedented stern look. Alas, Leylin was still an infant at that point, and obviously did not put much thought into the matter, thus eventually forgetting it. Viscount John tried to force him into training a few times, but Leylin was so afraid of suffering and fatigue that after a while, even Viscount John had to give up. Sigh, an overly compassionate father leads to a failure of a son. Only now did Leylin realize how the previous body's owner had become such a spoiled brat. Although the young Leylin only knew how to act like a playboy and had totally forgotten everything about the knight training for the family's secret skill, Leylin managed to recover all of it with the help of the AI. Chip, cross-blade basic sword style, horizontal slash, vertical slash, piercing attack, slanted slash, footwork, advance, retreat, dodge. There was also the accompanying breathing technique. All of it appeared clearly in Leylin's mind, along with the experience that Viscount John had imparted. The memory finally ended with Viscount John emitting white mist from his mouth as he manipulated his cross-blade, and splitting a rock as large as a millstone in two with a single cleave. A knight is considered the lowest mysterious power, yet they are already so strong. What kind of existence are those magi who are high above knights? Leylin's eyes burned with a fiery passion. Sigh, I have to take things step by step. I had better concentrate on this knight's breathing technique first. Anyways, the knight training does not clash with magus training. At least I'll have some measure of self-defense for now. After a detailed analysis, Leylin discovered that the so-called breathing technique of this world was very similar to the internal qigong of his previous world, but was a lot more crude. It was very dependent on external stimulations to activate the inner life energy. According to rumors, if a warrior goes through the knight training and is still unable to activate their inner life energy, the only option is to enter the battlefield and go through fierce and bloody battles. This is the only other way to trigger their inner life energy, and become a knight. AI, Chip, transfer the knowledge of the cross-blade technique to me. Leylin issued his next order. Soon after, a large amount of knowledge regarding the technique was transferred directly into his mind. It was etched deeply into his brain, as if he had been training in it since he was young. Isolate the cross-blade technique and save it into a new file, with the file name of Cross-Blade Technique Basics. Saved new file, Cross-Blade Technique Basics as the AI. Chip notification sounded out in his mind. Leylin's lips curved in a smile. With the help of the AI, Chip, his learning speed was unbelievably quick, fast enough to make any so-called genius commit suicide from shame. Now that I have all the memories of it, it is just a matter of finding a cross-blade, and going through some actual practice. If all goes well, I have confidence in mastering it within 10 days, bringing myself to Viscount John's level. All these sword techniques are merely killing arts. The most important thing for knight training is the accompanying breathing technique. Leylin muttered to himself, AI, Chip, according to my statistics, simulate and create the best model for me to start training the breathing technique. Beep. Task established. Host human model established. Begin simulation. As the mechanical voice sounded out, a 3D model of a human figure appeared in front of Leylin's eyes. It was transparent and shimmering in blue light, and appeared exactly the same as him. A 13-year-old youth with Western features, brown hair, big eyes and bushy eyebrows. The 3D figure repeatedly started training the breathing technique, constantly adjusting the frequency, rate and magnitude. Slowly, a red line could be seen moving around in the 3D figure's body. After a few minutes, the simulation ended, and the AI. Chip's mechanical voice sounded out once more. Simulation ended. Cross-blade accompanying breathing technique. Time required for 1 revolution, 30 minutes. 10 revolutions will improve the host's body by 0.05 strength, 0.06 agility and 0.03 vitality. The improvements will gradually lessen as the stats improve. Warning: if the host goes through long-term training of this technique, it will result in residual damage caused to the host body. Recommendation to think twice before starting. Phew, this is indeed an impressive night training technique. As long as I persevere, I will quickly be able to improve my power. Alas, I wonder if there is any way to remove the effect of the residual damage. Leylin said with a faint smile. At this time, the AI, Chip's voice suddenly sounded out. Do you wish to optimize the breathing technique? YNN, the AI, Chip actually has such abilities. A joyful look rose on Leylin's face. Cultivation, I never thought that this AI, Chip's analyzing abilities could also work on the night breathing technique in this world. Leylin exclaimed and said, optimize immediately. Optimization initiating, estimated time, 125 minutes. Yep, 125 minutes, which is over 2 hours, I can afford to wait. Leylin felt at ease. After waiting rather impatiently, the 2 hours finally passed. The AI, Chip's voice sounded out right on time. The optimization for the breathing technique has been completed. Time taken for breathing technique, 5 minutes 23 seconds, and the effects have all risen by 5%. The side effects of the injuries have vanished. Very good. This result made Leylin very satisfied. If the effect was a 5% increase each time, then dozens of times, and even hundreds of times, would result in huge differences. Rumor has it that the cross-blade technique and the breathing technique were obtained by the founder after dozens of bloody battles, where he finally obtaining it from the corpse of a knight. Amongst the many knight families, it is considered to be the upper middle grade. After the optimization of the breathing technique done by the AI, Chip, I'm afraid it might even be comparable to the secret scroll techniques of those smaller kingdoms. Leylin quietly pondered, and immediately said in an impatient manner, AI. Chip, transfer the optimized breathing technique to the memory zone. The AI, Chip duly carried out its orders and brought large amounts of images depicting the breathing technique back to Leylin's mind. After a few minutes of transfer, Leylin gently rubbed his head. I feel a little giddy, but this is a normal occurrence. Right now his brain was filled with large amounts of memories about the breathing technique and the many matching sequences of practiced experience. Compared to an average person, he did not have to go on the roundabout route. I did not feel it in my previous life, but in this world, the AI, Chip really gives me a huge advantage compared to an average person. Leylin mumbled on. With this AI, Chip's ability to simulate and analyze, I am able to obtain the same result as a person who has to go through 10 years of hard work and experience. I only have to do exactly what the AI, Chip has presented, and I will be able to do things in the most accurate manner. The breathing technique had many contradictions, and some of them required more than a verbal explanation to be understood. One had to go through the experience of training, and go along some complicated paths, only then would they be able to gain enlightenment. But these things could all be avoided with the AI, Chip's analyzing abilities. I'll give it a try, Leylin thought, and his body laid on the floor in the shape of a cross. According to the suggestions on the breathing technique which was presented by the AI, Chip, there was no need to have any special actions to complement it, but just to find the most suitable and comfortable position. First, I must hold my breath for 65 seconds, then take 3 long and 1 short breaths. The duration and frequency must be. Leylin followed the description of the breathing technique, and gradually entered a state of cultivation. He looked unconscious, his face was bright red and his temples throbbed as if carrying out some kind of exercise. As time passed, Leylin's face grew redder, and eventually, he began to perspire out some faint black-colored fluid. After he had maintained this process for over 20 minutes, Leylin opened both of his eyes and opened his mouth to exhale. Phew, a black-colored breath was exhaled just like this. Within his body, some cracking noises could be made out. Leylin stood up and moved his 4 limbs. His whole body was warm as if he had just undergone a vigorous exercise. AI, Chip, display my body's statistics. Leylin ordered. Leylin Farlier. Strength. 0.4 agility. 0.5 vitality. 0.4 state. Mild injury. Leylin remained impassive. change the method of display and move the data back to 10 decimal points. Also, make comparisons with the data before the cultivation. With Leylin's orders, the image flickered, and the body statistics had shown 10 more decimal points. The last 3 numbers had not stopped changing. Beep. After comparison, undergoing the night training increases the host's strength by 0.005, agility by 0.006, and vitality by 0.004. The AI chip faithfully relayed the message. MN. Because this was the first practice, the figures are still climbing up. Leylin analyzed and said, I've only cultivated for a bit over 20 minutes, but the data's increase is already rather considerable. With perseverance, it's just a matter of time before I have the stats of a black-robed man. Which is to say, those 10-odd black-robed men are all knights. Leylin thought indifferently, what a pity. According to my memory and the AI chip analysis, breathing techniques have cultivation limits. The Farlier family's breathing technique can only be practiced once a day. Additional practice will not only have no additional benefits but will even cause harm to the body. AI chip, are there any methods to let me increase the number of times I can practice the breathing technique? Leylin asked. Medicinal items are required as a supplement. The AI chip feedbacked. List all the necessary medicinal items. Quinoline element, Marco 21, magnesium dioxide. The AI chip listed a whole bunch of medicinal items, which were all from Leylin's previous life. Is it possible to substitute any of them with other medicinal items or herbs? This seemed to be an obviously impossible task, but Leylin furrowed his brows and asked anyway. A sample is needed to analyze the medicinal properties. As of now, the data is insufficient. The AI chip prompted. As long as there is a way, then it's alright. Leylin heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at his own body again. Because large amounts of sticky substance had been produced after the breathing technique training, his body felt very sticky, which was extremely uncomfortable to the touch. Leylin frowned. Looks like I'll have to wash up first. He began to make his way out of the horse carriage. It was midnight by this hour, and the various young nobles were all sleeping soundly in the tent. Leylin quietly stepped out of the carriage and ran towards a small river that was nearby. Warning, a human is approaching. The AI chip prompted. Leylin pretended that he was oblivious, and continued his advances. What are you trying to do? A voice rang behind Leylin. So fast. Leylin pupils shrank. I had already been aware, but I was still unable to discover that he had arrived behind me. If he has any bad intentions, then I definitely won't be able to resist in any way. On the surface, he still pretended to be scared out of his wits. Who? Leylin turned around his body to look back, seeing the black-robed man who had been distributing the rations earlier in the day. Leylin remembered his name to be Angelo. Hello, Sir Angelo. I feel that I'm a little dirty, and wanted to wash myself. Leylin's face was pale, as if he was frightened, and did not even have the capabilities to speak properly. Wash yourself. The black-robed man furrowed his brows and wrinkled his nose. He could indeed smell a stench coming from Leylin. All right, it is rather dangerous here at night, especially for young nobles like you bunch. Return quickly after washing, the black-robed Angelo said. Not paying any more mind to Leylin, he turned around and walked towards the heart of the horse carriage, where his tent was. Thank you for your reminders, Sir Angelo, Leylin still said with a bow, no matter whether this man had heard him or not. Always being careful had been part of his principles in life. After seeing Angelo leave completely, Leylin then strode forward and headed towards the small river. Angelo walked into his own tent and pulled down his mask, exposing his scarred face. The substance expelled from the body after practicing night breathing technique. What a nostalgic feeling. Looking at these young people reminds me of my inexperienced self from the past. What a pity, though, if I was also born of nobility, I wouldn't need to practice the night breathing technique. I had even risked being part of a Magus' experiment and ended up in this state, Angelo muttered. His shadow and the tents overlapped into one body, indifferentiable from each other. Along the way, Leylin casually plucked the wild flowers and plants and popped them into his mouth from time to time. I think that black-robed Angelo must have realized something. But it doesn't matter, a nobility practicing a passed-down night breathing technique is just a normal occurrence. Furthermore, he already has the physical qualities of a knight, so he definitely has his own breathing technique, and won't need to get mine. Besides, even if he wanted it, it wouldn't be a big deal. I can just write it down and give him a copy." Since there was such a large difference in strength, Leylin did not have any intention of protecting the secrets of the Farlier family. However, it seemed that Angelo did not even fancy the night-breathing techniques from small noble families. Chewing a grass stalk in his mouth, there was a bitter taste to it. However, Leylin did not mind and even had some nostalgic feelings of back when he was little. The analysis is completed, no beneficial properties towards the host's body can be observed. The AI chip voice rang. Phooey. Leylin immediately spat out the grass stalk in his mouth and replaced it with another plant. Take down the shape and qualities of the plant earlier and save it. Now we will proceed with another round of analysis. Leylin commanded in his mind. The task is completed, beginning to analyze the qualities. From this experiment, as the scene played out in his mind, Leylin could see very clearly the procedures of the AI. Chip. Beep. The experiment is completed. This unnamed plant has a mild paralysis effect. According to Leylin's memories, this is called the Tri-Night Grass AI. Chip. Rename to Tri-Night Grass, and save it inside the database. Beep. Saving completed. This is red fruit. The taste is not bad. Leylin plucked a bunch of fruits on a pile of shrubs. These fruits were only the size of Leylin's thumb, and they had ripened on the top of a barbed vine. Their appearances were quite beautiful. Leylin carefully avoided the barbs and plucked one of the red fruits. He placed it into his mouth and bit down with a crisp noise. A sweet juice was squeezed out from the fruit, filling his mouth. The taste is the same as in apples, just a tad sweeter. Leylin evaluated. AI. Chip. Analyze. Along the way, Leylin saved data about over 30 kinds of plants and herbs. Unfortunately, none of them were of any use to him. He arrived at the small river. The ear-piercing sounds of the trickling stream of water crashing against the rocks broke the silence of the night. AI. Chip. Scan the surroundings. Leylin commanded. Even if the black-robed Angelo hadn't warned him, he still had confidence in avoiding danger with the AI. Chip. Beep. The surrounded area has been scanned. There are no dangers within a radius of 20 li. The AI. Chip faithfully reported the message. Well, it's good that there is no danger. I don't want to run back to the camp midway through my washing. That will definitely make me the biggest laughing stock, Leylin muttered, and he took off his outer robes and underwear, entering the river naked. The icy cold river engulfed his body, refreshing him. This water is really cold. I am beginning to miss the water heater from my past life. Cross-blade ding. 2 steel swords clashed, emitting a crisp sound. Leylin, you are still not my match, give it up. George used both hands and grabbed the hilt, and laughingly said. We aren't done yet, Leylin shouted, and his legs moved in a strange footwork, and once again initiated an attack. Ha! George swung the long sword in his hands, which brought a sinister rustling of the wind. The cross blade in Leylin's hand swept, and blocked George's attack. Good, your parry posture is not bad. George praised loudly. Careful, my next attack will be on your left leg. Bring it on. Leylin made his preparations. Watch me. George swung the two-handed sword in his hands, and made a beautiful yet deadly arc towards him, sending it towards Leylin's right leg. Leylin retreated a step back, and blocked George's two-handed sword in midair with his cross blade. You definitely said the left leg, you didn't keep your word. Haha, this is called tactics. It is to test your agility. My dad has always taught me, if one doesn't know how to scheme, then one day he will surely be played to death by others. I only want to scheme, not to be the target of schemes. George laughed and said, and then pulled back his huge sword. No more, no more. You are getting better each and every time. I wouldn't be able to beat you after a few more days. Scratching his puzzled head, Leylin. My sword technique is passed down by a grand knight. I put in much effort, training with blood and sweat, so much so that my teacher said that my swordplay is better than the average knight. Yet, you who can fight me to a standstill, how could you have been beaten by Aurin? These sword techniques were taught to me by my father when I was younger. Unfortunately I had forgotten it, and I'm currently trying to practice more in order to recall it. Leylin clenched his fists, and his face turned red. Once I have strength, I will definitely seek revenge viciously, and break Aurin's legs. He looks like a hot-blooded youngster who was filled with determination after a setback. My dear Leylin, I believe in you. You will definitely fulfill your wish. George patted Leylin's shoulder, and with another look of pity, currently, with your ability, it is already sufficient to seek your revenge. After sparring, George had a rough understanding of Leylin's strength. Right now I can deal with 1 or 2 of them, but Auron has 5 members. Leylin was fretting over it. Actually, he was already confident in dealing with Auron and his gang, but without an excuse, how could he fool George into continuously practicing with him? Oh right, you mentioned Grand Knights earlier, what are they? Leylin remembered George's complaint earlier, and casually asked. You are talking about the Grand Knights. They are 1 realm higher than knights. No matter where they go, they are considered a great existence. If one is lucky, a king might even be hospitable to them. And if one is willing to pledge loyalty, then they will definitely become a troop commander. Their physical body has been pushed to the extremes, and rumors has it that apart from the long-distance crossbow formation, even if a heavy cavalry troop were to charge at them, they won't be able to stop them from advancing. So powerful, Leylin muttered. A commander of a troop has the same status of an earl, and even Viscount John had to greet them if he saw one. A heavy cavalry troop is the peak of a troop's strength in this era of medieval weapons. Once they charged, even a smaller city's walls might fall. For a Grand Knight to actually be able to use merely their physical body to fight with them, how strong would they have to be? Looking at Leylin, who had a yearning expression on his face, George laughed out loud and consoled. You don't have to envy them, a magus has an even more mysterious and stronger power compared to that of a knight. As long as you become a magus acolyte, your status is comparable to that of a Grand Knight. And if you become an actual magus, then congratulations, killing a Grand Knight is easier than stepping on an ant. The various kings from kingdoms will all want to strive to be first and fear to be last in stuffing their beautiful daughters on your bed. A magus is that powerful. Leylin was skeptical. Then why are the black robes so cold to us, who have the possibility of turning into a magus? They are not but knights. About this, I am not too sure, but a magus's status is definitely very high. This was told to me by my father. I can swear it upon my Boranin family's reputation. George touched his nose and replied rather awkwardly. All right, it's not like I don't believe you. Leylin felt a little exasperated. Speaking within his heart, AI. Chip. Scan the person in front of me. Beep. Name. George Boranin. Strength. 1.9. Agility. 1.8. Vitality. 1.9. Status. Healthy. George's stats could not have been achieved just by standard training. According to him, he had trained with the knight's technique since he was young, and that was the reason he was able to achieve his current physique. Warriors who had started cultivating the night breathing technique and thus improved their physique, but had not been able to ignite their internal life energy yet, were commonly known as preparatory knights. George's physique could be considered at the peak standard even amongst these preparatory knights. This was also linked to his nobility status and being able to use large amounts of expensive medicine to assist in improving his body's physique. Alright, we have sufficient rest now, let us head back. I do not want to return too late and find those black robes staring coldly at me. George looked at his surroundings, and the bright moonlight coated the surrounding with a layer of silver-color light. The tranquility of the night was occasionally interrupted by insect cries. Leylin did not wish to attract attention during the day as they were traveling, so he sneaked out to practice with George at night. Naturally, this did not escape the black robes, but after a few encounters, Leylin found their attitude to be extremely cold. As long as one did not wander too far away from the camp and cause trouble, they would not care about them. Just once more round, we'll head back, Leylin said. After this round, I'll return this cross blade to you. George was a little absent-minded, and then his eyes lit up. Are you finally done using it? Gus had been bothering me for it. In order to train in sword techniques, the first requirement would be to have a cross blade. As nobility, there were many youngsters that wore warriors' robes, with a sword attached to their waist. However, the previous Leylin did not do so, the reason being that it was too heavy, and it restricted his movements. Because he found it troublesome, the previous Leylin had traveled without even a dagger on him. This had caused Leylin now to be in the awkward situation where he was totally weaponless, without even a cross blade to practice with. For the sake of practicing, Leylin turned his attention to the first friend he saw when he woke up, George. Using threats of exposing their friendship, he had made George lend him a weapon and train with him. Thinking back when George's eyes had turned white and had an expression as though he has met with a bad friend, Leylin laughed uncontrollably. Your swordplay is improving at an extremely fast pace. But do you really not need the cross blade? George asked. I am rather familiar with Gus anyways, so even if I were to lend it to you for a little while longer, it's not a big deal, thank you for your kind intentions. But I really do not need it. Leylin smiled as he rejected his offer. After this period of sparring, he had already seen through the secret technique of the Farlier's family. Furthermore, due to the AI chip, his swordplay would always remain at its peak state, so his skills will not go rusty due to not practicing the cross blade for a long time. Good, then we will fight one more match with the same rules. I will only use the same amount of strength as you will. As George said that, he picked up his big two-handed sword and walked towards the center of the patch of grass, his sword emitting a cold light as it reflected the moonlight. Leylin had also walked over. Come on. This time, I won't hold back. He had thought of an experiment and had sent out the invitation in order to carry it out. AI chip. Establish task. Analyze the opponent's strength and the surroundings to come up with the best plan to defeat him. Task establishing. Beginning analysis. Simulation results. Host is unwounded, target loses his ability to fight. Please confirm on whether to turn on the vision aid. Turn it on. Upon Leylin's command, countless of blue lines appeared before his eyes that, as if turning the area into some sort of virtual world. According to the target's reactions, there is a 99.98% probability that the first attack will be the host's right arm. Most effective method of combating this: sidestep, jump slash. Following the voice of the AI chip, the blue rays of light in his retina had already formed an image of George, raising his sword and slashing towards Leylin's right arm. Hey, watch the sword, George shouted, and as expected, he initiated the attack first, waving his two-handed sword. He charged over, the motion almost mirroring the projected image. Leylin's lips curled, and dodged the attack, and he raised both his hands along with the cross blade. Leaping up high, he viciously swung it down. Jumping slash. Damn, how did this happen? George cried strangely and ducked the cross blade with a roll on the floor. Leylin's cross blade struck onto the floor, which brought up some of the mud and small pieces of stones. George got up, a serious look on his face. He felt as if Leylin had predicted his attack, almost as if he had read his motions and knew them like the back of his palm. If you are not attacking, then I am going to counterattack. Leylin said smilingly. Bring it on. George stared nervously at Leylin. Leylin gripped his cross blade, took a step forward and pierced forward. Every action and movement had all been accurately performed as seen from a textbook. George made a blocking motion, but his body moved to the side instead, and as he dodged the pierce, he countered Leylin's attack with a slash of his own. The best way to react: left turn 50 degrees, horizontal slash. Following the AI chip instructions, Leylin dodged George's large sword, and sent a horizontal slash, almost slicing George as he slashed. The more they fought, the more perspiration formed on George's face. His every move and action had all been parried perfectly by Leylin, and his evading range had gradually decreased. I can't carry on like this any longer. I'll stake it all on this. George fiercely swung his large sword and sent it clashing with Leylin's. Bang! A piece of silver light flew out and directly pierced into the grass. It was the large sword in George's hands. The blade had not stopped quivering as it let out a wang wang sound. In the sparring area, Leylin's cross-blade sword had touched horizontally at George's waist. You've lost. Indeed, I lost, George muttered, and then immediately stared at Leylin. How did you do that? It is actually very simple. After training with you for a long time, I have already remembered the sequence of your movements. Leylin withdrew his sword and bowed smilingly. The sequence of my movements? George repeated. Yes, to put it in a simple way, everyone has a habit when they strike. As long as you can remember them, then it will be easy to arrange a trap according to the enemy's habits. I have used the same trick on you. Phew. George exhaled out a long breath. I understand now. And then looking at Leylin momentarily, as if he was looking at a monster, your gift in sword technique is absolutely the best that I have ever seen. If you are not chosen to be a Magus acolyte, I will definitely recommend you to go to a kingdom's capital's Imperial Knight Institute. Disagreement. Imperial Knight Institute, huh? Leylin knew that the Imperial Knight Institute was the best Knights Institute in the Sarad Kingdom. Where George had come from, not only were they recruiting nobilities, the entry requirements were also extremely high. It was said that only geniuses would be accepted. Sword techniques are only my hobby, but being a Magus is my lifelong dream. A knight's strength may be great, but it was still comprehensible by Leylin's standards, not exceeding the boundaries. However, the Magi from rumors were able to manipulate the elements, including lightning and thunder. They also attained a great longevity. A Magus's greatness obviously exceeded the boundaries of a human, and Leylin could not even imagine it. Furthermore, every Magus is a scholar filled with knowledge. Magi had strict attitudes towards experimenting with the secular world. They tried to study the laws of nature in order to achieve a massive amount of power to use for themselves. This lifestyle was more compatible with Leylin's previous life as a scientist. Yes, even if it is a Grand Knight, they can only be the servant of a formal Magus. The strength a Magus holds is something that is impossible for us to imagine. George's face turned serious and spoke the words in a sing-song tone. Why is it that no matter what words you say, I get the feeling that they were spoken by a bard? Leylin rolled his eyes a little. Haha, the reason I became like this is because my father sent me to court to undergo training for nobles. George resumed his previous state. Suddenly blinking his eyes, he said mischievously, Leylin, you don't have a fiancé, right? Why don't I introduce my sister Molly to you? She is a beauty that is known far and wide. Scram. Under the moonlight, the two youths left the grasslands as they fooled around. Good night, George. Good night, Leylin. After Leylin handed the cross blade to George and bid him farewell, he returned to the carriage. The dimly lit carriage had only him inside. The interior of the carriage led off a very faint odor. The stench was a mixture of rot and sweat. Because of this, many noble youths refused to stay in the carriage any longer than necessary. Once they got to pit stops, they would escape to the grass fields outside like little wild horses coming out to play. The concept of relationships in this world was very open-minded, all the more so for nobility. With the strong perception ability of the AI chip, Leylin had discovered many affectionate couples around, which had led him to seek an even further location for him to train. Using his supervision eyesight to look at the wild battle scene, Leylin's heart burned in rage as this had made him recall the former memories of the spoilt brat. Who would have thought? After changing into a youngster's body, even my desires have increased, Leylin smiled bitterly. Calming his emotions, AI chip, show me my body's statistics. Leylin Farlier, strength, 1.5, agility, 1.6, vitality, 1.4, status, healthy. It had been over a month since he first began practicing the night breathing technique. Right now, Leylin's body state had not only caught up to his peers of the same age but had also surpassed some. Against George, he had concealed his true strength, which had caused George to gauge his strength wrongly. Not bad, I should proceed with today's cultivation. Leylin settled into a good posture and entered the state of cultivation. This was his homework every day. According to the AI chip's instruction, after training at night, he should cultivate in the breathing technique again to have the best effects. After 20-odd minutes had passed, Leylin was completely drenched in his perspiration, but the amount of black impurities that had flowed out were clearly less than before. Phew. Leylin opened his eyes and looked at his body. He said in slight exasperation, the breathing technique's effect is reducing, which is logical. According to the AI chip's estimation, Farlier family's breathing technique, even after optimizing, will completely lose effect by the times of enhanced my body's statistics to 2. This is the realm of preparatory nights. After this, I must use my own power, as well as the external stimulations from near-death experiences, to attempt exciting the life energy. Only then will I be able to improve again. Thinking up to here, Leylin took out a yellow-colored fruit out from his pocket. There were some black spots on its surface, making it look quite horrifying. Leylin directly placed it in his mouth, and then picked out a root of a herb, munching them together. Beep. The host's body is slowly recovering from fatigue. It is possible to carry on with another round of the night breathing technique. The AI chip's voice rang. That's great. These herbal concoctions had been created by Leylin over the past month from countless experiments using the AI chip. It could reduce his fatigue, and increase the number of times he could cultivate in the breathing technique daily. With the addition of a few more body-strengthening medicine, the quality of Leylin's physical body had improved at an extremely fast pace. Again, Leylin once again entered the state for the breathing technique. During the past month, the traveling party had already passed several small kingdoms. Eventually, they had completely entered the wilderness. There were very few people in the wilderness. It was only a desolate stretch of sand, with fresh markings from vicious beasts and horse-mounted bandits. Ever since the traveling party had first entered the area, they had already encountered danger several times. Although nobody had died, Leylin's sense of crisis had slowly grown stronger. He could not wait to quench his thirst for power. When the rays of dawn shone brightly, the traveling party once again resumed its journey. Leylin sat alone in a corner with his arms crossed in front of his chest. The youths around him had all avoided him with disgust, allowing him to have quite a bit of space. I don't know what method Besida used. The people in the carriage are still isolating me. If it were a regular youngster, this would have most likely driven them crazy ages ago. It's just too bad that they met me instead. Leylin contentedly stretched his back. He had trained late into the night yesterday, which had made him extremely exhausted. This empty space was sufficient for him to rest for a while. However, this world sure is huge. The traveling party has been traveling for half a year, but they still have not reached their destination yet. We haven't seen the ocean yet either. As Leylin thought, he entered slumber with half-closed eyes. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, the traveling party had already stopped. The black-robed man shook the bell in his hands. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get off the carriage to have lunch. It's that time again. Leylin opened his eyes. This kind of lifestyle is really boring. After alighting the carriage and receiving his own portion of food, Leylin chewed on a piece of white bread as he walked towards the grassy area beside the campsite. He had already used up the previously gathered substitute herbs, so he was preparing to restock. As he walked, he casually observed the surrounding plants. This is a jade root fruit. There are already files of it in the database. It is useless to me. Simoon grass. This is a kind of plant that can only be found in the wilderness. It can be harvested. Leylin plucked a dirty, brown-colored stalk of grass. There were extremely sharp thorns on the grass's sides. Leylin carefully broke the blade in half and used his fingers to dab at the jade-colored liquid that had been constantly flowing out from the grass. An expression of disappointment appeared on his face as he placed his fingers in his mouth. I found it, flowerless snake fruit. Leylin threw the simoon grass on the ground. As he casually walked over, he noticed, through the corner of his eye, the same yellow-colored fruit that he had eaten yesterday, growing on a shrubbery. His face expressed happiness. Hee, what's this I see? Leylin, should I be saying, as expected from a minor noble of the village. Are you actually eating wild fruits on the roadside? You have really tarnished the reputation of the nobilities. Just after Leylin had plucked the flowerless snake fruit and placed it into his pocket, an annoying voice was heard. Is that Aurin? Leylin raised his head and saw the murderer who had killed the previous host of this body. Aurin had fiery red-colored hair, and there were ripped muscles all over his body. His arms were as thick as Leylin's thighs. He currently had his arms crossed in front of his chest as he smiled mockingly at Leylin. There were a few nobility youths at his side, which had all coordinated to jest at him. AI, Chip, scan their statistics. Scan complete. Ori, Strength, 1.7, Agility, 1.2, Vitality, 1.5, Status, Healthy. The AI. Chip feedbacked. Looking at the data in front of his eyes, Aurin's strength wasn't bad. His strength was almost as strong as two adult men. It was no wonder that he had been able to fatally injure the previous Leylin. As a child of nobility, as long as they are able to endure sufferings and persevere in their training daily, coupled with the breathing technique, it is not strange to achieve such results. The nobles who were beside Aurin were not that strong, most of them were below 1. Leylin had even seen a pale-faced youth whose stats ranged about 0.5, giving a run for the money for the previous Leylin. Mentally calculating the stats, Aurin's strength did not differ much from his. But his sword technique and moves definitely couldn't rival Leylin's, as he had the help of the AI. Chip. As for the rest of the youths, they were only there to increase their numbers. The disparity between his stats and theirs was too huge. It would be extremely easy to deal with them, like an adult bullying a child. Is there a problem? Leylin asked, his voice calm. Leylin's reaction had obviously exceeded Aurin's expectations. He actually had no fury or fear, and that made him speechless. If it was the previous matter regarding Besida, haven't I already apologized before? Besida has also forgiven me, Leylin added. At the same time, his heart began to race. This could be a probe sent out by Besida. After enduring for a whole month, had she finally been unable to endure any longer? That's right, it's because of Besida. She has forgiven you, but I haven't. Aurin spoke loudly, his hands tightly clenched into fists. All right, then what do you want? Leylin spread out his hands, as if helpless. However, there was a glint of mockery deep in his eyes. Auren hadn't imagined that Leylin would be so submissive, and struggled for a long time before spluttering, "You have to make an oath to never bother Besida again in the future." "All right," Leylin agreed immediately, and even placed his right hand on the crest pinned to his chest. The crest had a cross blade and a picture of a skylark on it, which was the emblem of the Farlier family. "With my honor as a member of the Farlier family, I swear that I will never bother Besida ever again on my own accord." Using a family's reputation to make a vow was the most serious oath a noble could take. Those who had gone back on their words would meet with the disdain of all nobles. "So, Mr. Auren, can I leave now?" Leylin bowed slightly, with perfect noble's etiquette. Hold on. It had not occurred to Auren that Leylin would show no resistance, and at this point, his eyes contained an avaricious glint. "According to the noble's conduct, you still have to compensate. Hand over all the magic crystals that you have." "Magic crystals?" The surrounding onlookers gasped in surprise. "Magic crystals," Leylin repeated. According to his memory, the magic crystals were a kind of currency between magi. They were items of necessity for acolytes with no credentials to enter the academy. Leylin did not know the exact amount required to enter an academy because he did not have even a single magic crystal on him. Viscount John had tried several methods to obtain magic crystals. However, he was unable to get even one. From this, one could see just how precious magic crystals were. Extortion. Leylin had been avoiding meaningless fights. In his opinion, the fun of winning against others couldn't be compared to the fun of enhancing his strength through cultivation. Moreover, there's no hatred between him and Auren. He probably even needed to thank him for heavily injuring the original Leylin, which had given him a chance for rebirth. Leylin was a practical person. To him, face was never more important than reasoning. Even using the honor of his family to swear wasn't the slightest loss for him. However, Auren's request after that had touched the bottom line. You can't do that. Those black-robed lords won't let you off." Leylin tightly grabbed onto the sack on his hands with a frantic expression. Haha, why would those black robes barge into our matters? Don't forget, you were beaten half-dead by me previously, and no one had paid it any mind. Auren clenched his fist, and clear cracking sounds could be heard from his bones. "If you don't want me to break your bones one by one, obediently hand the magic crystals over." As Auren drew closer, his large frame engulfed Leylin within his shadow. Leylin observed his surroundings. This location was already quite far from the camp. Around him were only some lackeys that had been brought by Auren. They were all looking at them as if they were viewing a show. "Don't bother looking, no one will come to save you," Auren grinned. "Really? That's best then." Leylin suddenly laughed. His silhouette flashed. When Leylin reappeared, he was already behind Auren. "Perfect, I can take revenge for that day's incident." A fierce kick was thrown out. Carrying intense wind, it kicked into Auren's waist area. Auren felt an intense force coming from Leylin's leg, sending his body into the air. Bang! Auren fell to the ground, severe pain coming from his waist which made his eyes turn slightly red. "You dared. You dared. You actually dared to hurt me. You're dead. I will hang you." Auren ferociously stood up, rays of bloodthirsty and savage light shooting out of his eyes. This is the advantage of having a good constitution. Seeing that the kick that he used 50% of his strength for did nothing much to Auren, Leylin's pupils shrank. Ha! Auren waved his fist around like a violent black bear. Leylin flashed sideways, dodging Auren's fist. When Auren's fist landed on the small tree behind, it actually left a deep dent. A strength of 1.7 is indeed not a trivial matter. Such a heavy punch, even with my constitution, I can't withstand more than a few punches, Leylin swiftly thought. I chip, simulate the best method to defeat him. Beep. Task established. Starting assist mode. A voice came from the AI chip. Its powerful calculation ability instantly came up with the best solution. Duck. Task established. Initiating assist mode. The AI chip prompted. Leylin immediately crouched down, dodging the roaring. Auren's tackle. A flaw appeared in enemy's defense. Most effective attacking location, armpit. The AI chip's voice sounded. Leylin's figure continuously flashed, dodging Auren's attacks while also getting closer. Do you know, although your strength is powerful, you're not agile enough. This is the disadvantage of your body shape. As Leylin could still speak when he's attacking, it showed that he was still holding back. Is this still the Leylin from before? Why has he become so much more powerful? The surrounding youths all opened their mouths in shock. Under the everyone's expressions of disbelief, Leylin threw out a punch. It hit Auron's armpit with his entire strength. Auron, who had suffered the attack, fell onto the ground with a pained expression, and couldn't get up for a long time. Leylin's full strength was at least 1.5 and wasn't very different from Auron's. Furthermore, the place that he had hit was also the weak spot. Auron fell onto the ground, his eyes bloodshot as he growled, "You're dead for sure. My family will not let you off." "Oh, really?" Leylin remained indifferent towards Auron's threat, and even gave Auron a kick in his lower abdomen. Auron curled himself up, like a cooked prawn. Leylin squatted down, looked at Auron with a face full of smiles. "Since you won't let me off anyways, do you think that it would be better if I just made the first move and killed you?" At that moment, Leylin's smile at Auron looked like the devil's. He's not joking, he really dares to take action. Auron saw the killing intent in Leylin's eyes. Suddenly, he felt as though he was being stared at by a tiger. The anger within his head completely vanished and was replaced with fear. "Mr. Leylin, Lord Leylin, you can't do that. I have the Dorlin family behind me. If you kill me, you'll get yourself in trouble. Then do you admit your wrongs?" Leylin issued a ridiculing question. "I admit my wrongs. I apologize, sorry." Under the threat of death, Auron succumbed quickly. "Very good, I accept your apology. In addition, according to the law of nobility, I have the rights to request for compensation," Leylin said smilingly, which gave Auron a bad feeling. "As compensation, hand all the magic crystals you have with you." Leylin smilingly said those words of extortion. "Oh, no, you can't do this. Do you know how many people have been sacrificed for my family to obtain these magic crystals?" Auron struggled to protest. "Sometimes, it's just a simple multiple-choice question in the world. Now, it's your turn. My dear Auron, life or magic crystals, choose one." Leylin didn't seem to have any reaction to Auron's begging. Instead, he stepped on Auron's face, gradually increasing the amount of force he exerted. The boots stepping on Auron's face sent his head further and further into the ground, giving a suffocating feeling. After a few minutes, Leylin released some of the pressure. "So, have you thought through it properly?" "Pua." Auron inhaled the fresh air in big mouthfuls. His face was now covered with mud and footprints, making him look hilarious. However, none of the surrounding youths dared to smile. One of the youths slowly began to retreat, wanting to leave this place. Leylin picked up a pebble, wind estimation completed. Shooting orbit adjusted. Whoosh! The pebble hit the escaping youth's leg, sending him sprawling on the ground. "Auron, see that? Don't bother waiting for reinforcements. Furthermore, don't try to challenge my patience." Leylin looked at the surrounding youths. Those who had Leylin's gaze sweep past them all lowered their heads, their bodies trembling. "Okay, I can give you the magic crystals. But I left them in the carriage. Follow me back to get them," Auron said in surrender. "Magic crystals are so important, you don't bring them with you, but leave them at the carriage. Are you treating me like a fool?" Such childish lies naturally couldn't get past Leylin. "It seems like you haven't had enough." A ray of fierceness flashed across Leylin's eyes. He grabbed onto Auron's arm and suddenly gave it a snap. Crack! Ear-piercing sounds of fracture could be heard, followed by Auron's miserable scream. "If you still refuse to speak the truth, I'll break your other arm." "No, no, no, you can't do this, the black-robed lord won't let you off." Auron clutched onto his arm, rolling on the ground. "Haha, why would those black robes barge into our matters? Did you forget that I was beaten half dead by you previously, and no one paid any mind to it?" Leylin coldly smiled, sending Auron's words back to him. "Seems like you're really yearning for death." Leylin was just about to go up and take action. Wait, fine, I'll give you the magic crystals, but you have to swear that you will not take revenge on me anymore." Auron shouted with a pale face as he saw Leylin approaching him. "Okay, I swear with the honor of my Farlier family," Leylin answered. Auron's face turned green. Struggling to a half-seated position on the ground, he took out a golden-colored pouch from his bosom and tossed it at Leylin. "All my magic crystals are here." Leylin took it and gave it a look. This was a palm-sized pouch made with gold and silver threads. In the center of it was a picture of an eagle and a shield, surrounded by many plants. It appeared to be a family symbol. Leylin opened the pouch and saw over dozens of black-colored crystals quietly lying there. Beep. Discovered an unknown energy source. The AI chip alerted. "So, can it be used?" Leylin had an excited expression on his face. Searching the database, Information insufficient. The method of usage not found. Alert. An energy source with unknown radiation. Recommendation. The host's body to strengthen defense. So it's like this. Leylin inwardly thought, then turned to Auron and asked, which academy are you going to? Wetland Gardens. Auron had an ugly expression on his face. Wetland Gardens. I've heard before that the entry fee is 10 magic crystals, right? Correct. Where did you hear it from? Auron was a little surprised. Leylin faintly smiled, looking a little mysterious. He had never heard of any wetland gardens before and was only bluffing Auron since most of the school fees were basically all in rounded figures. It wasn't a big deal if he guessed it wrongly anyway. Okay, I'll return it to you. Leylin took out 3 magic crystals from the pouch and tossed the pouch with the magic crystals back at Auron. These 3 magic crystals will be my compensation. Although he could take all the magic crystal now, Leylin is still unsure of the attitudes of the black and white robes on this matter. He also doesn't want to use himself to test out their bottom lines. Thus, he left Auron the sufficient amount of magic crystals for the entry fee. That way, even if they quibbled about it, Leylin had an excuse. Duh. Thank you. Auron's facial expression turned a lot better. If he were to lose all of these magic crystals and wasn't unable to enter the academy, he really didn't know how he'd face his family. Rest assured, I won't take your magic crystals. Leylin raised his head and looked at the surrounding nobles, who all had their hands tightly clenched into fists. Seeing this, Leylin couldn't help shaking his head. Thank you, Lord Leylin. Hearing Leylin's assurance, the other youths all felt relieved and immediately bowed. But, I want to request other compensation. Leylin looked at a youth, the one that tried to escape but had been knocked down. The cross blade at your waist looks pretty nice. Leylin looked at the youth, who looked a little frightened. Leylin then pointed to the cross blade at the youth's waist. Having heard the hint, the youth hastily replied, Lord, you can have it. Haha, I won't hold back then. Leylin took the cross blade from the youth. After gauging its weight, he nodded his head in satisfaction. As a noble's sword, the quality of this crossed sword was excellent. The hilt of the sword was decorated with beautiful flower patterns to prevent it from slipping from the hand. The scabbard was made from the skin of sharks, giving it a luxurious feeling. Alliance, so the method of distinguishing time is very similar to the past. Leylin thought inwardly to himself as he messed around with the crystal pocket watch in his hand. The surface of the crystal pocket watch had fine workmanship, with 24 small frames inside. Each frame represented an hour. Not only did he extort a weapon from Auron's lackeys, but also spoils of war worth thousands of gold coin. This pocket watch was contributed by a small fatty. As for the revenge from their family, the Dorlin family that Auron belonged to was from the Bourbon Kingdom, which was a few kingdoms away from Viscount John's territory. Furthermore, the relationships between the two kingdoms were already in a state of hostility. Not to mention that time it took to become a magus was at least a few years, and even sending letters back and forth would also take at least a few years. Leylin only gave it a little thought before throwing the matters between him and Auron's family to the back of his head. This time, I've really made a profit. Furthermore, the magic crystals are the currency among magi, so they are very useful for acolytes. Leylin took out a magic crystal and flipped it around in his palm. It emitted a steady, cold feeling. According to the calculation of the AI chip, although this magic crystal had some slight radiation, the effect it had towards the body seemed to be positive. It could enhance the body's vitality. But, ever since the news about me defeating Auron spread, everyone's attitude towards me has changed. Should I say that this is a world that respects the strong? It had already been 2 days since the previous incident, and the battle results with Auron had spread among the nobility teenagers. Especially the scene of him breaking Auron's arm while smiling, it had become the nightmare of those teenagers present. When Auron returned, he immediately hid in his carriage and tended to his injuries. As for those nobility teenagers, they trembled the moment they saw Leylin and quickly ran away. Hi, Leylin, do you want to play together? A nobility girl from the same carriage came over and asked. She wore nobility attire, wearing something similar to stockings in Leylin's previous life on her long legs, giving off an alluring charm. The custom of this world was to respect the strong. Now, Leylin felt that the atmosphere in the carriage was much better, and the others didn't try to go against him either. Moreover, several other nobility girls also extended invitations to him. This girl was in the same carriage with him. Her name is Lilith. Thanks, but I have friends coming. Leylin said apologetically. Ooh, I must have been interrupting. I'll invite you, later on. Jasmine and a few others are also interested in you. The long-legged girl tenderly smiled, raised her skirt, and made a noble's greeting, extending a tempting invitation. Girls nowadays are really maturing early. Leylin bitterly smiled in his heart. Haha, what did I just see? How many times has our young master Leylin been invited by girls? An exaggerated voice came. How can I be compared to you? Satin Gold Mane Lion, your great name has spread among the female circles in the entire carriage. Leylin rolled his eyes. Didn't you want to avoid me so as to not be isolated from everyone? Are you no longer afraid of that? Leylin looked at George, who was the approaching. You're the hot topic in the camp now. Many girls have interest towards you. That Lilith earlier wasn't bad either. I can guarantee you that if you just put your heart into it, you'll be able to take her down in 3 days. George laughed. Furthermore, I have to congratulate you on your successful revenge. With a wave of his hand, a glass bottle drew an arc in the air and was caught by Leylin. Opening the oaken stopper, a fruity aroma mixed with a tinge of alcohol drifted out, causing Leylin to subconsciously take a deep breath. Apple wine. I haven't drank much of this in these few months. Correct. Furthermore, it's a speciality from our federation. It wasn't easy for me to have kept it hidden till now. George opened the wine bottle in his hand. To our Leylin. Cheers. Cheers. Leylin smiled. Wine bottles knocked onto each other and emitted a clear sound. Also, thank you, Leylin said sincerely. George had the strength of a preparatory knight, and with his leadership status amongst this bunch of nobility youths, if he had taken any slight action earlier on, he could have easily settled Auron. However, he cared about Leylin's emotions and only helped Leylin increase his strength secretly. Besides that, he had hidden their relationship so that Auron would provoke Leylin without any second thoughts. Finally, he helped Leylin complete his revenge. This protected his pride as a noble very well. From this, Leylin could see his meticulousness and his ability to take care of others' feelings. This is no longer about winning the hearts of people, but about using sincerity to move them. I should say that it's really worthy of Satin Gold Mane Lion's family, leader of the Furs Alliance. Leylin thought inwardly. No need for thanks. We're all members of the Furs Alliance. How could I have turned a blind eye at you being bullied by those northerners? George laughed, downing all of his apple wine in one gulp. Pity. Now that we're deeper and deeper into the wilderness, we haven't been passing by any large cities for a long time now. Even supplies are hard to find. George seemed to have recalled the taste of the apple wine and had some regret. Right, we're going to organize a barbecue banquet. It'll be for our Furs Alliance. Do you want to join? George extended an invitation. Of course, it'd be my pleasure. Leylin smiled and responded. With his identity as a noble from the Furs Alliance, he could only join this circle. At times when one's strength was still weak, joining circles was also a method to protect one's safety. It was deep in the night. The sky was filled with shining stars, pulling a silver veil over the ground. Inside the camp, groups of young men and girls all sat together, circling the campfire as they laughed and messed around. It was very lively. After a few months of living together, they had gotten closer to one another. Come, Leylin, I'll introduce the both of you to each other. This is Yarfuin, Viscount Normir's descendant. Nice to meet you. I've heard lots about you trashing Auron. Yarfuin stretched his hand out as he smiled. Nice to meet you. A genuine smile was drawn on Leylin's face as he shakes Yarfuin's hand. These are the sisters, Gwen and Gwyleth. They are your admirers. George led Leylin in a circle around the campfire, introducing him. Nice to meet you, Mr. Leylin. The sisters looked exactly the same. They each had a pair of glittering aquamarine eyes, identical voices, and some red blush on their faces. Nice to meet you, beautiful ladies. It's an honor to meet you. Leylin placed his hand on his chest and did a noble's greeting. Seeing the two girls blushing as they ran, George looked like he was about to faint. Brat, you're blessed. The two of them seem to be interested in you. They are twins. Twins. George's hands were dancing around as he said this, with some heartache. Okay, I believe that in a time when supplies are starting to decline, you should have another purpose to organizing this banquet, and not just simply to search for lovers. Leylin said. As for his personal needs, he was still able to restrain them. Although he didn't mind letting them out, that also depended on the location. It's good that you're able to see this point, George said. The smiling expression on his face disappeared and was replaced with a leader's presence. He strode to the center of the area and banged the silver spoon in his hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, sorry to bother you for a while, but please shift your gazes over here." George's prestige was still rather high among this group of people. The surrounding crowd all stopped what they were doing and shifted their gazes to the center. "Firstly, I would like to welcome a new comrade joining us. He's Leylin," George announced in a loud voice and clapped. Pa pa pa. An intense, wave-like clapping sound could be heard from the surroundings. Leylin got up and made a greeting towards the surroundings. "Okay." George waved his hand, stopping the clappings and continued, "I set up this small alliance to guarantee that every single acolyte from our first alliance would safely reach the academy and become a well-respected Lord Magus. And now, fellow comrades, trouble has arisen and it is time for us to work together." George's expression turned a little solemn, and even his tone was grave. Being infected by him, the surrounding atmosphere also became a little quiet. Only George's voice still echoed in the air. "We are nearly out of the wilderness and are about to enter the Great Plains of Death. This is the last stage of our journey, and also the most dangerous part." Great Plains of Death. Leylin was surprised, and immediately searched through his original memories. According to the memories in the AI chip, the current continent that Leylin was in was very vast, filled with many kingdoms and without a united name. Originally, the Furs alliance that Leylin joined belonged to the southeast corner of the continent. They seemed to be one of the first batches of students. The traveling party had headed north, passing through many dukedoms and kingdoms, and now already reached the north side of the continent. After passing through the wilderness, there was a long patch of narrow plains. Opposite the plains was rumored to be an ocean, and this piece of plains was filled with all sorts of dangers, and had always been a restricted zone for humans. Rumor was that the plains were filled with all sorts of beasts, even the most ferocious bandits didn't dare to enter the plains. Every part of the plains was filled with corpses of mercenaries, adventurers, and travelers. Right now, the Magus acolyte-filled traveling party was about to pass through this Great Plains of Death, to the coastline. With the protection of the black-robed and white-robed lords, we'll definitely be able to pass through it. A fat boy said as the crowd went into an uproar. Correct. With the protection of the Lord Magi and Knights, our possibility of passing through here is rather high. But when those lords are unable to manage, we will encounter death. It could be me, it could be you. Do you want to experience such an outcome? George asked. Definitely not, the fat boy shouted as his face turned red and sat back down. Correct. Our motive is to reach the Magus Academy opposite the ocean and to become well-respected Magi. But the cruel screening will begin now. According to the information that my father obtained, there will be large amounts of death in the Great Plains of Death in every single Magus traveling party. George went on, revealing a small part of cruelty. What should be done? Lots of young men and women panicked, and they looked at George with ashen faces, hoping that he would have a plan. Entering the plains, of course, the reason we formed this alliance was for that purpose. George stated loudly, "We've already discussed this with the other traveling parties. We will swap positions with them so that our Furs alliance can occupy a few carriages that are close to each other. We've also gotten the permission from the Black Robes. Furthermore, us noble males will take turns being guards to protect the carriages. Of course, this is with the caveat that we are merely assisting the Black Robe Knights. As for the beautiful ladies, the logistics and cleaning duties will be up to you. As for the weapons, you guys also do not have to worry. We've already made our preparations and even got hold of a crossbow." George called out his plans. The youths of the alliance all began talking amongst themselves, and after some discussion, most were in favor of this plan. "Okay, we agree." As for the position of the captain of the guards, it was inevitable that George would take that position. Striking while the iron was hot, George began to hand out some missions. The feast continued afterward, but it was clear to see that most of the enthusiasm in the crowd had long since been lost. "Originally I had planned on giving you a cross blade, but it seems there is no longer any need now." George held up his cup as he walked towards Leylin, pointing at the sword hilt fastened at his waist. "Is it true that every single time a Magus troop enters the Great Plains, there are many deaths?" Leylin asked. "Of course, the best-case scenario is that only 1 or 2 will die, but there have been times where at least 10 have perished." George shrugged his shoulders. "Otherwise why else would I spend so much money and energy in order to establish an alliance that would be dissolved when we reach the coastline? Wherever you plant a seed, there will be some form of profit to be had." Leylin laughed. "No matter what, as long as everyone grouped together, then their odds of survival would increase. And any of the surviving acolytes would definitely hold some goodwill towards George and his family. As long as one of these acolytes were to become a magus, then the returns would be great. But even if there were no survivors, it wasn't a big loss to him, either way, right? Aside from your swordsmanship, your intelligence has really impressed me. George's eyes sparkled. The things I did were all things that my father told me to. Well then, are you willing to help me? George extended his hand. As you wish. Leylin laughed, linking his hand to George's. Leylin's reply to George's request wasn't an impulsive one. In fact, he had made this decision after careful deliberation. With regards to the hidden dangers in the plains, he wasn't very knowledgeable about it. So joining hands by cooperating would be a decent proposal. The cold wind descended upon the group and hit them in the face like knife blades. With each breath drawn, Leylin could smell the fragrant smell of grass. It's already been 15 days since we've entered the Great Plains of Death. Looking back at the carriages, Leylin could see some traces of damage on it, causing him to feel quite gloomy. The marks on the carriages were 3 different lines linked into one as if it was created by a single claw. The Great Plains of Death have dangers that even normal humans or even preparatory knights would have trouble with. After entering the plains, although the black and white-robed lords had increased the number of patrols, and for the acolytes to band together, there had still been some casualties. The marks on the carriages had been caused by a pack of plain direwolves. The very moment they had arrived, the carriages had suffered a siege. Although there hadn't been any deaths, the pack of plain direwolves had nearly pushed over the carriages and damaged it, giving Leylin a deep impression of them. From that moment onwards, the students didn't dare to camp outside and all tried to sleep in the carriages. But even with that, there had still been some casualties. Leylin's face grew dark. Although the black-robed knights were guarding them, some of the youngsters still needed to go out to take care of their bodily needs. Alas, within the danger-filled Great Plains of Death, that meant danger. One youth had been bitten by a poisonous insect the very moment he stepped off the carriage and died. According to the calculations of the AI chip, the poison of the insect would corrode the brain within 13 seconds. There was not enough time for medical help, and even the few white-robed magus could only watch the youngster die. After that incident, the students would get off the carriage only when absolutely necessary. However, due to the small size of the carriage and the sheer number of people squeezed inside, the smell within was certainly unpleasant. For the price of helping the black-robed knights drive a carriage, Leylin was given the chance to get some fresh air. Although being on the outside of the carriage seemed to be more dangerous, with the black-robed knight right next to him, it was actually much safer. As for the carriage driving skill, Leylin only had to listen to the black-robed knight for a short amount of time while the AI chip recorded everything. It's getting dark. Everyone gather within the carriages to rest. A voice called out from the front, causing every single carriage to stop. Not only was traveling at night dangerous, but it meant the horses did not have time to rest, which could lead to their deaths, and cause even more troubles. Your carriage driving skills are quite good. The black-robed knight looked at Leylin and spoke softly. Thank you for your praise. Leylin nodded. Returning to the inside of the carriage, a fierce smell hit his nose the moment he opened the door. Leylin's eyebrows creased together, but seeing the stupefied looks on the students' faces, he could only sigh to himself secretly. Ever since the first casualty, none of the youths had a happy look. Instead, there was a mournful atmosphere. This was another reason why Leylin did not like staying inside the carriage at all. Leylin, you're back. A small freckled youngster forced out a smile as he greeted him. Yeah. Leylin sat down and looked around before taking a piece of flatbread to gnaw on. The dry piece of flatbread was chewed up inside his mouth, feeling as if he was chewing on sand. Despite its taste, Leylin managed to swallow the bread with great difficulty, but in doing so, he felt a sudden pain in his throat, prompting him to hurriedly take out his canteen and chug down a large amount of water. After he finally finished the entire piece of bread, he heaved a sigh of relief. After entering the Great Plains of Death, supplies were hard to come by. Even though the students had some gold coins, there were no merchants around. So in this situation, the gold coins were not much better than mere stones. Leylin, what's the situation like? Just how many more days until we're out of this damned plains? After Leylin had finished eating, the freckled youth asked him a question. His words were clearly what everyone wanted to know the answer, and drew everyone's attention as they turned to look towards Leylin. While driving the carriage, I talked with the black-robed knight. We've already traveled half the distance, so if everything goes well from here, we'll reach the coastlines in another half a month. Good God, there's still half a month more. What terrible days these are. I can't even stand another single day in this place. The freckled youth began to pull at his hair as he complained. Hey, cheer up, Casa. As long as you can take these 15 days, then you'll reach the coastlines. Delicious fruits, fluffy bread, not to mention a comfortable bed and a warm bathroom, all of it is waiting for you. Even as a youngster tried to cheer Casa up, the words seemed to be trying to cheer himself up even more than Casa. Dong, dong. A rhythmic pattern could be heard as the doors to the carriage opened, revealing George. In his armor and carrying his long sword, George looked like a handsome knight. Hey, gentlemen, ladies, break time is here. If you need to loosen up a bit, just come outside. If you don't, then please stay inside. After all, the outside is quite dangerous. The carriage grew restless before a few red-faced girls looked at each other in the eye and walked out of the carriage. Leylin shrugged his shoulders before grabbing his cross blade. Let's go. As a member of the guards, he needed to protect these ladies. Even though all he could do was to maintain his vigilance and call out for the black-robed knight to come help them if any trouble arose. I won't go down this time. Casa spoke out from the side as he shivered. Fine then. Leylin gestured to the rest to follow him out the carriage. Landing softly on the grass, Leylin couldn't help but to stretch comfortably outside. A beautiful scenery stretched far beyond what his eye could see. If it weren't for the amount of danger in here, Leylin would have loved this sight. How beautiful. George spoke out as he watched the setting sun. How beautiful indeed, but also dangerous. Leylin muttered, there's danger everywhere, my friend. Sickness, famine, war, the world is filled with dangers like these. To us, this area is a threat to our lives, but to the white-robed magus, this is nothing more than like the garden back home. George clenched at his sword. Are you trying to say that as long as you have strength, then you can obtain both freedom and safety? Exactly. Take a look at Casa. He has already lost his courage. On this road to power, he is lacking the spirit to face danger. Even if he were to safely arrive at the Magus Academy, it is unlikely that he can become a magus. After all, studying magic is a treacherous path that is 100 times more difficult than this plane. George threw a rock far into the plains. It's time to protect our beautiful treasures now. Seeing George walk away, Leylin had a smile on his face. Courage. But for those chasing the truth, prudence is also a necessity. Chip. Initialize scanning. Leylin thought. Following the order, a three-dimensional scenery began to visualize within Leylin's head, showing off the vicinity of the nearby area. Within the light blue geographical image, a cluster of white stars. These stars symbolized the students. Not a single one of them seemed to be hurt. As for the black-robed knight, he was a flashing red light. After the AI chip's analysis, it had recognized him as an existence that could threaten his host. The final few carriages had the white-robed magus within. Leylin didn't dare to try to use his AI chip to scan it in case its energy was detected and caused troubles for him. Not too long after, every single nearby source of danger appeared within Leylin's mind. Even if it's a poisonous insect, they won't be able to escape the AI chip's scan. As of right now, this area is safe. This was a guarantee that Leylin could make. Although he was a member of the guard, he would never do anything to put himself in harm's way. With the AI chip, he had a firm grasp of everything happening in a 20-li radius, and this would be the biggest guarantee to their safety. Direwolf pack, perfect. I've used up all the flowerless snake fruits again, and I can take this chance to gather some more. But I'm not sure if the plains even have this type of plant, Leylin thought to himself as he gradually walked further from the party. AI chip, check my body's stats. Beep. Leylin Farlier. Strength 1.6, Agility 1.7, Vitality 1.5, Status Healthy. AI chip transmitted back the information. There isn't much improvement, only around 0.1. Leylin furrowed his brows. Ever since everyone started resting in the carriage, I can no longer find a suitable place to cultivate the breathing techniques. Furthermore, the effects of the medicines are decreasing. According to the calculations, the optimized cross-blade breathing technique should allow me to increase my basic physical stats to 1.9 before hitting the limit. After that, I can only improve after stimulating my inner life energy and becoming a knight. Leylin kept watch on the girl from the Furs Alliance from afar, as he also kept an eye out for useful herbs and materials. After a long time, he finally looked up in disappointment. It is as I had feared. The conditions are too different, and the flowerless snake fruits are not able to survive on these grassy plains. I can't even find any suitable substitute herbs. Hey, Leylin, it's time to get on the carriage. George's loud shout came from the distance. Got it. Wandering afar by himself was not only attention-drawing but also very dangerous. As such, Leylin could only give up on his plan, and return to the horse carriage. Warning, warning, dangerous creatures are approaching. Just at that moment, the AI chip's mechanical voice sounded out, and red warning words appeared in front of Leylin's eyes, attracting his attention instantly. Quick, show the map now. Leylin's facial expression did not change, but he hastened his movement, reaching the limits of his body, and his right hand grasped his cross-blade firmly. On the virtual map that was projected in front of his eyes, there was a large group of red dots closing in on their group of carriages. The dots were slowly encircling and surrounding them. Beep. According to the databanks, these dangerous lifeforms have a 97.8% similarity to direwolves. Direwolves. Leylin's eyes narrowed as he recalled the data that had been collected earlier. Direwolf. A kind of wolf inhabiting the Great Plains of Death. Savage and cruel, they mostly hunt in packs. Their strength is estimated to be around 2 to 3, agility around 3 to 4, and vitality around 3 to 4. Such strength, they are definitely not creatures that I, a mere knight in training, can handle. Leylin's footsteps hastened once more, and he rushed towards George, saying in a low tone, "We have company. Trouble is afoot." George looked around at the surrounding crowd and saw that most of the students were still minding their own business. He quickly retrieved his water bottle in order to hide their actions. What's the situation? A pack of direwolves. I noticed their tracks, Leylin said quickly and urgently. I got it. George drank a few gulps of water, then gave out a few simple hand signals. The youths from their team who had been chosen as escorts were momentarily startled, but they still remembered their predesignated hand signals. Instantly, they all got moving, pushing the younger girls ahead, and whispering into their ears. The entire process was done swiftly and silently. Although some of the other Magus apprentices also noticed something was wrong and followed their retreat, most of them were still oblivious. Sometimes, when danger arose, the only thing you needed to do was to ensure that you ran faster than your companions. Let's go. Seeing that most of the members of their alliance had successfully retreated, George and Leylin quickly followed suit. Leylin, you're unexpectedly even good at scouting, George said in a low voice to Leylin. After all, they had spent quite some time and were familiar with each other, and he knew that Leylin would not lie to him about something like that. Although the members of the Furs Alliance were quiet and retreating in an orderly manner to refrain from alarming the rest, some of the other acolytes were very discerning, and they quickly joined in the retreat. Bang bang asterisk. A loud piercing gong sounded out. The Lord Magus has sensed danger. All acolytes are to retreat back to the horse carriages. One of the black-robed men's voice sounded out, thundering in all the acolytes' ears. The acolytes who were resting on the grass were all stunned into silence, before they all swarmed into motion, fleeing crazily for the horse carriages. No need for hiding anymore. Let's run, George shouted as he drew his sword. By now, all the members of the Furs Alliance had been alerted, and were already quite a distance, and the fastest amongst them had already reached the horse carriages. Awu. At this moment, a long and drawn-out howl sounded out, filled with ruthless bloodlust. All around, the wolf howls sounded. Since the prey had discovered their stealth attack, they would just charge forth. Streak after streak of black shadowy wolves charged after the fleeing acolytes. They were about 2 to 3 meters long, and their speeds were such that a shimmering black afterimage followed them. A direwolf pack. One of the acolytes at the back cried out in despair. Just as he cried out, a black shadow pounced onto her, the large impact causing this young girl to fall to the ground. In the next instant, the merciless huge jaw filled with sharp teeth bit down viciously, tearing out her throat as she died with a despairing look on her face. Some of the fleeing acolytes were attracted by the cries and turned their heads to look before they cried out in alarm as they witnessed the grisly sight and hastened their pace. Another young girl whose face was full of tears was running and shouting, "Mummy! Mummy! I want my mummy!" These pitiful youngsters, they are already beginning to lose it. By now, Leylin had already reached the horse carriages, and could see the entire scene in front of him. Swoosh swoosh. Right at this point in time, 7 dark shadows dashed out from the horse carriages, each wielding a huge sword the size of a man, which slashed through the air as they charged towards the direwolf pack. It's the black-robed knights. They're attacking, Leylin thought to himself. These direwolf stats are about 3 each on average and are very similar to the knights. However, humans have the ability to use weapons, along with their intelligence. Furthermore, the knights should have secret skills which can greatly raise their potential and allow them to burst forth with greater power when necessary. If it's 1 versus 1 or even 1 versus 3, these direwolves will definitely not be a match for the knights. However, with the current numbers, Leylin had a worried look on his face as he looked at the several hundred red dots encircling them. Previously, even with just nearly 100 direwolves, they managed to get to the horse carriages, and even damage some of the carriages. With these several hundred direwolves, perhaps today we will finally see those mysterious magi show their abilities. ***. One of the black-robed knights waved his immense blade, weaving a bright silver light in the air as he cleaved a direwolf right into two. Heh. The knight licked the blood from his lips, looking extremely ferocious. Come on, my little precious. Thank you, sir. The little girl who was saved kept thanking him repeatedly, the tears still on her cheeks. This was the girl who had been calling out for her mother earlier. Are you an idiot? Get back now. The knight's head did not even turn as he charged forth towards the direwolves. Only then did the little girl seem to reawaken to the reality of the situation, and ran back to the horse carriage. Hurry, arrange the horse carriages in a circle to use as a defensive formation. The girls should stay behind while the boys take up your swords and set up a defensive perimeter. The black-robed knight who remained at the campsite shouted out. All right, George was the first to shout out a reply, jumping up onto one of the carriages to direct the alliance members. It's time to fight for our lives. Leylin grasped the cross blade in his hands and muttered to himself. Looking at the scene before him, he noticed that the members of the Furs Alliance had the least losses due to his timely warning. Besides a few who had tripped while running and sustained minor injuries, there were no deaths or major injuries. In contrast, many of the other acolytes had been killed or injured. For example, he had discovered that Auron's little party was now missing 2 youths, while the remaining few had all sustained some form of injuries. It seemed like they had been just lucky enough to escape with their lives. All right, we've rescued all the ones who can be rescued. Angelo's body was covered with blood as he returned to the defensive formation, and he immediately saw Leylin, who was grasping a cross blade with both hands and was in a battle-ready stance. Aren't you afraid? The black-robed knight asked. At this time, being afraid won't be of any help, right? Leylin replied. His hands tightened around his sword. After all, even in his past life, such a bloody scene was not common. Heh. These direwolves are cunning and intelligent. As long as we let them know that we're not an easy target and that they will sustain many losses to kill us, they will definitely run away. Angelo said passively. Although he did not know if the knight was just trying to comfort him, Leylin breathed an obvious sigh of relief. Ow. The few acolytes that had fallen earlier had perished by now, and with the scent of blood in the air, the direwolves went berserk and charged savagely towards the horse carriages. Here they come. Everyone be careful. We will try our best to protect you, but there are only so many of us and we will definitely miss some. At that point, you will have to fight for your lives. Angelo's loud voice rang out, as he waved his huge sword, standing in the front lines together with the other knights. Kill! The knights shouted out loud, and Leylin could see a faint light shining around their large swords. As the huge blade cleaved down, the direwolf charging in front had a hole torn in its chest, causing it to roll back as blood sprayed into the air. For a time, the dozen or so black figures stood like an immovable fortress, blocking the direwolves. We should fight as well. We need to help the knights and reduce their load. George walked up to Leylin and said, Yes, if this continues for long, the knights will grow too exhausted to fight, and all of us will be in trouble. Leylin nodded in agreement. Under George's leadership, all the men took up their swords and followed behind the knights, attacking the ferocious direwolf pack from the side. Ow! The direwolf howls were unceasing, and Leylin was currently facing a 2-meter-long huge direwolf. As the direwolf continued snarling, Leylin could smell the stench from it. Chip. Scan the battlefield and determine the most efficient method of killing. Task established. Begin simulation. Begin assist mode. A light flashed in front of Leylin's eyes, and a panoramic, 3D image appeared before him. The direwolf facing him finally launched an attack, and a gleaming claw specked with blood slashed towards Leylin, bringing along a hot wave of air. Host is under attack. Most efficient method of dealing with it. Use the cross blade to block it with a 50-degree angle to the right, then pierce. Ha! Leylin shouted out as he circulated the breathing technique, concentrating his strength in his arm muscles as he followed the instructions, sweeping his sword to the right and striking the claw away. Bang! Leylin felt a shock travel up his arm from the immense impact, making him feel as though he had struck a thick piece of metal. This direwolf's strength is much higher than mine. If I keep doing that, I will be exhausted too quickly. I'll need to finish this fight quickly. Leylin was shocked by its strength after using his sword to strike away the direwolf's claw. The cross blade drew a brilliant arc. Immediately afterwards, following the path calculated by the AI chip, he pierced out towards the direwolf opposing him. Piercing attack. The cross blade technique was a secret technique passed down through the Farlier family, and the key point was to use a powerful centrifugal force to strike at the enemy. At that moment, Leylin used his waist to exert power. The cross blade in his hands whistled as it pierced through the air and slammed towards the direwolf. PSH. Leylin felt the cross blade pierce through its flesh, and it seemed as though the cross blade in his hands was firmly stuck in the direwolf. The sheer impact of the blow caused him to tremble, and he tried to retract the cross blade. Leylin yanked his hands backwards. The cross blade was pulled out violently, causing fresh blood to gush out wildly. The direwolf opposing him screamed miserably. It turned out that Leylin's sword attack earlier had just happened to pierce into the direwolf's foreleg, its weakness. The direwolf hopped backwards in retreat, and one claw seemed to have already been rendered useless. Seeing the direwolf escaping, Leylin's eyes flashed once, but he didn't pursue it. Most of the pressure has been taken on by the black-robed knights. If I run out of the defensive perimeter to chase it, that would be tantamount to me committing suicide. Anyways, an injured direwolf will not be able to attack us again. It'll probably die after a while, or end up as its companion's meal. Well done, George praised loudly from close by. At this moment, George also had traces of blood on his body. His attack posture was confident and elegant, and it looked as if he was performing rather than killing. However, he still carried an unparalleled level of strength. He was actually going up against two direwolves and was still not at a disadvantage. The secret sword techniques passed down through noble families really aren't ordinary. Leylin thought casually before he once again directed his gaze towards the direwolf pack in front of him. The tragic fighting between man and direwolf continued on for half an hour. The sun slowly set, and darkness descended upon the grass plains. At the moment, the eyes of the direwolves were giving off an aquamarine glow. The entire campground had an eerie feel as it seemed to be surrounded by a crowd of aquamarine eyes. Ha! Leylin gasped for breath. He now looked as if he had been fished out of a pool of blood. His face was still covered with it, but he lacked the time to even wipe it off. Even with the AI chip allowing him to use the most efficient methods to kill or injure the direwolves, he still felt heavily drained from the effort. If even I'm like this, there's no need to speak about the other acolytes. Only the black-robed knights still have energy to spare, but even they will probably be unable to last much longer. In this situation, why haven't the white-robed magi acted yet? Leylin glanced over and saw that there was an empty space amidst the female acolytes at the center of the campsite. 3 white-robed people were sitting there, giving off chilling auras. None of the surrounding acolytes dared to be within 3 meters of them. As for the direwolves surrounding the defensive ring, they had already lost 1/3 of their number. However, the number of defending acolytes at the front line had also greatly decreased. Most had been injured and were under the care of the girls behind. If I was the direwolf king, the current losses would be enough to make me give up. There should be one final wave of vicious attacks remaining. Leylin's sword flickered as it cut the leg of a direwolf. At the same time, he took the opportunity to pull out several berries. He tossed them into his mouth and chewed twice before swallowing. These were the useful plants he had collected along the journey. They could quickly replenish the body's energy, but he was running out of them. Ow! Shrill wolf calls sounded, but this time, they carried a different meaning. The direwolf pack became more frenzied as it heard the wolf calls. It charged forward without any regard for their lives. It's here, the final wave. Leylin's eyes shifted. He brandished the cross blade in his hand as he advanced. Bang! Leylin felt a great force run through his hand, and the cross blade almost flew out of his hands. The direwolves before us seemed to be 2 times bigger than the others. Leylin relaxed the muscles in his numbed arm. AI Chip, scan the direwolves in front of me. Direwolves. Strength. 2.3 Agility. 4.1 Vitality. 3.1. Description. In a direwolf pack, there will always be those whose bodies are significantly larger than those of the same race. These will be chosen to be the bodyguards for the head of the wolves. They usually have greater strength than the others of the same race, and at the same time, undying loyalty to the head of the wolves. This was a paragraph that the previous bratty Leylin had read from a random atlas at some point, and it was now retrieved by the AI. Chip, how amazing, looks like the head of the direwolves is also making a big investment this time. Leylin thought, before going forward to tussle with the huge direwolves again. He had been a scientist in the previous world, and had thought that he was no longer hot-blooded. But now, being in this primitive society and killing the direwolf pack made Leylin feel as if something had aroused in his body, making his blood boil. This is unlike the peace in my previous world. These beast-like instincts are needed for a being's survival. Leylin realized. Haha, come. Leylin had already trained the breathing technique passed down in his family to a very profound level. Now, he only needed the enlightenment gained from killing in order to stimulate his life force and become a true knight. Kill. Leylin's eyes had a hint of red to them as he began to fight madly with the direwolf. At this moment in time, he finally let go completely. In every sword stroke, he vented the dread of his death in the previous world and the unease of entering a foreign world. Ha! Leylin's eyes flashed as he fought the direwolf, seemingly having comprehended something. The cross blade in his hands hacked downwards, bringing a silver light with it. As it slashed towards the ground, Leylin's body twisted, and strength was exerted from his powerful waist muscles. With the great centrifugal force of the cross blade, he made another horizontal slash. The cross blade itself seemed to be releasing a dim light. The two slashes seemed to fuse together, forming a radiant cross. Cross blade technique. Secret killing move cross slash. A killing move was something that had the essence of several killing techniques inside, using a profound skill level to raise one's killing ability. Although it couldn't compare to the knight's secret skills that increased all stats, preparatory knights who possessed a killing move could still threaten a true knight with life force. The cross blade viciously slashed the direwolf's body and opened a large wound in the shape of a cross. The direwolf whined as fresh blood sprayed out continuously. Now, Leylin's eyes shone as he charged forward. Advance. Jump slash. The cross blade swung past, and the direwolf's huge head was sent flying. The surrounding direwolves jumped in fright, and the attack slowed down. Even the surrounding black-robed knights looked over in shock. Leylin felt a sense of contentment as he stepped on the giant direwolf's head, and he couldn't help but roar. Hoo! I've already vented, so it's time to retreat. After roaring, Leylin didn't choose to go forward to kill again but instead turned around to return to the defensive perimeter. This allowed a well-rested defender to take over his position. I'm not an idiot. The killing move just now was too exhausting, and I've already vented out all the negative emotions in my heart. I should save some strength for self-protection. Leylin received a bottle from a girl with trembling hands and began to drink with big gulps. By drinking water, he managed to conceal his eyes which were exuding intelligence. I have killed the highest number of direwolves besides the black robes. With this, no one can force me to enter the battlefield again. Next, I must maintain my strength, and witness the white robes' actions at the same time. Based on the collected figures, the AI chip calculated that there was a 98% chance of a slip-up by the black robes. The direwolf pack would thus break through the perimeter, and casualties would appear among the acolytes. At that point, no matter how much the white-robed magi wanted to stay out of this, they would have to act. Ow! With the non-stop howling from the head direwolf hidden amidst the direwolf pack's charge became more aggressive. The ones that appeared now were the giant bodyguard direwolves. The throat of the frontmost acolyte was torn out, and he toppled over. We can't wait any longer. Activate your secret skills, the black robe Angelo shouted. At that moment, the black robes released crackling sounds as their muscles continuously expanded. At first glance, their overgrown muscles made them look like small giants. It's appeared. The secret skills of the knights. Leylin's eyes didn't blink. AI. Chip. Collect data. Beep. Task established. Data collection in progress. Knight secret skill, strength type. After activation, vitality, strength and defense increase, agility decreases. In the middle of data collection for circulation path of life energy, 43% recorded. remaining information insufficient, unable to analyze. Looking at the screen in front of his eyes, Leylin felt some regret. I still can't understand how the life force of knights is activated. But if I have a knight-level guinea pig to dissect, then I might just be able to understand. As for the black-robed knights who had activated their secret skills, not only did their muscle strengths increase, their defenses seemed to have increased as well. The giant bodyguard direwolves still needed to be avoided, but the knights used the giant sword to hack at the forehead of the normal direwolves despite being cut by their claws. But with the increase in giant bodyguard direwolves, a direwolf had finally managed to slip through a gap and charge into the crowd of acolytes. Ah, save me, Daddy, Mummy, I don't want to die yet. The sound of various cries and screams resounded through the air and the campsite turned into utter chaos. In the end, they're just a bunch of 13 and 14-year-old kids. Leylin sighed. Ow. As if by chain reaction, another giant direwolf broke through their defenses, landing within the area occupied by the Furs Alliance. Leylin, come and kill it with me. George's neck was wrapped up in gauze. It wasn't known which noble family's young lady wrapped it. Not only was it thickly wrapped up, it was even knotted in a bow, the sight making Leylin want to laugh out loud. No need. Give me the crossbow. This. George removed the crossbow from his back, and passed it to Leylin. I'm afraid there's no use. These mongrels have thick skin and flesh. If you can't hit their weak points. Oh, God, damn it. Taking action. Calculation of wind speed and temperature in progress. Calculation of trajectory complete. Following the AI chip's calculated trajectory, Leylin pulled the trigger of the crossbow. Whoosh! The powerful crossbow bolt flew out, and the strong recoil caused Leylin's arm to feel slightly numb. Pooh! The crossbow arrow entered through the left eye of the direwolf and exited out of its right eye. The direwolf howled twice, crumpling to the floor. The advantage I have with the AI chip in this kind of high-accuracy work is really too great. A crossbow isn't like a bow, all you have to do is aim and pull the trigger. It's so convenient. Leylin compared the differences between him swinging around the cross blade before, and using the crossbow. It looks like I'm more suited towards long-distance attacks. This is also much safer. It's just that I still have no idea how to activate the life force of knights. Could it be that experiencing a really tough battle is required? Leylin hadn't used a crossbow earlier. The first reason for this was to vent. The second was to make an attempt at activating the life force of knights. Unfortunately, he possessed the AI chip as one of his cards and had never been forced into a desperate life or death situation. Naturally, he was unable to experience the feeling of the life force that was activated in a desperate situation. Leylin, good job. George only responded now, and he patted Leylin on the shoulder. From today onwards, this crossbow is yours. Thanks then. Leylin smiled. Even if George hadn't said anything, he would still have tried to obtain the crossbow. Oh, Leylin. Leylin has killed direwolves, Lord Leylin. Lord Leylin, quickly save us. At this point, more direwolves charged into the campsite, and students cried out towards Leylin. With the benefit of George's prior preparations, the losses on their side had been the least. With George and Leylin, these two experts who were preparatory knights, it was considered the safest place apart from the area around the white robes. Auron sucked in huge breaths as he used a sword to block a direwolf that was leaping forward. A huge force was transmitted over, causing the cross blade in his hands to fly away. I am the successor of my house. I still haven't enjoyed a lot of things. How could I die here? Auron roared. Of his surrounding comrades, 2 had already died. Among the remaining people, if they weren't dead, then they had already escaped. At this moment, shouts of, Lord Leylin, could be heard, causing his eyes to shine. That's right, the Furs Alliance still has strength, and Leylin was so impressive just now. He can definitely save me. Auron didn't hesitate anymore and began to run in that direction. Leylin, Lord Leylin, save me. Well, Leylin readied the crossbow, hearing the sound and taking a look. It's Auron after all. The current Auron looked embarrassing. Not only had the cross blade been dropped, his whole body carried wounds and he was being closely pursued by a direwolf. It's a pity. You've looked for the wrong person. Did you really think I would be so magnanimous? Leylin's mouth formed a grin. With the white-robed magi here, I don't dare to take my chances and secretly kill someone. But if it's only not being able to save them in time, no one will have a reason to find trouble over that. Leylin looked at Auron, showing a brilliant smile. He'll save me, definitely. Auron saw Leylin's smile, and his heart relaxed. He continuously encouraged himself, increasing his running speed. Oh, no. At that moment, Auron despairingly saw Leylin shoot the crossbow, dealing with a direwolf on another side. How could you do this? Auron's mind went blank for a moment and he tripped on a rock, falling onto the ground. The direwolf behind him shot forward. Its teeth bit down and blood began to flow non-stop. Thanks. On the other side, the girl saved by Leylin ran to him to thank him. Thank you. No need for thanks. Leylin smiled. On the other side, Lilith looked at Leylin with her face red and lowered her head. There was a whistling sound, and George looked at Lilith, directing a, you understand, gaze towards Leylin. The situation is already like this, but your personality hasn't changed, George. Even if I fall into the abyss of death, you can't stop the yearning I have for beautiful romances. George used the tone of a martyr, speaking as if he was unafraid of death. You won't die, the white robes are about to make their move. Leylin rolled his eyes. Even though the field was in chaos, the giant direwolves seemed to have an amazing sixth sense. They had never bothered the three white-robed magi, forming a strange circle. And amidst the noise, Leylin could still use the five senses that were strengthened by the AI chip to catch the conversation between the white-robed magi. Perhaps they themselves had not even concealed it. Crow, are we still not making our move? The acolytes have too many casualties, and that will lower our rating. A woman's voice sounded. Relax, relax. I've been counting. Up until now, 10 have died so far. The limit hasn't been passed yet. A slightly cynical voice traveled over. It was a man's voice. But it's still reaching the limit. Act quickly. I still need to determine the stability model for this technique. Damn it. The negative energy here is simply too high. It's simply impossible to complete the construction of the tokerwari. Then I'll do it. The white-robed man who hadn't spoken before stood up. These mysterious magi. The mysterious people rumored to be able to manipulate the forces of nature. Leylin's eyes stared at the white-robed man. All of you stupid and lowly beasts, you actually dare to bother the rest of the venerated Lord Magi. Only death can be your eternal home. Mazarda Karachi. With the chanting sounds of the white-robed man, Leylin's ears heard the AI chip madly sounding out. Alert, alert. Discovered radiation source. Discovered negative energy field. Suggestion for host to immediately evacuate far away. The bright red words were so obvious, but Leylin wasn't frightened into retreating at all. He only repeatedly recalled the chanting of the white-robed man. This doesn't seem to be the language used on the continent, but an ancient one instead. It seems like quite the tongue twister. Do magi use this kind of language to chant? And as the white-robed man stood up, the surrounding direwolves retreated, as if they had met some kind of natural enemy. Secondary energy fireball. After the chant was completed, a floating fireball appeared in the man's hand out of nowhere. According to the calculations of Leylin's AI chip, this fireball was at least 1000 degrees and was actually causing the surrounding space to distort faintly. The fireball left a blazing trail and landed on the direwolf's heart. Boom. Not good. Quickly crouch down. Leylin shouted loudly. Unfortunately, it was already too late. It didn't matter whether it was the acolytes or the direwolves in the surroundings, everyone was sent toppling over. A loud explosion resounded, bringing with it a wave of heat. Puff. Pooey pooey. Leylin got up from the ground, hurriedly spitting out the soil and grass in his mouth. At this moment, he was covered in dirt, and looked like a person who had just crawled out of a muddy pit. According to the AI chip's calculations, that area should have been where the head of the direwolves was positioned. SSSSS. Leylin climbed onto the horse carriage. He looked in the direction of the area attacked by the magus just now and couldn't help but suck in a sharp breath. He could only see that where the fireball landed, there was now an additional pit of fire that was 3 meters in length and width, and 2 meters deep. As for the direwolves in that area, they had already become burnt charcoal. The direwolves whimpered, before quickly escaping. He has the body of a human, and is able to attack to this extent. This is the strength of a magus. Leylin looked at the white-robed magus, eyes burning with passion. The strength of a magus. I must obtain it, quickly. Clean up the battlefield, the white-robed man said, ignoring the fervent gazes of the surrounding acolytes. He returned to his original place, where the 2 other magi were. When he passed by Auron's corpse, he stopped. He took a small golden pouch from Auron's bosom and placed it in his own bosom. This seems to be the bag Auron used to store magic crystals. Leylin pupils shrank. Evaluation. Boundary. Magic crystals. Leylin's mind raced. It looks like these magi received a task, which was why they helped escort us, acolytes. It seems there was a death count quota that would have lowered their evaluation and decreased their rewards if they had passed it. And it seems that I had slightly underestimated the value of magic crystals before. These white-robed magi let the acolytes die, most likely because they had planned to take away the magic crystals of the dead acolytes. Luckily, now that the dead acolytes have reached the danger limit already, we'll be safer from here on. After thinking it through clearly, Leylin's face turned ashen. This is the world of magi. Logical to the point of cold-bloodedness. Cold to the point of apathy. Everyone, quickly pack up so we can continue our journey. The smell of blood here will attract other predators. The black-robed knight Angelo took off the outer clothes that had been torn due to the activation of the secret skill. The sweat on his face flowed non-stop, and he was gasping for air, looking slightly weakened. Leylin's eyes flashed with light. It looks like a price needs to be paid to activate the secret skill for knights. Hey, Leylin, look. Just as Leylin was about to enter the carriage, George snuck over and surreptitiously pointed to the side. On another black-colored horse carriage, Bessida was hugging her legs as she sat. Her shoulder had bloody marks on it, and she looked like she had just gone through a crying session. Auron has always been Bessida's #1 flower guardian. Now that that group is almost completely dead, Bessida's situation isn't looking very good. George said next to Leylin's ear, with an expression that implied that Leylin's chance had come. I've already lost interest in her. Anyway, we're in such danger, can't you control your lower half a little? Leylin didn't really know what to say. He pointed to George's collar, and on those clothes were marks from a girl's lipstick. He really didn't know when this beast had been able to fool around. Hee, my brother, it's only in this kind of dangerous moment that we preparatory knights can show our might. And girls will always show goodwill towards the man who saved them. This is the most basic of techniques. George took out something that was similar to a handkerchief from his bosom, smugly showing his harvest. Can you see, just today, I've already won the goodwill of 3 ladies. Yeah, Leylin had nothing to say. When thinking of his playboy past, it seems that the previous Leylin always used force when he met a girl he liked. Seriously, alright, it's time to set off. Leylin saw the black-robed knights gather the acolyte corpses together. They took out several magic crystals and passed them to the white-robed magi, before hurriedly changing the topic. Arrival, the Great Plains of Death is indeed a place no ordinary person can cross. Leylin sat in the carriage as his body constantly jolted up and down. The tiny window opened as a golden ray of sunshine peeked in, giving the interior of the carriage a trace of liveliness. It had already been over 10 days since the attack of the Plains direwolves pack. During these 10 days, the traveling party encountered an increasing amount of danger as they ventured deeper into the plains. Only now did Leylin find out that the Plains direwolves were merely at the bottom of the food chain. There were still many more cunning and vicious predators above them. On the way, Leylin saw several animal colonies whose numbers were not inferior to that of the direwolf pack from before. Besides the Plains direwolves, there were flocks of huge black birds that were several meters tall and even enormous monsters, dozens of meters long, which looked like saber-toothed tigers, except their bodies were like tiny mountains. Just their aura alone caused Leylin to feel suffocated. Fortunately, the deaths of the apprentices seemed to have reached the limit and the white-robed magi had started to act. Not only did they set up magical defensive arrays on the carriages, they also directly stepped forward to disperse the animal groups that attacked. Through these measures, a large number of casualties was prevented. The most dangerous time was when they confronted the monster that was dozens of meters long. Thankfully, that small mountain-like monster seemed to possess some intelligence and knew that the white-robed magi were not to be trifled with. It quickly left after a short confrontation and did not unleash any attacks, causing everyone in the traveling party to sigh in relief. It's time. Leylin took out his pocket watch and looked at the clock hand. It had already reached the 3 o'clock position. He stood up and opened the front door of the carriage. A moist breeze blew towards him, bringing a salty smell with it. It smelt very fresh and clean and Leylin could not help but deeply breath in a few times before seating himself beside Angelo. Good afternoon, Sir Angelo. Good afternoon. Such a courteous noble gentleman. Angelo did not turn as he directly handed over the horsewhip and reins to Leylin. Good timing, I need to rest for a while. Leylin chuckled as he received the horsewhip and skillfully urged on the carriage. Angelo leaned to one side as he unclasped a bottle at his waist. When he opened it, a strong alcohol smell floated out, and as he lowered his head to take a gulp, his eyes narrowed in joy. We are about to reach our destination. Based on the fact that you've helped me drive the carriage for a month, I can answer 2 of your questions. Leylin was just enjoying the view on both sides when he heard Angelo's voice sound out. All right, Leylin lightly smiled. He had specially tried to get into Angelo's good books, and this was one of the reasons why he had done so. Then my first question is, what will there be at our destination? Some temporary tents set up by the various Magus academies. Over there, all of you can freely choose an academy to join based on your interests and also undergo an even more accurate aptitude test. Angelo looked a little impatient as he answered, these things will be explained by the great Magi when we arrive, don't waste your opportunity. An accurate aptitude test. Leylin was stunned. Soon after, he recalled that they had only managed to identify his talent in magic initially before being sent onto the carriage by the Viscount. As for how good his talent was in comparison to others, he did not have the slightest inkling. Temporary tents set up by the Magus academies. Looks like this is similar to the school recruitments of my previous world. I wonder what the requirements are. Leylin silently thought to himself. All right then, my second question. In your heart, what is a Magus? Leylin asked his second question. A Magus, they control enormous power and pursue the truth, with an equivalent exchange as their doctrine. Brat, don't daydream of obtaining any free benefits from a Magus, or else the flames of desire will gush out from the abyss and punish your soul. Angelo's face twitched as if he had thought of an unfortunate event, while his voice became extremely low. Pursuit of truth, equivalent exchange. I like it. The corners of Leylin's mouth formed a smile. After answering, Angelo seemed to have lost all interest in talking. He ferociously chugged down 2 mouthfuls of the potent alcohol as he lowered his head and closed his eyes. 10 minutes later, the sounds of snoring could be heard. Leylin dully gazed at the scenery to his front. Although the plains were very beautiful, after a whole month of looking at the same things, he now felt like throwing up at the sight of it. This is, as the carriage continued to advance, the green in the distance became less and less. In place of it was a vast blue, and wave after wave of strong winds. We've finally arrived, the Death Beach. The sleeping Angelo opened his eyes and looked at Leylin. We've reached our destination. As they neared the sea, a small town-like place appeared at the end of his line of sight. Numerous tents of various shapes and sizes stood together, and they formed a huge camp. Surrounding them were dozens of carriages similar to the one Leylin was driving. And what numbered the most were acolytes of similar ages as them, around 13 to 14 years old, each and every one of them carrying looks of curiosity on their faces. Leylin did a rough estimate and counted that there were at least hundreds of them, filling up the entire camp. From time to time, some acolytes walked out from the tents, many different expressions adorning their faces. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the intermediate stop of our traveling destination, the Death Beach. You will all decide on your future academy here, and then return back to your respective academies with your teachers to practice magic. The horse carriage halted, and 3 white robes came out and gathered the acolytes. Then the leader Crow began speaking. Now, follow me into the campgrounds, and choose an academy. Remember, you may check on all the various academies, but once you have signed a contract to join one, you must not renege. Anyone who disobeys will be hung to death at the gate of the camp. Crow's frosty words made the acolytes' hearts turn cold. Ha ha, Crow, you guys are pretty late today. A voice sounded, and a fatty walked out from the campgrounds. He too was wearing a white robe, and he greeted, "Don't scare these adorable newbies. There were some difficulties along the way." Crow explained. "All right, newbies, now follow me into the camp." Fatty spoke with Crow and the others for a while more, then turned his head and shouted to Leylin and the rest. "You guys can call me Javan, of the beautiful Enya Ivory Ring Tower. Trust me, if you are to choose an academy, the Enya Ivory Ring Tower is definitely your best choice," Javan said as he brought the acolytes into the camp. Once they entered, various sounds traveled into their ears, reminding Leylin of the marketplaces in his previous world. As for Crow and the other 2 white robes, they seemed to have something else to do, and they soon left the group. The surroundings were bustling with activity, mostly due to acolytes just like them. Some of them had gathered in a circle, while there were others who were entering or exiting the tents. Javan brought Leylin and the rest, a total of 40-odd people, into the middle of the campgrounds. Here was a large tent of pure white color, and there were still strange flower patterns on the outside of it. They seemed like both ornaments, and yet resembled writing as well. Leylin could not help but look at it closely. AI chip. Begin scan. Beep. Forming image. The AI chip sent the information, but in the constructed image, there was nothing on the white tent, as if the pattern had never existed before. How could this be? Leylin stared at the tent once again with disbelief. With every passing minute and second, the patterns on the tent seemed lifelike, constantly twisting itself. Hee hee, ha ha, gg. Various noises traveled to Leylin's ears. The surrounding lights seemed to distort itself, and Leylin looked at his own hands. At this point, his arm seemed to have been pulled into a long shape, which looked extremely slender. Leylin, what's wrong with you? At this point, there was a pat on Leylin's shoulder. Leylin's whole body suddenly quivered, and he came to his senses. Looking at the surroundings, the acolytes were still listening to Fatty Javan's speech, and everything seemed to revert back to its normal state. Could it be that it wasn't an illusion earlier? Leylin got scared. I chip, reproduce the situation I was in earlier. Beep. A pale blue light display appeared, and the series of images earlier appeared continuously in front of Leylin's eyes. An anomaly in the cerebral vessel, an immediate inspection is proposed. An anomaly is found in the host's condition. Staying away is advised. The host body has returned to normal. Numerous lines of data kept emerging, which let Leylin know that it was not an illusion earlier. Phew, magi, are they always this mysterious? Leylin wiped his cold sweat off, still carrying a lingering fear of the events earlier. Leylin, your complexion is really bad. Could it be that you have fallen ill? George asked from the side. No matter who, their expressions won't be any better if they had experienced that earlier. Nothing, where did Javan stop at? Leylin hurriedly digressed. Oh, we need to fill in a form, and take the aptitude test. And then it will be free time, and we can choose our academy autonomously. Because you guys have come a day late. You only have a day's worth of time left, and in this span of period, you must choose an academy where you will practice magic in, if not you will have to wait until next year. Javan was still speaking loudly ahead of them. Now, all of you line up and take the form from me one by one, and then enter for the test. Javan sat behind a white table, and took out a stack of forms and placed them down. The line moved forward quickly, and very soon it was Leylin's turn. Fill in your particulars in this form, and then enter the tent and follow the instructions of the person inside. Leylin took the form and realized that it was made of sheepskin paper. The particulars required were minimal, only a name, age and location born, as well as a few others. Picking up the goose feather pen on the table, Leylin filled in the form very quickly. The faint, red-colored, inked flower patterns on the sheepskin seemed to be very beautiful. I never thought that this brat's handwriting from the mainland is still pretty good. After Leylin finished writing, he picked up the sheepskin paper and entered the white tent. Come over, an ancient voice sounded. It was very spacious inside the tent, and there was only a white-haired old lady sitting on a black chair and a crystal ball which rested on a table. Okay, why would I suddenly think of those divination witches? Hello, Leylin greeted the witch. Bring the form here. Clearly, this witch was not having any of it, and her voice was still frosty cold. Leylin, place your hands on the crystal ball. Aptitude test. Leylin followed the witch's instructions and placed both of his hands on the crystal ball. Icy cold. Vibrations. A strange tactile feeling was transmitted from the tip of his fingers. Leylin's head hurt as if there was a glass rod stirring inside. Along with the start of his headache, the crystal ball in front of Leylin also emitted a faint glow. Very good. Don't let go. The witch stared attentively at the crystal ball. As the pain increased, the crystal ball in Leylin's hands also grew brighter. No more. Leylin clenched his teeth, and the pain that practically split his brain into two caused him to loosen his grip uncontrollably. Okay, so you are at this level. The witch nodded her head. She took out a goose feather pen and scribbled on Leylin's form. We have categorized the aptitude of the acolytes into 5 grades, with the first grade as the worst and the 5th grade as the best. You are in the 3rd grade, a middle-ranked grade. The witch said as she turned a ring on her hand and made a strange mark on the sheepskin, which had been shining brightly with light. My examination here is over, you go on behind me. Next, seeing a young girl with freckles entering the tent, Leylin took the sheepskin paper, stood up and gave his thanks, and then lifted the hanging curtain of the tent, heading to the next procedure in line. The area was still as spacious as the one earlier, and in the middle, there was a white-bearded old geezer. From the layout of this tent, there should only be 2 tests. It is really simple, Leylin thought, as he sat in front of the old geezer and handed the form over to him. 3rd grade, not too bad. The white-bearded old geezer stroked his chin. All right. Now to test for elemental affinity. The old geezer knocked on the tabletop and it split open, and a black basin rose from the center. This water basin was not smooth. It seemed to be made of stone, and there was a kind of liquid metal flowing inside that resembled mercury. Carefully look into the water. The old geezer's voice sounded, seemingly carrying an authoritative tone. Leylin could not help but to divert all his attention towards the center of the water basin. With his constant focus, the mercury in the middle swirled continuously and turned into a whirlpool, as if a mouth had opened at the bottom. Now, tell me, what do you see? Leylin's eyes were a little glazed over, shadows, and a black-colored whirlpool. And there are red spots near the outer circumference. Anything else? There are also green specks of light in the surrounding area. Is there a lot of green? Not at all. Very little. Okay. The old geezer snapped his fingers, and Leylin suddenly came back to his senses. What happened to me? Your test is already over. In the aspect of elemental affinities, you have the highest affinity with the dark and shadow elements, after that is the fire element, and you also have a smidgen of affinity with the plant element. As the old geezer spoke, he rapidly filled in the form and added his handprint. Let me give you some advice. Magi are able to use every kind of energy. But only by following the path you have the highest affinity with, can you progress the furthest. The old geezer handed the form back to Leylin. All right. Your test is over. Walk out from the back entrance and start choosing your academy. Leylin bowed, and then left the tent. As he lifted the canopy at the back, a ray of sunlight came shining down. Reproduce the state I was in earlier. An unknown interference has caused the host to enter a state of hypnosis. As expected, Leylin's face darkened, and then he exhaled helplessly. Thankfully, the other party does not have any bad intentions. If not, deep in his heart, his thirst for power only grew more intense. Hey, Leylin. George's voice rang beside his ears. You finished your aptitude test too? George's voice traveled over. Yeah. Leylin nodded his head and waved the sheepskin paper form in his hands. I have completed it too, hee. This young master, I'm a genius with a 4th grade aptitude. George laughed loudly, wearing an excessively smug expression. I am not too familiar with the grading of acolytes, could you explain it in detail for me? Leylin asked. George's family was much greater than Viscount Farlier's family, and he was able to know more secrets regarding the Magi. Of course, this is all common knowledge. No matter which academy you enter, there will be people who will tell you. George said, the aptitudes of the acolytes are ranked according to the chance of being promoted to a proper magus, and they are categorized into 5 grades. And the 5th grade is the highest, with a 90% chance of becoming a magus. The 4th grade is slightly inferior, but there is still a 50% chance. This young master, I'm a genius at this level. Haha, my father will definitely be elated. George digressed, he was clearly too excited. And the rest, hurry and say it. Leylin punched George's shoulder and finally brought George back on track. Oh, earlier I mentioned up to the 4th grade. What's below it is the 3rd grade, where there is a 10% chance of becoming a magus. As for the 2nd grade, there is only a 2 to 3% chance, and the 1st grade is the worst, with only a 1% or even 0.1% chance. Anyway, there is only a chance for 3rd grade and above. As for the 1st and 2nd grade, basically, they can only be an acolyte their whole life. So that is the case. It seems like my grade is middle ranked. There should be no academy that will reject me, nor would they regard me as important. Leylin analyzed his current situation. How about elemental affinity? Leylin continued asking. Elemental affinity is the future path of a magus. You know, some magi can manipulate lightning, some magi can manipulate fire, and some others can even manipulate frost. These are all paths of choice. Although a magus is able to use any type of elemental spell, in theory, the ones with the highest affinity will not only let the casting speed be faster but also contain more power. If a fire element magus wanted to cast a water-based spell, not only would he consume more spiritual energy, but the might of the spell would also weaken greatly. There could be a water-based pool summoning that ends up as only a water ball. All in all, the elemental affinity will determine the path of a magus, and the aptitude will determine how far a magus can walk on that path. George concluded. The last sentence makes perfect sense, but it doesn't seem to be yours. Leylin repeated the words of the last sentence. Hee, you found out. These are the words of a traveling magus. I saw them in my father's study room. George said embarrassedly, as he scratched his head. Oh right, I finally managed to inquire as to why the black-robed knights were so cold and distant. George seemed to have remembered something and was itching to share the news. The strength of a magus, even if he is only an acolyte, is not something a knight can withstand, so don't you think that the black robes' performance when we journeyed was a little strange? There is indeed something strange about it. Leylin nodded his head and asked with a conjecture, could it be that they have some background? No. George shook his head. My dear brother, you are guessing in the completely wrong direction. These black-robed knights are actually one of the experiments of a magus. An experiment. Leylin's eyes widened. In his world, conducting a live experiment had always been a taboo for science, and even if there were any, they were done in secrecy. But here, they had actually done it so openly and above board. In the process of the experiment, this batch of experiment samples had already sustained an overdose of radiation and would not live more than several years. That was why they were used as disposables, to escort acolytes like us. This was the reason. Leylin thought of Angelo's pale face and silently nodded his head. Earlier, the AI chip had scanned and detected traces of radiation, but the radiation discovered on the white-robed magi were 100 times more concentrated, so Leylin naturally thought that there was no effect. For us magi, we will be acolytes at least, which knight would not want to prostrate themselves and hope that we pick them to serve us in the future? The only ones who will not take us seriously are those who will not live for longer than a few days. George said with some regrets. His face was indignant. It seems like, as an heir to a large noble family, he was displeased with the rude manners of the black robes from before. I heard that for the guys from the west, not only had they been treated like young masters by the knights along the journey, they had even slept with some of them. George's dissatisfaction only lasted a moment, before it turned into a vulgar expression. Slept with some of them. Leylin was a little more awake. There are also female knights. Of course, although female knights are generally quite muscular, a few have practiced some unique techniques so they still look pretty good. Also, a female knight's stamina is rather good and can withstand all kinds of treatment. Especially during intercourse, her pair of toned thighs wrapping around you, that feeling is too wonderful for words. George's current character was that of a lecherous swine. Leylin recalled his memories. The brat of the past was also a playboy, but obviously, he could not compete with George who was from such a large noble family, so he had indeed not touched a pretty female knight before. There were several female knights under the Viscount, but they all had bulging muscles, which made Leylin feel revolted. Shaking his head, he did not wish to discuss the contents of this matter with George. I understand now. Let's go and choose our academy. This, my father has already chosen for me. I'll be attending the Enya Ivory Ring Tower. My family has a relationship with one of the senior magi inside. Why don't you come with me too? George gave an invitation. Leylin was a little tempted, but seeing the ring on his neck, he still hesitated. Earlier, that magus never said which academy the ring could help me get into. What if it turns into a restriction instead? No, I wish to walk and look around more. Leylin declined politely. All right then, I am going to carry out the procedures. You can come to the area for the Enya Ivory Ring Tower to look for me. George waved his hands and squeezed into the crowd. Where should I go? I don't care anymore. Let's check out the academies first. Leylin strolled aimlessly around the camp and saw all sorts of interesting tents with strange shapes and sizes. Some were like a giant mushroom, where a small fan-shaped door opened in the middle, and some might very well have used some sort of strange horned devil skull, where the acolytes can walk into the tent through the devil's ferocious mouth as though they were stepping into a haunted house. And at the front of all these different buildings were marked with words. It is the language of the mainland. That's still fine. Leylin took a look, saw some of the academy names, and memorized them: Enya Ivory Ring Tower, Merciful Academy, Wetland Gardens, acolytes under the various academy names. There were details such as specialization areas, and famous magi, for the acolytes to consider. All these are for us to choose an academy according to our elemental affinities. Leylin nodded his head. My elemental affinity with the shadow and dark elements is the highest, fire is secondary, and lastly the plant element is the most negligible unless I want to stay as an acolyte my whole life. And, Leylin took down the magus ring that had been hanging around his neck. I chip, scan the patterns on the ring, and compared them with images of the academies I passed by before. Beep. Mission initializing, beginning to scan. Scan complete, comparing with database, comparison completed. Similarity level. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy 67.3%, Mercifera Academy 54.4%, Sage Gotham's Hut 23.1%, so these three academies have the highest probabilities. Leylin stroked his chin. From the various introductions of the academies, I remember that Mercifera Academy specializes in the fire and plant elements, as well as the creation of magic artifacts. Sage Gotham's Hut is not known for famous shadow and dark element magi either. It seems like the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is the best choice. They're famous for their specialization in the dark element, and is also a pioneer in the research of souls. But this Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, why does the name sound like a cult from the previous world? It seems like a shadow and dark element affinity user like me can never get close to the light. After thinking for a while, Leylin still decided to take a look no matter what. At the very least, one cannot hinder their progress based on a name alone. I remember the recruiting area for the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes. It seems to be on the east side of the camp. Leylin walked for about 10 minutes and finally reached a tent that was constructed with numerous white bones. The words on top were arranged to form, "The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy welcomes you." These big words were all written in red and dripping blood, which scared many of the surrounding acolytes away, and seeing this made Leylin rather speechless. Why would they construct such a scary-looking scene? To frighten people, they could have at least done it after signing the contract, otherwise, all the acolytes will be scared away. Leylin shook his head and walked into the tent of white bones. As he entered, a cold aura that reeked of blood engulfed Leylin and made his hair stand on ends. He. After waiting for long, finally, one comes. "Where are you? Who is speaking?" Leylin received a shock. "Excuse me, you are stepping on my hand." The voice traveling from beneath Leylin's feet, which made him jump in fright. Only then did he realize that his shoes were stepping on a withered palm. Leylin hurriedly jumped away. "Sorry, sir." "No worries, but could you move your feet? They are stepping on my right leg now." Leylin then realized that the ground inside the tent was uneven and there were many dried bones littered about, and earlier he had unsuspectingly stepped on some. As Leylin moved backwards, the few dried bones of hands and legs began to assemble into a skeletal figure. Taking a closer look, there was a faint layer of skin on top of this skeleton which had covered the bones, and on the skull where the eyes were, two green light flickered faintly, which was extremely terrifying. "I'm sorry, sir." Leylin gulped and hurriedly apologized. "No matter." The white bony teeth clacked and produced a human voice. "Let me introduce myself. I am a professor of the shadow and dark elements. You can call me Durot. My most respected Sir Durot, hello." Leylin bowed once again. "You coming here, does that mean you wish to enter the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy?" The bony white Durot conjured a black robe from nowhere and concealed its body within it, which soothed Leylin's nerves a little. "Before that, I wish to see the rules set by the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy." "All right." Durot took out a dusty sheet of sheepskin paper from behind and handed it over to Leylin. "According to the ancient agreement, after choosing our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, you are receiving the right to partake in the basic lessons of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, a set of elementary meditation techniques, 5 years of residence, lodging, and food free of charge. We also allow you to use magic crystals as remuneration, to exchange for knowledge from the professors." Durot spoke non-stop while Leylin read rapidly and compared with the information constantly presented by the AI. Chip. He discovered that what Durot said was the exact same as the information on the sheepskin paper. In terms of basic hospitality, it was pretty similar amongst the various academies. The feedback from the AI chip also indicated that although it could not successfully scan the person in front of him, Durot had unintentionally released a fluctuating radiation which implied that Durot's strength was above the 3 white robes of the traveling party, and this startled Leylin. "I have understood the basic terms now. May I know what kind of payment is needed to enter the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy?" 13 magic crystals are an item identical in value. Durot said. "I will use this item to exchange." Leylin made up his mind and withdrew the magus ring hung around his neck. "You seem to have an interesting toy." The green flame in Durot's eyes flashed. The bony white hand took the ring and placed it in its palm, and then took out an item similar to a magnifying glass and inspected it. It is indeed rather interesting. I haven't seen these patterns in a long time." "A low-grade magic artifact." It looks like it was created in our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, and there is a carved inscription of a hastening spell formation, but it is broken. It's worth 15 magic crystals. Now, newbie, are you willing to mortgage this ring? For your school fees. Once you have decided, sign the ancient contract of our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Durot said, with an accentuated tone. I accept. Leylin's resolute voice sounded. Good. I hereby declare that the contract is formed. Durot said, hand over your form to me. After receiving Leylin's form, Durot laughed, shadow and dark element affinity, no wonder you chose our academy. In this Death Beach, we are the most outstanding. Since you forked out a greater amount than the fees required, I hereby announce that you have been accepted and won't need an entry test. Take this card. Go back and rest. Tomorrow we will proceed with our journey back to the school. Durot took out something that resembled a metal card. Leylin received it and saw that a number, 9 feet, was written on it. It is over just like this. Don't we have to sign a contract or something? Leylin asked casually. Ha ha ha. Never once was there someone who dared to deceive a magus. Durot sniggered, and it gave Leylin the chills. Then I will leave first, sir. Leylin bowed and walked out of the tent. He went to the area behind the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy tent. Behind the recruitment area of these academies, there were rows of wooden huts erected, and in the middle, youths of both genders were walking in and out of them. They seemed to be there as the temporary residence for acolytes. Hey, nice to meet you, are you new here? Creak. The wooden door that was numbered 6 feet opened and an acolyte with red hair and blue eyes walked out from it and greeted Leylin. Hi, I am Leylin. Leylin smiled. Ha ha, I am Beirut. As for my family background, it isn't very important since it cannot be used on another continent. Beirut seemed to be very amiable. Come, let me introduce you. Beirut headed towards the various fan-shaped huts. Fellows, we have a new companion. Several acolytes streamed out from the wooden doors and gathered together. Leylin counted a total of 7 or 8 people. Good afternoon. I am Callaware of the Lance Empire, a 4th-grade acolyte. A boy who seemed to have an air of leadership did a self-introduction. You seem to be pretty late. Callaware said, we met with some troubles along the way, in the Great Plains of Death. Leylin said ambiguously, not wanting to say much. The Great Plains of Death. It is indeed very dangerous. Callaware looked at the acolytes behind him. Let me introduce them. This is Beirut, whom you have met earlier. This is Hancock, a 3rd-grade acolyte. A largely built Caucasian guy scratched his head in embarrassment, looking simple and honest. This is Rainer, a 4th-grade acolyte. He was a small boy with a skinny build, but there was a tinge of pride in his eyes. This is Guricha, a 2nd-grade acolyte. And over there are Nissa and Dodoria, both 1st-grade acolytes. Although Callaware had restrained himself, Leylin could still detect signs of disdain in his words. 1st-grade acolyte, 2nd-grade acolyte, they could basically only be an acolyte their whole lives, so one couldn't blame him for shunning them. How are you? Guricha forced a smile in greeting. As for Nissa and Dodolia, they were both little girls, and some baby fat were still on their cheeks. At this point, they glanced downwards. Who is that? Leylin pursed his lips. Beside their small circle was a boy dressed in black, his face pale. Standing at the side, he did not seem to fit in with the rest and looked rather arrogant. He is Jaden, our genius of this semester, a 5th-grade acolyte. Becoming a magus is only a matter of time. Callaware's expression turned sour, and he seemed to have some bitterness in his words. Whoa, a 5th-grade acolyte. He has a 90% chance of becoming a magus. No wonder he is so arrogant, Leylin thought, inhaling a breath of cold air, and couldn't help but to give Jaden a few more glances. HMPH. As if noticing the crowd looking at him, Jaden silently harumphed and entered his own wooden hut. This wooden hut obviously had a larger surface area, and the adornments were more exquisite. As a 5th-grade acolyte, his treatment will be the best. Who knows, there might be some professors looking to take him under their wings early. Callaware's face soured even more. Leylin realized that this group of acolytes was split into a few cliques. The 3rd-grade acolytes and 4th-grade acolytes were superior to the lower-grade acolytes but rather inferior to Jaden, the 5th-grade acolyte. As for the lowest-grade acolytes like Guricha, they all stuck together pitifully and formed a clique. And then there was Jaden, who was segregated away from these two groups. Hello, everyone, I am Leylin, and my aptitude is 3rd grade. Leylin said, welcome. Callaware revealed a smile on his face, while Guricha and the two girls seemed to have their self-esteem lower as they greeted him and returned back into their huts. Chernobyl Islands, don't bother with them, their highest potential will only be that of a third-grade acolyte. Raynor said with disdain. Yeah, that's right, to acolytes, aptitudes are more important. Leylin agreed. Although this group of youths was pretty silent during the forming of their cliques, he naturally did the thing that would benefit him the most. Amongst the acolytes, Jaden had the capability to be independent, but Leylin did not have such a good aptitude, so he could only join a group. Also, by comparing, naturally it was the group with Calawares as the head with a better future. Haha, welcome, welcome, with your participation, our group is now more robust, there will definitely be a day where I will make that person regret. Calaware said while clenching his teeth. Afterwards, a few of them arranged to meet after dinner, and they went back to their respective huts. Beirut, what did you mean earlier when you said it was a different continent? Leylin looked for the most amiable, Beirut, and asked him as he was concerned about what Beirut had said earlier. Oh, this, you know. Actually, the continent we're on is rather small. To the outside world, it is known as the Chernobyl Islands. Island, Leylin gaped. According to his journey in the past half a year, he could almost be certain that this continent was as huge as the Eurasian continent he was in from the previous world. But it was only an island here. Oh, sorry, geography is my weak subject, and it has often made my home tutor shudder in rage. Leylin explained. Truth be told, the Farlier family is only a noble family, and its heritage was pretty short. It couldn't be compared to the nobles of those huge families, so not knowing was not a rare thing. Ha ha. Hearing Leylin speak, Beirut laughed jovially. Me too. I have made 5 etiquette tutors leave in rage. In the end, my father offered a monthly salary, but still no one wanted to teach me. This was something my father had specially told me right before I left. Let us continue on the previous topic. We are in the Chernobyl Islands, and the outside world has coined another name for it, the Barren Islands. Barren. Leylin was a little skeptical. There are still quite a few people here and plenty of kingdoms. Could it be that it is referring to the lack of certain resources? That's right. In the Chernobyl Islands, due to the environment here, or some external factors, the land here is unable to produce any of the materials a magus needs. Apart from the earnest acolytes and magi in seclusion, there are absolutely no other traces of magi here on this continent. So that is the case. Leylin nodded his head, and although there were myths of magi back in his homeland, only the founder of the Farlier family has seen a magus. From this, one can see the rarity of magi. And so, we need to go to the other side of the seas before we can truly find a continent. I heard that not only are there various kinds of resources that magi need, but there are countless traces of secrets and remnants of experimental labs. On the whole, the continent has various academies and organizations that trade and exchange the information of magic. On that continent, magi are not a legend. Although they are still uncommon, even a regular human may be able to see one. Only there can we advance in the progress of our acolyte abilities. Beirut's eyes gave off obvious signs of yearning. So that is the case. What is the name of that continent then? Leylin asked. I don't know. Beirut shook his head. That continent is too huge. There was never a unified name for it. As for us, we're going to the south of the continent, and it is known as the narrow coastal regions of the south. Just the south coastal regions alone is several times bigger than the Chernobyl Islands that we're on. See. Leylin sucked in a breath of cold air. So huge. This world is indeed very vast. The higher one stands, the further one can see. This is a phrase from a bard that I like very much. Beirut concluded. Thank you for your explanation. I think I need some time to digest the information. Leylin bade his farewells and returned to his own hut. There was a metal plaque on the yellow wooden door where a 9 was written, and it looked to be rather rusty. Pushing the door open, an odor of rot and rust invaded his nose. Leylin uncontrollably sneezed twice. It looks like this is just a gathering point, so the accommodations are rather simple. Besides a bed and chair in the wooden hut, there was practically nothing else. Leylin found a cloth, wiped down the chair, and then sat on it. Creak creak asterisk the wooden chair creaked continuously, which made Leylin worry that it would be crushed into pieces in the next moment. Lucky it is just for a night. In this condition, it would be better to clean up a little first. Leylin patted the dust off his body and walked out of the wooden hut. He had made plans to meet with George and the others, and since he had already chosen his academy now, he should tell them so that they could properly write to each other in the future. For the batch of acolytes that Leylin was in, they were considered one of the later groups to reach the camp. After Leylin's batch had chosen their schools, the various tents of the academies seemed to have fewer people visiting them, and it looked to be much quieter. Enya Ivory Ring Tower, it's here. Leylin walked to the back of the student quarters and blocked the path of a familiar girl from the same traveling party. Hi Lisa, do you know where George is? Lisa was a red-haired girl who had matured early, one could already see the fine curves on her body. Leylin. Lisa blushed, as she had a good impression of Leylin, who had helped several acolytes along the journey a number of times. George is in room 13, I'll call him for you. Lisa picked up her skirt, and rapidly ran off. Whiffing the perfume that was lingering in the air, Leylin's heart trembled. Leylin. This lecherous thought was very soon broken by a joyous voice. George had obviously taken a bath and changed his clothes. He had also shaved his mustache and gave off a very refreshing look. Have you finished choosing your academy? George said loudly, as he patted Leylin's shoulder. Yes, I did, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Leylin replied. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. George touched his chin. I heard from my female seniors that it seems to be famous for its shadow and dark element magic. I hope you won't piss in your pants because of a skeleton during the night. Female seniors. Leylin shook his head and had even more admiration for George's abilities for seducing women. Hee. Those who are able to participate in the aptitude test are all of the nobility, and it just so happens that I met a distant cousin, an elder female cousin. George laughed smugly as if having earned something. As for the skeletons and whatnot, I think we'll see them not only at night but even in broad daylight. Leylin laughed bitterly, as he had signed an acolyte contract with a skeleton not too long ago. No matter what, as long as you know the location it's fine. Let's keep in contact in the future. George said seriously, a big change from his smug expression earlier. Let's keep in contact. Leylin nodded. Oh yeah, do you know where Besida went to? George asked suddenly. Besida. Leylin shook his head. After the previous attack of the wolves, the vibrant and beautiful girl had been much more silent, but at least she had endured and safely here arrived. Yeah, I heard from other companions that her aptitude wasn't that great, only that of a second-grade acolyte, so she entered the Wetland Gardens Academy. I know now, thanks. Leylin was not too interested in the affairs of this girl. Although she was the one the previous Leylin really admired, to him, a girl of 13 or 14 years of age was only a child. And the previous encounters were just a child's mischief. How is it? Do you feel a little wasteful because you were unable to get her in your hands? George once again changed back to having a lewd expression. Scram, after another 1 to 2 hours, the sky had already darkened. Leylin was in the camp of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy and enjoyed the dinner provided by the academy with the other acolytes. This time, the dinner was extremely sumptuous, and because they were leaving tomorrow, they were generous with the portions. Various fruit juices and wine, fragrant barbecue chicken, fish sauce, truffles, fruits, and salads had all satisfied the belly of Leylin, who had not eaten much ever since he appeared in the grasslands. The acolytes were eating and drinking within several groups, and Leylin's eyes looked towards the corner and found Professor Durrott and Jaden standing at a corner. Jaden also spoke a few words to him occasionally. Having a 5th-grade acolyte in this semester, we are really lucky. Beirut tore a huge strip of chicken thigh off the barbecue and gave it a huge bite. Ever since Jaden arrived, Professor Durrott and him have spoken on a few occasions. I wonder what they are talking about. For acolytes, the aptitude will greatly determine the progress of a magus. What Professor Durrott is doing is rather normal. Beirut, eat your barbecue chicken. Callaware's voice turned cold, and only after seeing Beirut drink the fruit juice and lowering his head did he turn his gaze back on the barbecue. Although the aptitude is important for a magus, it isn't everything. Only the accumulation and comprehension of information is the true motivator and key to the rise of the Magi's powers. A 3rd-grade acolyte added. Although it was the truth, the atmosphere in the group darkened as they saw Jaden and the professor chatting away. The group silently ate their delicacies, seemingly having lost their appetites. Ha ha, Guracha, hurry, what happened next? On the other side, the lower aptitude acolytes sat in a circle with Guracha was in the middle, narrating a risky adventure. He had eloquence and was humorous in his speech. Nissa and Dodoria held their tummies and laughed coquettishly as if they were two happy skylarks. Compared to them, this side was pretty silent. The group looked at each other and craned their necks, listening intently. However, Only Calloway retained his prideful expression. Seeing that even the 4th-grade acolyte Raynor could not bear to go over and listen and seemed afraid of losing face, Leylin laughed silently. After all, they are just a bunch of kids. After dinner time was over, the group bade their goodbyes and went back to their respective huts. After today's simple cleaning, Leylin's hut was barely accommodative. At least there was not as much dust as before. Leylin lay on his bed without removing his clothes, and he stared blankly at the ceiling as if he was lost in thought. I finally entered an academy. It is also time for the cultivation of magi to open its doors for me. Dirigible * clang clang * an alarm sounded, produced by the ringing of a copper plate, waking Leylin up from his deep slumber. He opened his eyes. A hint of sunlight shone through the window, landing on Leylin's shoes. It's already morning. Leylin got up, hastily washed up, and went outside. Good morning, Leylin. Beirut had 2 dark circles around his eyes and kept yawning. The conditions here are the worst. There are actually fleas and fungi on my blanket, my God. I cannot remain here for a moment longer. Voices of complaint sounded from time to time. These acolytes were all of the noble birth and their daily accommodations had not been lacking, so naturally they were suffering now. Today, everyone was lacking sleep and had dark circles around their eyes. Although Leylin could not sleep at the start, he had managed to fall asleep later in the night. Right now his vigor was greater than the others, and he still had an inclination to walk around. The whole campground seemed to be bustling with activity. There were many who were taking down the tents, and the floors were littered with rubbish. As Leylin silently walked around, many thoughts crossed his mind. Every year at this time, there will be batches of acolytes risking their lives to come here and walk on the path of a magus. And right now, this is just my starting point. Gather around, everyone gather according to your academy, and the respective professors will take charge. Do not wander off, a white-bearded geezer shouted in the center of the campgrounds. His voice, however, was extremely piercing to the ears, as he used some kind of magic to make it resound throughout the camp. This has a much higher pitch than a trumpet from the previous world. Leylin rubbed his ears, which felt like they had been trampled on, and hurriedly went towards the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy gathering area. Hey, Leylin, you're back. Calloway was looking for you earlier. Beirut greeted him. During his short time here, Leylin had only managed to match the various faces with their names, but he had the best relationship with Beirut. My apologies. I strayed a little far and had forgotten to keep track of time. Did Calloway need something? Leylin revealed an apologetic expression. It's nothing. Durrot asked him to make a head count, so you'll just have to tell him later. Right now he is being smug about it. Beirut shook his head. All right, how are we going to leave? By ship. Leylin looked over at the distant blue seas with boundless horizons, but there were no traces of any ships. Not only there are no ships, from a geographical point of view, we are not in a suitable location for a port. Leylin was filled with suspicion. I guess so. However, it might take another half a year to get to another continent. Beirut scratched his head. Transportation in the ancient times is a little too behind in technology, needing around 1 year just to travel to school. Time cannot be wasted just like that, it needs to be used efficiently. Leylin touched the 3 magic crystals that he had snatched from Aurin, which was in a leather pouch hung around his waist, seemingly deep in thoughts. Taking a boat, what naive thinking. A frosty voice traveled over, bringing ridicule along with it. Jaden. Leylin looked at the approaching black-robed student. We are close to the Death Seas, any random fish in it is able to kill a knight. Not to mention enormous beasts, and even ancient creatures, they all loathe the ships of humans and often bring storms and waves to them. So we would just be courting death if we were to take a ship. A fish with the ability to kill a knight. Leylin widened his eyes. Right now he was still a preparatory knight, and if what Jaden said was true, he would die if he were to fall into the sea. Leylin delved into his subconsciousness and retrieved his body statistics. Leylin Farlier. Strength. 1.9, Agility. 1.9, Vitality. 1.9 Status. Healthy in the Great Plains of Death. Leylin had analyzed the wolves' flesh and had also belatedly discovered that their eyeballs contained a special component that complemented the knight's breathing techniques, so he had collected many of those eyeballs. And with the contribution from these direwolves, Leylin had now reached the limits of a preparatory knight. According to the analysis of the AI chip, when the stats have all reached 2, they have twice the strength of an average adult and is also at the bottleneck of a preparatory knight. Only by igniting their internal life energy can they get over this bottleneck. Clenching his fist tightly, a strong force was controlled within his palms. Right now, if I were to hold a cross blade, I have the confidence to fend off against a squad of common soldiers. But even a knight whose strength is above mine cannot defeat a mere fish in the Death Seas. Leylin was a little skeptical of it. It could be that Jaden has exaggerated things, but the Death Seas containing dangers that even apply to magi is a fact. AI, chip, is as possible to scan the seas nearby. Beep. The radiation surrounding the host body is excessive, unable to scan due to an interference of an unknown force field. The AI, chip replied, radiation, unknown force field. Leylin looked at Durat, who wasn't too far away, and had some understanding. In this continent, the magi population is scarce and there isn't much interference from radiation, so the AI chip is able to scan up to a 20-li radius. But acolytes and Migi professors are present in this camp, which is why the interference is too strong, and hence, the AI chip has limitations with its scanning abilities. Right now, what is the furthest distance you can scan? Leylin's face darkened. Beep. Precise scanning range, within 300 meters radius from the host's body. Vague scanning range, within 1000 meters. The AI chip intoned. Who? Leylin exhaled loudly. Not too bad. This distance is enough to warn me of dangers. However, after reaching the other continent and the academy, this scanning range will most likely shorten once again. To increase scanning range, please raise the level of the AI chip. A message was sent from the AI chip. I can still level up the AI chip. Leylin was ecstatic. Raise level. Beep. The energy required is lacking, please replenish. The robotic voice sounded, and brought Leylin down from heaven into hell. Damn, the AI chip has already disappeared from my original body, so how can I retrieve it to replenish energy? Then again, even if I manage to, where am I going to find the energy? Leylin held his head and recovered after a while. Forget it, since its level is able to rise, I can just find a way in the future. As for now, its current functions are enough for me. What did Jaden say to you guys earlier? A voice sounded and brought the absent-minded Leylin back to reality. When Leylin recovered, he discovered that Jaden had left without him knowing, and Callaware was now beside him. He just spoke about setting off. I reckon he was bored. After all, not speaking to anyone all day is rather stifling. Beirut surmised. Yeah, that's true. Callaware nodded his head and then looked at Leylin. We're about to set off. Don't go anywhere now. If you were to board the wrong ship, it would be rather troublesome. Ship. Leylin looked at the surface of the sea and still didn't see any signs of a ship. Ha ha. Callaware laughed loudly. Who said it had to come from the water? Look. Following the direction that Callaware pointed to, Leylin and Beirut raised their heads and gaped. On the horizon, 3 massive white ships were slowly floating towards them. As the ship approached, a massive shadow covered the whole camp, and it seemed as though darkness had descended upon the earth. Oh, look, my God, how beautiful. The other people in the camp had also discovered the abnormalities, and many raised their heads, exclaiming in awe and shock. How is it? This is one of the Magus mode of transport, a dirigible. .1 We will be riding these soon. Callaware said rather smugly. All these were just told to him by Professor Durat, so what is there to be gloating about? Jaden reappeared out of nowhere and said blandly. Damn it. Callaware stamped his feet. The 3 dirigibles constantly got closer and slowly lowered themselves onto the ground outside the camp, under the various cheers of the masses. They are rather similar to the blimps from my previous world, and each one has a very large aerostat gas bag on top of it. I wonder if they are filled with hydrogen gas. Leylin had some experience from his previous world, so he recovered from his astonishment faster than others, and pondered over the construction of the dirigibles. The pure white dirigibles landed on the ground and let out thunderous growling noises. The doors of the dirigibles then opened, and a few white-robed magi walked out from them. There were also some movements within the camp. A few old geezers also walked out and exchanged words with them. All right, everyone, bring all of your belongings and follow me. Don't wander off on your own. Durat had a black cloak on, and the silhouette of his body was concealed within it. He began to gather the students. The acolytes of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy all scrambled and ran back to their little wooden huts to fetch their belongings. Leylin brought very few things with him. His belongings only consisted of a water sack, a leather bag, a cross blade hung from his waist, and a crossbow slung over his back. The acolytes fervently left the campgrounds under the guidance of the professors of their respective academies, and they gathered into individual groups based on their academy. Alright, listen to me. Pay attention to the names mentioned next. Enya Ivory Ring Tower, Wetland Gardens Academy. All of you will board the dirigible on the right, numbered 332. Don't miss it. Professors, please take note of the number, and acolytes, follow your professors. As for Mercifer Academy, Kurita Academy, your dirigible is in the center, numbered 955. The voice continued. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, Sage Gotham's Hut, yours will be the one on the left, number 455 feet, don't mix it up now. As Leylin finally heard Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, he could not help but to glance at the dirigible on the left. As he approached it, he realized that the dirigible was simply too enormous. The aerostat gas bag at the top seemed like a gigantic rugby ball, casting its shadow on the ground. Acolytes of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, follow me. Green flames flickered in Durot's eye sockets, and behind him were two figures, which seemed to be his servants or subordinates. Leylin walked in the center of the group and glanced around. Under his keen observation, he noticed a few familiar faces from his traveling party. They also noticed him and smiled at him in response, also speaking to some fellows beside them. They all had excitement written across their faces. At the far right, George waved vigorously when it was his turn to board the dirigible, and entered the dirigible. From today onwards, the acolytes will all go their separate ways. A hint of sadness surfaced in Leylin's heart, but it was suppressed very quickly. 1. Type of aerostat or lighter-than-air aircraft that can navigate through the air under its own power conflict. Very soon it was Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's turn, and Durot led the way, stepping through the door first. The acolytes hurriedly followed. When Leylin put more force in his legs, there was a sturdy reverberation coming from the floor beneath his shoes, as if he was stepping on a limestone floor. What a strange material. It looks like wood but it's sturdier. Is it some kind of alloy? Leylin looked at the grayish, patterned floor and couldn't help but think about it. We're here. This section of the corridor, from number 13 to 32 feet, is the area designated for our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. You all can allocate on the rooms on your own. Remember, my number is 14. Look for me if you need something. After he finished talking, Durot turned, and his black cloak fluttered as he entered his room with the two servants. Alright, now let me designate the rooms. Callaware stood out and said, HNG. Jaden harumphed and casually picked a room, number 18 feet, and walked inside. Callaware's face turned red, and then white. He clenched his fist several times, only to put it down. Good. Jaden chose room 18. Next, Beirut, you will be in room 15, Rainer you're in room 16. Jaden left, and the remaining acolytes, Beirut, Rainer, and Leylin, were in the same clique as Callaware. As for Guricha and his group, they did not dare to object at all. Leylin was allocated room 20. He didn't say anything and hurried into his cabin. The room was rather small, it was just a partition. There was enough space for a bed, but hardly any room to stand at all. This reminded Leylin of the beds on the trains in his previous world, which were also as cramped, with barely enough room to stretch his limbs. Having a bed is considered good. I was just sleeping in my seat when traveling in the Great Plains of Death. Leylin comforted himself. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the dirigible. I am your captain, Kirkul Croft Lebar. I wish you all a pleasant journey ahead. There are a few announcements of note. Apart from the professors, the rest are not allowed to walk on the decks unless you wish to go flying down from the skies. The cafeteria is in Hall 1, and Hall 2 is where the washrooms are. As for Hall 3, it's a lounge. Everyone is welcome to go there. A low-pitched male voice rang throughout the room. Leylin looked around and noticed the sound was coming from a yellow bronze pipe, but did not know if it was an air duct or megaphone. We're taking off. Leylin felt weightless for a moment, and the ship swayed. He hurriedly scrambled towards a window. This window was only the size of a soccer ball and was very thick, so it was hard to see what was outside. Following the dirigible's ascent, the ground became smaller and smaller, and gradually, the camp in Leylin's view turned into a black dot. Leylin placed his cross blade and crossbow aside and laid on the bed. I heard Professor Durot say that the journey will last for roughly a month. What a long period of time. Half a year has already passed since I left my family, but we still have not reached the academy yet. Absent-mindedly, Leylin shut his eyes. Ding, ding dong, a melodious note rang, waking Leylin from his sleep. Leylin climbed out of bed and looked out the window, and was greeted by darkness. It is already evening. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Right now, the cafeteria is providing dinner. Today's menu is foie gras with truffles, roast chicken, white bread, squirrel meat. This time, the pleasant voice was that of a female's. Leylin rubbed his stomach and hurriedly stood up. He straightened his clothes and ran towards the cafeteria. The corridor was rather dim and there was a small lamp every few steps, which produced a yellowish glow. The surrounding wooden cabin doors opened, and acolytes came streaming out from them. Right now, Hall 1 was already packed with acolytes, but Leylin did not see any of the professors there. He wondered if there was a special room for them. On the ceiling of the hall was a very large white-colored rock, which emanated a bright white light, just like a miniature sun. The cafeteria was filled with long tables and white chairs, and it looked a little like a university canteen. "Hey, Leylin, here." In a corner, Beirut beckoned to him, sitting with a few other acolytes from the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. "I'm here." Leylin collected a silver-colored tray and cutlery, and after deliberating, he picked up a slice of white bread, a fried chicken drumstick, fruit salad, and a bottle of apple cider, and sat beside Beirut. "You guys sure are early." Leylin greeted them. "It's you who's late. Could it be that you overslept?" Beirut said teasingly. Leylin sat down, and gulped down half a bottle of apple cider. "Yeah, I did oversleep a little." Looking around the surroundings again, "Are we also traveling with these acolytes?" At this moment, besides the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolytes, the hall was also filled with acolytes from other academies. These boys and girls sat together according to their respective academies and seemed distant towards one another. "That's right, we are on the same dirigible with Sage Gotham's hut, and a few other academies. As for any Ivory Ring Tower, they are headed in a completely different direction from us, so we could only go our separate ways." Raynor explained. "So it's like this," Leylin said with a tinge of regret. "George and the others have all boarded the dirigible on the right, and it looks like the distance from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is rather far. I think there'll be some problem with communication next time." After eating dinner, the masses returned to their own rooms to rest. Every day, apart from eating meals and sleeping, there did not seem to be anything else to do. This boredom lasted a whole 15 days. One evening, the groups did not wish to go back into that tiny cabin room after eating dinner, so they sat around the table and started to chat. "Beirut, what's wrong with you?" Leylin looked at Beirut, who seemed to be in slight discomfort, and asked. In these 10 days, Beirut, who was the reincarnation of a chatterbox, had spoken of topics ranging from his family tree, to how a dish in the capital was created, as if he was speaking fondly to a lover. Leylin and the rest had already adapted, from being annoyed at his words to getting used to them, and now it was the only joy on this boring journey. "Yeah, I still want to listen to your past relationships." Raynor began to jeer. "I have finished saying everything." Beirut rolled his eyes. "I cannot think of what to talk about anymore. I'm so bored." Beirut lamented. "Endure it, it's only another half a month away. It was quite a distance from your home to the campground, so how did you spend your time all that while?" Leylin encouraged him, albeit a little curious. "My house is located in the Porter Kingdom, which is on the edge of the Great Plains of Death. So we reached the campgrounds after walking for half a month." Beirut said helplessly, as he rolled his eyes again. "No wonder." Leylin shook his head. "Jaden, this is something that I saw first. What do you want?" A silver tray clattered on the floor, letting out a crisp noise. Leylin turned around and saw Callaware growling, his hair slightly standing up like a furious lion. On the other side, Jaden poked a golden barbecued chicken drumstick with his fork. "It belongs to whoever takes it first." Not only did the crowd not stop them, but they all appeared to be waiting to see a good show on this tiresome journey. Callaware and Jaden felt that the other party was unpleasant to their eyes, especially when Jaden tried to take in 2 henchmen. They had restrained themselves in the earlier conflicts due to fear, as the Magi were around. However, things seemed to be out of control now. Leylin furrowed his brows. "It's you who forced me to do this." Callaware roared, and the muscles in his body tensed. It seemed like he had added a layer of muscle on his body. As a noble, he had naturally trained with the techniques of a knight. Also, he seemed to have already ignited his internal life energy, thus becoming a proper knight. AI chip. Scan target. Beep. Callaware. Strength. 2.5. Agility. 2.7. Vitality. 3.0. Status. currently using a secret technique examination of the secret technique. After circulating, strength increases, agility increases. Today, I will let you know that you must lower your head in obedience before a prideful lion. Calloware shouted, and moved his legs. An afterimage remained, as he dashed towards Jaden. Alert, alert, radiation detected, status. Recommend distancing from the source. The AI chip's voice sounded in Leylin's ears. Radiation source, could it be that a magus has taken action? Haha, I will let you know today, who exactly is the number one amongst the freshmen. Jaden laughed loudly and took out a green badge from within his chest pocket. Peely's Duwasha, creature of the green, hear my calls of summoning, and come out to the mortal world. Jaden chanted in a strange voice. What he used was a very rare language, but surprisingly, Leylin had actually understood every word of it. With the incantation, a layer of light emerged from the green badge and a few brownish vines appeared from the ground and elongated, like a confused snake that was dancing wildly. Chi-chi. The vines danced as they protected Jaden from the front, and as one vine was sent forward, it tripped Calloware down to the ground. The layers of vines continued to coil around him, and Calloware was soon wrapped in it completely, with only his face exposed. A magic artifact. The surrounding acolytes cried in surprise. To be able to use a magic artifact, one must at least be a level 1 acolyte. He has already been promoted to a level 1 acolyte. The crowd clamored, and they looked at Jaden with gazes of respect. This only caused Calloware's face to redden even further. How is this? As long as you swear to obey me, I will release you. Jaden walked to where Calloware was. Nay, never. The pride of Golden Lion family will never be dishonored by my hands. Calloware veins popped as if they were going to bleed anytime. If it's like this, then I have no choice. Jaden shrugged his shoulders and the vines continued to tighten, and few cracking noises even came from within. It seemed like a few of Calloware's bones had been broken. The surrounding acolytes could not watch on any longer and were about to persuade Jaden. Bang! The dirigible swayed, and the light dimmed. A few of the acolytes fell onto the floor. What happened? Did we meet with some intense turbulence? Leylin's eyes flashed. Who? The windows cracked open, and violent gusts of wind came rushing in. Accompanied by the sound of the wind, there were also countless blue electric currents scattering in all directions. Looking at these, Leylin pupils shrank to the size of a needle. Thunderstorm. Where are the magi on the dirigible? You insignificant vermins, you actually dared to trespass the domain of the mighty Pendra. A voice reverberated, accompanied by a violent thunderstorm. Arriving at the academy, it's a matured giant storm sprite. Damn it, how could we meet with this kind of things on this path? Didn't we clear it before? Where are the magi of the various academies? We need their help. A few flustered voices sounded. Let us first activate the large-scale defense spell formation. If not, those acolytes will surely die. After some incantations, all the walls on the dirigible were enveloped by a layer of milky white light. All cracks in the dirigible flashed with a green light as vines climbed up and firmly blocked any openings. Hoo-hoo! Leylin's face turned red as he panted heavily. When the giant storm sprite spoke earlier, the acolytes had all felt an ice-cold force pressing down on them. Immense, boundless, and raw malice. Leylin found it difficult to breathe. Fortunately, after the defense spell formation was activated, Leylin felt much better as the pressure lifted. Otherwise, most of the acolytes in the hall might just die from suffocation moments later. Human beings, you must pay the price for your folly, the giant storm sprite howled. As the sound waves traveled through the defense spell formation, the milky white light vibrated. Mighty being of nature, please appease your fury. We have a letter here. A familiar voice rang beside Leylin's ears. It was the dirigible captain. This is the letter of agreement that we had with His Majesty, the Storm King Sprite, which grants us passage through this area. Kirkwool said with a voice full of confidence. Letter of agreement. The giant storm sprite's voice contained suspicion, which he followed up with a furious roar. Pendra is free. The agreement does not bind me to it. Keep roaring. Rage on. Damikan Buthra. With the incantation spoken, the thunderstorm outside became 10 times more violent than before. Damn, it is actually a wanderer. I have hit the jackpot. Kirkwool's voice sounded once again, but it did not carry the usual confidence and was infused with exasperation instead. Everyone attacked together. Rumble. Many bright-colored lights flashed continuously outside the window, clashing with the lightning. The dirigible gradually started to sway. Leylin's face turned slightly pale. He could only pray for the Magi to use their might and chase that darn giant storm sprite away, otherwise he would not even be able to escape since he was stuck high up in the sky. Bang! There was another rumble, and the dirigible recovered its stability. Has it left? It is only a giant storm sprite that has just matured, it is only comparable to half of an elemental magus at most. There are 9 of us here, so it running away is natural. The voices of the Magi discussions sounded from outside. It obviously did not take a lot of effort for them, which eased the minds of the acolytes. As expected, when the acolytes heard those words, they all shouted and cheered loudly. Woo! To our great Magi! Damn it! I thought I would fall and be smashed into minced meat. Ha ha! Look at that coward, he actually peed in his pants. The acolytes all mocked an unlucky acolyte invented the fear that they had held in their hearts. Leylin's eyes scanned the surroundings. When the giant storm sprite spoke earlier, Jaden had already released the vines binding Callaware, and right now it seemed like Callaware had escaped. However, although Jaden's face was rather pale, he stood his ground and maintained the pose of a victor. The AI chip did not detect that Jaden was carrying a magic artifact earlier. It seems like it was only acquired recently, and the only means of that is through Durot. It seems like after obtaining the magic artifact, Jaden has been leading Callaware into picking a fight with him impatiently. If not for this incident, it is very likely that he would have succeeded. Leylin thought to himself. Because of the interruption from the giant storm sprite, the fight between Jaden and Callaware remained unsettled as it drew its curtains. From then on, Callaware tried his best to avoid appearing in the same place as Jaden. It seemed like he was afraid of his opponent's magic artifact. This fight had greatly influenced Leylin's thoughts. Callaware has already ignited his internal life energy, and got through the bottleneck and became a full-fledged knight. However, in front of an acolyte with a magic artifact, he is still as weak as a lamb. It seems like the strength of Magi greatly surpassed that of knights. Originally, I thought I must ignite my internal life energy. But after this, if I haven't ignited it before reaching the school, then I'll give up on it. I definitely have to pour all my attention and energy into my studies to become a magus. Leylin made up his mind. The time slowly passed, and the dirigible finally reached another continent. In addition to the incident with the giant storm sprite, the dirigible had several encounters with other flying creatures. This led Leylin to realize that not only was the Death Seas difficult to navigate through, it was the same in the skies. Fortunately, Kirkul's letter of agreement was still rather effective in front of the various large creatures and no conflicts were started. During this period, the dirigible alighted several times and sent several professors and acolytes off. The dirigible slowly became more vacant. Another dozen days passed unknowingly. Bang! The dirigible landed and the whole interior shuddered. We have arrived at the Abyssal Bone Moor. Attention to all acolytes of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Please bring your belongings and leave the dirigible in an orderly fashion. A voice rang through the cabins. We've finally arrived. Leylin packed his belongings and quickly left the tiny space he had been holed up in during the past month. Jaden, Callaware, please take attendance. Durot held a black staff, with a large green jewel embedded in its tip. All right. Jaden and Callaware nodded their heads and started accounting for the attendance. Leylin glanced at Callaware. Ever since the incident in the dining hall, this youth had turned much quieter and often holed himself in his own room. Looking at his face now, he seemed to be gloomier than before. On the contrary, Jaden was extremely lively, and according to some rumors, he had already been accepted by Durot as an apprentice. Apprentices were different from other acolytes as their status were higher, and they could even freely obtain a lot of advanced knowledge from their professor. A dozen or so people walked out of the dirigible. So this is our academy. It seems to be a little desolate. Leylin looked at the surroundings, and it seemed rather desolate. There were a few small trails with obvious traces of others using it before. There was a wooden sign in the middle of a crossroad, riddled with several holes. There were directions written in black, showing the various locations. The land of shadows and death, Bone Abyssal Moor. The words twisted, and Leylin felt his scalp gone numb. Hee, follow me. Durot stretched his body leisurely, and his white bones creaked and crunched as if they were going to fall apart at any moment. Pay heed. Although our academy's acolytes do a scheduled cleansing, there are still some living creatures, and polluted and evil beings roaming in this area. So if you were to stray off, I think we would be able to pay respects to your deceased body soon afterwards. Durot snickered, and the acolytes' faces all changed. They followed behind Durot closely, for fear of losing him. The group gradually traversed across the abyssal bone moor. What is that? Leylin walked in the middle of the group, and suddenly something black flashed in front of him. It seemed to be a blue creature with a horn. AI, chip, begin scan. Task initializing, begin scan. The AI, chip's robotic voice sounded. An unknown creature of high energy. Estimated strength, 3 to 4, agility, 4 to 5, vitality, about 5, assessment, extremely dangerous. S's, whatever it is, it's much stronger than the direwolves and may have some strange tricks up its sleeves. A knight would only die if they encounter one. Leylin hurriedly squeezed forward. In this land where danger lurked, it seemed like the black-robed skeleton, Professor Durot, was his only insurance. It seems like our little acolytes have finally understood the dangers. The green flames in Durot's sockets flickered as he said indifferently. The group proceeded forward, and very soon the barren earth lessened and more forestry could be seen around them. Very soon, Leylin entered a black-colored forest. He did not know if it was an illusion, but Leylin felt as if the sun in the sky had dimmed after entering the forest, and there was a layer of white mist in the surroundings giving off a chilly feeling. Warning, warning, a high-energy being is approaching. Position, in the air. The AI, chip's warning sounded. Leylin hurriedly looked down and crouched. Cack, a piercing sound rang. A black raven with red eyes swooped down and passed by Leylin's position, its sharp claws headed towards the face of a female acolyte. Boom, a ball of greenish liquid struck at the raven directly, and the raven cawed as it fell onto the floor. A white smoke arose, giving off a corroding effect. The female acolyte remained rooted to the ground and suddenly cried loudly. Only seconds later, the raven on the floor disappeared without a corpse and there was only a huge impression left in the corroded earth. It seems like these red-eyed ravens increased in numbers yet again. I think I will need to distribute more missions after we return, and let the acolytes cleanse this area. What are you all looking at? Let's go. Durot's voice sounded at the front and the crying female acolyte rubbed her eyes and gritted her teeth as she walked forward. Leylin was startled, and hurriedly followed. After another hour of journeying, the group arrived in the center of the abyssal bone forest. Leylin saw a spacious area in front of him. And what was projected before their eyes was a large graveyard. In the hearts of the abyssal bone forest, a large graveyard sat there unknowingly. This graveyard was extremely huge and was marbled in black and white, seeming luxurious. Only, it seemed to have been forsaken for some time. Many of the graves had weeds growing on them, and some even had vines. Occasionally, the ravens caw on top of them, giving off a terrifying vibe. Welcome to your home of shadow and death, abyssal bone forest. Durot snickered, but no matter how Leylin saw it, Durot seemed to be taking joy in their unfortunate plight. Selection of mentors. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy has a satirical sense of humor. They actually have their academy under a graveyard. Leylin shook his head, but he felt rather comfortable. The pores on his body were all open and absorbed the air of the surroundings here. AI, chip, what is the situation now? Beep. Task establishing. Acquiring sample of the environment, analysis in progress. There is a significant increase in a type of energy particle here which faintly resonates with the host's consciousness. They are conjectured to be shadow and dark energy particles. The AI, chip's voice traveled over. No wonder. There is an increase in the energy particles here, which obviously benefits shadow and dark element magi. It is like the novels from my previous world, where one must occupy an area that is filled with spirit energy when they practice the cultivation techniques of immortals. Leylin gained a slight understanding of the Academy's choices. Password. At this moment, Durot had already brought the group to the centermost area in the graveyard, where there was a huge grave. Black marble stones were piled up one by one, making it resemble a huge black castle. Beside the marbled door, there were two stone statues. On the left, there was a two-headed dog with spikes growing on its body. On the right, there was an earthworm with a pair of wings and razor-sharp fangs protruding out, exuding a cruel aura. These two statues were lifelike. They had black jewels for eyes and looked as if they were alive. When Durot walked in front of the statues, the earthworm on the left side spoke in a parched voice. With each opening and closing of the mouth, dust from the stone continuously fell down onto the floor. Enough. Jumal, don't you recognize me? Durot had a look of annoyance on his face. Right after Durot spoke, the earthworm and huge dog both guffawed. Their voices brought about a huge wind, which flipped the robes of the acolytes behind. Durot, although we are pretty familiar with each other, rules are rules. Both of the statues seemed to have come alive. The huge dog licked its paws, and let out a female voice. Or, would you like to play with us? The earthworm lifted its claw and made a human-like gesture, beckoning with the claw, then come. I feel itchy all over my body. All right, let me think. Durod rolled his eyes. Oh, damn it. I should really take the head of the pig who set up this defensive spell formation and shove it up their ass. Durod suddenly bellowed. Hurry and say it. What is the password? The huge dog roared and there were sparks coming out from its mouth. The secret password is, I hate smelly bones. Durod spoke softly. Leylin's mouth twisted, and only by using a strong willpower did he manage to suppress his laughter. Although Durod wore a skull, Leylin was extremely certain that he was currently sulking. Ha ha, the password is correct. The earthworm and huge dog laughed loudly and let them pass. I bet the overseer keeping watch with the crystal ball is laughing to death right now. The huge dog snickered, then returned to his original stone platform and changed into its former statue state. Poochie. An acolyte finally found it hard to bear and let out a noise. HNG. Green flames suddenly ignited within Durod's sockets. It seems like we must educate the new acolytes on how to respect their professors. Pa. Durod snapped his fingers. Ah, what is this? Don't come over here, don't come over. The acolyte who laughed out loud earlier retreated several steps and fell onto the floor, wailing loudly. Rousey, what is it? An acolyte beside him walked forward. No, don't come over. Rousey screamed, and his face gradually twisted. Seeing this scene, the nearby acolytes all felt a chill down their spines. Magi are equal among themselves, so they can afford to play jokes on each other. However, acolytes must always maintain their humility. Suddenly, Leylin understood the code of conduct in the Magi world. Only with equal strength, one will have the status to speak to another. Jaden and Callaware also seemed to be deep in thought. Carry him up and let us go in. Durod pointed at Rousey, who was still screaming. Both of his servants walked over and carried Rousey, one on each side. Both of them are at least Grand Knights. Seeing how the two servants subdued Rousey so easily, Leylin's eyes flashed. After opening the door to the grave, they all appeared in front of a stone staircase that spiraled downwards. The flight of stairs was spiraled and descended all the way into the depths of the darkness until they could not be seen anymore. Durod used his staff and knocked on the floor. Dong dong. Blue flames started to light up one by one, illuminating the ground within. Apart from the color, it's similar to an ancient castle from the medieval times. Leylin exclaimed, and tread down the stairs of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Leylin did not know how long exactly he walked for under the illumination of the blue flames, but it was definitely over 20 minutes. So huge. The area of this underground building is so much larger than the area of the graveyard on top, and it is not even by several times. It almost resembles an underground kingdom already. Leylin calculated in silence. Our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was constructed in the Gregorian year 324, and it has been almost 1,000 years since then. As for our academy founder, it is Merlin Falacdrawilk. Durod led at the forefront, and occasionally gave them a few sentences of explanation. The door which you all had entered from earlier is the main door. And besides that, there are still many exits inside the academy. As long as you have become a proper magus, you can apply and choose an uninhabited, empty grave for your own personal passage. Durod explained, but Leylin's lip never stopped twitching. The purpose for us to advance as a magus is so we can obtain a grave. How delightful. However, ever since the unlucky guy was used as an example earlier, Leylin only dared to rant in his heart and didn't say it aloud. Our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is divided into several large areas: the dormitories, classrooms, laboratories, gardening areas, trading post, mission area and such. As for their exact locations, someone will bring you for an induction later. For now, all of you must follow me to register at the administration area, and then we'll commence the selection of your professors. Durod came to the front of a slightly larger room, and pointed at the words on the steel door. This is the administration area. However, I believe none of you will be willing to come here again in the future. Seeing the symbols on the door which seemed like both words and patterns at times, Leylin finally acknowledged that none of the characters were anything like what the Brat One had encountered in the past. Oh, I've forgotten that you guys don't know the ancient Byron language. Durod tapped his head. No worries. This is one of the basics of incantation. You guys will learn it in the future. Durod, enter. An aged voice sounded from within, and the steel doors moved automatically. A steel hand opened the bolts on the door and even beckoned them in. Leylin followed Durrot inside and realized that this room was extremely large. An old man with white beard and red eyebrows was seated at the wide, black office desk. He was scribbling something with a feather pen, and beside him was a stack of parchment. Behind him, there were countless bookshelves of over 10 meters tall, and parchment and even crystal balls were disorderly arranged on them. It looked just like a library. "You're late." The old man put down the quill pen in his hand, and his wrinkled face smiled gently. "We met with some trouble along the way, a wandering giant storm sprite, so the dirigible was a little damaged, and hence the delay in time." Durrot explained. The old man said, "That's really unfortunate." And then he looked at the acolytes at the back and his bright eyes shone brilliantly. He scanned through the acolytes, before finally landing on Jaden. "It seems like you are well rewarded this trip." "Of course." Durrot pointed. "Jaden, come over here." Pulling Jaden to his side, "I have made a contract with him already. He is now my personal apprentice. Hurry, settle the procedures for him." Durrot took a stack of forms from a heavy black pouch and handed it over to the old man. "MN, 5th grade acolyte, not too bad." The old man took out an object resembling a pair of glasses with gold threads around its rim and hung it on his nose. "Definitely. Melda, that scum, he actually pushed such a troublesome thing to me, haha. Now I want to see him angry." Durrot gloated loudly. "So then, Jaden, are you willing to become the personal apprentice of Durrot?" The old man asked. "I accept." Jaden looked at Durrot and agreed in a low voice. "Good." The old man took a sheet of parchment and wrote something on it, then handed Jaden a black sack too. "This is yours, hold it well." "Are the procedures done?" "I have taught him those meditation techniques, and right now I have to rush back to my experiments. It was difficult enough to find some inspiration along the way, but I did not have any ingredients on hand. Do you know how much I was suffering?" Durrot let out a shrill voice and pulled Jaden along, leaving the room quickly. "All right, Mr. Durrot's task is completed. What's next are the things that you guys should be mindful of." The old man knocked on the desk and drew the attention of the acolytes back to him, and then said in a satisfied manner, "Since all of you have already handed in the fees and achieved the criteria for the contract, you are all acolytes of our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy now. Right now, all of you will begin with the selection of your professors. There are 2 methods to choose a professor. The first is to choose by placing your name inside the crystal ball and my treasure will pick a professor for you. This method is absolutely free of charge." "Excuse me, what is your treasure?" an acolyte asked cowardly. "Oh," the old man laughed, and suddenly a black python appeared on the table. "This is my magical pet. Spotty. It does not recognize any of you, so I think it's the fairest for it to choose. Any other questions?" "No, no more." Seeing the large python, the acolyte quickly retreated backwards. "There is also another method, which is for the acolytes to choose their own professors. Here with me is a list containing short introductions of various professors and their requirements, all for your choosing. Of course, if you choose this method, you will need a magic crystal as payment. It doesn't matter which method you chose, but once you have decided on your professor, you can never change again." The old man said, "Next up, I will call your names, and you will come forward and tell me your choice." 1. The brat refers to the previous host of Leylin's body. Croft. After the old man finished speaking, the acolytes were a little flustered. "What now? How should we choose?" Beirut asked worriedly. "Paying is definitely better than not paying. This is common sense. You should still have excess magic crystals, don't you?" Leylin asked puzzledly. "But, I only have 1 magic crystal left. My family sacrificed 1,000 troops to get merely 2 magic crystals." Beirut was a little reluctant. Leylin was startled too, as he could not help but feel his pockets. "The value of magic crystals is higher than I expected. When I extorted some from Auran earlier, I really lucked out." "That's not right. The Chernobyl Islands is also known to Magi as the Barren Islands. Magic crystals are already scarce, so the value of magic crystals being much higher here may be due to that. A matter like this can only be decided by yourself," Leylin said to Beirut. "All right, first up, Rainer," the old man said. "Which are you choosing?" I don't have any magic crystals left. Can I first buy on credit?" "I am a 4th grade acolyte." Rainer blushed. "Not a bad aptitude. A pity, however, rules are rules." The old man shook his head. As he pointed at a crystal ball on the table, Rainer's name appeared within, along with many other unfamiliar names, flickering as they appeared. When the black python Spotty spat out a letter and dabbed on the crystal ball, the words finally stopped flickering. Rainer. Your mentor is Gaffrin. Take this. A set of acolyte robes and an identity badge. A crystal ball which contains an elementary meditation technique. And your room number and keys are there too. The old man threw the black sack containing the items to Rainer and then snapped his fingers. Bang! A black ball suddenly appeared in the room and floated in midair. Follow this shadow slave, it will bring you to where your mentor is. The old man made a gesture to send him off, and Rainer helplessly followed the black ball out. Next, Rousey. The one, who laughed at Durot earlier, Rousey, was called. Although his complexion had recovered a little, there was still cold sweat on his face. Oh, what do I see? A nightmare hex. What a pitiful fellow. You're going to suffer for the next month. Could you remove this hex? Rousey's voice quivered. Definitely. 100 magic crystals. No credit allowed. The old man agreed crisply. Rousey shook his head and took a magic crystal from his robes. I want to choose my own mentor. The old man accepted the magic crystal, and handed a compendium, which looked like a dictionary, to Rousey. The mentors who are willing to accept apprentices are all there, take your time and pick. Bang! An hourglass appeared on the table, the sand falling slowly. I forgot to mention earlier, a magic crystal only allows for one turn of the hourglass. If you exceed it, you have to pay another magic crystal. The old man grinned. Rousey swallowed his saliva, and looking at the sand grains falling non-stop, he flipped through the pages in a hurry. This hourglass seems as though it lasts only 5 minutes worth of time. It is not even enough to skim through. Leylin's pupils shrank. Time's up. In accordance with the voice, the compendium closed automatically and made a loud snapping sound. How is it? Have you chosen, or do you wish to have another look? The old man asked. I have decided. I choose mentor Vivian. Rousey sucked in a deep breath. Take your belongings and follow the slave. The old man threw a black sack, identical to the one from before, to Rousey and summoned another shadow slave. Rousey bowed humbly and followed the floating slave out the large doors. Next up, Callaware. The old man continued calling, and Leylin scrutinized the acolytes who went up. Callaware seemed well off, as he paid 3 magic crystals and looked through the compendium before making a choice. As for Beirut, he did not pay the 1 magic crystal in the end. His mentor was chosen randomly, and he did not know if the results were good or bad. Next, Leylin. The old man called Leylin's name. Leylin inhaled deeply and walked to the front. I'll choose on my own. Leylin handed a magic crystal to the old man. You know the rules. The old man snapped, the hourglass flipped over, and time started elapsing. The compendium was rather heavy, and the material seemed to be of high quality. Leylin hurriedly flipped through the pages, and continuously skimmed through the information on the parchment. It is the language of the Chernobyl Islands. It seems like it has been specially prepared for us acolytes of this area. I chip, record and extract the information. Mentor Lester, Department of Souls, specializes in transformation, neurology, and composition of radiation. Able to provide information on 3 topics free of charge. Requirements. The acolyte must assist in an experiment every month, and cannot be declined for any reason. Mentor Durot, Department of Shadow, specializes in anatomy, conversion of energy, and necromancy. Requirements. Acolytes must pay 1 magic crystal per month, and at the same time, cooperate with experiments. Mentor Croft, Department of Potioneering, specializes in medicine, herbalism, and neutralization of energy. Able to provide information on 1 topic free of charge. Requirements. Acolytes must always help with the cleaning of the experimental lab, preparation and handling of various herbs, and at the same time, assist the magus in carrying out herbal concoctions on the basis that they cause no harm to the acolytes. Mentor Estelle, Department of Curses, specializes in curses, dissecting of human anatomy, and soul studies. Able to provide information on 5 topics free of charge. The category is chosen by the acolytes, and can guide acolytes in their studies at any given time. Requirements. Cooperate with 1 experiment. Only 1. The pages flipped, and let out a rustling noise. By the time the last grain of sand fell, Leylin had managed to flip to the last page. Your memory isn't bad, which is useful for your studies in the future. How is it? Who will you choose? The old man smiled and asked. Leylin closed his eyes. I chip. How is the collation of data? Beep. Data is in order, information on 53 mentors collated. In process of discarding the enticing conditions, Leylin's complexion turned bitter. The information in the brackets for Mentor Croft earlier made me rather mindful. It seems like the experiments of Magi are dangerous, and can actually jeopardize the safety of the acolytes. Croft is only doing experiments on herbal concoctions, but what of the others, like the shadow and necromancy experiments? No wonder the requirements given are so easy to meet, not needing to give payment for information. It was, in fact, so they could lure students who would cooperate for experimental testing. Although they might not have any adverse effects, it's all over once they do. I chip, carry out the filtering process, with the conditions, to match with my current circumstances. Beep. The blue light flashed, and the light blue screen in front of Leylin flickered. More than half of the mentors' information was omitted, leaving only a miserable few choices, including Durot's. Mentor Durot, Department of Shadow, specializes in anatomy, conversion of energy, and necromancy. Requirements: acolytes must give 1 magic crystal each month, and at the same time, cooperate with experiments. Mentor Croft, Department of Potioneering, specializes in medicine, herbalism, and neutralization of energy. Able to provide information on one topic free of charge. Requirements: acolytes must always help with the cleaning of the experimental lab, preparation and handling of various herbs, and at the same time, assist the magus in carrying out herbal concoctions on the basis that they cause no harm to the acolytes. It seems like Durot's temper isn't too bad amongst the mentors. If not, he wouldn't have gone to fetch the new batch of acolytes. Leylin thought inwardly, a pity that my magic crystals are not enough, and he has Jaden already. I'm afraid there will not be much attention given to me. Also, the Shadow Department mentors all require acolytes to cooperate with their experiments and cannot ensure the safety of acolytes. This is such a fraud. Leylin helpless omitted the mentors of the Shadow Department. What's left is only this alchemy mentor. With the extreme and unique advantages that I have with my AI chip, I can definitely make use of alchemy to earn money and buy knowledge related to the dark element. To others, Leylin had merely closed his eyes and made his choice right after opening them. I choose Mentor Croft, alchemy. The old man was a little surprised. You wish to become an alchemist? The effort and resources invested are extremely horrifying. Do you want to change? I think Durot suits you well. Thank you, sir. Leylin earnestly bowed. I have a hobby for alchemy, and have also acquired some knowledge in this field beforehand. The mortal world's perception of alchemy is totally different from that of the world of magi. The old man shook his head. Then, seeing Leylin's resolute gaze, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Since you have already decided, so be it." After speaking, the old man took a quill pen and scribbled on the parchment paper. "Here are your belongings, follow the shadow slave to where Croft is." The old man handed a sack over to Leylin. Leylin bowed deeply and even nodded to the remaining acolytes, before leaving through the large door. The black-colored ball floated in front and occasionally spun in a circle. Its speed was not too fast, and with Leylin's body of a peak preparatory knight, he easily followed along. From time to time, there were acolytes passing, but they did not look at Leylin in astonishment. Leylin followed the shadow slave and passed through several corridors, 2 large halls, and a garden. It then stopped in front of an area designed for experiment labs. The shadow slave turned translucent, and immediately passed through the door, leaving Leylin outside. Leylin was speechless, yet he did not dare knock on the door. Therefore, he just waited outside patiently. After a moment, there came a middle-aged man's voice. "Leylin, enter." "Yes." Leylin pushed open the doors of the experimental lab. A sweet and spicy aroma filled the laboratory room, mingling with the odor of poisonous fumes and liquids, which made Leylin furrow his brows. A huge table took up the space of almost half the lab, and placed on it were various test tubes, flasks and beakers, as well as some other apparatus that Leylin could not identify. This made Leylin recall his previous life. In front of the laboratory table, there stood a white-haired, middle-aged man who wore white robes. His collar was embroidered with golden patterns, and his eyes emitted a golden light, like 2 golden gems. "I'm Croft, and I've heard the details from the shadow slave. So then, Leylin, are you willing to become my apprentice?" The middle-aged man put down the test tube in his hands and said solemnly. "Meditation technique, I am willing." Leylin hurriedly answered, "That's good. Since these are the arrangements made by the school, I'll accept you as my disciple." The middle-aged man stroked his beard. "Although the environment here is quite ordinary, it's enough to let you undergo the initiation. Croft swept his eyes over the examination room. At least it's very quiet here and we won't be disturbed. What initiation? Leylin had some doubts. The initiation of a magus. Croft replied. Now, tell me, Leylin, what is a magus to you? A mysterious person with the ability to call forth thunder and storms, manipulate flames and other forces of nature. Leylin said the definition he knew of in Chernobyl Islands. However, it's a little off. Croft commented. A magus is actually the title we give to people with power in ancient times. These magi all learn the principles and how to control and manipulate the energy within. They are never ending in their pursuit of knowledge and truth. Croft explained the definition of magi to Leylin. So it is to say, the title of magus is actually not limited to only humans. Leylin had a better understanding now. Indeed, other kinds of demi-humans, and even other intelligent beings have magi existing among their kind, for example, a magus of the sea tribes, or even a dragon magus. Croft said, all right, now let us begin the rites. Don't be afraid, it's very simple. Clap. The floor around Croft softened, and transformed into a spell formation of sorts, and a strange energy came spreading from within. The surroundings turned dark, with only the flame lit in the center of the formation. Right now, give your hand to me. Leylin stretched his hand out and a larger palm firmly clasped it. Abiding by the rites of ancient times, I will now guide you, Leylin Farlier, onto the path of a magus. Recite after me. I swear, I will forever be in pursuit of the truth. Croft used an unfamiliar language, but Leylin understood it completely, and his mouth could not help but produce the same sounds. I swear, I will forever be in pursuit of the truth. As it was a voice of a 13 or 14-year-old youth, there was still a little immaturity in the voice. Without the permission of my mentor, I swear that I will not reveal any of the information my mentor passes on to me. Croft continued to recite and Leylin followed suit. The two voices very soon eerily turned into one. In the hearts of the formation, the flame suddenly grew brighter and blazed strongly. Congratulations on formally becoming an acolyte. After the rites, Croft congratulated Leylin. Leylin looked down at both of his hands. After the mysterious rites, it seemed like he saw the world in a different light, yet at the same time, he couldn't pinpoint the difference. An anomaly has been discovered in the brainwaves of the host. The AI. Chip's voice sounded. It seems like there is a change in spiritual force, but I don't have any further information regarding this field, so I can only supplement it in the future. Leylin said helplessly. The meditation technique in the crystal ball has already been given to you, right? Take a look at it when you go back, you can already absorb the information in it now. Tomorrow, come here at 6 in the morning. You can leave now, but remember, don't wander around. Croft warned. I'll do as you bid. Mentor. Leylin bowed, and then walked out of the experimental lab. Luckily I passed them earlier, otherwise, I wouldn't even know where the dormitories are located. When he was following the shadow slave earlier, Leylin had already let the AI chip start mapping the area. Now, there was a small part that was completed, and he knew the places that he had walked past before. The areas with magi are rather dangerous, and Leylin did not wish to suffer from any collateral damage from them. After reaching the dorms, Leylin took the key out from the sack issued by the old man. It was a heavy, black copper key, and it was labeled 783. Right now, it was rather cold and vacant in the dorms. Leylin walked through the empty corridors, and his hair stood on end as he listened to the echo of his footsteps. Following the room numbers, he found his room. It's here. Leylin placed the key into the keyhole, and the heavy metal produced a click. As the large door opened, the dark room automatically produced a flame. They actually used the principles of magi to invent a similar sound activation system. Leylin placed his belongings down and inspected the place in which he was going to live for some years. The dormitory was a little small and was divided into 3 partitions, a bedroom, living room and washroom. They were actually self-contained living quarters, and there was even a new blanket placed on the bed. It looked prim and proper. The environment isn't bad. Leylin sat on the bed and took out the things that were given by the academy. A set of acolyte robes. The AI chip has detected that there are several spells cast on it, and the defense is even comparable to some of the leather armor around Great Stuff. Leylin efficiently changed into the robes and pinned the acolyte badge to his chest. This look was exactly the same as the gray-robed acolytes he had seen earlier today. What Leylin did next was to pack his things, and do a cleaning of the room. When he went out, the doors of the dorm beside him opened, and a brown-haired acolyte walked out. "Hello. Are you a new acolyte?" "I am Bill." "Hello. I am Leylin, and I have just arrived today." Leylin answered, and he just happened to have some questions. "Excuse me, how do I get to the dining hall?" Hearing Leylin's voice, Bill's expression appeared as if he had expected it. "Right now it's pretty late, and I'm about to go there too. Let's go together. I couldn't ask for more." Leylin smiled gently, and closed his door. The dining hall is on level 3, underground, and everything there is free. Of course, you can fork out money and let them make a dish that you want to eat. Bill led the way as he explained. "I am from the Poolfield Kingdom, and you? Chernobyl Islands. Heavens, so far, you have definitely suffered along the way, huh?" Bill was obviously a chatterbox, and Leylin managed to probe some information out from him. Bill was the same as him, a new acolyte, and only arrived 5 days earlier than Leylin did. As for the whole of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, the professors numbered close to 100, while the acolytes numbered over 1,000. "Oh right, who is your mentor?" Bill asked. "Fraught, an alchemy professor." Leylin replied. "Alchemy, you're good." Bill was seemingly startled. "Is it difficult to learn alchemy?" Leylin was a little worried now. Not only is it difficult, the study of alchemy requires a huge amount of resources and ingredients. People who don't come from a good family background will rarely choose this. However, alchemists tend to make a lot of money after they have been certified. Bill gave Leylin a regretful look. "You must have been randomly assigned a mentor during the selection, and then duped by that python Spotty." "Oh really?" Leylin rubbed his nose. "All right, we're here at the dining hall now, take whatever you want to eat." The dining hall was extremely extravagant, and the food was more delicious than what he had on the dirigible. Everyone who sat here was also an acolyte, and there were no signs of a magus. After dinner, Leylin bid farewell to Bill and then returned to his room. He sat on his bed, with the crystal ball clasped in his hands. "I can finally start practicing as a magus." Leylin stroked the crystal ball, his eyes gradually turned hazy, and his nostrils flared. "A data interface has been discovered, start transmitting or not." The AI chip's voice sounded. "Begin." At Leylin's command, an acute pain entered his brain, as if someone filled it with lead. "This is..." Leylin grabbed his head, and discovered that many images and words appeared in his brain along with the pain, and the first line was, "Elementary meditation technique." This information appeared out of nowhere and was firmly imprinted in Leylin's mind. After some time, Leylin finally recovered from the pain, but he was still feeling groggy. "AI chip, defragment the data for the elementary meditation technique." Beep. Task established, beginning defragmentation. A blue interface started to flicker in front of Leylin's eyes. Beep. The data has been defragmented. 21.3% of miscellaneous information has been removed, begin to transmit. Transmit. Leylin ordered. With the continuous transmission from the AI chip, Leylin began to gain an understanding of the elementary meditation technique for acolytes. Elementary meditation techniques are, as their name implies, special meditation techniques given to acolytes, and are the most basic of techniques. After many years of modification, they have already reached a nearly perfect stage, and the content of the elementary meditation techniques from the various academies did not differ by much. To be specific, they are similar to the visualization techniques from his previous world. An acolyte draws mind runes inside their mind to increase their spiritual force, and as they draw more mind runes, their spiritual force grows stronger. Every magi like to record all the precise details and processes down. In regards to acolytes, they have divided the practice into 3 levels: Level 1 Acolyte, Level 2 Acolyte, and Level 3 Acolyte. As for the division between levels, it is seen through the progression of the elementary meditation technique. When one has the ability to meditate with 8 runes, they have passed the criteria for a Level 1 Acolyte. Being able to meditate with 24 runes is the sign of a Level 2 Acolyte. As for Level 3 Acolytes, there seem to be other conditions needed. As for the meditation progress, it is closely related to a magus aptitude. In regards to meditation practice, the superiority of a 5th grade acolyte is extremely obvious. They can become a Level 1 acolyte in only 5 to 6 days. No wonder Jaden, who was a regular human before boarding the dirigible, was able to use a magic artifact in just half a month's time. As for a 4th grade acolyte, the time needed to become a Level 1 acolyte is approximately 15 to 20 days. 3rd grade acolytes will need a month's time, 2nd grade acolytes will need half a year, and first-grade acolytes will need several years. This difficulty in progressing will only increase when ascending to level 2 acolyte and level 3 acolyte, hence is it understandable for professors to favor acolytes with high aptitudes. After all, maybe one can receive the remuneration of a proper magus in a dozen years, with just a little more effort put in now. An independent file has been created for the meditation technique data, analyze or not. The AI chip prompted with a window. Begin analyzing. In the process of analyzing. Progress. 0.11%. The AI chip showed the current state. This crystal ball seems to input the information directly into the acolyte's brains, but the method is a little too crude and it does not care if you remember it completely or not. But the AI chip is able to defragment and store it directly in the memory bank, and is even able to aid by analyzing the process. Leylin indifferently compared the differences between the two. Within the academy compounds, tick-tock, tick-tock, the hands of the bronze clock in the room swiveled around once more, as another hour passed. The first mind rune has been analyzed, start transmitting or not. The AI chip prompted, has it finally been analyzed? Begin transmission. In this period of time, Leylin had also been studying the blueprints of the meditation technique, but it was to no avail. The mind rune appeared as a 3D image and the patterns inside were extremely complicated, with no room for errors. To display this image in book form, not only would the author need to have outstanding training in the fine arts, but the reader's comprehension skills would also be put to the test. Leylin estimated that regular acolytes would need to spend a good number of days to even begin to understand a single mind rune, before starting to construct them in their brains. However, with the AI chip, it was done in a matter of hours. This pace may very well be comparable to a 4th or 5th grade acolyte. Leylin estimated. After the AI chip's transmission, Leylin had already completely comprehended the structure of the first mind rune. It was in the shape of an A, without the horizontal line in the middle, and was filled with patterns and helixes, making one dizzy the more they looked at it. To begin the meditation, I must first have peace of mind and imagine a serene lake. Leylin slowly closed his eyes. In the dimly lit room, the youth sat cross-legged and closed his eyes, as if he was in a slumber. After an unknown period of time, there were a few spots of lights flickering in the youth's surroundings. They entered the body of the youth, and very soon they disappeared. Leylin's eyelids fluttered, and he opened his eyes. So tiring. It seems like the meditation technique and a night's breathing technique is the same. There is a time limit. AI chip, check my body's status. Beep. Scanning the host's body. The host's brain cells have been stimulated, and all of the cells in the body have increased in activity as a whole. Beep. The host's vitality has increased by 0.05. Oh, meditation techniques. There's no doubt that they are cultivation techniques for magi. I can feel that the key purpose of this meditation technique is to increase the spiritual force, and the increase in vitality is only an added benefit. The spiritual force affects my stats. After practicing the meditation technique, my vitality has actually started to exceed my previous limit. Leylin's expression was complex, and there was an indescribable joy in his heart. According to the introduction in the data, sleeping right after meditation will provide the most optimal effects. Leylin stripped his outer robes, laid on the bed, and then entered into a deep sleep. Beep beep. The alarm is ringing. The AI chip's voice rang and brought Leylin out from his sleep. It is already the time that I set my alarm for. Time really passes quickly. Leylin stretched lazily and saw that the clock showed the time as 5:30. I'd better hurry up and tidy up. I still need to see Mentor Croft. Leylin washed up quickly, went to the dining hall and gobbled down a bread for his breakfast, and then rushed to the experiment lab from yesterday. Good morning, sir. Leylin greeted. He noticed a female acolyte beside the white-haired Croft. She had fine curves and looked beautiful, and seemed to be another apprentice of the professor. You attempted the meditation technique. Croft furrowed his brows. How did it feel? My head ached, and I felt a little dizzy. This is a common aftereffect of the transmission from the memory crystal ball. You just need to get more rest during this period. Croft said. Come, let me introduce you. This is Bicky, my other apprentice. This is Leylin, the new acolyte from yesterday. Hi. Bicky bowed, giving a virtuous greeting. Hello. Leylin placed his right arm on his chest and displayed the elegance of a noble. Bicky is your senior. Besides her, you also have another senior called Merlin. His potioneering skills are excellent. Croft said to Leylin. Merlin has been called a once-in-a-century genius of potioneering, and is regarded as the most likely successor of our mentor. Bicky added. Haha, indeed. Merlin has shown outstanding talent in potioneering. If there is anything you don't understand, you may seek his help. Once he mentioned Merlin, Croft's face revealed a smile, and he seemed extremely satisfied with that student of his. So Leylin, are you familiar with my rules? I have seen them when going through the professor requirements during the selection of mentors. Leylin nodded. Okay, from now on, you have to come here every day and help with the cleaning up, but you may go listen to the free lessons during breaks. As for the benefit of being under me, which is receiving information on a topic, you can choose and ask me after learning the basics. Croft said. Thank you, sir. Leylin hurriedly bowed. Right now, he had no inkling whatsoever about the Magus world, so even if Croft wanted him to choose, he would not know which was best. It was only right to choose at a later time when he could reap the most benefits. Right now, I will give both of you half a day's break. Let Bicky accompany and show you around the academy. Bicky, tell him about the few restrictions. Yes. Leylin and Bicky nodded their heads and left the laboratory. This is the residence of the professors. Acolytes usually aren't allowed to enter. This is the trading post, where acolytes can make transactions with others. And here, we have the mission area. The different missions and levels will be written on this stone wall. Acolytes can complete these missions and obtain contribution points and magic crystals. Bicky's voice was extremely pleasing to the ears, and she was beautiful too. Her personality was also lively. Leylin's mood improved a lot by spending time with her. The two of them strolled through the academy. It was mostly Bicky leading Leylin around, as she spoke of a few places and restrictions along the way. Unknowingly, the two of them walked into a garden. Fail, well done, good, once more. The sound of voices caught Leylin's attention. In the middle of the garden, a group of acolytes were standing around a large, sturdily built youth and chatting continuously. In the center of the crowd was a youth with a bright silver hair, with dark green eyes, and he seemed to have some sort of strange charisma. That is Senior Fail. He's a genius. He became a level 2 acolyte just half a year after entering the academy. Bicky's eyes were widened, and her face shone radiantly as she muttered. This expression, it seems like Bicky has a good impression of this Fail. Leylin rubbed his nose. Bicky, what is it? Only after Leylin called out to her several times did Bicky avert her gaze. At this moment, her face was a little flushed. Oh, I wanted to ask, why are there so many plants here underground? Leylin sniffed a red flower. The flower had a strong fragrance. There are huge patches of sunlight moss on the roof of the gardens, and these mosses can emit a light similar to sunrays, hence plants can also grow underground in here. Bicky explained. Oh, Leylin nodded his head and wondered if he should come here more often in the future to bask in the sunlight, since being exposed to more sunlight was not bad for a person after all. Seeing Bicky's reluctance to leave, Leylin purposely pretended to have a strong interest in the garden, until Fail and the others left. Bicky would only glance at Fail secretly, although she did not muster any courage to walk up to greet him even after such a long while. This made Leylin roll his eyes, as Bicky's attitude towards romance can be considered rare in this academy. The academic area will often post the following day's class schedule, and there are many free and public lessons to choose from. As a newbie, you cannot afford to miss these. After leaving the garden, Bicky brought Leylin to the academic area, and pointed to a large wooden board. In front of it were many other acolytes who were taking down notes. Free public lessons, that means there are lessons which one must pay for? Leylin asked. That's right, there are lessons which have fees, and many advanced topics charge 1 magic crystal for 10 lessons. Although they are much better than public lessons, they are still somewhat inferior to the knowledge given by our own mentors. Bicky smiled a little bitterly. I'm afraid the only advantage is them being less expensive. Leylin nodded. On one side, there was a professor teaching dozens of students, while the other was an individual lesson. The advantages between the two are definitely different. However, he had the AI chip, so his learning capability was outstanding. He was confident that he would do well even in a large class. With this method, I can definitely save some magic crystals. Leylin stroked his chin. He only had 2 magic crystals left. Earlier, when he was in the mission area, he saw that the missions that awarded magic crystals generally had more troublesome tasks and required one to be a level 1 acolyte at least. Right now, Leylin did not meet the requirements. As for the cleaning tasks, They are all done by those spell slaves, and the rest are all snatched by others. There is simply no place for me. Leylin was a little frustrated. Magic crystals were the currency among magi and were also the most common way to obtain greater knowledge in the academy. Without magic crystals, his studies would be hindered. I had better attend those public classes first and advance to a level 1 acolyte. After that, I'll consider taking up missions to earn some magic crystals. Leylin sighed. AI, Chip, how is the mapping of the academy? Beep. 66.7% has been mapped the AI. Chip replied. In front of Leylin was a blue image. Each layer of the buildings was displayed and divided into multiple parts, and it looked like a beehive. Some areas even had names attached, with Bicky's explanation for them on the side. The areas that could be entered freely were marked in green, while the dangerous areas were in yellow. As for the areas that even Bicky did not dare enter, the AI Chip indicated them in red, representing extreme danger. For those red-colored danger zones, Leylin decided to walk around them. He even decided not to ask about them before becoming a level 3 acolyte. The mapping has been recorded. Leylin nodded his head and said farewell to Bicky. Bicky, thank you for accompanying me for a day. I remember most of the important areas of the academy now. That's great. Bicky played with the little white flower in her hands. If there are any things that you don't understand, you can ask me. Of course. Leylin gave a small smile. After bidding farewell to Bicky, Leylin ate his dinner and went back into his room. He began to practice the meditation technique. A magus's meditation is a continuous journey. Only with daily devotion and perseverance can one achieve enough spiritual force to become a being that can control mysterious powers. The AI Chip is only useful for analyzing the meditation technique. As for the creation of the mind runes, it was completely dependent on my own spiritual force, and it also relied a little on my comprehension and aptitude. In these areas, the AI Chip was not much help. After meditating, Leylin felt his spiritual force increase by another tiny sliver, and then he entered into a deep slumber. Level 1 Acolyte. A level 1 Acolyte is actually someone with a stronger spiritual force than an average person's. At the same time, he is able to move energy particles and store them inside their body and is a newbie at conceptualizing the creation of magic power. Only a level 2 Acolyte will be able to access a magic spell's formula and cast the spell in its complete form. But once their body creates magic power, their stats can be strengthened through constant radiation as their body resists the poisoning from the external radiation. Leylin made his judgment on the levels separating the acolytes based on the data on the meditation technique. AI Chip, retrieve all the data I have gathered today, and begin analyzing. This is what Leylin had been doing all this time. He would do his best to collect data from other people without drawing their attention, and store the data in folders. He created a folder with the data regarding spiritual force and how to transform them, a lesson which Leylin learned yesterday. The information required was too much, and the process may be measured in years. Beep. Analysis completed. Result. The entire surroundings of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is contaminated with traces of radiation. The biggest sources of contamination are magi, and a few experimental setups and materials. The host is suggested to stay away from these sources, or to increase the resistance of the body. As I expected, there are no regular human beings in the whole of this academy because of the environmental effects that the magi and acolytes bring about. As for these effects, only a magus can resist against it. A regular human would most likely have a lifespan of a few years in this environment. Leylin's face darkened, and conjured up the images of a few people, including Bicky and Croft. According to the readings of the radiation emitted by them, a magus is actually a moving source of radiation. Each one of them is like a minuscule nuclear reactor, or could they have made use of the radiation to advance? Leylin furrowed his brows. No matter what, I must hurry up and become a level 1 acolyte. The longer I take, the greater the damage my body will receive. Leylin was resolved. In the next 2 weeks, Leylin would report to where Croft was every day, assist in the cleaning of the experiment lab, and sort out a few insignificant experiment resources. In this period, he had seen Croft's genius apprentice Merlin, who was also his senior. Merlin was extremely tall and had a very taciturn personality. He constantly pored over his experiments. Besides Croft, his interactions with Bicky and Leylin were minimal. This could be one factor attributing to his success in potioneering. In the remaining time, he spent them in the free public lessons. The free lessons in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy were not many, and they only consisted of the history of magi, the basics of the ancient Byron language, the principles of magi spells, basic potioneering, anatomy, and basic magic spell theory. The professors of the public lessons always had dark expressions, and they hurriedly left right after the period ended. Not only did they not answer the acolytes' questions, it seemed like everyone owed them magic crystals. It was a public lesson, after all, being able to listen is already not too bad. Leylin comforted himself. He had the AI chip and could record the lessons completely. In the future, he could always take them out for reference when he revises. As for the other acolytes, they were in a worse state. If they did not understand, there was always a price to pay to obtain information from the professors or other acolytes. Leylin was even prepared to earn some magic crystals by giving away information from these public lessons. Today's topic was really difficult. The image of that barren lizard's anatomy was only shown for a few seconds. I did not even have time to look at it clearly. Bill complained. There's no choice. The study of anatomy is a very broad topic, and the images are aplenty. Classes will not end if they're not taught fast enough. Leylin replied by his side. He was neighbors with Bill, and both of them were fresh acolytes, so they often attended classes together. Their friendship considered pretty well. As for Callaware and the others, because they were designated to various mentors and lived rather far away, they barely maintained their relationships. Professor Marlene's anatomy classes are prerequisites for more advanced topics, so we have to learn it. Bill was a little frustrated. Leylin, did you remember everything from earlier? To memorize everything is impossible, but I have taken notes on most of the diagrams and the images depicting the vital body parts. Leylin concealed his trump card. So awesome. Could you tutor me after classes? I will fork out one magic crystal. Bill made up his mind. I want to major in transfiguration, so I must excel in anatomy. No problem. Leylin smiled and nodded his head. The information of the few paid lessons in the academy was not allowed to be traded in private. But as for the public lessons, there were no such restrictions. Leylin had asked around, and it seemed that the higher-level acolytes did not think much of these measly wages, while the lower-level acolytes did not have much confidence to teach and failed to meet the requirements. Hence, this benefited him greatly. However, you know that I have to undergo meditation at night, so let's schedule the lessons right after dinner. 1-hour lessons for a week. How is it? Leylin asked. No problem, Bill answered. This amount of time was similar to that of the paid public lessons, but the tutoring was done one-on-one, so it was a fair price. After dinner, Leylin went to Bill's room and tutored him on the topic of anatomy. After an hour, he returned to his dorm. Playing with the magic crystal in his hand, Leylin nodded his head. Bill knows how to conduct himself, and he has already paid the fees up front. Placing the black crystallized object onto the bed, Leylin took out the black sack hanging from his waist and poured the contents out on the bed. A total of 4 black magic crystals were dropped onto the bed, bouncing slightly. I am a new acolyte and have only studied for half a month. Apart from Bill and some others, no one believes in my abilities. I have only earned 2 magic crystals so far. It's hard to earn money through tutoring, and it takes up a lot of time. Senior Merlin can brew a random potion and earn 10 times faster than me by selling it. Potioneering masters are rather rare amongst magi, and a huge investment is needed to become one. However, after succeeding, one can make money at a terrifying pace. Almost there. I have a feeling that I will become a level 1 acolyte tonight. After reaching level 1 acolyte, I will be able to move the energy particles in the air. Not only will I be able to resist the radiation from the academy's buildings, I will also be able to attempt to experiment with basic potion brewing. Leylin's eyes flashed with excitement, but very soon he recovered the magic crystals on the bed properly, exercising restraint. He then sat cross-legged on the bed and began the meditation for the day. The air in the room quietened down, and only the faint sounds of Leylin's breathing could be heard. Leylin's chest moved with an undulating pattern and his expression was serene, with only some restless movements beneath his eyelids. After about an hour, several black spots of light radiated from Leylin's forehead, just like fireflies. These light spots hovered around Leylin and finally entered his orifices. It looked a little eerie. After the black-colored spots of light entered Leylin's body, he felt his whole body shudder. The muscles on his face twitched, and large beads of sweat rolled down. Very soon, he returned back to having a peaceful state. After some time, Leylin opened his eyes. I have finally advanced to a level 1 acolyte. This speed of half of a month is slightly inferior to a regular 4th grade acolyte's. Originally, I could have advanced 5 days ago, but I stopped to stabilize my spiritual force. There were few difficulties in advancing this time, which may be attributed to that. The one reason for prolonging the date of advancement was to stable the spiritual force, and another was to keep a low profile. A regular 3rd grade acolyte must take around a month's time to turn into a level 1 acolyte after receiving the meditation technique. As for half a month's time, that was the measure of a 4th grade acolyte. Leylin did not want to undergo any tests caused by suspicions of him having the wrong aptitude. If the AI chip was discovered in the end, not only would it be lost, his life might also be in danger. After all, the AI chip now has undergone changes after transcending dimensions. It has already fused together with his soul and cannot be separated at all. According to the estimations of the AI chip, a level 1 acolyte's spiritual force is roughly double that of an average adult. Moreover, spiritual force seems to have a life of its own, strongly attracting the energy particles in the air towards it. Leylin stretched his hands, and a layer of black-colored light wrapped around his arm, like a layer of cotton candy. It also felt a little cooling. I have the highest elemental affinity with the dark element, and will choose to cultivate on the path of the dark element. This was the plan that I set for myself since long ago. As for the energy particles of fire and the other elements, I shall just keep a few of them to use it to my advantage in future. Pa! Leylin snapped his fingers several times, and a layer of faint blue light lit up on his body. What followed next was a layer of steam, which made Leylin's clothes wet. This is similar to taking a shower. Leylin smiled, and then a layer of red light shone. As Leylin's body was enveloped by the red light, water vapor emitted from his body. Very soon the water was all evaporated, and the room seemed to be a little humid. After becoming an acolyte, I am able to use these energy particles for simple daily activities. This is really convenient. Leylin exclaimed again, and asked, AI chip, have you recorded the processes earlier? Beep. Recording done. Please provide a name. Simple usage of water element and fire elemental energy particles. Beep. The renaming is done, storing in data bank with the help of the AI chip. Leylin had one of the best comprehension abilities for the usage of energy particles amongst the level 1 acolyte. Leylin smiled, but as he was about to stand, he suddenly felt giddy. I overspent my spiritual force earlier. Leylin realized the reason and smiled bitterly. The spiritual force of a level 1 acolyte is still too minuscule. To properly use the energy particles on a daily basis, I must only do it when I am a level 3 acolyte at least. Leylin rubbed his temples. I already meditated earlier, so now I can only sleep to replenish my spiritual force. He hurriedly straightened out the room and entered into a deep sleep. The next morning, Leylin was filled with vigor as he got off the bed and headed to Mentor Croft's experiment lab. Oh, this energy movement! The white-haired Croft was startled, and immediately looked at Leylin who had walked in. Leylin, you have broken through. Yes. Leylin humbly lowered his head. It has only been 20-odd days since you started meditating. It seems like your aptitude amongst the 3rd grade acolytes is outstanding, and it almost reaches that of the 4th grade acolytes. Croft smiled with gratification. Elementary potioneering, Professor. I have already become a level 1 acolyte and have understood the basics from the public lessons, Leylin said softly. I know, you wish to choose the subject for the knowledge I am providing. Croft interrupted Leylin's speech. I heard that you have already been teaching other acolytes information from the public lessons that you've attended to earn magic crystals. It seems like your learning and memorizing abilities are rather outstanding. From what I see now, you have the capability to learn an information of a higher tier. Thank you. Leylin bowed deeply. Leylin had some understanding towards the paid lessons in the academy. Although professors have information on a higher level, it was only their own findings. As for the other cutting-edge research, including the results of various personal experiments, information was only traded at the professor's level. This information was deemed the best, and can even be transferred directly into an acolyte's memory so they will never forget it. However, the fees were also the most expensive. Each subject required at least 10 magic crystals and Leylin simply could not afford it right now. The only thing he could hope for was the one free subject that Croft promised at the start. Croft nodded his head and moved the apparatus on his table aside. He then retrieved some strange items from God knows where and placed them on the table. There was a huge book with a yellow cover, a crystal ball, and a test tube filled with yellowish liquid. These 3 items represent my 3 areas of specialization. The book on the left represents the neutralization of energy, the crystal ball represents herbalism, and the test tube represents potioneering. Make your choice, Croft said. I choose potioneering. The reason Leylin chose Croft as his mentor was to advance in potioneering and then rely on selling potions to earn money for his studies, so naturally he chose this. Elementary potioneering is an advanced course stemming from the public potioneering basics course. In theory, it is possible to start brewing potions after fully understanding these 2 lessons. I knew you would choose this. The middle-aged Croft revealed a smile. The art of potion brewing is extremely complex and complicated. The slightest mistake will result in a failure. All of the potion masters have spent a vast amount of resources to accumulate their experience. Are you ready for this? Yes, sir. I believe in this saying. You may not be rewarded for hard work, but without hard work, there will definitely be no reward. Indeed, a very good mindset. One needs to have this philosophy on the road to truth. Croft nodded and handed the yellow test tube to Leylin. This is yours now. This. How do I use it? Leylin looked at the test tube in his hands. Just drink from it directly. Leylin opened the wooden plug and poured the yellowish liquid into his mouth. An obnoxious sewer stench infiltrated his senses, and the smell lingered in his nose. Leylin's face turned red, and tears even came out. He barely managed to swallow it as he gasped for air. I swear, I have never drunk such a smelly thing before. Smelly. An unimaginable stench constantly shocked Leylin's nerves, making him feel like fainting. Under the stimulation of the extreme smell, the surroundings appeared blurry to Leylin, and the items in the vicinity all seemed to be distorted. It feels, not so. Leylin looked at Croft, and at this moment, the professor looked like a noodle, twisting and distorting. The professor's lips opened and closed and he spoke sporadically, which brought about a lot of noise. It sounded like the friction produced between 2 metals, or some broken radio with poor signal. Leylin raised his hand, his smooth palms seemed to be filled with folds, and even melted like a candle, falling down 1 drop at a time. And finally, Leylin's entire body turned into a puddle of liquid and disappeared completely into the darkness. How do you feel? Croft's voice rang, and Leylin was startled. He touched his head, the hard sensation bringing along warmth and a little moisture. The surroundings turned back to normal, and Croft stood there smiling. I don't feel too good. Large amounts of sweat trickled down from Leylin's head. Was what I saw earlier an illusion? It felt too real. That is a normal occurrence. The illusionary spells of magi seem like reality to acolytes, and some acolytes have even experienced their whole life inside the illusions and died of old age. Croft's voice sounded. The information has already been transferred into your brain. Do some more meditation after you go back. At this moment, Leylin discovered a block of new information inside his brain. A phrase appeared on the right side of the text, saying, Elementary potioneering, all right. Today your task is to sweep Area 3, and also freeze all the fire and grass. Croft handed out the tasks. Leylin nodded his head and picked up the tools lying in the corner of the lab, and then headed to Area 3. Congratulations, Leylin. During Leylin's break time, Bicky came before Leylin. I was just lucky. Leylin smiled lightly. Bicky had come here a year earlier than him and was also a level 1 acolyte. Once you are a level 2 acolyte, you will be able to use rank 0 spells. Also, the mind runes will only get increasingly difficult. I still have to persevere for at least another year of meditation before I have a chance at advancing. With the AI chip, Leylin was fully aware of the situation he was in. On the other side, Merlin, who was boring over his experiments, raised his head and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. Leylin nodded his head in acknowledgement. He knew that this senior of his had burnt the muscles of his face in an experiment and was now unable to make any facial expressions. Magi experiments are really treacherous. Leylin shook his head. Leylin was rather efficient and normally finished the task Croft gave him by noon. If there was spare time in the afternoon, he would go listen to the public lessons. Goodbye. After saying goodbye to Bicky and Merlin, Leylin did not go to the academic area but instead went to the trading post. The trading post was huge and was located beside the mission area. However, it was rather chaotic. Many gray-robed acolytes set up stalls, with an erect signboard stating the items and conditions that they wished to sell or trade. Once in a while, a few acolytes would engage in haggling. It was extremely bustling. It seems like only acolytes are around. As for the magi, they should have another area to trade in. Leylin looked on and only saw gray robes, not a single white or black-robed magus was present. Leylin browsed through the stalls. Some of them were set up on the floor, similar to the previous World Street vendors, and looked to be a little dirty. The floor stalls' items belonged to the miscellaneous category. Most of them were bows, knives, darts and so on. There were also the fur, livers, and eyes of living organisms, and some still had traces of blood. The rest were some other items that Leylin could not identify. As for potions, every stall with potions on its signboard had acolytes clamoring over them. The stall owners all had calm expressions and radiated strong energy waves. According to the estimation of the AI chip, most of these acolytes were level 3 acolytes. As expected, the rarity of potions is above my imagination, not to mention magic artifacts, not a single one is on sale. Leylin thought of Jaden, who previously used the green-colored badge. That was a low-grade magic artifact, similar to the ring he had before. A level 1 acolyte could not use any spells, but Jaden had previously subdued Calaware through the green badge magic artifact. Now it seems like the magic artifact was given to Jaden by Durot. Leylin could not help but be a little envious. He previously owned a magic artifact too, but unfortunately, it had been broken and was used in the transaction for applying to the academy. With these conditions now, it would be extremely difficult to obtain another one. Leylin looked at the goods on display as he walked towards the center of the trading post. There were a few wooden huts here, and they seemed to have higher standards compared to the surroundings. The acolytes who occasionally walked in and out radiated strong energy waves. Leylin casually walked into a shop selling potions. "What do you need?" The shop owner was a fatty and wore a gray robe. He looked to be a little lazy. According to the readings of the AI chip, he was also a level 3 acolyte and even carried a magic artifact. "I need a set of equipment so that I can practice brewing potions," Leylin said unhurriedly. "Another one who is dreaming. And it's actually a level 1 acolyte who wants to try brewing potions." "You think you're Merlin?" The fatty scolded him. "Excuse me, Merlin is my senior and we have the same mentor." Leylin replied. "So it's like this. It turns out you're Croft's apprentice, so already brewing potions at this stage is understandable, it is understandable." The fatty's face seemed to be filled with spirit. "So you're Merlin's junior. Hello, I am Wux." The fatty introduced himself, and there was a cunning expression on his face. "Rather than potion brewing, if you are able to get me some of Merlin's potions, I will give a good price for them. Of course, if they were made by Professor Croft, it would be even better. My apologies. Professor Croft's potions are impossible. As for Merlin's, I'll give it a try." Leylin rolled his eyes, but he did not reject him outrightly. "Now, can you give me an introduction of the apparatus?" "Oh, of course, of course." The fatty rubbed his hands and placed a few sets of glass apparatus on the wooden table. "There's all of this. They are second-hand, but they are still usable. I recommend this set. It's from a level 3 acolyte that did not want it anymore." The fatty took out an apparatus set which included beakers, a glass rod, a petri dish, test tubes, and a set of pale yellow tools. It seemed rather complete. Leylin examined the equipment with his hands. According to the analysis of the AI chip, the quality of this apparatus set was average, but it was enough for him to use. "I'll take this one then." "How many magic crystals?" Leylin asked. 2 pieces. The fatty replied. "Wrap it well for me." Leylin handed the 2 magic crystals over to the fatty. Fatty received them and packaged the set before handing it over to Leylin. "Do you have any elementary potion formulas?" Leylin placed the bundle on his back and asked again. "Yes, I have formulas for strength potions, hemostatic potions, and bug removal potions. Which one do you want?" "The strength potion." These were all elementary potion formulas, so Leylin simply picked one. "Give me a set of ingredients as well." Starting attempts. The fatty Wux took out a black-colored box from a shelf behind him and placed it on the table. He also took out a sheet of parchment from under the sales counter. It seemed to be extremely old, with the ends a little torn. 1 copy of the strength potion formula, 1 magic crystal, 1 set of ingredients, enough for 10 tries, 1 magic crystal. Leylin opened the black-colored box. Inside were 10 crimson-colored fruits arranged neatly, which seemed to have traces of cracks on their surface, and beside them was a root of some green plant, and a bottle of black powder. Putting the box away and picking up the faint yellowish parchment paper, he saw a formula written in black ink, which even included the areas to note. Although the handwriting was a little faded, it was still legible as a whole. Leylin nodded his head and tucked the parchment paper into his robes. He took out the last 2 magic crystals he had in his waist pouch and handed it to Wux, then left the hut without turning back. He only had 4 magic crystals and had spent them all on this small amount of ingredients. This terrifying expenditure for potion brewing was not something the average acolyte could bear. What followed next was that Leylin's daily routine had taken a similar route to how he had been in his previous world. Every day, he was shuttling to and fro between 5 places: the dorm, the dining hall, the academic area, the experiment lab and the library. Another month passed unknowingly. The gathering of data has been completed. The AI chip's notification sounded. Sitting on one side of a long table in the library, Leylin closed the book he was holding in his hands. Apart from attending classes and aiding his mentor with his experiments, the majority of his time was spent in the library. Almost every book that could be read for free was browsed through, and the AI chip finished accumulating more data. Phew, I have finally understood the formulation of potions. Leylin exhaled loudly. Although Croft had provided some elementary information about potioneering, there were many things that he still did not understand. He learned things like the terminology and vocabulary by himself in the library. If he wanted a professor's explanation, he would have had to pay a fee. However, it was a pity that Leylin had turned into a peasant with 0 magic crystals. Many acolytes who were embarrassingly short of magic crystals did the same thing, browsing through the variety of free information in the library. However, they did not have Leylin's AI chip, so they usually needed a dozen days to a month to find what they wanted in the library. As for Leylin, he had now recorded all the information that was available to him in the library already. He even made a search function for it, so the information would be at his perusal if he met with any questions in the future. However, even elementary potioneering was considered higher-tiered information. Even with the constant analyses from the AI chip, Leylin only knew about 1/3 of it, but that was already extremely useful to him. At least now, when he looked back at the basics of potioneering, it was like looking down at the tiles from the roof of a tall building. As for the elementary potion brewing and the strength potion formula, they had been fully analyzed, so it was time to put them into practice. My accumulation of knowledge is already enough. I'll begin brewing the strength potion today. Leylin placed the books back on the shelves and left the library. A female acolyte with brunette hair raised her head and glanced at Leylin, before returning her attention to the black book in her hands. The library had many acolytes, and yet they were all well behaved and extremely quiet. It was very suitable for reading, and one of Leylin's favorite hangouts. "Hey, Leylin." When he walked out of the library, an acolyte greeted him. Leylin raised his head. "Ryan Calloware." Calloware wore the gray robes of an acolyte, and his original haughtiness had lessened. "Congratulations on becoming a level 1 acolyte." "Thank you, congratulations to you too," Leylin replied with a smile. He too had sensed that Calloware had turned into a level 1 acolyte. The few of us in the clique have already turned into level 1 acolytes. Calloware stressed the first few words and seemed to have automatically excluded Guricha and the others. "We have taken up a few missions recently. Do you have any interest in joining us?" Calloware asked. Calloware seemed to be trying hard to maintain the previous group of friends. "Do a mission now." Leylin's brows furrowed. "From what I know, the area outside the academy has been getting dangerous lately, especially for those level 1 acolytes who do not even know any spells. There's no choice, any high-tiered information here has to be bought, and magic crystals are the only form of currency. The magic crystals that we brought have already been spent." Calloware smiled bitterly. "If you want to be a potions master, the expenditure of resources will be extremely great. About taking up missions, I'll consider it again when I have become a level 2 acolyte. Take care of yourselves." Leylin eventually declined. The rewards for completing missions were extremely alluring, but one needed to risk their life to claim them. "All right then, I heard that you are earning magic crystals by giving tuition to others. Could you also teach us? It can be in accordance with your rates." After hearing that Leylin was unwilling to go, Calloware felt a little dejected, but he continued to ask. "Definitely, it'll be my pleasure. I can even give you guys favorable rates." Leylin smiled lightly. Exchanging benefits was always the norm for magi. Both sides decided on the location and date, and then Calloware and his party left after that. Seeing their departing figures, Leylin's eyes flashed. He is still roping people in. What a pity. Calloware has still not understood that in the world of magi, one's own strength holds the most importance. Shaking his head, he returned to his dorm. Every acolyte in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy had a dorm of their own, so secrecy and safety were not an issue. Leylin locked the door and hung up a "Do Not Disturb" sign. Only then did he return to the room beside the bedroom. A large black-colored table occupied the room, and Leylin's previously bought apparatus set had been placed on it. After a few attempts at practicing, I am now a little more familiar with these apparatus, and I finished analyzing the formula for the strength potion today, so it's about time to start. Leylin muttered to himself and took out the black box containing the ingredients. He placed it on the table and opened it. The crimson fruit, green stem and bottle of black powder appeared before his eyes. Leylin's fingers stroked the surfaces of these three items. AI. Chip. Measure the activity within and establish a model. Establishing scan. In the midst of gathering data, beginning construction. Begin the simulation of the experiment. Seeing the AI chip complete its task, Leylin gave it another command. Simulation of model in process. Strength potion formula. Estimated time consumed, 2 hours 21 minutes. As expected, it's possible. Leylin smiled jubilantly. Even for identical ingredients, the slightest deviation would result in different results when making the potion. As for qualified potions masters, they must make use of their experience and put the theory into practice, then make adjustments to obtain the desired properties of the potion. This field only relied on raw talent and the future accumulation of experience. As for the AI chip, it was able to scan and produce simulations, resulting in a success rate that was much higher than for many other acolytes. Leylin patiently waited for some time, and then heard the AI chip's voice. The simulation of the model is completed. Success rate 23.6%, a success rate close to 1/4. Leylin was in ecstasy. A regular acolyte will always fail on their first attempt at brewing potions. As for me, I'll be able to have a 1 in 4 chance of success if I follow the AI chip's instructions. Begin transmitting the process for the experiment. Beginning the transmission of data. A few images flashed by Leylin's eyes as if he had already practiced making these potions countless of times. Various scenarios and their suitable responses, as well as the preparation of ingredients, were all presented in front of him. It's time to start. Leylin's expression turned solemn, and he picked up a crimson fruit. This is a blood vitality fruit and it contains a huge amount of nourishment if it was prepared in an antidote. Leylin placed the blood vitality fruit into a white basin. He picked up a pounding tool and smashed the fruit into a pulp. The red juices flowed out, and an alcoholic scent was emitted from it. After filtering out the mashed blood vitality fruit, Leylin poured the red juice into a beaker. After the black candlestick had been lit, light blue flames continuously lapped at the bottom of the beaker. Within minutes, the red juice in the beaker started to boil, and a few flecks of black powder constantly jumped about in the bubbles. Leylin picked up the glass rod beside him, and stirred the contents of the beaker. Marley-wuxia, Leylin chanted. A thread of spiritual force traveled through the glass rod and entered the bubbling liquid, and a few wisps of black gas continued to be produced. It was the poison inside the blood vitality fruit. This was why only a level 1 acolyte and above could start to practice making potions, as a few steps required the usage of energy particles. After all of the black gaseous substance were expelled, Leylin placed the liquid, which was even more crimson than before, into a test tube. The first step is completed. The degree of purification isn't bad. The next part should be the stem of the silk fruit. What Leylin did next was to prepare the rest of the blood vitality fruit and silk fruit together. He failed somewhere in the middle for a few times and finally succeeded after making the 8th batch of the crimson liquid and the 7th batch of the frozen green substance. The next step should be the final blending process. Leylin placed the contents of the frozen green substance onto a petri dish, took out the black powder from the glass bottle, and sprinkled it on top. The black powder caused a strong reaction after coming into contact with the frozen green substance. The frozen green substance continued to swell and let out a humming noise. Ice. Leylin muttered an incantation in the Bearn language. White mist suddenly appeared from the petri dish, condensing into a layer of ice and solidifying the frozen green substance yet again. It is time. Leylin placed the frozen lump into a beaker, where a flame blazed continuously underneath the beaker. The final step. Leylin's eyes widened, and he poured the purified crimson liquid into the beaker. A thread of his spiritual force also continuously extended into the beaker. Pa! A sound suddenly came from the beaker, the frozen lump in the red liquid suddenly turned black, and a sickening stench emitted from it. Have I failed? Leylin was indifferent. AI, Chip, analyze the reason. Beep. In the process of analyzing, conclusion, the host's spiritual force was unstable, and the temperature of the flames caused some distortion, the AI. Chip replayed Leylin's earlier actions and revealed the reason for failure. Successful potion brewing. Leylin dumped the failed experiment residue into the bin and inhaled deeply. Again, the same process was repeated, and finally, the purified crimson liquid from the blood vitality fruit was poured into the beaker. This time, Leylin shifted all his concentration onto the beaker and continued to adjust the temperature of the flame below it. The red liquid and the frozen green substance continued to merge together, turning a faint yellowish color. Green life, blood red vitality. Under the interference of the willpower from the depths of the abyss, you shall fuse. Furkesha Keliasin, Leylin chanted the final phase of the incantation. The various colors in the beaker continued to fuse together as he chanted. The substance finally turned into a faint blue color liquid and emitted a fragrant and alluring scent. It's completed. I successfully brewed the strength potion. Leylin smiled lightly and poured the light blue liquid into a tiny test tube. The liquid in this finger-length test tube can provide the nourishment that a person needs for 7 days, and also ensure that the person's physical body and mental energy will be vigorous. It is a favorite for people who work on long experiments and adventurers. The normal price is 5 magic crystals. Leylin shook the test tube, and the potion inside glowed enchantingly under the light. One night passed. Leylin looked at the 3 light blue test tubes that he held absent-mindedly. With 10 sets of ingredients, I succeeded 3 times and obtained 3 potions. This news definitely cannot be leaked out, otherwise, I will not be able to explain myself. Leylin resolved, and destroyed the 3 test tubes containing the potions. What a pity. Leylin was a little heartbroken. These 3 potions are worth 15 magic crystals, but the production cost is only 1 magic crystal. This potion industry has a crazy profit margin of over a dozen times its cost. But I'm unable to sell them now. Arg. Leylin was rather exasperated. Not only can I not sell the potions, I still need to earn money to buy ingredients to continue my experiments and put on a facade of failure. I can only sell the most basic of potions after half a year. This estimate was based on Merlin's success rate. He did not want to stand out and attract too much attention. Hence, he had to perform a little worse than Merlin. Merlin had a huge amount of ingredients and continuously practiced brewing back then. Only after a month did he manage to brew his first potion. Leylin did not have many magic crystals, so he could only show his talent in potion brewing after half a year. He was, after all, an apprentice of the potions professor, and when he finally brewed his first potion successfully after half a year of failure, he would only be labeled as an ordinary talent as an apprentice of the potions professor, which was extremely logical. Potions absolutely cannot be sold in large quantities within the academy grounds, unless I am able to find a black market. But traveling outside the academy is too dangerous. Leylin shook his head, tidied up the experiment apparatus, and walked out of the room. This also proves that having such a high-precision AI chip gives me a huge edge over others in tasks with troublesome details. What's next is to continue to focus and break through to a level 2 acolyte. After I have the ability, I will abide by this cycle of selling potions, earning magic crystals, and gaining knowledge. Leylin still needed close to a year's time to break through to a level 2 acolyte, according to the calculations from the AI chip. After all, it would get increasingly harder to construct the 24 mind runes as the runes multiplied, and he also needed to accumulate more knowledge. In this period, I can constantly gather data and finish compiling the information on spiritual force. This will be very useful to me in the future. Unknowingly, another half a year passed just like that. A brown-haired youth lowered his head as he walked on the black-tiled pavement as if he was deep in thought. This youth looked to be only 13 or 14 years of age and had brown hair. His face was unusually pale if it had not seen the sun for a long time. This youth was naturally Leylin. At this moment, his right hand was hidden inside his sleeves, holding on to a test tube, and he appeared to be making some kind of choice. It has already been half a year since the first time I successfully brewed a potion. Leylin looked at the acolytes walking past him and thought to himself. In this half a year, many things had happened within the academy. For instance, Fail achieved some great accomplishments, and Merlin managed to brew a new potion. The fame of these geniuses only increased. However, Leylin was more concerned with the fact that Jaden had already advanced to a level 2 acolyte. He recalled that when Callaware spoke of this news, he could not hide the fear and envy in his eyes despite trying his best to conceal it. The aptitude, as well as advancement, of a 5th grade acolyte, was extremely startling. As a fellow acolyte who came from the same area as him, Leylin did not have much thoughts towards it. He buried himself with the work he had to do, and to an outsider, he was just an ordinary level 1 acolyte. In this half-year, Leylin had bought many of the strength potion ingredients and conducted many potion brewing sessions. He also invested all of the profit he earned from giving tuition into this potion making. He also put up a front to conceal the AI chip and tried to brew a potion without the AI chip's help most of the time, which had a success rate of 0. So far, he had spent a dozen odd magic crystals on this. Of course, he also brought forward the problems he encountered to his mentor, Fraught, at times and asked other questions about the basics in brewing techniques. This was greatly beneficial for his potioneering. Secretly, Leylin could already affirm that with the help of the AI chip, his potioneering skills had already surpassed Merlin, only being a little inferior to his mentor, Fraught. Today, it would be the day he, accidentally, succeeded in brewing a potion and let his mentor evaluate it. This time, the successful product was controlled by him through the AI chip. He purposely made some minute errors, making it seem like an inferior product that was made by an acolyte, but it would still be considered decent for a new acolyte. Leylin's palm, which was gripping the potion, uncontrollably tightened. Only after today can I start to sell a few potions in broad daylight and earn some magic crystals. Yesterday, I heard Rainer say that he already felt close to advancing. Therefore, my progress can't lag behind too much. Leylin hurriedly walked into Croft's experiment lab. Leylin, do you have more problems with the brewing of the strength potion? Fraught could clearly feel that his apprentice was different today. No, sir. Leylin inhaled deeply. I have already succeeded once last night. What? The beaker in Croft's hands trembled. Although your talent in potioneering has exceeded my expectations, the brewing of a strength potion is not that easy. After half a year, Fraught was able to sense his apprentice's frightening improvement after being questioned so much. However, he still felt that Leylin was still lacking in regards to brewing the strength potion successfully. Hearing this, Merlin's hand shook while he was concentrating on lowering a red crystal bead into a test tube. Black smoke emitted from the test tube and Merlin sighed, turning his attention over here. As for Bicky, she just leaned over directly. Did you bring the completed potion? Fraught asked. It's in here. Leylin took out a blue-colored test tube and handed it to the professor. Fraught unplugged the wooden stopper and took a sniff. His face revealed a startled expression. He then poured a drop on his finger. A fine, milky white light extended from between his brows and directly pierced the droplet, making it shake. Fraught closed his eyes, his brows furrowed and soon relaxed. The purification of the blood vitality fruit was not bad, but too much was added at the end. There was also some problem with your usage of spiritual force, which damaged the chemical properties. All in all, there are quite a few problems, but you have succeeded as a whole. Congratulations. Fraught smiled jubilantly. Hearing this, Leylin also smiled, and Bicky even cheered, giving Leylin a warm hug. The fiery hot curves of this girl attached themselves onto Leylin's chest, which gave rise to a peculiar feeling in his heart. Congratulations. Merlin walked over too. Compared to Senior Merlin, I still have much to learn. Leylin let go of Bicky and hurriedly said, you don't have to be too humble. Compared to Merlin, your resources are lacking. I guarantee that you would have been able to brew your first potion in 3 to 4 months otherwise. In Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, this talent can already be considered excellent. Fraught exclaimed. Thinking back now, I am really lucky. First, I accepted Merlin, who has talent in potioneering, as my apprentice. And now, I have you. Fraught exclaimed. Sir, I will also work hard. Bicky clenched her small fists and returned to her experiment table. Finish preparing the monkey-headed mushrooms in your hands first, before you say anything else. Fraught's face turned stiff. After that, he returned the strength potion to Leylin. This time, luck played an important factor in brewing the strength potion. What you have to do next is to remember how it felt when you first succeeded, and then practice more. This test tube can also be sold and exchanged for more resources. Fraught seemed to be reminding him, Leylin, you must remember. Different potions have different challenges for potions masters. Although you are able to brew this strength potion right now, you would most likely revert back to a newbie if you were to replace it with a hemostatic potion. Therefore, do not be arrogant. From now on, focus on practicing your potion brewing. I will. Leylin pocketed the strength potion well and promised solemnly. After he finished his tasks in the experiment lab, Leylin left together with Bicky. Shall we go to the second-level dining hall to feast, to commemorate your first success? Bicky ran in front and twirled around a few times as if she was a lively butterfly. Of course, it is my honor to invite a beautiful lady to a meal. Leylin bowed slightly, a gentleman's propriety. Hee. Bicky covered her mouth and laughed adorably, and then her expression darkened. If only he was like you. What's wrong? Your senior fail is ignoring you again. Leylin knew a little about this matter. In this half-year, Bicky gradually got closer to Fail and finally became friends with him, but they were only normal friends. As for Fail, he was constantly studying and practicing, and taking risks outside the academy. He was always surrounded by beautiful girls, so he did not think much of Bicky and was a little standoffish. It's not that. Fail just has a very important experiment coming up and is in the midst of collecting resources, so he's very busy. Bicky lowered her head and kicked a pebble off the sidewalk. For Sale, something's not right. A thought suddenly occurred to Leylin. Could you have given him your family's resources? No wonder you are still a level 1 acolyte. Otherwise, with your aptitude, you should have advanced to the next level long ago. Bicky belonged to a small magus family. Although small in size, they were still capable of obtaining the occasional resources and magic crystals. As for Bicky, the one whom the family placed all its hopes on, she was naturally given a fixed share each month. Her aptitude was not bad, and she had arrived earlier than Leylin by a year. By right, she should have been promoted to a level 2 acolyte long ago. However, she was still a level 1 acolyte, and even Leylin had nearly caught up to her. It's not like that. Bicky hurriedly shook her head. Seeing Bicky's expression, Leylin slowly shook his head. Forget it, I can't really do anything for you regarding this matter. However, you must remember to be more careful. Leylin hinted. All right, let's go to the dining hall on the second floor. I hear that the honey-flavored cake there isn't bad. Bicky smiled, and it was obvious she did not want to talk about this topic anymore. The second-level dining hall was a special place. Contrary to the third-level cafeteria where the food was served for free, the service here had to be paid for in magic crystals. It was the first time Leylin had come here. After ordering 2 honey-flavored cakes, a beef steak, 2 fruit juices, and the flesh of a uni-horned lizard, the total came up to 1 magic crystal and made Leylin feel a pang in his heart. I've heard that if the flesh of these lizards is specially prepared, it is very beneficial for a magus's meditation, so I must try it today. Leylin used a knife to slice off a part of the lizard meat, picked the meat up with a fork, and placed it into his mouth. He instantly felt the fragrant flavor of the meat spread throughout his taste buds, and Leylin's eyes lit up in wonderment. Beep. An ingredient with a beneficial effect on the host's body has been detected. Result: mild increase in meditation. Hint: requires 10 continuous days of consumption for an obvious increase in effect. Leylin was speechless. It's such a splendid item, but how could I have that many magic crystals? I can only eat it for its flavor. On the other side, Bicky was very happily eating the honey-flavored cake. After their meal, Leylin bade farewell to Bicky and went to the trading post. Leon had very few magic crystals to begin with, but now he planned to sell the strength potion. With Croft's approval, he could earn magic crystals by brewing and selling more strength potions. After walking past the chaotic stalls, Leylin arrived at Wuxia's stall, the stall he had bought potion ingredients from during his first visit to this place. Leylin, it's you again. You have spent dozens of magic crystals this half-year. Haven't you given up yet? Wux was still as fat as ever. Potioneering is such an enchanting skill, I cannot bear to give it up. Leylin said, half-jokingly. However, today I am here not just to buy ingredients, Leylin said as he handed the strength potion over to Fatty Wux. Look at this. This is, Wux gaped, you've succeeded. Of course. Leylin smiled lightly. What Wux did next was to make a thorough inspection, and after ensuring that it was indeed an authentic strength potion, his eyes almost seemed to glow. Over 100 times. You have only attempted it around 100 times and yet you've succeeded in brewing a strength potion. This talent is only slightly inferior to Merlin's. Most of the ingredients were sold to Leylin by Wux, so he was able to deduce Leylin's talent very quickly. As if This is due to Mentor Croft's guidance. Leylin said bashfully. Oh, it's Croft again, he already has such a talented student like Merlin, why did they send yet another gifted student to him? The fatty slapped his forehead and let out a shrill voice, why don't you consider changing mentors? My mentor, Rank, is also a professor who is adept in potioneering, he will definitely like you. My apologies, I have never considered changing at all. Leylin hurriedly rejected the offer. Croft treated him rather well, and he would surely incur the wrath of the Magus if he changed mentors on a whim. He simply did not want to take that risk. What a pity, the fatty shook his head, he clearly knew that he had been grasping at straws. All right, I will be able to give you 4 magic crystals for this strength potion, how about it? The fatty asked. Although the strength potion was priced at 5 magic crystals, 4 magic crystals was a reasonable price when considering the profit that was to be made by the stall. It's a fair deal, exchange the magic crystals for more ingredients for the strength potion. All right, if you wish to sell any more strength potions in the future, I will buy them all at the price of 4 magic crystals per potion. Wuxia's eyes flashed. An acolyte with a potioneering talent that was slightly lower than Merlin's was akin to a magic crystal mine that had yet to be excavated. Definitely, to a good partnership. Leylin and Wux shook hands, and after collecting 4 black boxes, he walked out from the hut. Look quickly. Fresh mountain cat eyeballs. This is an item that will greatly benefit your meditation. Exquisite cross blades, as well as military crossbows. All imported from the deep blue kingdom. Feathers of a flamingo, a precious ingredient for experiments, only 5 magic crystals. Here and there, various acolytes were promoting their wares. Leylin saw a black-robed acolyte holding up a huge 5-colored feather and advertising continuously, which obviously attracted a huge crowd. AI, chip, scan the feather, beep, comparing to databank, similarity level. Mina's tail feathers 83%, homegrown peacock 64%, sharp-beaked crane 34%. Leylin looked at the acolyte who was still advertising his goods and was speechless. Flamingo feathers are rare, but the 3 bird feathers that the AI chip detected were so common that acolytes wouldn't bother to pick them up if they fell to the ground. Obviously, it was a scam. This situation was rather common in such stalls. Although goods are rather good, the counterfeit goods are also aplenty. Hence, Leylin always bought from the wooden huts in the center area. Moreover, acolytes are sharp, and the chances of finding a cheap yet good item in the stalls and striking big are the same as finding the remnants of dead magi. Leylin shook his head and left the trading post. 3 days later, Leylin was in his dorm, looking at 16 test tubes lined up properly on his table, deep in thought. Right now, his success rate for brewing a strength potion is almost at the same level at Croft at 40%. However, he would be seeking trouble if he were to sell them all at once. Right now I am only able to put on a front and earn just a little, so at most it will be 2 test tubes. As for the rest, I will have to stow them away. Leylin sighed and placed 2 test tubes in the purse hanging around his waist, and then stowed the remaining 14 test tubes in the empty space under his bed. I won't be able to sell huge amounts within the academy, so I had better find some other way outside. The best scenario would be a black market. I hear prices there are higher too. The outside world is dangerous. I must become a level 2 acolyte before going out. What's next? I can use the magic crystals I earned from selling potions to buy higher tiered knowledge from Croft and expedite my break through to level 2 acolyte. After becoming a level 2 acolyte, I can attempt to practice magic spells, and take a mission outside to see if I can find ways to sell the potions. Leylin pondered, and then asked, AI chip, bring forth my current stats. Beep. Leylin Farlier, level 1 acolyte. Strength 2.1, agility 2.3, vitality 2.5, status healthy. After such a long period of meditation, my vitality has increased the most. As for strength and agility, they have increased a little too. As for my spiritual force, Leylin looked at the data in front of him and his brows furrowed. AI chip, are you able to convert my spiritual force into data and display it? Data is insufficient. Information for spiritual force is being collated. The AI chip replied. When will it be ready? Leylin asked. Estimated time 155 days 21 hours, half a year, huh? It is close to when I advance to level 2 acolyte. Leylin nodded his head. I'm not planning to leave in this next half a year, so it's no big deal. What followed next was that Leylin entered into a state of painstaking training. Apart from aiding Croft in his daily experiments, he was brewing potions, exchanging them for magic crystals, and then purchasing more information. Besides brewing strength potions, he also bought the formulas for the hemostasis potion and some low-leveled antidotes and began to practice brewing them. With the AI chip, the success rate was not bad, but this fact was concealed by Leylin. During this period, Leylin also heard some bad news. Calloware's team had met with trouble on a mission. Not only had some been injured, others had also died. The acolyte who came with him in the same dirigible, third-grade acolyte Hank, would forever be buried in the abyssal bone marsh. Leylin was expecting a similar result, as a level 1 acolyte only has a small resistance to magic. It would be abnormal if they risked their lives and was free of injuries or loss of lives. After this incident, Calloware and his team seemed to face reality and started to be content with studying in the academy, not daring to take on any other missions. In the blink of an eye, Leylin grew a little taller and his face acquired a tinge of maturity. "I am finally 14 too." Seeing that his palms had grown a little larger, he felt deeply moved. The Abyssal Bone Forest Academy seemed to have a spell formation regulating the temperature. Leylin always wore the gray robe for acolytes, but he never felt any stifling heat or frigidness. "Sir, I want to purchase the crystal ball with the magic spell formulas." Leylin stood in front of Croft. "Oh, you want to begin learning rank 0 spells?" Croft cusped the porcelain cup that was emitting steam and heat in his hand, and sipped from it. "I have nearly finished constructing my mind runes, and there's only one more step needed before I advance to a level 2 acolyte. I wish to make some preparations for this beforehand," Leylin said warmly. "Being able to progress in both potioneering and also meditation, I am very gratified," Croft said as he stole a glance at Bicky who was nearby. Bicky had only advanced into a level 2 acolyte 2 days ago, and never exhibited any extraordinary talents towards potioneering. With her aptitude, this could be considered a slow pace. The academy price for the introduction to magic spell models is 30 magic crystals. I am able to give you a discount and reduce the price to 20 magic crystals. Although I could also give you this information for free, I want you to know that you will only achieve results with effort." Croft smiled lightly. This was the authority of the professors. They could give students favorable prices, or even give the information free of charge. It all depended on the mood of the professor. From this, it was obvious that Croft approved of Leylin. "Rank 0 spell, of course. I will always remember the teachings of my mentor." Leylin hurriedly nodded his head and took out 20 magic crystals from the black pouch hung on his waist. 20 black magic crystals fell onto the table and let off a dark luster. "Very well. This is a crystal ball with the introduction to magic spell models recorded on it. You can study it, but remember to practice it only after you have been promoted." Croft took a fist-sized crystal ball off the wooden shelf at the side and handed it to Leylin. Golden words seemed to ripple inside it. Leylin stooped over to take it and pocketed the crystal ball. These crystal balls were tools to record information in, and they could store more information than sheets of parchment. However, they could only be used once, and the information inside would fade away after someone viewed the contents, and hence, they were rather costly. Deep in the night, Leylin sat on the bed within his dorm and held the crystal ball in his hands. Magi have named the spells that acolytes are able to cast rank 0 spells, to differentiate from the spells that magi can cast. No matter if they are a level 2 acolyte or level 3 acolyte, they are only able to use rank 0 spells. Furthermore, they need to be first-class magi to be able to cast them without injury, and this is often a sign of becoming an official magus. The principle of magic spells models is to construct a model in your mind with your spiritual force. After that, you use the nature of your spiritual force to attract the external energy particles and transform them intricately, turning them into a spell. To put it simply, the spiritual force is the primer, and the spell model is the catalyst. The primer is always the same, but under the effect of different catalysts, different types of energy particles will be attracted to it to form a different spell. Leylin concluded and put the crystal ball away. Constructing a spell model is a complicated matter. In addition, your spiritual force will be impaired once you fail and will need at least half a month to recover. This is a bottleneck that even 5th grade acolytes are unable to break through with ease. However, I can minimize my failures with help from the AI chip. After advancing to a level 3 acolyte, I must construct a spell model and even buy the various spell models. This would be a big expense if not for my improvement in potioneering, Normal acolytes would have to risk their lives many times over before they earned enough magic crystals. From this, Leylin could discern the bloody price one must pay on the path of a magus. Compared to the magic crystals earned by risking his life as a level 1 acolyte, he would earn more by selling potions. Monopolizing the market will yield the greatest profits. All these are none of my concern. What I have to do now is to advance to a level 2 acolyte. A level 1 acolyte could only store a slight amount of energy particles in their body and have a basic magic resistance. However, their usage of energy particles is rather shallow, and hence, they are unable to cast magic. As for a level 2 acolyte, the greatest difference is that they are able to cast rank 0 spells. A ranked 0 spell that is amplified by the spell's model will have a greater destructive effect compared to the simple usage of energy particles. I have almost finished with the construction of my 24 mind runes. Tonight, I will advance to a level 2 acolyte. There was resolve on Leylin's face. One night passed. In the dorm, Leylin opened his eyes. I have finally advanced to a level 2 acolyte. I can sense that the energy particles in my body have increased several times more than when compared to a level 1 acolyte. Beep. Spiritual force can now be represented in figures. Proceed with the conversion. At this moment, the voice of the AI chip sounded. It seems to be 2 days faster than expected. What happened? The spiritual force of the host has increased and there is an unknown effect on the AI chip. Processing speed has increased. A screen was projected by the AI chip and it was littered with many curved lines and numbers. From this, one could see that the processing ability of the AI chip had been raised last night. It seems like the AI chip has indeed undergone some qualitative changes after transcending worlds. Now that it has fused with my soul, the increase in spiritual force when my soul became more powerful has indirectly affected the AI chip. Leylin's guessed that the subject of souls was the most unfathomable. Although Abyssal Bone Forest Academy claimed to be a pioneer in this area, they only managed to experience and grasp a few behaviors and patterns of the ectoplasmic beings. Moreover, only an official magus was qualified to browse this information. For Leylin, it was still a long journey ahead. My AI chip having the ability to represent my spiritual force in numbers is also a good thing. Bring out my current stats. Leylin Farlier, level 2 acolyte. Strength 2.2, agility 2.4, vitality 2.7, spiritual force 4.1, status healthy. The AI chip projected a 3D image in front of Leylin's eyes and displayed his stats. The spiritual force can finally be shown in numbers. My spiritual force stat is almost equivalent to that of 4 people combined. Leylin looked at the image and asked, AI chip, investigate the reason for the decreased growth after advancing to a level 2 acolyte. Mission establishing, inspection in process. Reason discovered, the host has more resistance. The AI chip's voice sounded, as expected, using radiation to increase my stats has its limits. I wonder what methods those official magi used to strengthen their bodies. Leylin touched his chin. There was also a small district between the academic area and the trading post. It was where the academy sold higher-leveled goods. Although the items had set standards, they were more expensive. The service of the staff was also bad and they were extremely cold. Leylin came to the front of a counter. Behind the glass casing was a grave-looking old lady who wore a deadpan expression as if Leylin owed her a lot of magic crystals. Sorry to bother you. Leylin bowed slightly. He could sense the energy waves of a level 3 acolyte radiating from this old lady. AI chip, inspect. What do you want? The old lady's voice sounded. It contained a gloomy and chilly air, like a cold, glossy fish scale, and gave people goosebumps. Beep. Name, unknown. Strength 2.0, agility 2.1, vitality 3.5, spiritual force 7.6, status healthy. With the AI chip providing the information, he confirmed that this old lady was indeed a level 3 acolyte, but her spiritual force was rather low as if she had been injured before. However, it was still a piece of cake for her to deal with Leylin. The AI chip can already inspect the stats of the acolytes and other living organisms. It just cannot get past the defensive abilities of a magus still. Leylin mustered the best smile he had. Would you let me have a look at the basic spell models? Take it. The old lady flung a dusty large book over to him and did not seem even slightly bothered about whether he was going to buy it or not. I'm not angry. I'm not angry. Leylin psyched himself and opened the book. A spell model and the corresponding introduction appeared in his vision. Secondary energy fireball. Description: summon a formidable fireball to attack your enemies. Prerequisite courses: foundations of negative energy, construction of spell models. Shadow sphere. Description: use shadow energy to construct a fairly covert sphere. Prerequisite courses: necromancy studies, transfiguration. Acidic aqua shot. Description: create an acidic ball with immense corrosive properties, able to correct the trajectory slightly. Prerequisite courses: foundations of negative energy, psychology. Umbra's hand. Description: ability to use negative energy to form a concealed palm in the shadows for attacking. Extremely covert. Prerequisite courses: shadow studies, basic evocation. All of these are the most basic spells. Are there any that could be advanced further? Leylin's brows furrowed. None. We only provide the basic spell types here. As for the rest, get them from your mentor. Give me the spell model for acidic aqua shot in Umbra's hand. Leylin inhaled deeply. One will cost 10 magic crystals. The old lady seemed to be annoyed. After handing over 20 magic crystals to the lady, Leylin obtained 2 thick books made of parchment paper. Umbra's hand was written on the cover of the top book, in the Byron language. This counter was obviously constructed in a manner that let the sales staff always sit in a taller position than the customers. Leylin was a little pissed off at having to look up at the old lady. He carried the 2 books and turned around, not wanting to stay for a moment longer. Leylin. On the way back, a voice sounded and Leylin halted in his footsteps. A male wearing leather armor ran over. Earlier, I saw a silhouette of someone who looked like you, and it was indeed you. We haven't met for a long time. Calloware greeted. The leather armor he wore was rather damaged and looked rather pitiful as it was not repaired. You are buying spell models. Have you advanced to a level 2 acolyte? Calloware looked at Leylin, who was holding the 2 spell books, seemingly startled. Yeah, I have just advanced, so I bought them to learn from. Leylin answered. AI. Chip. Inspect Calloware. Beep. Calloware. Strength. 2.6. Agility. 2.8. Vitality. 3.1, Spiritual Force, 4.1, Assessment, Level 2 Acolyte. It seems like Calloware advanced not long before I did. This data shows the stats of an acolyte who had just advanced. Leylin evaluated secretly. Ever since the previous incident, our team has taken up very few missions. Raynor has also advanced to a Level 2 Acolyte recently and wanted to try learning a spell model. It's a pity that he has yet to pass a few basic theory lessons after failing them several times. Calloware placed his hands in his pocket, obviously wanting to look cooler. After sizing up Leylin's new gray robes, he said, "You are indeed worthy of being a potioneering student, having so much money." Leylin smiled. Not only do the gray robes of the acolytes have spells which remove stains, the fabric was also good. The defensive capabilities could be comparable to leather armor, so the price was rather hefty. Many acolytes did not have the capability to buy another after damaging their set of robes. However, Leylin was different. He even had 2 more sets stored in his wardrobe. Recently, my success rate has increased a little and I earned more magic crystals. However, after buying the spell models, I have spent them all again. Leylin put on a helpless expression. Yeah, each and every cost in the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is too high. Callaware's expression was not too good. He came from a first-class noble family in the Chernobyl Islands, but he discovered he was actually extremely broke when he got here. Speaking of this, after we have all advanced to level 2 acolytes and mastered our spells, shall we all take up a mission? Leylin asked. Really? That would be great. Calloware was extremely gleeful. It seemed as though he had been considering it for a long time. Experimenting with spells, Leylin and Calloware discussed the finer details and then bade farewell to each other. Leylin contemplated deeply before deciding to go on a mission with Calloware and his team. He still had a lot of potions which he did not dare to sell, so he could only seek for alternatives. Moreover, converting the knowledge gained from learning a spell into battle experience requires a continuous process of battling. Regarding battle experience, Calloware and his team's average strength were similar to his and they also came from the same region. Everyone also knew each other beforehand, which was naturally better than being with an unfamiliar group of people. Furthermore, Calloware has undergone a long period of arduous training and has learned a lot. Since he could be considered to have an abundance of experience, Leylin was more at ease with his team. When I master the spell model, My plan is to follow Callaware and his team on a mission and accumulate some experience. After that, I'll leave the academy on my own and seek alternative ways." Returning back to his dorm, Leylin picked up the Umbra's Hand spell book. The yellow cover of the spell book was extremely sturdy like leather, and there were some patterns on it which sent an icy cold feeling from Leylin's fingertips into his body. The book was tightly bound by a metal chain and the ends were clipped in the fashion of a belt. Learning the Umbra's Hand requires research in shadow energy and evocation. I've learned both long ago. Via selling potions, Leylin continuously improved his knowledge by acquiring advanced information on the shadow element and studying them. The incantation for opening it, Mansadela. Leylin spoke in a low voice. After hearing the incantation, the book suddenly trembled and, amidst the trembling, the black chains automatically untied by themselves and the pages started to flip through. AI, Chip, begin recording the information. Leylin continuously looked at the spell book containing the model of Umbra's Hand. Only after quickly flipping through it once and hearing the notification from the AI Chip that it had fully recorded the content, did he put the book down. The construction of a spell model is the foundation for a magus to cast spells. This process includes a series of complex variation as well as the precise construction of the spell model itself. To learn a spell, 3 months is needed at the very least. As he learned of the difficulty for a magus to cast spells, Leylin sighed. Without the AI Chip, he could only learn to cast spells after countless attempts and failures. The recording of data is finished, beginning analysis. The AI Chip's voice sounded. How long will it take? Estimated time taken. 106 hours 32 minutes. 106 hours 32 minutes. That is the equivalent of 4 to 5 days, this speed is extremely fast. Leylin nodded his head, he stood up, patted his body, and placed the 2 spell books away neatly. He then walked to one side of his dorm. Originally, this section was utilized for reception or other uses, but Leylin changed it into a mini experiment lab for potion brewing. Although it was rather dangerous to experiment here, with the AI Chip he could guarantee that nothing would go wrong. I'm going on a mission in a few months' time. I better focus on brewing a few potions as preventive measures for sudden events. Leylin lit a candle and begun his potion brewing. The education system in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was rather loose. From what Leylin saw, it was most similar to the ancient times of one teacher to one student. The academy was only providing land and the most basic of services. As for everything else, like acquiring advanced information, one had to learn from a professor, the chances of which were very slim. Moreover, there weren't any compulsory missions that one must take on. As long as a person could pay the school fees and did not meet a bad professor, one could normally stay here for 5 years. Of course, when there was no motivation, one's power would lessen as they did not seek to improve. At least in Leylin's case, he had not come across such a wonderful thing like receiving a few pieces of magic crystals each month for free. To obtain magic crystals, one could only take up a mission and go outside of the academy using their life to fight for them. The world of Magus has always upheld the principles of fair trade. In the following dozen days or so, Leylin devoted his time to analyzing the spell models and purchasing items like grains and nutrients for the mission he was going to take up. One afternoon, Leylin came to the spell experimenting area. The spell experimenting area is a place that the academy has specially set up for acolytes and magi to test the prowess of their spells. After all, various spells have immense might and there is also the problem of radiation. If the experiments are not managed properly, the academy will be blown to bits. The spell experimenting area was located on the leftmost of the academy, a remote area. The surrounding white marble rock walls were stacked neatly and seemed to be extremely sturdy. Various runes were written on these walls, 2 of which Leylin recognized. One was for the isolation of radiation contamination, and the other was for reinforcing the walls. Are you going to test your spells? Leylin walked to a counter where a big, bald guy smiled jovially at him asking. Yes, I would like to. Are there any places for me to do so? We have 2 large areas designated for the acolytes and magi. You are only allowed to enter the area for acolytes and, within that area, space is divided into shared and single rooms. Shared rooms mean experimenting with your spells alongside another person. There might be interruptions caused by this, but it is inexpensive. As for single rooms, the fees are much more costly. What are the rates for a single room? Leylin asked. The baldy's eyes shone since it was obvious that there was a promising client here. 3 hours for 1 magic crystal. Our single rooms even have specialized measuring devices which can calculate and report the might of your spells. Furthermore, it's absolutely worth it. Give me one. Leylin handed over a magic crystal to the big guy. Alright, please hold on. The big guy registered him quickly and handed back a black crystal-like item. This is your room card. Number 32. Leylin nodded his head and entered the spell experimenting area. On both sides, the runes on the white marbles glowed with a sparkling light. Some of the rooms obviously had occupants, but there were no sounds coming out from them and only the sound of Leylin's footsteps could be heard the corridor. As expected, the noise isolation is really effective. Leylin nodded his head and, after locating his own room, swiped the black crystal on a black platform right outside the door. Ka-cha. The door opened and a mechanical female voice sounded, "Welcome. You have 3 hours, please notice the allocation." The interior of the room was huge. The area was similar in size to a basketball court from Leylin's previous life. In the middle were a few human-shaped targets wearing leather armor, metal armor and fur. To the far right, there was a screen on the wall and below it was the instructions on how to operate it. A magus can attack a target with a spell, and the screen will automatically record the power of the spell. The facilities here are very advanced and seem to have an intelligence of their own. However, it's a pity that it is formed by magic, a different route from what my previous world took. Leylin exclaimed silently. Let's try with a physical attack first. Leylin's muscles on his right arm bulged as he walked to the front of a white-colored target wearing leather armor. Bang! Leylin moved and, with a low voice, he shouted and punched the middle of the leather armor, leaving a faint trace of an impression. The screen on the right flickered, and a few words appeared. Classification: Physical attack, degree of power, 2. Damage to target, minimal. It seems like these targets aren't made of common materials. Leylin muttered to himself. Degree of power is the official standard that magi use to measure the extent of their might. A single unit, as a standard, is equivalent to the energy that can be completely released by 1 gram of magic crystal. This method of measurement isn't bad. AI, chip, in the future you can increase the content regarding this area. Recording is done, defragmenting in process. The AI, chip's voice sounded. Ha! Leylin pulled out the cross blade hanging on his waist and brought about a strong gale as he viciously cut down. Chang! A gap split opened on the leather armor revealing the white-colored wound beneath. Classification: Physical attack, degree of power, 3. Damage to target, slight. Seeing the screen, Leylin nodded his head. I used all my might to cut down with the cross blade earlier but it only gave this kind of damage to the target. It seems like I can put my mind at ease and learn magic. AI, chip, transmit the 2 spell models over. After this period of continuous research, the AI, chip had already analyzed the 2 spells completely. The last step was to transmit the information into Leylin's hippocampus, one which would then enable him to grasp these 2 ranked 0 spells immediately. Beep. Transmitting in progress. With the AI, chip's mechanical voice replying, Leylin felt a lot of memories regarding the techniques and procedures of casting these 2 spells surfacing in his mind. Every step felt extremely familiar. It was as if they were personally practiced by him countless of times. Bring out the data of these 2 ranked 0 spells. Acidic Aqua Shot, ranked 0 spell. Casting time, 3 seconds. Effective distance, 7 meters. Consumption, 2 spiritual force, 2 magic power, Umbra's Hand, ranked 0 spell. Casting time, 4 seconds. Effective distance, 10 meters. Consumption, 2 spiritual force, 2 magic power. Magic power is the amount of energy particles that are stored within the body. It is limited by the upper limits of the spiritual force. To cast a spell, one does not only need to use their spiritual force as a primer but must also understand that the magic power within their body will be consumed as well. Leylin suppressed his excited emotions. AI, chip, record in detail my spell casting process. Pandora, Greygoner. With the Byron language's incantation sounding from Leylin, a ball of dark green liquid suddenly appeared at the upper area of his right hand. White bubbles continuously frothed outside of it. Let's go. Leylin flung the acidic ball in his hand and the green liquid streaked across in an arc, landing on a target wearing leather armor. SSSSII. SSSSII. The corrosion of the physical target sounded non-stop as it continuously dissolved while emitting a huge amount of white smoke. At the same time, an odor that pricks at the sense of smell wafted in all directions. After a few seconds, The human target had been corroded, leaving only a pair of white legs behind. AI. Chip. Estimate the degree of power. Beep. Degree of power. 5. Leylin turned to look at the screen at the right. At this moment, the words on the screen changed and a new record was shown. Classification. Magical corrosive attack. Degree of power. 5. Damage to target. Severe. N. It seems like the AI. Chip and this screen have the same estimated values, so I won't need to come here in future. I should be able to estimate the degree of power in my spells with the AI. Chip. Leylin nodded his head and began experimenting with another spell. Umbra's Hand. Following Leylin's incantation, a black-colored hand suddenly appeared under a target which wore steel armor. It grabbed the target's throat forcefully and, with a crashing sound, the target's head fell onto the ground. Classification. Energy attack. Degree of power. 4. Damage to target. Severe. 1. Hippocampus. Memory recall area in the brain. Patrolling mission. Seeing the evaluation on the screen, Leylin began to compare the merits and drawbacks of the two spells. Although the might of acidic aqua shot is greater, enemies can dodge it easily. It also requires constant fine-tuning with spiritual force. As for Umbra's Hand, it is a little weaker, but it's extremely covert and is best used for a sneak attack. These two spells have been chosen by me with utmost care. Not only do they satisfy my dark elemental affinity, materials are not needed to cast them either, which is extremely convenient. Leylin's eyes suddenly flashed. AI. Chip. Is it possible to optimize these two spells? Beep. Affirmative. Consumption for optimization. 19 spiritual force points. Proceed or not? Definitely not. I don't want my spiritual force to be exhausted that quickly. Why does it require so much? Leylin's expression was a little unsightly. Optimizing acidic aqua shot requires 9 spiritual force points. Requires advanced information. Farl's comprehensive collection of spells. Theory of missiles. Optimizing Umbra's Hand requires 10 spiritual force points. Requires advanced information. Detailed evocation studies. Dark energy analysis. Alright, it seems like there is no hope for now. Leylin closed the screen. Besides, a simple spell already requires 2 points of spiritual force. I can barely use it a few times at present. AI. Chip. Bring out my current stats and show it in a concrete manner. Beep. Leylin Farlier. Level 2 Acolyte. Strength. 2.2. Agility. 2.4. Vitality. 2.7. Spiritual Force. 0.1. 4.1. Magical Power. 0.4. Magical Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Status. Healthy Skills. Cross-Blade Technique. Potioneering Spells. Acidic Aqua Shot. Ranked 0 Spell. Casting Time. 3 seconds. Effective Distance. 7 meters. Consumption. 2 Spiritual Force. 2 Magic Power. Umbra's Hand. Ranked 0 Spell. Casting Time. 4 seconds. Effective Distance. 10 meters. Consumption. 2 Spiritual Force. 2 Magic Power. At Leylin's command, a 3D image of himself was projected, with various information appearing alongside him. It is much clearer this way. The two spells fully consumed my spiritual force and magical power earlier. No wonder I feel a little dizzy now. Leylin rubbed his temples as they were hurting a little. With this constraint of spiritual force and magical power, learning more spells is not feasible. What's left is for me to prepare a few more potions. If only I had a magic artifact, my strength would definitely have a significant increase. In the academy, the mission area. There were all sorts of acolytes gathered here, and most of them had gloomy expressions. Their bodies also reeked of blood and held traces of injuries. Occasionally, a few gray-robed acolytes who radiated strong magical energy would carry large monsters on their backs, garnering the envy and attention of others. In the center of the mission area was a black-colored rock wall, where various missions were arranged. Green-colored words glowed against the black wall, and it looked a little eerie. Among the many missions, some were written in blood red and gave off an ominous feeling. Most of the missions listed were dangerous, but the rewards were also better. In the corner of the square, a few people stood around patiently as if they were waiting for someone. Leylin hasn't arrived yet. Raynor crossed his arms in front of his chest, seemingly a little bored. It isn't the designated time yet. What are you in a hurry for? Since he already agreed, he will definitely be here. Calloway replied as he polished a black cleaver, the smooth blade stained with traces of blood. Leylin, are you talking about that potioneering acolyte, Leylin? A green-haired girl's eyes shone. It is said that his potioneering talent is only second to Merlin. Furthermore, he has already begun to brew potions and earn a huge amount of money. Why would he still want to join our team? He originally came from the same area as us, so it's only natural to join us for missions. Raynor laughed. Then you guys must definitely introduce him to us later. If we are able to approach an acolyte who knows potioneering, we might not need to risk our lives on missions in the future anymore. A red-haired girl laughed heartily. Her body was extremely voluptuous. Raynor's eyes unconsciously scanned over this girl's perky chest, and then he suddenly felt parched. My apologies. I'm late. Leylin wore leather armor with his robes on the outside, which looked a little bulky. A cross blade hung down on his waist, and a crossbow was slung on his back together with a large black sack. We have just arrived too. Calloware sheathed his cleaver and smiled. It's just us five. Leylin looked at the group. He recognized Calloware and Raynor, but did not see Beirut and the rest. Beirut and the others are third-grade acolytes, but they have not advanced to level 2 acolyte yet. They only have a bit of resistance to magic spells, so the outside is too dangerous for them. This is also our first time going out after the previous failure and I don't wish for any more casualties. Calloware explained. Leylin suddenly understood. Although he was a third-grade acolyte, his talent was comparable to a fourth-grade acolyte with the AI. Chip's help, and he might even surpass them in learning spells. Beirut and the others were only in the level 1 acolyte range. Bringing them out was no help at all, and they might even be a burden. Hence keeping them within the academy was also good for them. It was realistic, yet cruel. Come, let me make the introductions. Calloware smiled. The green-haired girl is Lilith, and the one beside is Neela. They are both apprentices under my mentor and advanced to level 2 acolytes 2 months ago. Hello. Sir Leylin. Neela's eyes shone and she took the initiative to approach Leylin. It is really lucky to be able to go on a mission with you this time. Neela stuck out her chest and spoke coquettishly in a very nasal pitch. Seeing this scene, Raynor looked elsewhere, his expression a little gloomy. I only have a little talent in potioneering and I must even thank Mentor Croft. It was him who. Leylin rubbed his nose. He knew that he only needed to reveal a bit of desire and this beautiful girl would pounce into his arms. However, he had been concentrating on cultivation lately and had very little wants in this aspect. Furthermore, after so many of his wild trysts in his previous world, to him, Neela was only a girl who was good-looking. Alright, what are the contents of our mission? Leylin took the initiative and asked, interrupting what Neela was going to say next. As this is our first time going on a mission together, I am preparing to take on the simplest one, patrolling the academy's perimeters and cleaning up a few red-eyed ravens. What do you all think? In fact, the 4 of them had discussed this before, so Calloware was really only asking. Leylin. Alright, my ranked 0 spells have not been fully grasped yet. Leylin agreed. This team of theirs was newly formed, so taking on a simple mission to improve their teamwork was within reason. From this, it could be seen that Calloware had matured a lot after Hank's death and his way of doing things was now better thought out. AI. Chip. Scan. Leylin commanded silently. Beep. Raynor. Strength. 1.8, Agility, 1.9, Vitality, 2.5, Spiritual Force, 3.7. Status. Healthy Lilith. Strength. 1.9, Agility, 2.5, Vitality, 2.4, Spiritual Force, 4.3. Status. Healthy Neela. Strength. 2.7, Agility, 3.4, Vitality, 2.9, Spiritual Force, 4.6. Status. Healthy. Ever since the processing capability of the AI chip increased, its perceptive ability has also increased. Not including the Magi, all the acolytes in the academy right now are unable to escape the readings of the AI chip. Leylin thought silently. These readings must naturally prioritize not alarming the other party. As official Magi have a layer of force field around them constantly, the AI chip would definitely be discovered if it was to attempt to take readings of them. However, as long as regular acolytes are within Leylin's scope, their every stat will be read by the AI chip. From this data, everyone has indeed advanced into level 2 acolyte. However, I never thought that Neela was the strongest of them. It seems like this girl has also practiced the knight's breathing technique. Her body and strength are not to be underestimated. These few people had just advanced, and even if they had bought spell models before, they might not be able to comprehend it. Furthermore, The models have to be constructed in the mind, so they were definitely unfamiliar with it. After all, Rank 0 spells are still very dangerous to a level 2 acolyte. Without complete control of them, there is a chance of failing and even causing a backlash. Based on just their physical strengths, Neela could possibly defeat the three of them in one fell swoop if no one was to use any spells. This Neela, who seemed to be infatuated with and wanted to approach him, was actually the strongest out of the team of 4. It was likely that even Callaware did not know of this. The corners of Leylin's lips arched into a smile. To be in full control of Rank 0 spells, regular level 2 acolytes must practice for at least 3 months to half a year. However, for him, he will learn the spell in a flash once the AI chip has completely analyzed the spell model and transmitted it to his hippocampus. As for the might of any of the Rank 0 spells, they are not something the level of a knight can resist. Perhaps Grand Knights have a slight chance at that. Obviously, Neela's data was only at the level of a knight. Even if she had a secret technique, Leylin was not the slightest bit afraid. While Leylin had been taking the readings, Callaware had already run to the counter and accepted the patrolling mission. After the discussion with everyone, they set off and left the academy. Leylin's eyes could not help but squint as the piercing sunlight shone down. Come to think of it, I have already stayed underground for over a year. Now that I have come out, it does seem a bit like a 1,000-year-old corpse rising from the ground again. Leylin used his hands to block the sunlight. His snow-white hands were a sickly pale color, like an ill person who lost too much blood. It was due to him staying underground the whole time and spending very little time basking in the sunlight reflected from the mosses in the gardens. Of course, most acolytes from the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy have this problem. In any case, as long as their strength increased and they used their spiritual force, raising a point of 2 of their vitality was not a problem at all. Therefore, they did not need to go out every day to bask in the sunlight. Let's go. Callaware took the lead. Looking at the huge graveyard behind them and the 2 statues of the protectors, Leylin turned his head and followed the rest of the team. We are going to patrol the southwest area of the academy, where quite a few red-eyed ravens have been showing up recently. We need to clean up their numbers, as well as a few other living organisms. Of course, all of the materials that we acquire will belong to us. Moreover, everyone receives a remuneration of 3 magic crystals. After the 5 of them walked out of the graveyard, Callaware picked a spot and took out a huge map and spoke as they crowded around. On the faint yellow parchment paper, the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was located in the center and occupied about 10% of the total area. There were a few simple routes around it, and there were descriptions of the places written in black color. A few dangerous places were also marked in red with warning signs. Red-eyed ravens, red-eyed ravens. We met with some when we first arrived at the academy, but they were easily killed off by Professor Durot. He used a spell that seemed similar to acidic aqua shot. Leylin stroked his chin and recalled the scene of when he first entered the academy. We had better hurry there and begin our patrolling. This mission requires us to bring back the right claws of 10 red-eyed ravens as evidence of completing the mission. Do you guys have any other questions? Callaware ended with a question, displaying the bearings of a leader. After he saw Leylin and the others shake their heads, he continued and said, "Since we are teammates, let us not hide anything from each other. Each of us should report our general strengths so the others can have a better understanding. I'll go first. I'm Callaware, I have a knight-level constitution and know a secret technique. I also know a rank 0 spell. Callaware, I never thought that you'd have learned a spell already. It seems like you're ahead of me. I'm Neela, I have knight-level physical qualities and a secret technique. I am still learning the rank 0 spell, Weary Hand, but I'm unable to use it yet." While saying this, Neela looked at Callaware with a little surprise. "I'm Lilis, I am still training to be a knight, but my instructor says my dart throwing isn't bad. I don't know any secret techniques as of yet," Lilis said shyly. "Rainer, preparatory knight, I don't know any spells but my archery skills aren't bad." He never thought that Callaware and Neela would have already begun to learn spells and was a little embarrassed. Patting the wooden bow on his back, he continued, "Don't worry, I will not be a burden to all of you. Leylin, preparatory knight, right now I have learned a spell." Leylin rubbed his own nose. "Even you have learned a spell? Oh, I'm sorry," Rainer said a little disconcertingly. He originally came together with Leylin, so he knew that Leylin's aptitude was only a third-grade acolyte. Never did he think that Leylin's accomplishments would already exceed his aptitude as a fourth-grade acolyte. No worries. Leylin shook his head and indicated that he did not mind it. In fact, Raynor's meditation efficacy was much faster than Leylin's. It was simply that he did not have enough magic crystals to exchange for information and other precious resources. Hence, he was gradually losing out to Leylin. You are indeed worthy of being called, Sir Leylin. You know what outsiders are calling you now. Neela said in admiration. Oh, I don't mind hearing about how others are evaluating me. A potioneering genius who is seen once every 50 years. If you did not already have a mentor, the other potioneering professors would have invited you to be their apprentice. Neela's pitch was very high and sparks almost seemed to jump out of her eyes. Seeing Neela's fiery gaze, as well as the expressions of Lilith and the others, Leylin smiled bitterly. To sell his potions faster, he could not help but take on the role of a potioneering genius acolyte. Fortunately, he had his senior Merlin to take the brunt of the attention off him. If not for this, the attention given to him would be much greater. Oh right, Leylin, you should have enough resources if you always sell potions, right? Why would you still need to come out? Raynor asked softly. About this, I felt bored being cooped up in the academy. Besides, I have just learned a spell, so I need to familiarize myself with it. Leylin's main purpose was to gain more experience and make preparations for traveling out alone to look for a black market in the future. However, such a thing could not be mentioned. All right, let the gossip end here. Our destination is not far away, but it will take some trouble to get there. If we don't move out soon, the sky will turn dark. Callaware pat his hands, picked up his cleaver and led the party. Let's go. Leylin followed behind. I want to walk with you. Neela walked by Leylin's side, not masking her intentions in the slightest. Lilith followed next, with Raynor at the back. Be careful, the area near the school is vacant land, but now that we have entered the forest, there will be a lot more danger. Callaware continued walking as he reminded the party. Leylin did not bother with Neela, who was beside him. Instead, he paid more attention to his surroundings while also maximizing the AI chip's detection range. This was his first time coming into contact with the dangerous world outside of the academy, so he could not help but be more alert. Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was built in the depths of a black forest, and there was a forsaken graveyard on top of the school. There were only small shrubberies and short trees around the school, so the danger was not that great. However, after entering the forest, the countless trees acted as natural camouflage. It had always been the hunting ground of many predators. Leylin could still recall that when they first arrived here, they met with a sneak attack. Alert, alert, an unknown creature is approaching. Threat to the host's body, mild. As the AI chip's voice sounded, light blue lines formed an image in Leylin's vision. From the projection, Leylin could very clearly see a red line snaking its way to them. Whoosh! A black shadow suddenly leapt out from the grass and viciously bit at Callaware's neck. Callaware's expression did not change as the black cleaver in his hand swung down, knocking the black shadow away. The black shadow fell on the ground and revealed its true appearance. It was a snake that was 1 meter in length, with faint traces of blood on its body and only one eye on its triangular head. This is an iron thread one-eyed snake, be careful of its poison. Neela warned. Right at this moment, Lilith, who was behind them, suddenly struck and 3 throwing knives were launched towards the beast. The iron thread one-eyed snake's body coiled to avoid 2 of the blades, but the last one slashed at it as it passed, leaving a gash. Hey! Suddenly, Callaware ran forward and swung his black cleaver down on the snake's head. With a cold flash, the head of the snake was cut off instantly. The snake, which had lost its head, coiled in a circle, still bleeding profusely. Ah! Lilith was startled. It's already dead. This is just a natural reaction for the body. Haven't you learned about neurology? Neela harumphed. Only the poison sac in the skin of this iron thread one-eyed snake is useful. Whoever wants to collect the materials better hurry. And do so now. The blood will attract many other living organisms here. Callaware slowly spoke while putting away his cleaver. I will do it. Raynor stepped forward and, after a short while, the 5 of them continued on their journey. AI chip was the information from earlier recorded. Beep. The recording is done. Iron thread one-eyed snake, snake type. Strength 1.1, agility 2.1, vitality 1.6. The blood sample has been collected and the composition of muscle has been recorded. The AI chip's feedback was timely. Leylin nodded his head and hastened his footsteps. 10 odd days later, inside the Black Forest, A red-eyed raven blinked its alert eyes and perched on a branch as it constantly ruffled its feathers. Whoosh! Suddenly, a white arrow was shot. Caw! The raven flapped its wings to move away. While it was evading, there were another 3 flashes of white light, belonging to the throwing knives that were shooting towards it. Dodging in an elegant arc, the red-eyed raven avoided the knives and landed in an open space. Kill! A shadow hopped out from some shrubbery, 2 hands grasping a cleaver, and hacked towards the red-eyed raven. It seemed like the arrow and the throwing knives earlier had all been there to force the red-eyed raven to the ground. A black cleaver brought about a gale as it hacked at the red-eyed raven. Caw caw! The red-eyed raven cawed loudly, letting off an unpleasant noise. There was a flash of human-like resentment in the raven's eyes and a pair of black claws met with the cleaver. Clang! Although the red-eyed raven was a little larger than the average raven, it was only about the same size as a chicken. It had unexpectedly used its black claws to push back the knight wielding the black cleaver. Caw! The red-eyed raven cawed again, and a few black feathers drifted down from its body. Taking advantage of the retreating knight, the red-eyed raven actually went forward and clawed at the knight's face with its sharp claws. Pandora! Grigonger! A hurried and quick incantation sounded and a ball of green liquid flew out suddenly, hitting the red-eyed raven squarely on its body. Piesh! White mist rose continuously, and the cries of a red-eyed raven sounded. A few seconds later, the screams from the raven completely vanished, and all that was left was a ditch. Lying inside were a few feathers which did not have enough time to corrode. Are you all right, Callaware? The shrubbery shook and a few figures made their way through it. Callaware shook his head. No worries. Although the red-eyed raven has the strength of a knight and can even fly, it is still not an opponent for us humans who wield weapons. Looking at the person in the middle, Leylin. The timing of the acidic aqua shot earlier was good. It was all due to everybody's teamwork. Leylin smiled. Callaware then walked to the large ditch, used a branch to brush away the feathers, and picked up 2 black claws from inside. The side of the black claws was extremely sharp. They released a chilling luster as if reflecting the difficulty of dealing with its original owner. Although the might of the acidic aqua shot is great, it also corroded the red-eyed raven greatly. Apart from its hard claws, there is nothing left, Callaware said with a tinge of regret. HMPH. If not for Leylin, you guys might have paid some kind of price to kill the red-eyed raven. Neela harumphed at the side, seemingly displeased. That's true. Callaware sheathed his cleaver. Right now he had matured a lot and knew that Neela was rather spiteful, so he was not angry at all. With this red-eyed raven, we have gathered enough materials. Should we head back to the school to complete the mission? Seeing that Rainer and the rest were looking tired, Callaware asked. Naturally, we have to go back. The forest is too dangerous. We couldn't even have a good sleep during the night. Neela said immediately. Lilith and Rainer hurriedly nodded their heads too. As for Leylin, he also felt a little exhausted as the forest had been riddled with danger. Even though he had the AI chip to warn him, he was still in a heightened state of anxiety for a prolonged period. His mind felt extremely weary as well, and right now he was beginning to miss the hot water and bed in the academy. Alright, then let us go back first. Callaware was a little regretful as he carefully put away the claw of the red-eyed raven. What a pity. With our abilities, we could definitely kill more of the red-eyed ravens. They are worth much more money than the iron thread one-eyed snake from before. There is no end to earning magic crystals, but right now, our team, as a whole, is completely exhausted and we have reached a dangerous state. If we do not hurry back to the academy, I'm afraid that we will make mistakes during our next hunt, which may even result in death. Leylin's voice was cold and distinct. He was a person who kept his cool at all times, and he wouldn't lose his bearings over a little profit dangling before him. Alright, then let us go back. Callaware only hesitated a little and then nodded his head in agreement. Hearing Callaware's words, the expressions of the other 4 turned much better. Even Neela, who was feeling spiteful, also loosened up and smiled brightly. The party packed up quickly and started on the trip home. Violent hilly bare the chirping of insects could be heard in the quiet forest from time to time, and the lush branches and leaves of the trees covered the sun completely. Sunrays occasionally shone through the gaps like beams of light. Caw-caw, familiar-sounding cries could be heard ahead. Callaware, who was leading at the forefront, furrowed his brows. Why are there so many red-eyed ravens? These creatures are very aggressive towards humans. If we do not clean their numbers up in time, they will attract more of their kind, which will be extremely troublesome. What now? Should we take a detour? Raynor asked. I'm afraid that might not work, they have already discovered us. Leylin looked at the image in the AI chip and said without looking back. The sound of wings flapping gradually got closer. Callaware laughed. Since they have voluntarily come to look for us, we shouldn't hesitate to welcome them. The expressions of the others were at ease. After this period of polishing their teamwork, they all have a set of strategies that were customized to deal with the red-eyed ravens. Not good. There are 2 of them. Leylin looked at the screen and his expression changed suddenly. Callaware was startled. As per Leylin's warning, there was indeed another black shadow behind the first red-eyed raven that flew over, and its size seemed to be bigger than others of its kind. We're in trouble. Callaware's brows furrowed. Leylin and Neela, you 2 deal with the one in front. As for the other one, leave it to us 3. Prepare well. Leylin said to Neela behind him and drew the crossbow that was slung on his back. Measuring wind power and humidity. Adjusting trajectory, whoosh, a black line streaked across the sky and pierced through the red-eyed raven's body, bringing along a few feathers with it. Caw! The red-eyed raven at the front let out an angry cry and flew towards Leylin. It actually seemed like it did not sustain any injuries. Let's lure it away. Leylin's expression did not change, and he put down the crossbow that was in his hands. Thanks to the AI chip, he was very clear that the arrow earlier did hit the red-eyed raven, but the vitality of these crows was rather high, being almost similar to a human knight. Their feathers were extremely hard too, hence, it did not receive much damage. The weapons of regular humans do not pose much threat to the creatures of the Magus world. Seeing Leylin and Neela luring a red-eyed raven away, Callaware made up his mind. He shouted loudly, Raynor and Lilith, stall the other red-eyed raven that is behind and give me time to prepare my spell. Raynor and Lilith looked at each other and then dashed towards the red-eyed raven at the back. As Raynor ran, he grabbed the bow on his back and shot towards the sky. A few throwing knives accompanied the arrow. Caw-caw, the huge red-eyed raven flapped its black wings and slapped the arrow and knives down. It actually used its bare wings to knock the arrow away. Raynor's face turned pale and his footsteps halted. However, the red-eyed raven that was significantly larger than its counterpart had already swooped down and its huge claws cut into Raynor's shoulders, leaving a gash. Raynor was pinned to the ground by the red-eyed raven. Save me, Raynor shouted and pleaded. Bang! Just as the red-eyed raven was about to peck down, a bright light flashed. Lilith raised a huge sword that was even larger than her and swatted the red-eyed raven away. Bam! An iron wire that was made into a net was thrown in front of Raynor. I'll stall it, hurry and take the chance to throw the net. Lilith, who was usually quiet and a little shy, now seemed to be a completely different person. Okay, Raynor looked at Callaware, who was still preparing to cast his spell, and picked up the net. Lilith had obviously trained with swordplay before, and the huge steel sword brandished in her hands turned into a silver flash as she knocked the red-eyed raven away to the side. Ha! With a beautiful sweep, Lilith knocked the red-eyed raven down onto the floor, making mud and grit splatter everywhere. A good chance. Raynor's eyes flashed, and the sharp pain transmitting through his shoulder made his eyes a little bloodshot as he spread the steel wire net and trapped the red-eyed raven within it. Caw-caw! The red-eyed raven continuously thrashed inside, and it seemed as though it would break free from the steel wire net at any moment. Callaware, hurry! The red-eyed raven's feathers are too thick, I can't deal much damage to it. Lilith shouted anxiously. Thank you for your efforts. At this moment, Callaware finally finished his spell, and a dark red-colored fireball was blazing in his hands. Hurry and move. After Callaware shouted, Lilith and Raynor hurriedly scattered. Let's go. Negative energy fireball. With a fling of Callaware's hands, the dark red fireball streaked across with a booming sound until it landed perfectly on the red-eyed raven's body. Boom! A huge sound reverberated continuously in all directions, along with a surging heat wave. The intense wind from the explosion also burned a huge crater in the ground, and the surrounding plants and shrubbery did not escape from it either. Nice one. Raynor had run a little too slowly and was swept onto the ground by the wind behind him. His clothes were stained with mud. However, when he looked at the red-eyed raven, he was indescribably happy. Ha! Callaware panted too. This negative energy fireball takes too long to cast and I need someone to help me stall the enemy. However, its might is extremely great. Lilith straightened her fringe. As she looked towards the direction that Leylin and Neela had run in, there was an obvious tinge of worry in her eyes. I wonder how they are doing now. Don't worry, Leylin and Neela are very strong, and we also managed to deal with the bigger one ourselves, Callaware comforted her. This was the first mission that he had taken in a year, and he, too, wanted the perfect ending. We're all right. Just as Callaware was speaking, both Leylin and Neela walked out from a thicket of bushes. A few black feathers clung to their bodies, but they did not seem to have sustained any injuries. Where is the other one? Over here. Leylin raised the black claws in his hands, and then looked at the huge pit. Wow, this fellow, I reckon that had at least 6 degrees of power. It seems like Callaware is pursuing lethal spells. Since everyone is okay, let us hurry back, I have a bad feeling about this. Callaware's face darkened. The monsters lurking around the school these days seem to be a little too much. I agree, were the academy missions before this dangerous? Leylin asked. That's not right. Even if we accepted a patrolling mission like this, we needed at least 1 month to find 10 red-eyed ravens. However, we have exceeded that amount in just 10 days. Neela explained beside him. After we return, let us report this situation, I feel there's something amiss. Lilith said suddenly. If there are any problems it'll be for the Magi to solve. We had better leave here as soon as possible, I don't feel safe out here. Raynor added. Nicely said, let us hurry, Callaware said as he threw the broken iron wire net aside and picked up a black claw. As everyone did not have any objections, the team hurried back. Why would these 2 red-eyed ravens obstruct us on our return trip back to the academy? Could it just be a coincidence? Leylin suddenly felt uneasy and hastened his footsteps. The rest of them seemed to have the same ominous feeling, and the team hurried along. Do you think those 2 red-eyed ravens earlier were guarding some treasures? You know, ravens have a habit of collecting shiny items. Neela, who was at the back of the group, saw the gloomy expressions on everyone and said half-jokingly. Those are normal ravens. Although the red-eyed ravens also have the word raven in their name, their bloodlines are closer to that of a bramble-thorny bird. Therefore, they don't have the habit of searching for treasures, but instead have an acute sense for a few special plants. In fact, Magi often raise bramble-thorny birds too, to use them to search for those special plants. Leylin replied, not turning back. How do you know that? Raynor was obviously not convinced. Bramble-thorny birds' origins and how to raise them. It's on the level 3 bookshelf in the library, I read it recently. Leylin replied blandly. Oh, Leylin, you're so awesome. Sparks could be seen in Neela's eyes again. Raynor turned away. Leylin took a sniff and suddenly smelled a very fragrant scent. Stop. Did you guys smell anything? Leylin hurriedly halted. The group stopped. Smell what? Callaware's expression tightened, and he gripped the cleaver in his hands. I seem to have smelled a very fragrant scent. Leylin explained. Fragrance. There are only odors that make people want to vomit in this forest. And now it is getting more serious. Raynor interrupted. I actually smelled a whiff of jasmine flowers mixed with black oiled roses. Lilith wrinkled her nose. Everyone be careful. There is the stench of a wild beast. Callaware unsheathed his cleaver. This situation was obviously strange. Leylin also placed his hands into his waist pouch. A gust of wind blew over. It carried a fishy stench that stung the nose. Gruer. The roar of a ruthless beast sounded. The plants in the surrounding black forest also bent from the pressure caused by the beast's roar. Callaware's face changed greatly. Be careful, it's a huge one. Boom boom. The heavy steps rang. Leylin and the rest saw the appearance of the creature. It was a huge black bear and its skull was split open as if exposing its brain. There was also a V-shaped, white mark on its chest, like a lightning scar. Be careful, it's the violent hilly bear, each one is comparable to a level 3 acolyte. Last time, it was this fellow that we met. Callaware's pupils shrank to the size of a pin. Be careful of its roaring attack. It was this attack that killed Hank previously. Damn it, let's disperse and run. Raynor's face turned pale and he suddenly turned around and scooted off. This coward. Neela fumed and her face turned red. The violent hilly bear increased its speed because of Raynor's sudden escape. There is no choice left. This exceeds our capabilities, so let's scatter and run. Let's hope to meet each other back in the academy. Callaware smiled bitterly and made his decision. A night's breakthrough. After Callaware finished speaking, he took out a black powder-like substance from his robes and sprinkled it onto his legs. He suddenly appeared taller, and upon closer inspection, it seemed that not only had his height increased, but there were also tufts of black fur growing out of the bottom of his shoes. With this black fur, Calaware's speed increased tremendously and he disappeared from the forest in the span of a few steps, with a speed faster than Rainer's. The seed from a blade of nimble grass. It seems like Calaware used it to protect his life, but the aftereffects of this seed are not small. Leylin muttered, looking towards the two girls at his side. It is a little embarrassing to say this, but we had still better split up. Since we chose to come out here and take such risks, we should naturally be prepared to lose our lives. To be honest, the fact that you were able to stay behind those two guys has already shocked us. Neela said as she took out a green potion in a test tube and threw it on the floor. A green-colored hurricane swept up and enshrouded Neela and Lilith within its center. See you at the academy. Enveloped in a whirlwind of green, the two girls disappeared from Leylin's vision. Everyone has a trump card, huh? Leylin smiled, moving his feet and disappearing from the forest. In a flash, the party of 5 began to split up, with everyone using their own methods to escape from the scene. Leylin's footsteps never faltered, and the trees on either side of him disappeared into the distance as he sped ahead. The attack power of the violent hilly bear is extremely high, while its speed is just average. In the party of 5, Calaware used the nimble grass, while Neela and Lilith used a speed-enhancing potion. As for me, I have the strength of a knight, and therefore, my speed is pretty good. However, Rainer, the first to run, has the slowest speed amongst the 5 of us and is also in the greatest danger. If he did not prepare any trump cards, it is highly likely for him to die here. I should be able to escape from this violent hilly bear's hunting grounds with Rainer as a decoy, so I had better not use this potion just yet. As a potions master, Leylin was still rather rich despite not being able to sell his goods in bulk. Naturally, he had prepared several trump cards that could protect his life, without which he would not have the confidence to come outside to train. Every step he took was perfect, his every move and action seemed to blend in with the forest and he did not receive any obstructions from any branches or vines, his actions as smooth as flowing water. His speed was actually almost the same as Calaware who had used the nimble grass. Grar! A vicious roar sounded. Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of Leylin, and with it came a huge bear paw. Impossible, how could it have made a detour to be in front of me? Was Rainer unable to draw it away? Greatly startled, Leylin's body reacted, his conditioned reflexes causing him to take out his cross blade and begin slashing in front of him. Clang! Leylin hurriedly used the huge recoil traveling through the cross blade to turn his body around and escape the attack range of the bear's paw. He did not have a good grip on the cross blade and as a result, it flew out of his hands. Bang! At this moment, Leylin did not hesitate to throw a fire-red potion at the violent hilly bear. The moment the test tube exploded, a scorching red flame suddenly engulfed the violent hilly bear. Leylin did not stay to watch the scene. Instead, he immediately turned around and ran. The explosive potions may be great, comparable to an average rank 0 spells, however, it still lacks the power to penetrate the violent hilly bear's thick hide. Grar! The violent hilly bear's roar sounded from behind, and it seemed to be getting closer to Leylin. Leylin turned around to look, and his eyes almost popped out. This is illogical. He saw that the violent hilly bear's head was a little charred, but the rest of the body remained undamaged. The explosive potion seemed to do nothing else apart from further enraging the violent hilly bear. The violent hilly bear's massively oversized body seemed to be as light as a feather and did not hinder its speed in the slightest, allowing it to tail behind Leylin. AI, Chip, take readings. Leylin gave a command, but the AI, Chip did not reply even after half a day and only a faint static noise could be heard. AI, Chip, Leylin called out again, but it was to no avail. Damn it, just what exactly is happening? Leylin's face distorted in frustration. The AI, Chip was his greatest trump card in this world. Suddenly losing it had turned him a little crazy. Thwack! The violent hilly bear caught up to Leylin once again, and it swatted with his massive paws as if it was swatting at a mosquito. Umbra's hand. Leylin hurriedly chanted and a black-colored hand rose from the violent hilly bear's shadow, firmly holding on to the bear's paw. The huge bear roared non-stop but was unable to escape from the Umbra's hand. Seizing this opportunity, Leylin hurriedly ran off. The Umbra's hand's effect will only last for a few seconds. I must hurry. Leylin fled miserably. Damn it, Leylin grumbled yet again, what on earth is going on? This violent hilly bear is stronger than my expectations, and it has such a swift speed too. In the black forest, the grass and shrubbery blew in the strong wind and the occasional insect cry could be heard from time to time. At last, I have finally escaped for now. Leylin ran for a dozen odd minutes before he dared to turn back and look. The dark forest resembled the mouth of a huge beast, seemingly wanting to swallow him whole. Caw, caw. Just when Leylin had finally caught his breath, the abominable sound of ravens could be heard in the sky. Leylin raised his head and looked. There were ravens that were much larger than the red-eyed ravens from earlier. Furthermore, there were 3 of them. Once they spotted Leylin, they immediately swooped down towards him. My cross blade has already been lost and my spiritual force and magical power are almost drained too. Am I going to die here today? An ominous premonition rose in Leylin's heart. A black talon came slashing at him, and Leylin hurriedly attempted to dodge it. In spite of his attempts, the claw of the raven etched 3 gashes into his back. The immense pain clouded Leylin's vision. No, I don't want to die. I have not qualified as a magus yet, or seen the rest of the world. How could I just die a silent death here? As he tumbled to the ground, Leylin picked up a green rock from behind him. Ha! Jumping back up, he viciously smashed the rock down onto the red-eyed raven's head. Bang! This time, Leylin used all of his strength, and the red-eyed raven swayed as it fell onto the floor. Caw, caw! Angry cries were heard in the sky. Seeing that their comrade had died like that, the other 2 red-eyed ravens immediately cried out and swooped down to avenge it. Bring it on! Leylin lowered himself slightly, coiling his body into position, like a leopard who was about to catch its prey. He felt every artery in his body expanding quickly, and the blood continuously surged, circulating huge amounts of energy into the various parts of his body. A warm current gradually rose in his lower abdomen, and the wound on his back no longer seemed as painful. Die! Leylin shouted, and flung the rock in his hands out ruthlessly. This time, he seemed to have used all his energy, and the warmth in his body constantly responded to him. The rock let out an ear-piercing whistle and directly struck one of the red-eyed ravens. This is internal life energy. Leylin was mildly shocked. He had attained the qualities of a preparatory knight long ago. Moreover, he meditated constantly, so he was almost comparable to that of an actual knight. However, he had not been able to ignite his internal life energy until now, and he never thought that he would be able to have a breakthrough at this point. Right at that moment, the warm current in his lower abdomen traveled to his 2 eyes, and a piercing pain in his eyes made them water. When he opened his eyes, his vision was extremely blurry, as if he was shrouded in mist. However, the faint blue words of the AI chip had finally reappeared. Beep. The host has suffered from an unknown effect, abnormality in the current state. Host is hallucinating. The screen of the AI chip displayed was intermittent as if it was suffering from a very strong interference. Hallucination. Leylin was startled. However, at this moment, the other red-eyed raven had already swooped down right in front of him. Behind him, there came a violent roar from the forest and a massive bear paw vehemently struck out at Leylin with a hooked claw. Facing such a life-threatening attack, Leylin grit his teeth and actually closed both his eyes. The sharp claws pierced his body and he felt an immense pain. However, it was not as painful as he thought, and Leylin's body did not fall. It really is like this, huh? Leylin's lips curled upwards. AI chip, show me my current state. The AI chip's display merely appeared more distinct in the darkness. The lines full of red-colored warnings about the abnormal status was extremely striking, but Leylin had actually not realized it before. Beep. Detection over. The host has breathed in very potent and delicate hallucinatory gas particles. The 5 senses were affected. To expel or not, begin expulsion immediately, Leylin commanded. Beep. Reserve energy has been used, expulsion in progress. The AI chip indicated that the expulsion was complete, and only then did Leylin open his eyes. Right now, he was situated inside a shrubbery, and the violent hilly bear and red-eyed raven disappeared without a trace. There were many cuts on his body from the barbs in the shrubbery, and blood was dripping from them. However, there were no gashes on his back. It seems like it really was an illusion. What I saw earlier was completely artificial. Leylin looked at his surroundings again. On the left, there was a tree that had fallen, and he saw traces of scorch marks in his surroundings. Although what I saw was fake, my reactions were all real. The explosive potion and Umbra's hand uprooted the tree, and it is very likely that I mistook the tree for the violent hilly bear. Leylin felt a little regretful. The explosive potion had cost him plenty of magic crystals, and he had spent a whopping amount before buying the formula and ingredients from Wuxia. But now, He had actually used it against a tree. However, it's not like I didn't reap any benefits. Leylin looked at the prompt shown by the AI chip earlier. Secretion of adrenaline in the host's body has rapidly increased, blood flow has increased by 58%. The host has ignited internal life energy and broke through the boundaries of a knight. It might have been an illusion all along, but the igniting my internal life energy and advancing to a knight was real. It is also thanks to my advancement into a knight that led me to realize that something was amiss. If not, I would have died just like that. Leylin was a little afraid. AI chip, record the status I was in earlier when I broke through into a knight. Beep. Recording is done. Name, state of advancing to a knight. This state may be the key to igniting internal life energy. However, why would it have some resemblance to the magic powers of my previous world? It seems extremely unconventional. Leylin harbored a few suspicions. This knight's advancement method was extremely perilous. Many of the situations required luck, otherwise, there might be an excessive secretion of adrenaline, opening up the possibility of being poisoned to death. Returning to the academy, I wonder how Callaware and the others are doing now. When Leylin feebly picked himself up, he felt like his whole body was going to fall apart. Even with the AI chip, I have fallen into this state, let alone their situations. I had better find them quickly. It would be really terrible if they were to fall into a trap or encounter other wild beasts. Leylin drew out a red-colored potion from his waist pouch and opened the wooden plug. He poured the red liquid onto his wounds. Hiss. White mist continuously rose up from the wound. Leylin gritted his teeth, his face a little twisted. After the white mist dispersed, a red membrane was covering the wound, and the bleeding had already stopped. It had also closed the wound. Leylin waved his hands around and noticed that his movements were not restricted. This hemostatic potion is very good, but it's so painful when it's being used. Leylin grumbled, drew out another blue-colored potion, and gulped it down. The blue potion was sweet and carried the fragrance of white bread. Leylin felt his body getting much better and also recovered some strength. He walked out from the shrubbery and leaned against a big tree to rest. AI chip, for that hallucinatory gas, are there any remedies against it? Since he knew that the only danger over there was the hallucinatory gas particles, Leylin did not mind rescuing his other party members. If it really wasn't possible, then Leylin would just turn his head and return to the academy to inform the professors while praying for them. Suggestion: freshwater has good protective properties against the infiltration of the gas particles. The AI chip replied, freshwater, huh? Leylin opened his water bottle and soaked a handkerchief, wrapping it over his nose and mouth before heading back to their previous location. I thought that I had run very far away, but I haven't even gone 1,000 meters. Leylin retraced his footsteps. Moments later, when he returned back to where the party of 5 had split up, he was a little speechless. AI chip, scan the area in front and form a map. Since he knew that the path in front was filled with hallucinatory gas particles, Leylin still felt very vulnerable despite his safeguard. Beep. Scan completed. An image appeared in front of Leylin's eyes. Where the 5 of them were earlier, there was a depression with huge mushrooms growing out from it. These mushrooms were extremely big and almost as tall as a human being. Each one was a mysterious purple color, with many black spots faintly forming the image of a human in pain. What type of mushrooms are these? Comparing to database. Similarity level. Spider-faced mushroom 98.7%, spear-lining mushroom 74.5%, purple umbrella flower 23.3%, spider-faced mushroom. Leylin thought back to an image he had seen in a picture book from the library. The spider-faced mushroom is a very mysterious plant. It is able to emit extremely strong hallucinatory gas particles, and people with weak constitutions and other intelligent beings will not be able to resist them. They will often attract flying beasts and live together in harmony with them. It seems like the 2 red-eyed ravens from earlier were attracted to them. Leylin noticed a few bones at the stem of the purple mushroom. Some seemed to belong to humans, and some were from various creatures. However, these kinds of dangerous plants should have been cleaned up around our school area, unless they were moved here only recently. Leylin conjectured and suddenly felt chills over his body as if he had discovered a part of a conspiracy. Shaking his head, this is not something that I can attend to now. I had better hurry and look for Neela and the others and then leave immediately. With the help of the AI chip, finding the others of his party members proved to be extremely easy. Rainer was lying not far away, with one of his thighs impaled on a branch. It seemed like he had run into it himself. Not long later, Calaware was found too. At this moment, he looked like a lunatic, cleaving at a huge black boulder. He could not even see Leylin walking over, and was knocked out by Leylin in the end. As for Neela and Lilith, they were the luckiest. Not long after they left, they had been entangled within some vines. When Leylin found them, they were still clad in the glow of the green hastening potion and were actually not injured at all. Leylin brought the four of them far away from the spider-faced mushroom. When he found a stream, he tossed all of them into the water. This was the suggestion given by the AI chip, with the bone-chilling cold water from the stream invading the noses and throats of Calaware and the others. Their bodies began to convulse violently. Cough cough. Calaware and the others started to cough violently. Leylin moved the few of them onto flat ground and laid them on their backs. He then picked up a weapon and got into a defensive stance. What happened? Calaware rubbed his aching head and propped himself up. Do you still remember what happened earlier? Leylin came in front of Calaware. Yes, I remember now. We met with the violent hilly bear and even some direwolves. Calaware touched the gash on his face. Was it you who saved us? Indeed. However, what we encountered were not ferocious beasts. I'll explain it when the others have woken up. Leylin pointed at the others, who seemed to be regaining consciousness slowly. When the few of them left the domain of the spider-faced mushrooms and gulped down huge amounts of fresh water, their minds started to clear again. Leylin explained the matter of the spider-faced mushrooms to them. As for himself, he said that he was lucky to avoid their situations because he had an item that could resist hallucinations. After listening to Leylin, the expressions of Calaware and the others weren't very good at all. Leylin, thank you, I owe you my life, Calaware said solemnly. As too, Neela and Lilith spoke at the same time. As for Raynor, he opened his mouth but no words came out from it. I suggest that you all better tend to the injuries on your bodies first. Leylin pointed to the puncture in Raynor's thigh. All right, I have some medicinal powder here. Do you need it, Raynor? Calaware felt for the item on his body, and then retrieved a bottle of medicinal powder from his waist pouch and gave it to Raynor. Leylin took a whiff and knew that it was medicine from the regular world. While it had certain effectiveness, it was still incomparable to a hemostasis potion. The party slowly treated the wounds on their bodies. Raynor was the most injured, and his lips were as pale as snow. His legs were wrapped very thickly with gauze. Calaware managed to find a stick for him to use as a crutch, so he could at least manage to walk. The physiques of magi already begin to differ from those of regular humans. With the help of potions, wounds that are not too severe will usually finish healing in a few nights. What should we do next? Calaware looked at Leylin. Although he was the party leader in name, Leylin's performance made him bow his head. Can you still walk? Leylin asked Raynor. I can definitely walk. Don't leave me behind. Raynor hurriedly propped himself up with the crutch. Then we had better hurry and set off. Leylin thought of the spider-faced mushrooms and of his own predictions. He had an ominous feeling about the recent events. That's right, Neela and Lilith agreed in unison. It seemed like they were afraid of this place already. My hastening potion, that was something that I spent 5 magic crystals on. Along the journey, Neela lamented. That is still okay, look at me. Calaware adjusted his sack. The most important things were the 12 red-eyed raven claws in it as they were the proof of completing the mission. He then pointed to his ankle. On his legs, tufts of black fur already covered his calves and began spreading to his thigh area. Although a seed from the nimble grass can allow you to run quickly, their reproductive abilities are too great. After using them, you will definitely be contaminated. If you don't hurry back to the academy to take care of it, you might soon become a furry man. Outer appearance is one thing. The most important thing is that if the nimble grass live on a human's body for a long time, there will be poisonous properties. At that time, you can only amputate your leg. Calaware said with a resolved expression, hurry. Although he still wore a deadpanned expression, his footsteps had obviously quickened. After suffering from the spider-faced mushrooms' attack, the 5 of them became easily frightened on the way home. Any rustling of leaves or blowing of the wind would make them feel nervous for a while. When they finally saw the abyssal bone forest graveyard, Leylin swore that he had never found this graveyard so lovable before now. Password. This time, the 2-headed dog asked in a female voice. Abyssal bone is paramount, Calaware said slowly. The password changes whenever a certain period of time has passed. However, the password will naturally be told in advance to those who go out on a mission, like them. Correct. The two-headed dog allowed them to pass and returned to being a statue on the platform. Leylin finally heaved a sigh of relief when they entered the academy's gates. Although there were no deaths on this mission, they still met with several dangers along the way. If not for the AI chip's help, it was very likely that their party would have been wiped out completely. Let's go. We'll first hand in our mission. Calaware's expression loosened and he smiled. As for Lilith and Neela, they both seemed relieved as well. The five of them walked towards the mission area. Calaware queued in front of the counter while the other four waited to the side. Neela, did the missions cause so many injuries or deaths in the past? Leylin felt that the atmosphere was a little off. The number of casualties in the mission area had obviously increased, and there were curses and sobbing heard from time to time. We don't usually have this many. I can guarantee that. Neela looked at the many acolytes with darkened expressions on their faces. It seemed like not only did they fail their missions, but they had also paid a heavy price for them. Look, the missions have been refreshed. Leylin raised his head and saw a notice hanging in the upper corner of the black wall, with striking red words. Attention! There has been a significant increase in the dangerous creatures around the academy. We hope that the acolytes who go out in the future will be more cautious. If you aren't a level 3 acolyte, we recommend that you stay inside. These words were a size bigger than the others and were written in a striking red font. Behind the warning, there was a new mission written in red. Mission: find out the source of the abnormalities in the academy's vicinity. Reward: 500 magic crystals, high-grade information on 3 topics at will, or an improved spell model. This mission is categorized as extremely dangerous. Be prudent when accepting this mission. 500 magic crystals, high-grade information on 3 topics, or even an improved spell model. Leylin exclaimed, if only I had that many magic crystals. Lilith was also intimidated by the generous reward. Bottleneck: didn't you read the notice? If you aren't a level 3 acolyte, then going out is practically throwing your life away. A voice sounded, and Calaware appeared behind Neela. You're back? Leylin asked. Yeah, here is the reward for our mission. 15 magic crystals. Calaware opened the pouch and there sat 15 magic crystals. According to our prior agreement, each of us gets 3 magic crystals. Calaware divided the magic crystals and then opened a large black sack. It was filled with many red-eyed raven claws, as well as feathers, eyeballs and other miscellaneous materials. There is also this stuff. Only the red-eyed raven's 2 claws have some worth. Each one can be sold for about 1 magic crystal. As for the other materials, they're worth roughly 15 magic crystals in total. Do you guys have any questions? If not, we'll be dividing them accordingly. The red-eyed raven claws were only needed to prove that the mission had been completed. After it has been confirmed, the acolytes are allowed to keep them, and they can be considered additional income. I have no problem with that. Leylin smiled. This time, he merely wanted to gain experience and was not too fussed about the number of magic crystals. This time, earning 30 magic crystals at once could be considered a lot. However, there were also the expenditures of this mission to factor in. Neela and Lilith used a hastening potion, and Calaware used the seed from the nimble grass. As for Leylin, he had used an explosive potion, hemostasis potion, and a strength potion. All these expenditures amounted to over 30 magic crystals. If they were to calculate everything, the mission would be considered a flop and would not even compare to Leylin's brewing of potions to earn money. Seeing as Leylin had agreed, Neela, Lilith, and Raynor could only nod their heads. In this mission, Leylin, you did the most. If not for you, we would have long been dead, so it's alright if you take a little more. Calaware was extremely sincere, and it seemed as though he had made up his mind about this long ago. I don't need it. Leylin smiled and picked out 2 of the red-eyed raven claws, as well as some other materials, from the bag. After estimating that the things he had taken out were worth around 6 magic crystals, he stopped. These will be enough for me. Alright, then we will redistribute the items again. Calaware felt a little forced, but Lilith and Raynor were obviously happy about it. All of them, more or less, had wounds on their bodies. Some things seemed to have happened recently to the academy, and accepting missions would no longer be a possibility if it turned out to be dangerous. The group quickly exchanged their contact information and left the mission area. Calaware left the fastest. By now, the black fur had already grown to his thighs, making his legs look like those of a gorilla, and it seemed like he could not wait to seek help. Goodbye. Lilith and Raynor bade farewell too. Could you tell me your dorm number? Neela stuck closely to Leylin's side while whispering into his ear. Warm air blew into his ear and he felt a little ticklish. I'm not in the mood for that. Maybe next time. Leylin declined. Right now, his body still ached faintly, so how could he be in the mood to do it? All right, I'll be waiting. Neela laughed coquettishly and gave him a light peck on the cheek, before running away quickly. Leylin shook his head and turned around, returning to his dorm. As he opened his door, he saw that everything in the room had remained the same as before his departure and a feeling of security washed over him as he entered. The mission did not even last for a month, so why do I feel like a lot of time has passed? Leylin shut the door, placing the cross-blade, sack, and other items aside before lying on his bed. He enjoyed the soothing comfort provided as he rested on the soft bed. AI, Chip, show me my current stats. Beep. Leylin Farlier, Level 2 Acolyte, Knight. Strength, 2.5, Agility, 2.7, Vitality, 3.0, Spiritual Force, 4.2, Magical Power, 4.0. Status. Healthy. There was an overall increase in the stats. His strength, agility and vitality had all increased by 0.3, while his spiritual force increased by 0.1. After advancing to a proper knight, all my stats have risen. As for my spiritual force, this is the result after 1 month of continuous meditation. Leylin gazed at the 3D image of him, AI. Chip, calculate how much more the internal life energy in my body raises my stats. After a knight ignites their internal life energy, there will still be a breakout period for their stats to increase. However, Leylin had already increased his stats plenty through meditation, so the effects may be diminished slightly. Establishing task, calculation in progress, beep. The simulation has ended. Expected increase in host stats. Strength, 0.6, agility, 0.3, vitality, 0.1. The AI, Chip's voice sounded. If my stats were at 1.9 like the average person, this internal life energy would be able to raise all my stats by at least 1. However, now that my foundation is so high, raising it will be even more difficult. Leylin reasoned. The Farlier family is only a newly established line of knights. They have no training methods to pass on for after one turns into a knight, so I have no inkling of how to advance to a grand knight. Although there should be information regarding this aspect in the academy, the potential of knights are much inferior to that of magi, so I can forego this goal for now. Ever since he entered the academy, Leylin had devoted all his time and effort to his magus studies and delayed his training to become a knight. Even a grand knight will only end up as a follower or servant of an official magus. Besides, a knight's journey will end after becoming a grand knight. As for magi, they can continuously advance, so Leylin naturally chose the path with a better prospect. Besides advancing to a knight, this map is the only benefit of my trip outside this time. Leylin projected the image of a huge map. Faint blue lines formed the general outline of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy as well as its surroundings. It was even more detailed than the one Callaware had. On this map, the path that Leylin and his party had taken was the clearest. Furthermore, the vicinity of where the spider-faced mushrooms had been found was even marked as a dangerous zone. This map was formed through his own exploration, the scanning from the AI Chip, as well as the map that Callaware had. It could not be said to be completely free of mistakes. But this was definitely the most detailed map amongst the acolytes. He would be able to fetch a price of at least 2 magic crystals if he were to sell it. In the center of the map, green words highlighted the location of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. From this map, it can be seen that our Abyssal Bone Forest Academy is only taking up an insubstantial area on the south coast. It could also be said to be in a rural area. Furthermore, with Abyssal Bone Forest Academy in the center, the Death Seas would be to the south. To the north, it would be the mountain plains of Despair, to the west, Sage Gotham's hut, and lastly, the Poolfield Kingdom to the east. The north and south area are all forbidden regions, with countless dangerous creatures residing within them. Some with differing bloodlines, some of which have been contaminated. They are also haunted by evil spirits that are filled with grievances. Any acolyte stepping foot in those regions would die 10 out of 10 times. As for Sage Gotham's hut, it is another faction of the Magi. I have heard that there are some conflicts between Sage Gotham's hut and Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, so I can't go there either. The only one left for acolytes to explore would be the Poolfield Kingdom. Leylin thought indifferently. The factions in this world were similar to those of the Japanese during the World War, where various factions were divided in accordance to their territory and they controlled the various kingdoms from the dark. In these kingdoms, the Magi bloodlines would be either royalty or nobility. As for the knights, their bloodlines would commonly be those of wealthy families. In regards to their social hierarchies, the Magi would be like the feudal lords of the warring states and the knights would be the warriors and soldiers serving under them. Furthermore, they don't have a lone sovereign governing them as a whole. There are as many small kingdoms as there are stars in the sky, fighting solely for their own benefits in a chaotic era. There are a few Magi families supporting the Poolfield Kingdom behind the scenes. The kingdom has a total of 19 provinces. Each area is extremely vast, with many small Magi families, wandering Magi, and travelers living there. They would definitely not come to the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy to make any trades, so there should be some kind of small markets over there. I'll try concealing my identity and head there to sell my potions. Leylin's potioneering skills were only average, but with the help of the AI chip, his succession rate for brewing had long surpassed his senior Merlin and could even be comparable to that of his mentor, Croft. However, all of this had to be kept with the utmost secrecy. As such, Leylin did not dare sell too many of his potions inside the academy. However, once he advanced to a level 3 acolyte, he would reach a bottleneck. Without a vast amount of resources to use, one could only slowly progress with time. Even a 5th grade acolyte, without resources, would require at least 3 years advancing to a level 3 acolyte. Leylin was only an average, 3rd grade acolyte, and could only rely on this bit of income on the surface. To satisfy the requirements for advancement, who knows how long he would have to wait. AI chip, simulate the requirements that I need to advance into level 3 acolyte. Prerequisites for level 3 acolyte: spiritual force, 7, mastery of at least 3 spell models, 500 grams of reactive elixirs. Required to aid with breakthrough. Learning the 3 spell models is easy, but the reactive elixirs will be troublesome to obtain. I will need at least 500 magic crystals. Leylin's expression was extremely solemn. As a potioneering acolyte, he naturally knew what reactive elixirs were. These potions were not the same as elementary potions like the strength potions or hemostasis potions. However, they required someone to have reached the basic level of potioneering. There are those which increase spiritual force, vitality, or even potions that can reinforce the mind runes at an alarming rate. The demand is always greater than the supply for them. 500 magic crystals is a little too much. However, after I have finished mastering the elementary potioneering techniques from Mentor Croft, I can then start practicing with basic potions. I might only need to purchase 100 magic crystals worth of ingredients to make the potions myself. It seems like the most important thing will be to get my spiritual force up to 7. Leylin appeared to be deep in thought. AI chip, according to my current status, how long will it take to meet these prerequisites through meditation? Using the host's spiritual force as a base, simulation in progress. Beep. The simulation has been completed. Estimated time needed: 8 years 6 months and 15 days. The AI chip responded without any emotions. That long? Leylin's face turned pale. What's the problem? It only took me a little over a year to raise my spiritual force to 4.2 from the stats of an ordinary human. The host has gained a resistance towards meditation. Changing to a higher tiered meditation technique is recommended. Another option is to find ingredients that are compatible for raising the effects of meditation. The AI chip projected a screen, with the various data and results on it. Ancient potions. According to the AI chip simulations and extrapolations, the elementary meditation technique is most useful when used to construct mind runes. However, after a level 2 acolyte has finished constructing their 24 mind runes, they can only progress slowly with time. No wonder even 5th grade acolytes get stuck at the bottleneck to advance to a level 3 acolyte. Leylin looked at the results of the mathematical formulas and entered into deep thought. I have been in the academy for this long, but I haven't heard of any acolytes who own an advanced meditation technique. Furthermore, the apprentices of the other professors all stop progressing for at least a few years after they have reached level 2 acolyte standards. It seems like even the professors can do nothing regarding this matter of meditation techniques, so I can give up on it first. As for the use of ingredients, there was some basic level potion formulas that could help in the raising of spiritual force. However, the price for them is rather high and the ingredients are also very costly. Even the results are rather appalling. However, my succession rate will definitely be higher than other potioneering masters because I have the AI Chip. Therefore, increasing my spiritual force with this method is highly feasible. Leylin made up his mind. What's next is to collect formulas for potions that can raise my spiritual force. In addition, I should sell my potions outside and obtain more potion ingredients. However, it seems rather dangerous outside the academy right now, so how am I supposed to go find those black markets or small-scale trading groups? Leylin's brows furrowed again. With these problems, the professors inside the academy will definitely not sit around and do nothing. The problems will be resolved after a while. I had better get the potion formulas for increasing my spiritual force before anything else. If the problems outside could not be solved by even the Magi, then Leylin would definitely be at even more of a loss. Thinking this, he soon entered a dream state very quickly. The next morning, Leylin sought out Professor Croft. A potion formula that can raise spiritual force. Croft was a little surprised. The success rate of brewing these potions is too low and the resources required are extremely expensive. Many potioneering masters have lost their family fortunes over this, and only those with a strong family background are able to reap the benefits. Although Leylin's potioneering talent was highly outstanding, Croft still felt that his apprentice had set his goals a little too high. Sir, you know it too. My aptitude is only third-grade acolyte. For a third-grade acolyte to progress to a magus, there is an even greater bottleneck. Breaking through to a magus is easiest when it's done at a young age, so I want to give it a gamble. Leylin spoke softly. Oh, you. Croft sighed and sat down slowly. I do have a few basic potion formulas for raising the spiritual force, but I signed a contract preventing me from reselling the formulas when I got them from other parties. As for my own formulas, you are definitely not able to afford them. How many magic crystals are they worth? Leylin's heart sank, but he still asked. Haha, I knew you wouldn't give up. 5,000 magic crystals, and that's only because you're my apprentice. See. Leylin sucked in cold air, and then laughed bitterly. It seems like I have no hope. Developing a potion formula for raising spiritual force requires a potioneering master to spend a dozen, or even several dozens, of years on continuous experimentation, and the consumption for this is immense. Moreover, possessing an exclusive formula usually boosts a potioneering master's family development. Hence, it is within reason for potion formulas to be this costly. Having a monopoly will yield the greatest profits. Leylin nodded his head slowly. However, it also depends on who owns the formula. If it was an acolyte instead of a magus, even Leylin would have harbored some bad notions. However, Croft was an official magus, and he had the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was behind him as his patron. Furthermore, his human relations were not bad, hence, he did not have many worries. However, if you really have this goal, you might not be completely without answers. Just as Leylin was prepared to take his leave disappointingly, Croft spoke these words. It seems like I have a chance. Leylin was secretly elated and hurriedly bowed. Although I am unable to give you my personally developed formulas, I still have a few formulas from the Magi of old, and they were obtained when I went exploring several times before, so you can use them and give it a try. Croft said slowly. Formulas from the Magi of old. Leylin felt a little uncertain. Indeed, Magi were the most prosperous back in the ancient times. Not only did they construct the Byron Empire which spanned over several continents, they had even set their sights on several other distant worlds, conquering different planes one at a time. Croft's face was a little flushed. It seemed as though he held the utmost fascination towards the prowess of the ancient Magi. It's a pity that the Byron Empire collapsed one night, due to some unknown reason, and the legacies of these ancient Magi were lost. We, as Magi in more recent times, have only risen to power through a few remnants of the research and documents left behind by the ancient Magi. Little by little, Croft spoke of the story behind the scenes. This information was never mentioned in the historical books in the Academy. I wonder how mighty these ancient Magi were. Leylin put on a fascinated expression, and asked, those formulas, are they all defective? Indeed, you're very smart. Although the effects of these formulas are good, many of the ingredients have already ceased to exist. At least, I have never come across them in the 200 years of my life, Croft said unhurriedly. However, many potioneering masters still feel some affection for these ancient formulas because they all wish to find a substitute for them. Even if they have only a fraction of the original models, their effects are extremely useful. Leylin was elated. With the help of the AI chip, he would definitely save a lot of time and effort when researching them. On the surface, he still put on a frowning and worried expression, so, You want me to find substitute ingredients? Indeed, potioneering masters often rely on flashes of inspiration for their successes. Many new types of potions are developed on this basis. If you really want to, you can try your luck. However, the success rate will be extremely low. Croft's face darkened. It seemed as if he was reminded of his past failures. Sir, I still want to give it a try. Even if I won't be able to develop a new formula, I can still improve my skills in brewing. Leylin gritted his teeth. I can rest assured if this is your thinking. Croft nodded his head. After rummaging through the shelves behind him, he managed to find some dusty scrolls. The formulas of the ancient magi are all here. When Leylin received the scrolls, his hands dipped. They seemed to be made of some unknown material with an extremely high density. Casually flipping to a green-colored formula sheet, Leylin was intimidated by the numerous scribbles of the ingredients required. Ghost spirit flower, 7 leaves grass, the poison sac of a human-faced snake, the hair of a resentful ghost. Leylin had never even heard of over half of the ingredients listed there. As for the remaining 1/3, they were precious treasures even to a magus, and looking at them made Leylin's eyelids flutter wildly. How is it? You're shocked, right? I had the same expression as you when I first saw them too. However, if you were to brew a potion in accordance with the ingredients listed, I dare say that it would be useful even for an official magus. Croft smiled a little. Leylin flipped through several other formulas. He tried to find something that would suit the level of an acolyte and would have the easiest to obtain ingredients. A good half an hour later, he had barely managed to sift through and find 2. I'll just take these 2, the Azure Potion and the Tears of Mary. These 2 potions were better suited to Leylin's current conditions. All right, these 2 potion formulas suit you well. Croft nodded his head. Each one is 150 magic crystals, so the total would be 300 magic crystals. Although this was a dozen times cheaper than a potion formula for raising the spiritual force, Leylin still felt a little heartache. He drew out all of the magic crystals in his pockets, and the magic crystals clattered and piled up into a small mound in front of Croft. Within this mound, there were several pieces with greater energy undulations. These were mid-grade magic crystals, and the value of one was equal to 10 regular magic crystals. There are 250 magic crystals here, and I'll add this blade of snake-patterned grass. Leylin wore a look of reluctance as he drew out a small cloth pouch from his robes. After opening it, there lay a blade of silver-colored grass. It even had the pattern of a snake's scales on its surface. This was something that he commissioned Wux to obtain after a long period of time. However, having extracted a few of its properties, this blade of snake-patterned grass was not very useful to him anymore. Oh, snake-patterned grass. Although it is rather damaged, its properties are still intact. I estimate it to be worth about 50 magic crystals. Croft's eyes shone as he inspected the blade of silver grass. The trade has been established. These 2 formulas are now yours. Croft smiled and nodded his head. Leylin then pocketed the formulas for the Azure Potion and Tears of Mary and bowed to Croft, bidding farewell before leaving the room. 300 magic crystals. That was all the income I've earned from selling potions this year. The ingredients needed for these 2 potions are also very precious. I can only hurry and head outside the academy to sell my accumulated potions before I can exchange them for experiment resources. Leylin felt a little heartache. However, his success were way higher than what the others were estimated to have, and apart from selling potions in the academy, he had still managed to amass many other potions. If he were to sell them outside the school, he would definitely earn a huge amount of magic crystals. Ever since he obtained the 2 potion formulas, Leylin's mind was filled with ideas on how to earn more magic crystals and brew potions. Leylin, Leylin. A girl's voice rang and interrupted Leylin from his dazed state. It's you, Bicky. I'm sorry, I was thinking about some things. Leylin sized up the girl in front of him. After a year of growth, Bicky's figure had even grown to be more provocative. Especially those 2 perky mounds on her chest, they had already begun to take shape. HMPH, even you are like this. Fail is the same too. Bicky pouted. Haha. Leylin glossed over it. What's the matter? Is Fail ignoring you again? That's not it. Fail has been treating me well recently, and we even had dinner at the dining hall on the 2nd floor yesterday. Bicky said cheerfully, only, he seemed fixated on the Academy's recent mission, the one with blood-red writing, wholeheartedly wanting to claim the reward. 500 magic crystals, high-grade information, and even an improved spell model. If I wasn't just a level 2 acolyte, I would most likely be tempted too. Leylin joked. What were you thinking earlier? Nothing much, only that selling potions within the academy are rather disadvantageous for me and I want to try selling them outside. Leylin spoke with a half-truth. Nissa regarding the matter of wanting to sell his potions outside the academy, Leylin felt that there was nothing much to hide. Other potioneering acolytes were sure to have these thoughts too, but no one would expect Leylin to sell such a surprising amount. He must conceal his identity when selling the potions, but everything will be fine as long as he is not recognized. The acolytes in the academy are indeed clever, keeping the prices down. Vicky nodded her head. Why don't you learn from our senior, Merlin? He signed a contract with a Magus family, where they provide potion ingredients to him for free and will buy all of the potions he makes. I like my freedom. Leylin shook his head. He knew a little about Merlin's decision. Merlin had signed a contract with a Magus family. The family would provide huge amounts of ingredients for him to practice brewing and would also provide him with viable resources to aid him in breaking through to an official Magus. But after he becomes a level 3 acolyte, Merlin will have to provide a certain number of potions for the family every month. Furthermore, he would have to join the family after becoming an official Magus. This was how Magus families roped in lowly acolytes. Without the AI chip, Leylin might have embarked on a similar path. Or worse, having no family wanting to take him in because his aptitude was too poor. Vicky, your family resides in the Poolfield Kingdom if I recall correctly. Do you know if there are any markets or places for people to trade their goods? Leylin asked. Of course. However, the situation there is extremely complicated. There are many wandering magi and fugitives, so it is very chaotic and dangerous. I know, but I don't have to go there personally. For instance, I could always hire someone to do it for me. Leylin began to spout nonsense. In the Academy's mission area, acolytes can also give out missions as long as they have enough magic crystals and are able to make a deposit. That's true. In that case, I will send a copy of the information to your room later. Vicky nodded after giving it some thought. I will be really grateful for that. I'll buy you a meal in the second-level dining hall next time. Leylin was elated. All right. Vicky smiled and her two eyes curved into a crescent moon shape. As time passed, Leylin continued to analyze the two formulas with the AI chip's help. He also started to search for rank 0 spells that could conceal his aura or change his appearance. Vicky had sent the information regarding the Magus Bazaar long ago. However, Leylin did not dare go out until the strange happenings outside the academy were resolved. In the third-level cafeteria that handed out free food, Leylin was eating a meal with Bill. Today's meal consisted of white bread with fish paste, as well as steak and fruit juice. What? Perry is dead, but he was a level 3 acolyte. Leylin was a little startled. Perry was a 5th grade acolyte and also had a good mentor. 4 years ago, he had risen to a level 3 acolyte and could be said to be an influential figure in the academy. That's right, he accepted the mission to investigate the happenings around the academy and even formed a party for it. There was another level 3 acolyte in the party too. Bill's face darkened. With a formation like this, only an official Magus could have killed Perry. Leylin surmised. Perry was sure to be carrying a magic artifact, and he was one of the strongest among the level 3 acolytes, not to mention any powerful, life-saving items his mentor could have given him. And yet he still died, making Leylin even more fearful of the danger surrounding the academy. Not necessarily, they might have been overwhelmed by numbers. I heard that when Perry was found, his lower body was missing and his innards were all eaten. At a glance, it's clear that these are the doings of the Beastmen. Beastmen. Leylin recalled the contents of a book he had read. According to the book, there were 2 explanations of their origins. One described them as the failed experiments of a Magus, and the other called them a type of human subspecies. However, a common point in both explanations was that these Beastmen were extremely savage and cunning. Weren't they always in the desolate lands of despair? Why would they be roaming here? They're even attacking acolytes. Don't they know that this is simply provocation? Leylin was a little puzzled. The brains of Beastmen were always poorly developed, who knows what they could be thinking. But they have never dared to provoke magi, otherwise, they would have been long extinct. Bill added, whenever the Academy's official magi go outside, their paths are not blocked, nor do any strange happenings occur. It seems as if these Beastmen concealed themselves in advance. However, they would attack with all their might whenever they met with an acolyte. It was a standard case of bullying the weak while fearing the strong. They won't be this rampant for much longer. Perry is an apprentice of Professor Haroshi. He's known for worrying about losing face and shielding his shortcomings, so he'll definitely take action. Bill said confidently. One reason why the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy did not take action against those beastmen was because the beastmen were too weak and posed no threat whatsoever to an official magus. On the other hand, they give acolytes a chance to hone their battle skills and gain experience. However, the situation had changed now that an apprentice was dead. However, Leylin still felt that it was absurd for these beastmen to suddenly appear in the academy's vicinity. As with the spider-faced mushroom incident from before, he felt that it was all part of a larger conspiracy. However, I'm not the only smart one in this academy. If I can think of it, others are sure to as well. Why are there no rumors as of yet? Leylin thought deeply. This situation is a little odd, I had better make some preparations in advance. Leylin, a voice called from behind him, and it seemed to be wavering a little. Leylin turned around and saw Wuxia, one of the acolytes who had come to the academy with him and possessed the aptitude of a second-grade acolyte. The energy waves radiating from his body showed that he was still a level 1 acolyte. This is a friend of mine, I'll take my leave first. Leylin said to Bill. Go do your thing. Bill smiled. Is there a problem? Leylin walked over to Wuxia and asked softly. Wuxia was usually a rather reserved person and was always being berated by Callaware and the rest, so he seldom hung out with them. There had to be a problem if he sought out Leylin this time. We do indeed have a problem. Could you come with me for a while? Wuxia asked. All right, Leylin agreed since he wasn't doing anything. Let's return to my dorm. Wuxia brought Leylin to his dorm. Leylin looked at the room number, 1913. It was quite a distance from his dorm, no wonder they did not see each other much. Let's go in. Don't be too shocked, Wuxia said preemptively. Leylin inhaled deeply and placed his left hand into his waist pouch before pushing the door open and stepping inside. Once he entered, a disgusting stench infiltrated his nose. It was rather similar to a mix of sewerage and the smell of a rotten corpse, and it almost made Leylin puke. Enduring the sickening stench, Leylin examined Wuxia's room. Its layout was similar to his, but there was a girl sitting on the bed now, and beside her was a figure wrapped in a black cloak. The stench was coming out from the cloaked figure's body. Hello, Dodoria. Leylin recognized her. She was also someone who came to the academy with him. Her aptitude was even worse than Wuxia's, only a first-grade acolyte, and barely qualified as a level 1 acolyte even now. As for the black-robed figure, according to the AI chip's scan, their energy waves were a little strange. Sometimes the readings showed that they were not even a level 1 acolyte, at times it showed that they were at the peak of a level 1 acolyte and could almost advance to a level 2 acolyte. Furthermore, the radiation on their body was exceptionally strong. Hello, Leylin. Dodoria forced a smile, but both her eyes were red and puffy as if she had just cried. What exactly is happening? Leylin felt that the problem lay with this black-robed figure. As expected, Wuxia checked that the door was closed and then, forcing out a smile, he said to Leylin, You have said hello to Dodoria already, but there is one more person, Nissa. Do you still remember her? Nissa. Naturally, Leylin remembered the little girl who had the aptitude of a first-grade acolyte and got along with Dodoria rather well. She had also come from the same place he did. The black-robed figure was huge and swollen, like an extremely fat person, and even gave off a disgusting odor. It was very difficult for Leylin to link this figure with the petite and pleasant little girl from the past. Nissa, take off your cloak. Leylin is not an outsider. Besides, you still need his help. Wuxia said. That's right, Dodoria encouraged, sitting by her side. After listening to the exchange, the black-robed Nissa hesitated for a while and then slowly took off her cloak. Leylin covered his mouth, his eyes wide, looking extremely shocked. Just how on earth was this a person? Scars littered her face, and there were even signs of stitches. She had the snout of a pig, her head was bald, she was missing an ear, and had coarsely spaced teeth. A thick, repulsive, yellow fluid continuously flowed out of her mouth. Her facial features looked like they had been messed up by someone and then put back together. Looking at her appearance, two words surfaced in Leylin's mind: suture freak. Right now, Nissa's appearance was like someone casually taking parts of a creature's corpse and sewing them together. With such a horrendous outer appearance, and compared to Leylin's image of how girls normally look like, Leylin finally understood why Nissa chose to cloak herself in a black robe. What is going on exactly? Leylin's face darkened. Do you still remember the additional conditions that we there when we were choosing our mentors? Gurucha reminded. You mean to say, aiding in the experiments? Leylin got a shock. He had originally thought that the conditions offered by the professor were too good, and now it turned out to be a trap. That's right, we didn't have any magic crystals, so the choosing of our mentors was at random. Nissa was allocated to a professor who specializes in transfiguration. He treated Nissa well. Not only did he impart her with a lot of knowledge, he even promised her 1 magic crystal a month if she participated in his experiments. Dodoria said, while wiping off the tears in her eyes with a handkerchief from time to time. 3 days ago, Nissa was poisoned by the radiation of a spell, and she has been like this ever since then, Gurucha explained gloomily. Human experiments. Leylin's heart sank. He knew that there were many magi in the academy who did human body experiments in secret. However, they seldom operated on their acolytes directly. Although there are many knights and peasants he could have experimented on, acolytes are of good caliber because they have the highest resistance to spells. Nissa finally opened her mouth. Her voice was hoarse with old age and even carried a metallic ring to it. That's right, Gurucha continued. Cough cough, I, too, have been aiding my professor in many of his experiments. Although there are no irreversible changes yet, a few residual effects are beginning to appear. 2 methods, AI. Chip, examine Gurucha, Leylin ordered. Immediately, an image of Gurucha was projected and Leylin noticed some pathological symptoms in some of his organs, the lungs in particular. Acolytes are already capable of resisting spells, so how strong would the radiation have to be for an acolyte to be unable to withstand it? Leylin's face changed. What did the academy say about this? What could they say? Nissa signed a pact with her mentor before the experiment and even declined any compensation. Dodoria exclaimed as she sobbed. Leylin was silent. Many low-grade acolytes, with no magic crystals, could only be assigned to different professors randomly. If their luck was good, they would meet professors like Fraught. If their luck was bad and they were to meet with professors who liked to experiment on humans, then they could only blame themselves for being unlucky. Additionally, many of the acolytes could not resist the enticements from their mentors and would cooperate with them for experiments, so even outcomes like death were a possibility. A few acolytes would die from experiments in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy each year. In comparison, Nissa, who was able to keep her life, was much luckier than those who died. So why did you look for me? If it's to help seek revenge or any other justice-related matters, then I'm afraid I won't be of any help. Leylin did not allow any room for negotiation right at the start. To challenge a magus with the powers of an acolyte, he would only do that if there was water seeping through his brains. We don't have such intentions. We're just here to let you take a look to determine if there is still hope for Nissa to recover her original appearance. Gurucha hurriedly shook his hands. Leylin nodded his head. After all, he had the potioneering master, Fraught, standing behind him. If he couldn't think of anything either, Nissa could only despair. Do you mind if I have a look? Leylin asked Nissa. I don't. Nissa's voice was extremely soft, almost inaudible. Leylin walked forward, and the disgusting stench only grew more revolting. Leylin forced himself to pick up Nissa's palm. Every finger was thicker than a carrot, looked purple, and there were disgusting rings of folded skin. What used to be the dainty white fingers of a lady had turned into this. Leylin believed that if he could not help Nissa, then she ought to mentally prepare herself. Leylin pressed the back of Nissa's hands. Do you feel anything? No, her defense seems to be pretty good. Leylin silently appraised, taking out a surgical knife from his waist pouch. The tip of the gleaming knife was placed on the surface of her palm and pushed into the skin lightly, but it didn't manage to cut through the skin. Leylin's brows furrowed and he applied more pressure on his hands, using all of his strength as a knight to push down the tip of the blade. The surgical knife finally pierced Nissa's skin, and a drop of yellow pus flowed out. Leylin hurriedly took out a test tube and stored that drop of pus. After dabbing some hemostasis potion on it, the wound on Nissa's hand rapidly healed. 10 seconds later, there wasn't a single scar to be seen. What monstrous healing abilities! Leylin gasped inwardly but didn't dare say it aloud. Seeing Dodoria and Gurucha, who were staring at him without moving, Leylin laughed. Kayadarmo, Zerado, with the incantation, a gust of wind suddenly swept into the room and formed a small whirlwind. Black mist rose unceasingly as it consolidated into a vague, humanoid shadow in front of Leylin. Gurucha and Dodoria were startled, and even Nissa retreated several steps back. I never thought that he would already be at this level after only 1 year or so. Could there really be no way to remedy the difference between aptitudes? Gurucha looked at Leylin, who was casting a spell, with a complex expression. Leylin did not pay attention to Gurucha in the slightest. Right now, his thoughts were all on the summon that was right in front of him. For you. Leylin spoke in the Byron language and handed over the test tube containing the yellow fluid from Nissa over to the shadow. The shadow's eyes glowed red. As it did not have any hands, it directly bit the test tube with its mouth. Crunch. The test tube broke and the black shadow swallowed the yellow liquid into its stomach. Ha ha. When the yellow fluid entered its body, the black shadow seemed to destabilize. It roared loudly, and cold sweat formed on Leylin's forehead. Krin, Sidamorsi. As Leylin continued to chant, he took several dark green rocks from his pouch and tossed them towards the shadow. After about 3 to 4 minutes, the black shadow stopped rampaging and spoke to Leylin in several obscure words. Gurucha and the others listened closely, but this language was very unfamiliar to them. It was definitely not the Byron language. Ever since the ancient times, many magi organizations have invented their own unique language for magic after many years, so to learn them all is just a pipe dream. The black shadow continued to howl, and then disappeared after one final roar. Looking at the disappearing black shadow, Leylin could not help but to heave a sigh of relief. How was it? Nissa asked. As it was her own problem, she was the most concerned about it. It's very difficult. Your constitution has already been completely transformed, and there is a huge amount of polluted energy circulating in your body. If not for the fact that you were an acolyte, you would have died long ago. Leylin shook his head. After listening to Leylin's assessment, Nissa's eyes dimmed and she retreated back several steps. However, it's not like there are no solutions at all. Leylin continued. What means are there? No matter what the conditions are, I will definitely do my best for Nissa. Dodoria clenched her fist. Yes, we should think of a way together. Then we'll be able to solve it eventually. Gurucha cheered on, which made Leylin somewhat speechless. The first method is for Nissa to advance to an official magus. Magi are able to use the constant radiation to change the way they look. As long as she spends the time, she will definitely be able to change back into her original appearance. Leylin said slowly, this kind of remodeling of the physique through radiation required fine-tuning from oneself. There was no room for other magi to help, there would be a huge backlash if they tried. An official magus, I am only a level 1 acolyte right now. Nissa's eyes flashed for a brief instant, but it dulled almost immediately. That is too difficult, however, it is also an option. What other methods are there? Dodoria asked. There is only one more method I can think of, which is to use the harmonious aqua regia potion. It can cleanse Nissa's body of the pollutants, after which it would be much easier to remodel her appearance. Leylin introduced the second method. Harmonious aqua regia potion. Heavens, isn't that a potion used by magi? One potion is worth at least 1,000 magic crystals. Gurucha's eyes almost popped out from his sockets. That's right, the pollutant in Nissa's body is rather severe, only a magus-level potion that can remove radiation will be useful. Leylin said definitively. These are the only 2 methods that I can think of, but I will also ask my mentor later. These 2 methods were the most optimal of the choices provided by the AI. Chip, Leylin believed that even Mentor Croft would not be able to come up with a better idea. An official magus, 1,000 magic crystals. I will achieve it. Nissa's eyes filled with resolve as she clenched her fists. My sincere apologies for not being able to help. Please accept these potions, it will be able to reduce the pain that you feel during midnight. Leylin gave a small bow and took out a pink potion from his pouch. He could only do this much. How did you know about that? Nissa was clearly a little shocked. From the reactions given by your body, it seems like the energy particles react the most at midnight, which is also when you will feel the most pain. Leylin explained calmly. Nissa, why haven't you told me this? Dodoria's eyes filled with anger once again. You have already done enough. Nissa replied. Take it. Leylin handed the potion over to Gurucha and turned around, walking out of the dorm. The 3 people left in the room were as silent as the dead. What now? Gurucha spoke first. An official magus. This is simply out of reach for us because of our low aptitudes. The acquiring of magic crystals to buy a harmonious aqua regia potion is more realistic. Dodoria said, if the 3 of us were to pool our resources together, after borrowing some more from others, we would have. Dodoria did not even believe her own words. Acolytes would definitely spend any magic crystals they had on knowledge or items to increase their power. No one would simply throw them away. No, I wish to try breaking through to an official magus, Nissa said slowly, her words filled with resolve. With the blessings of my mentor, this radioactive body's defense is much higher than an average person's. My spell resistance isn't too bad either. I should accept more missions and earn the resources I need to advance. I cannot hold the two of you back any longer. Nissa forced a smile, but it looked uglier than crying. Why did it turn out like this? Dodoria cried. Gurucha hurriedly embraced her. It seemed like these two had been a couple since long ago. Following the plots of the novels from my previous world, shouldn't I hurry and sell some potions to earn enough money to pay for Nissa's treatment? And at the same time, I ought to advance to a magus and seek revenge for Nissa and the like. Leylin let his imagination run wild as he walked. A pity that this is the reality. Nissa and I can't even be considered friends, only strangers who have seen each other a few times. Giving her the painkiller potion earlier was already the limit, and that was seeing how we came from the same place. As for magic crystals, I don't even have enough to use for myself, so how could I take them out? One must always pay the price for their own actions. Leylin's gaze turned frosty as he left the dorm area. He would not do anything else for Nissa, and she would only depend on herself. After walking past the flower garden located beside the dorms, sniffing the aroma from the flowers, and basking in the sunlight radiating from the roof, Leylin's mood became much better. Walking to a long bench, Leylin sat down and looked at the acolytes walking past, his mind at peace. Coming out to bask in the sunlight occasionally is also a type of enjoyment, isn't it? A voice traveled over and a gray-robed youth sat beside Leylin. Jaden. Leylin's eyes opened wide. Beep. Jaden. Strength. 1.9, Agility. 2.7, Vitality. 3.1, Spiritual Force. 5.0. Level 2 Acolyte. Energy waves from a low-grade magic artifact have been detected from the target's body. Target is classified as dangerous. The AI chip's scan of Jaden appeared in Leylin's mind. Jaden's spiritual force was the highest among the acolytes, and even his vitality had increased after the constant radiation. Normally, magus would intentionally increase their vitality to prepare for future transformations of the body. Right now, Jaden's spiritual force was higher than Leylin's. He also carried a magic artifact, but no one knew of his battle experience. Calculate my chances of winning if I were to fight with Jaden. Simulation beginning. Success rate, 57.82%. The AI chip provided the data, only a little over half. It seems like the might of a magic artifact is not little. Jaden is no pushover too. A word of advice after the AI chip's scan, Leylin understood Jaden's strength a little more. Leylin was considered to have a considerable amount of battle experience amongst the level 2 acolytes. As long as his opponent did not have a magic artifact, he would have a very high chance of winning. Jaden had a magic artifact but was still slightly inferior to him. This meant that his battle strength was lower than Leylin's. Even though he had some battle experience, it was not much. Of course, these were only rough estimations from the AI chip. In reality, fighting has to be viewed from many aspects. Jaden, I haven't seen you in such a long time. Leylin greeted. Jaden naturally did not know that his stats had been found out by Leylin in just a second. He adjusted his robes and sat by Leylin's side. He revealed his pale, white face as he raised his head to meet the sunlight. I haven't basked in the sunlight for so long. Ever since I started following my mentor, my schedule has revolved around meditation, experiments and my studies. Jaden stretched his body, looking contented. I heard that you are doing pretty well under Croft. Jaden said suddenly. It's all right, I'm basically just brewing potions and exchanging them for resources. Leylin was extremely modest. However, you recently went on a mission with Callaware. Are you going to join that side? Jaden suddenly smiled, but a cold glint seemed to flash in his eyes. Leylin was a little speechless. He never thought that this conflict between groups that these kids had formed before was still ongoing. However, he had forgotten that he himself was only a boy of 14 years at this moment. We're all acquaintances, we just did a mission together since we met by coincidence. That's all. Although Leylin was not afraid of Jaden, he still felt that it was better to avoid any trouble as much as possible. Jaden looked at Leylin several times and the AI chip even informed Leylin that his brain waves had been scanned several times. It seemed as though Jaden had actually used a spell to determine if he was speaking the truth. After some time, Jaden gave a radiant smile. I think highly of you. Intelligent, prudent. Being with Callaware and the others will only drag you down. Only by joining a higher circle of friends can you obtain more resources, glory, and even life. Jaden got up and continued in an indifferent tone. Let me give you some advice, hurry up and leave the school. What? Could you clarify that? Leylin's heart tightened as if had grasped something, and he hurriedly asked. However, Jaden only smiled, walking away without taking a single glance behind him. After Jaden's figure had completely disappeared, Leylin sat back on the bench, a little lost for words. Pretending to be mysterious, as if he was a very powerful person, and even trying to convince me to join under his wing. Is that even fun? Does he really think of himself as the main character of a novel? However, Jaden is a 5th grade acolyte and is deemed highly likely to advance to a magus. He would definitely be able to obtain news faster than me. I'm afraid that something has really happened. Leylin's face darkened. In a dark room, the fire was dimmed, and a promiscuous atmosphere permeated through the room. The moaning and shrill cries of a woman sounded, blending together with the constant low panting noises of a man. After climaxing, the girl lay in the arms of the man, as limp as a bag of soil. You're awesome, just like a lion. Neela's expression was hard to make out. Leylin gently caressed Neela's bare back and did not say a single word. He had encountered many things today and urgently needed to take it out on someone, so naturally he looked for Neela. In this period of time, he had long since hooked up with Neela. In this world, everyone was extremely open-minded about the notion of sex. Many people lost their virginity by the age of 11 or 12. Leylin and Neela both had their sexual needs, so they had already done the deed after only a few days. In any case, Neela was no longer a virgin. As for Leylin, he himself was a no-good person in his previous life. Both of them desired love and sex, and it wasn't bad to have a friend with benefits. With the regulation of the AI chip, he would definitely not leave his seed behind. Naturally, he could mess around to the fullest. Thinking of this, Leylin felt life stirring below his pants once again. Ah! Neela let off a cry, and Leylin stopped her as she was about to climb on top of him. The corner of Leylin's lips curved up, wickedly, as he pressed Neela's head downwards. Neela rolled her eyes at Leylin, but her lips smiled coquettishly as she dived under the blankets. Leylin let out a satisfied groan and leaned onto the wall slightly. Both of his hands grabbed hold of Twin Peaks, and he felt a sponge-like sensation transmitting to his hands. Sometime later, Neela got up and walked towards the washroom stark naked. While he listened to the provocative beauty humming as she showered, Leylin began to ponder the day's event. I shouldn't care about Nissa's affairs anymore. Although Jaden's warning was extremely sudden, it has to be treated seriously. This might have something to do with the phenomenon outside the academy. What's next is to investigate where the other 5th grade acolytes went. In any case, the academy would definitely not forsake those acolytes who had the highest potential to succeed and advance to official magi. If the academy was safe, they would definitely still be here. However, if they all left the academy for various reasons, it meant that the academy itself would be fraught with danger in the near future. Harusi has been cleaning up the area outside the academy since Perry's death. After he has finished cleaning, it will be the best opportunity. Leylin's eyes flashed. My dearest, what are you thinking of? Neela stuck herself onto Leylin, and 2 soft mounds pressed against Leylin's right arm. Just thinking about a few things. Leylin smiled. Recently Sir Harusi seems to be making a huge ruckus outside the academy. You heard about it too. About Perry. Neela lay on top of Leylin's chest and did not make any other movements. Yeah, losing a 5th grade acolyte genius and a potential magus, anyone would turn crazy for a period of time. Leylin said blandly, you have your own cliques too, I need you to help me to find out a few things. Neela smiled sweetly, I'll serve you, my Lion King. Don't call me that, it feels extremely strange, it will make me think of some lion. Leylin rolled his eyes. Alright, let's not talk about this, but about something more serious. Leylin's face was stern. Seeing him act this way, Neela also stopped smiling. Getting close to Leylin was so she could elevate her status and obtain more resources, and she clearly understood this. Help me check the results of Harusi's battle. Also, find out if the academy's surroundings are completely safe now. Lastly, I want to know where all the 5th grade acolytes have gone recently. Leylin whispered into Neela's ears. I got it. Neela grabbed Leylin's head with both hands. Could it be that something big is going to happen? I hope that it is only my imagination. It was the morning of the second day after he had walked out from Neela's room. Leylin felt extremely refreshed and full of vigor. It seemed like his venting had indeed helped in curbing his emotional distress suitably. After thinking for a while, Leylin went for a shower and then headed towards Professor Croft. Croft happened to be brewing a kind of potion. Red-colored beetles were climbing around inside a test tube, occupying half of the space inside the test tube. It looked rather disgusting. You're here. Is something the matter? Croft watched the test tube closely, as he sprinkled some blue petals into it. The red-colored beetles hurriedly gorged on those petals, after which they dissolved and turned into a green-colored liquid. A dozen seconds later, the test tube half filled with the red beetles turned into a green-colored potion. Your skills are really amazing. Leylin gasped. Haha, it's just practicing. Croft shook his head. You always look for me when you have a problem, so tell me what you want. It's like this. I, your apprentice, haven't seen Senior Merlin for some time now. Can I know where he has been? Leylin inhaled deeply. Merlin. Croft's face had on a mysterious smile. He has accepted a mission and left the academy already. How long will it last? About 1 to 1.5 years. It's possible that it may take longer. Croft's tone became sterner, but there was a hint of gratification in it. One last question, was the mission suggested by the family supporting Senior Merlin? As a family that was able to rope in a genius potioneering acolyte from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, their influence should be at the peak. After all, they had an intricate relationship with Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, so their news network might even be more efficient than Croft's. Yes, Croft answered definitively. You know, there are some things that were agreed on between the Academy and me, so I cannot say it directly. But if you are to discover it on your own, then it would be none of my business. However, you don't need to be too worried. Your talent in potioneering is only secondary to Merlin's, and the Academy needs a talent like you too. Croft comforted him. Yes. Leylin smiled bitterly. It seemed like the Academy still chose to categorize by aptitude grades. Those talented individuals like Jaden and Merlin who were also 5th grade acolytes had all been given ample time to retreat. But when it came to him, the treatment he received was much inferior. Up until now, he had only received a few obscure hints from his mentor. As for those whose aptitudes were even worse, they probably wouldn't know what happened even after they were dead. Although Leylin did not understand too well either, there was one thing that he was certain of. The Academy was no longer a safe place to stay. Once again, Leylin was determined to leave, so, may I also take up a dispatch mission? You may. Go to the counter of the mission area and clarify your intentions. They will be able to understand since your aptitude isn't too bad and your talent in potioneering is even more outstanding. Croft nodded his head. Thank you, sir. Leylin hurriedly bowed. Allowing acolytes to leave was an extremely good thing for them. After all, he did not want to stay in a potential battlefield. Afterwards, Leylin assisted Croft in a few more research experiments in potioneering and also took the opportunity to seek answers for Nissa's problem. Unfortunately, Croft did not have any good methods either. After bidding farewell to his mentor, Leylin walked outside. There is only a small family behind Bicky. As for Callaware and the others, they aren't 5th grade acolytes, so they will most likely not receive the news. I'm afraid I will have to drop a few hints for them. As to whether they will understand the message or not, it all depends on their luck. In the lavish second-level dining hall, the gorgeous crystal lights sparkled dazzlingly, as numerous musicians performed. Listening to music while tasting delicacies, it was indeed a very enjoyable thing to do. Furthermore, the food here was all prepared with the utmost care. Not only could they increase one's stats, they could also speed up the meditation process. As such, they have always been welcomed by acolytes and magi alike. However, there were very few customers here today. Most of their faces were gloomy, and the sight was rather unappetizing. Leylin sat on a goose-feathered coach and pushed a steaming mug towards Neela. This is hot cocoa, with some ground black pearls inside it as well. It has also a certain beneficial effect towards meditation. Won't you try it? Neela, who was sitting opposite him, smiled bitterly. If it was before, I would still be extremely excited. But now, making purchases, Leylin did not feel the slightest bit odd. Despite any pretenses, the atmosphere in the academy was very different with such a huge war imminent. Besides, a large number of talented magus acolytes going missing would definitely rouse the attention of others as well. Moreover, the Academy didn't seem to want to hide this news. After all, they would still be relying on the official magi for the upcoming battle, and these acolytes would not be of much help at all. Those that were left behind would definitely be those with the lowest aptitude and levels, only there to be used as cannon fodder. Mentor Harosi has already cleared out the area around the school of beastmen and any creatures who would pose a problem. They have been all reduced to skeletons by spells, especially the beastmen, and their souls have been trapped in their bodies to suffer for eternity. Leylin gave a slight nod of his head. It seems like the vicinity of the Academy was safe for the moment. How about the other magus potentials? Very troublesome. According to the news that my other sisters have gathered, many of the acolytes with high aptitudes, including Chester and Sherpa, have all left the Academy for various reasons. I'm afraid that it won't be much longer before this news spreads. What did you find out? My senior, Merlin, already left a few months ago. Furthermore, I, too, will take on a mission and leave soon. Leylin blandly spoke of the news he had gathered, and this made Neela's face turn even paler. What about you? What are your plans? Leylin still asked her at the end. I plan to return to my family. You know, although my Welter family is not very famous, we are still able to take care of ourselves. Do you want to come with me? Neela clearly wanted to rope in a talent like Leylin for her family. No thanks, I have made plans for myself already. Leylin smiled, turning her down. He would be subjected to various contracts and restrictions if he joined a family. However, he had too many secrets and was not suited to having an entourage. The light in Neela's eyes dimmed. Leylin also knew that their relationship had come to an end. After all, they had just been enjoying themselves, but going their separate ways now, in a time of crisis, was very normal. There is still something that I have to ask of you. Leylin took out a black-colored wooden box and placed it on the dining table. What is it? Neela smiled, but it seemed rather forced. He opened the black box. Many potions in test tubes were neatly arranged inside, and the sight dazzled Neela's eyes. This is... Neela's mesmerizing eyes led off an astonished look. These are the potions that I have accumulated until now. Help me sell them off. Despite crossing his fingers, Leylin's expression remained calm. Of course, this was only a small portion of the potions that he had secretly brewed. Saying that it was his accumulation after a year was reasonable. Their total value was several hundred magic crystals. Letting Neela sell them for him was because Leylin didn't want to be conspicuous. On the other hand, it also provided her with a little compensation. After all, a trace of chauvinism still remained, deep in his heart. Breaking up would require him to give some form of compensation at least, and letting Neela be the middleman gave her a chance to earn some profits. No problem. Right now, the values of the various ingredients and spell models have fallen sharply, while potions and low-grade magic artifacts have drastically risen in price. Neela's eyes flashed. This was a normal occurrence. Spell models and other materials would definitely decrease in price whenever war was imminent, as they could not be used to improve one's practical strength immediately. As for the other items that are able to raise one's battle strength, they would be in high demand. After selling these potions, just give me 300 magic crystals for them. Leylin sipped the hot cocoa which had been resting on the table. Neela's expression was a little complicated. Of course it's possible. In fact, my family could just buy them all. Do you have more? I can let my family know and give you a fair deal. These are all the potions I have accumulated in the past year. You should know, I still need to rely on selling potions to obtain resources. If not for the market doing well right now, I wouldn't let them all go in one breath like I am doing now. Leylin's expression seemed extremely earnest. All right, I will do my best to help you. Neela understood. In her eyes, Leylin brewing these potions non-stop and having such a collection was already the limit with his current ability. As the two of them had their own worries, the meal that followed was not very appetizing for the both of them. After the meal, Neela hurriedly bade farewell to Leylin. Leylin entrusted some people to bring a few messages to the people that he mixed well with as well. He did not mention any details and only gave them subtle hints. Whether or not they could uncover the plot was all up to them. Neela was extremely fast, and she handed Leylin a pouch of magic crystals the very next day. After giving it some thought, Leylin decided it was better to spend his magic crystals while he was still at the academy. After all, he might not be able to find a trading depot outside, and even if he did, the resources there may not be as complete as what the school has. This departure would most likely last an extended period of time. Leylin made preparations for his advancement outside. He prepared to buy ingredients to brew reactive elixirs and spell models available. As for any knowledge that a level 3 acolyte might require, it had been stored in the AI chip since long ago. However, the knowledge provided by the professors stopped there. As for the advancement to an official magus and the basic information for a level 1 magus, the knowledge was heavily guarded by the academy. Only level 3 acolytes who have signed a contract with them would have the right to access them. Leylin headed to the spell models shop first. "What do you want?" The attitude of the old lady behind the counter was even more vehement now. However, Leylin's good mood didn't waver. He already knew that those level 3 acolytes had failed in advancing to an official magus and they had signed a contract with the school to stay behind and provide basic services. Due to the restrictions in the contract, they could not run even if they wanted to. With the impending battle and the collateral damage that would be inflicted upon them, it would be weird if they had a good attitude. Apart from Umbra's hand, I want all of the basic spell models for the shadow and dark elements. Leylin put on a very magnanimous air. The old lady behind the counter looked at Leylin in surprise. After all, such a wealthy level 2 acolyte like him was rarely seen. There is a total of 13, for 130 magic crystals. I also want the basic transfiguration spell model. That'll be 140 magic crystals then. The voice of the old lady sounded from behind the counter. Leylin nodded his head and poured a bag of magic crystals out onto the counter. The lady counted them and put them away, after which she carried 14 spell books over. Each of them was as heavy as a brick, and they stacked up to almost Leylin's height. "It seems like I should buy some horses as well." Leylin hired a few servants and got them to bring the spell model books back into his room, and then he returned to the trading area. At this moment, the trading area was one of the few places that were still bustling with people. The number of acolytes who came here had also increased. Many premium goods had been put up for sale, attracting the attention of numerous acolytes. "It seems like even the acolytes have noticed." Leylin mulled. It was similar to how, in the forest, a small number of animals would sense danger and take flight before a huge disaster befell them, but other animals would naturally follow when they saw the animals leaving, even if they did not sense any danger. However, there are still no magic artifacts here. Leylin felt a little depressed. He had always wanted to own a magic artifact, but they were just too rare. Moreover, the prices were sky high, and they would end up in the hands of a magus every time they appeared. On the occasion that the magi were dissatisfied with the magic artifact, the level 3 acolytes would all madly rush forward to grab it. Leylin simply didn't stand a chance. Magic artifact creation requires alchemy and enchanting, and it's such a profound subject. I don't even have enough time to focus on my potioneering studies now. Leylin laughed bitterly. Even the AI chip had a limit to its processing. According to Leylin's previous experience, only when his soul continuously advanced would the AI chip's level increase. When I become a level 3 acolyte, if I don't have any other means, I will dabble in enchanting and see if I can create my own magic artifact. These stalls that had no magic artifacts did not attract Leylin in the slightest bit. However, there were still some unusual happenings. For example, the stalls that were selling potions were filled with people and the sale of bows, arrows, and leather armor was also great. But as for the stalls that sold ingredients, they were rarely frequented. He walked to Wuxia's store, which he was familiar with. Right now, it was crowded with acolytes and they bought any potions that they saw, in a very forthright manner. Wuxia was so busy that he was sweating, and had even employed a few acolytes to help him. Such a scene was definitely not common in the past. Leylin looked around. The potions on the shelves sold very quickly, many empty shelves were labeled as sold out. Wuxia's eyes shone when he saw Leylin. He called an acolyte to fill his position, and especially went to receive Leylin. "Hey, my dear Leylin, I heard the cries of a skylark today, and I know you will definitely bring good news. So, how many potions? I can give you 10% more than usual." Wuxia greeted Leylin cordially and looked at Leylin as if he was looking at a magic crystal. "My apologies." Leylin waved his hands. "I've been busy with missions, so I haven't been brewing much recently." "This is indeed a tragic piece of news." Wuxia sighed. "You don't know how good the market is these days." All right, I came here to purchase ingredients," Leylin said and handed a list of items over to Wuxia. After Wuxia received the slip and looked at the scribbles and quantities required, his face changed and bean-sized sweat droplets begin dripping down. So many raw materials. Let me see. White crystals, purple vine radish roots, claws of a ghost goblin. Are you trying to brew a reaction elixir? The fatty asked straightforwardly. Yes, indeed. I want to make preparations for my advancement. If you have any completed reactive elixirs in stock right now, I'll buy them off you. You can set the price. Leylin spoke casually. The formulas for the reactive elixirs could be found in the library and many people have seen them before. The fatty being able to recognize the ingredients was nothing amazing. Underneath the reactive elixir ingredients, Leylin had also added the many common ingredients needed for the Azure Potion and Tears of Mary. As for the few important ingredients, they have already been extinct in the Magus world for several hundreds of years, so Leylin did not even bother to write them down. The brewing of reactive elixirs is extremely complicated and the success rate is also very low. The demand for it is so high, and they immediately sell out once they appear. How could I still have stock left? Wux shook his head. At least, you potions masters are better off. You can brew whatever potions you need by yourself. I remember that when I was still a level 2 acolyte, I committed so many crimes just for a bottle of reactive elixir. Leaving temporarily, alright, let's not talk about this anymore. These ingredients weren't originally this cheap, but the prices of raw materials have fallen now, so I'll sell them for 200 magic crystals. Wux set his price. Leylin nodded and handed over 20 middle-grade magic crystals to Wux. He then received a huge bundle from Wux, drawing the attention of many onlookers in the vicinity. Leylin smiled bitterly, carried the bundle on his back, and began casually chatting with Wux. So, have you obtained any news of magic artifacts? Leylin wouldn't let any chances of rapidly increasing his strength pass him by. Of course not. Wux shook his head quickly. The prices of magic artifacts have recently been driven up wildly. After all, who wouldn't want to keep their life-saving items and would go sell them? Wux suddenly lowered his voice, buying so many ingredients and asking about magic artifacts. You must have received that news too, right? Leylin nodded his head. I am preparing to take on a long-term mission so I can go out and avoid all of this. Wux nodded his head. Avoiding it will be good. I will also leave in a few days' time. Even Wux, a level 3 acolyte with a magic artifact, has to flee. The compelling feeling in Leylin's heart only grew stronger, and after exchanging several more lines with Wux, he hurriedly bade farewell and left. The mission cannot be put off any longer. I have to leave immediately. Although it wasn't necessary to register for a mission in order to leave, there was still the hurdle of the Academy Guardians. Leylin still wanted to return to obtain relevant information on Magi, so he would naturally follow these regulations. In spite of his rather average aptitude, his potioneering talent had been acknowledged by even Croft, so the Academy would not keep him here to die. Because Harosi had already done a sweep of the school's surroundings, the mission area managed to regain some of its former liveliness. However, Leylin realized that there were extremely few level 3 acolytes upon a closer inspection. Naturally, he knew what this was all about. They are all a pitiful bunch of people. Seeing these low-leveled acolytes splitting mission rewards and working hard to earn money to exchange for information, a pitying look surfaced in Leylin's eyes. These were obviously the Forsaken ones. Although a lone acolyte would be absolutely helpless against a magus, they could still cause damage and even kill an official magus if tens or hundreds of them banded together to execute a formation. That was their role here. However, being in the vicinity of a magus fight was extremely dangerous. It was already considered extremely lucky for them to have a 30% survival rate here. Although Leylin felt pity for them, he still would not mention the news. He had already pushed the limits by hinting to his friends. If he were to publicize the news, even Croft would not be able to protect him. Leylin had a look at the missions on the wall. Most of them had short durations and were also located very close to the Academy. It seemed as though the Academy had hidden all the other missions. When there were few people around, Leylin took the opportunity to quickly head up to the counter. What kind of mission did you want? The reception was a very skinny old man and seemed extremely amiable. The missions on the wall don't suit me at all. Are there any special ones? My name is Leylin Farlier, apprentice of Professor Croft, Leylin said in a low voice, tossing a small pouch over. The old fellow hurriedly caught the pouch. After opening it, he smiled. Of course, there are. He took out a scroll from underneath the counter. Look at this. The missions are all written there. The black-colored scroll seemed to be extremely plain. Leylin opened the scroll and quickly skimmed through the missions written on it. These missions all had a common characteristic. Their difficulties were not high, but their duration was extremely long. In short, the missions let those magus potentials avoid the imminent calamity. With the scan of the AI chip, Leylin quickly decided on a mission. Investigate the wilting vegetation in Extreme Night Town. Mission duration: 3 years. I choose this one. Leylin pointed to the investigation mission and relayed to the old man. Extreme Night Town is located in the Eastwood province of Poolfield Kingdom. You will have to travel through almost half the kingdom before you reach it. Do you want to buy a map? The old man smiled like a crafty merchant. Give me a map. Although Leylin had a map of his own, it was always good to have another for comparison. After spending 2 magic crystals, Leylin obtained a brand new map. Not only were the various provinces of the Poolfield Kingdom highlighted on it, there was even a red line to mark his journey. According to the map, Extreme Night Town is on the eastmost side of Poolfield Kingdom, where the boundary is, and is very far from the academy. But the good thing is that it was near one of the Magi assembly points mentioned in the information Bicky sent, which would make acquiring information and news convenient. This was also why Leylin chose this mission. This is your exit pass. The old man handed a red metal card to him. Don't lose it, it's irreplaceable. It seems like the academy has been very strict in governing any entries and exits lately. Leylin thought this inwardly, but he did not say anything aloud as he took the metal card. After walking out of the mission area, Leylin went to bid farewell to Croft, Bicky, and his other friends. After all, he did not know how long he would be out for. Some things still had to be settled first. Having received Leylin's hint, Bicky was already preparing to return home. As for Callaware and the others, however, their complexions were rather bad. They had come from Chernobyl Islands and with no place to return to, Leylin could only pay them lip service and console them. Pushing his room's door open and seeing the familiar setup, Leylin suddenly felt a little regretful. I wonder when I'll be able to return back here. The spell books and ingredients that he bought today were all lying neatly in a corner, filling up 2 big chests. After brooding for a while, Leylin moved his bed away to reveal some floorboards with very little dust on them. Farlier. Leylin gently tapped a black dot on the floor. Ka-cha. There was a mechanical noise, and the wooden floorboards slowly moved apart to reveal many potions stored in test tubes. The amount here was at least 10 times more than what he gave to Neela. If Wux saw this, his eyes might even pop out. Leylin smiled. This was his private potions collection. With the AI chip's help, his success rate has long surpassed what could be expected of others. He had sold a small portion of them, but the bulk of them remained here. Let me count. 200 strength potions, 150 antidotes, 180 hemostasis potions, and an assortment of other potions. Their total value would be at least 3,000 magic crystals. Leylin looked at these potions. They were his greatest asset and had always been locked away beneath his bed. The spell used to secure them was a little magic trick that all level 2 acolyte knew. Apart from the owner using their spiritual force to open it, any means of forcing it open would only cause the items locked inside to self-destruct. Now, with the chests of spell books and the other ingredients acting as the premise, I can move these potions out with very little inconvenience. I will also have to draw some runes on the outside for concealment. Leylin opened a small box that was covered in runes. Sponges, silk, and other such materials were placed inside to prevent the potions from rolling and being ruined. After spending almost half the night, Leylin finally managed to move all the potions into the box. He then covered the box with some ingredients and placed spell books around it. It's already past 6. After hearing his alarm ring, Leylin switched off the clock in his room. He hurriedly washed up and brought the 2 big chests to the highest floor of the academy, where he bought 3 fine, sturdy black horses and a carriage. Leylin took a deep breath and rode the carriage to an elevator-looking mechanism. Take out your exit pass. A man's voice sounded. Leylin hurriedly took out the red metal card that he received yesterday. Bang! The elevator-like mechanism rose slowly, and when it finally reached the top, the sound of gears could be heard. The 2 stone doors opened, and a beam of resplendent sunlight came shining in. Leylin squinted his eyes. The academy indeed has other exits. The original entry must be for people to use as a passage. However, the one here is for large items to go through. Hiya! Cracking his whip, he urged the horse carriage forward. Only then did Leylin realize that his current position was at the back door, right behind the central graveyard that they had entered from in the beginning. Afraid of being inconvenienced, he had told Bicky and the others that he was preparing to leave in the next few days but did not specify an exact time. Hence, his departure was a quiet one. Leylin gave the academy one last glance and then began his journey. All right, why does my luggage make it seem like I'm escaping from something, not the appearance of someone who is carrying out a mission? Leylin could not help but smile bitterly as he looked at the horse carriage he was driving and the heavy chests behind him. AI, Chip, bring out the map. At Leylin's command, a map came into view. It was more detailed than the one he had gotten from the old man yesterday and had a route carefully marked out. Based on the map that I obtained yesterday, compute the most optimal way to travel. Requirements: convenient and safe. Also, it has to approach as many magi assembly points as possible. Heeding Leylin's voice, a red line showing the route surfaced on the map. It was a little different than the one he got from the old man. There were several more bends and they were all in the vicinity of magi gathering places. Let's go. Leylin followed the route that was given to him by the AI. Chip and drove the horse carriage forward. AI, Chip, increase the detection area to the fullest. Because it was an individual trip, Leylin did not dare to lower his guard at the slightest. Mission establishing, beginning detection. The AI, Chip loyally carried out its duties, and a 3D image of the vicinity was constantly projected in front of Leylin. The danger is the smallest when it is very close to the academy or very far away. The middle section is the most dangerous part of the journey. Recently, the Magi protecting the academy had been cleaning up the area, but they were too lazy to pursue the enemies, so it was likely that only the middle section would be littered with danger. However, Leylin could only take a gamble. Harusi had also given them a lesson earlier, so he hoped that his journey would have more smooth sailing. After all, he might not be able to leave even if he wanted to, given enough time. The horse carriage rapidly dashed on the road and the bird cries on either side of the road decreased from before. As they got further from the academy, Leylin became more intenser. Beep. Warning. Warning. A high-energy living organism has been detected ahead. The AI, Chip's voice sounded, and a red object was projected onto the screen. There were huge branches constantly spread across the area, with many red spots of lights also floating above it. This image, it's a tree. Leylin placed his hand into his waist pouch and reduced the speed of the carriage. Giant tree demon with the horse carriage drawing nearer, the approaching scene entered Leylin's sight. In the middle of the road, there stood a huge ancient tree. Its green branches seemed to extend endlessly in all directions, forming a very large canopy with numerous vines hanging down. On the enormous trunk, there were a pair of eyes and a mouth, and it looked like a human face. However, it had green eyes. Surrounding the tree were a few winged creatures that were continuously flying around. Their skin was green and they were shaped like a human. They were also stark naked. Giant tree demon. Leylin exclaimed. He laughed bitterly. Didn't the academy clean up the area around the school already? Why is there still such a big fellow here? An acolyte of Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. The huge tree spoke, and the winged creatures growing on its back also turned their eyes to him. I am merely a lowly acolyte who is preparing to leave. May I ask if you might give way for passage? I can pay a price for it. Leylin made a last attempt. Only death awaits any living organisms who try to make any futile attempts to leave. The giant tree let off a reverberating noise that even made Leylin's ear hurt. At the same time, a green vine was slowly lowered, and hanging from it was a human corpse. Its whole body was withered, and it was wearing the gray robes of an Abyssal Bone Forest Academy acolyte. Big brother, stay behind and play with us. At this moment, a little sprite that had been flitting around the giant tree demon flew over. To Leylin, it sounded like the very pleasant voice of a girl's, the sound of her voice intoxicating him. It was as if this voice belonged to his most important person in this world. Gradually, Leylin began to feel that staying here might not be such a bad idea. Warning, warning, the host is affected by a demonic charm. The AI, Chip's voice prompted him, bringing Leylin out of his hallucination. They actually charmed me. Anger colored Leylin's face. AI, Chip, what were the scan results? Sugar giant tree demon, strength, 5, agility, 0.5, vitality, 9.8, spiritual force, 3.5. Skills, leech, vines green tree sprite, strength, 0.9, agility, 2.5, vitality, 1.5, spiritual force, 3.1 skills, Charming on living creatures. Rumors have it that the green tree sprite and the giant tree demon have a mutual relationship. Normally, the green tree sprite will seduce the target into the attack area of the giant tree demon, and then the giant tree demon will commence its hunt. The AI, Chip's voice sounded. The giant tree demon's strength and vitality are too high, and its body is extremely huge too. There is simply no way to go around it. Leylin's face was calm. It seems like I can only fight. The first will be you. You actually dared to charm me. Critical point confirmed. Calculating wind power, adjusting trajectory. Leylin suddenly raised his hands, and revealed the hidden crossbow as he pulled the trigger. Shoo! A black line streaked across the air and flew directly into the green tree sprite from earlier. The arrow pierced the right side of the green tree sprite's chest, causing its eyes to tear. Green fluid, what appeared to be juice from the tree, was flowing out of its chest as it fell onto the ground. Duris! That human actually killed Sister Duris. The enraged and shocked voices of the other green tree sprites came from the treetops. You actually dared to kill my daughter. The giant tree demon let out a furious roar, its huge vines racing towards Leylin. Hiya! Leylin moved the horse carriage backward, avoiding the vines. According to the AI, Chip's calculations, the giant tree demon's vine's greatest attack range is only 20 meters. Its movements are also extremely slow, which is its greatest weakness. Leylin drew his cross blade and steadied the carriage before getting off. I only asked to leave, but since you refused to listen when talked to nicely, it seems like a fight is the only means of resolving this. You actually killed my lovely Duris. I'm going to turn you into a shriveled corpse and hang you on my body for 100 years. The giant tree demon's roots emerged from the ground and stood up like a human before chasing Leylin. At this speed, are you kidding? Leylin laughed loudly and dodged as he clashed with the giant tree demon. A dark green tree shadow whipped at Leylin, but he dodged by rolling away, easily evading the attack. Pa! The green vine was like a whip, and it smashed a very huge hole into the ground. Leylin slashed with the cross blade and chopped at the vines. The silvery white blade had made contact with the surface of the vine, but ended up leaving no more than a mark on it. Leylin felt a huge force coming towards him, and a few black shadows appeared behind him. An attack has appeared from behind. The most optimal way is to turn right for 50 degrees and jump right. The AI, Chip's voice sounded. Leylin deflected a vine and turned to his right and jumped immediately, avoiding the sneak attack from the black shadow behind him. Great Father, we will help you. Roughly 7 to 8 green tree sprites swooped down, and they even carried small bows in their hands that looked like toys. However, when Leylin saw the dark green liquid on the arrowhead, his expression changed. There's poison. He withdrew a purple potion from his waist pouch and viciously flung it at the green tree sprites. Ping pong. The test tube broke, and a gust of purple misty smoke rose, turning into the shape of a harpy. The harpy opened its mouth and let out an ear-piercing scream. The Howling Witch Potion. I spent 20 magic crystals on it. Leylin covered both of his ears. Although he had made preparations ahead of time, he still felt uneasy. As for the green tree sprites, they had all fallen to the ground long ago. Using potions to mimic the effects of a magic spell was the normal fighting technique used by a potions master. With Leylin's current abilities, he could not brew the Howling Witch Potion yet, so this potion had been bought from Croft instead. Not only were these potions extremely expensive, they only had a one-time use, which made Leylin's heart ache. Taking advantage of the fact that the giant tree demon and green tree sprites were still under the effects of the Howling Witch Potion, Leylin hurriedly stepped forward and lunged at them with the cross blade. A few green tree sprites were easily cut into two just like this. The eardrums of these green tree sprites are extremely strange and they are more sensitive towards sound waves. However, the Howling Witch Potion was obviously their bane. Leylin's eyes flashed, and he stomped on a few more of the green tree sprites who were lying on the ground until they were dead. Oh, no. Julie, Delia, the vitality of the giant tree demon was extremely high and it quickly recovered from the shock caused by the Howling Witch Potion. Looking at Leylin torturing its daughters to death, it could not help but howl loudly. More of the vines came snaking over, and the remaining green tree sprites were carefully moved and kept amongst the crown of the tree. That human spells are extremely evil, don't come out. The huge tree's voice buzzed. A good chance. Leylin's eyes flashed, and he hurriedly chanted an incantation. Acidic aqua shot. A green-colored sphere appeared, and with Leylin's control, it avoided the vines and hit the left eye of the giant tree demon perfectly. She. White mist rose continuously, and green thick fluid flowed out along with the cries of the giant tree demon accompanying it. After the white mist dissipated, the giant tree demon's left eye was completely gone, leaving only a charred hole. I will kill you. I will kill you. Xianxia will kill you. The giant tree demon trembled and the vines around it continuously weaved around, forming a net. Who are you speaking to? At this moment, Leylin had already arrived at the bottom of the tree. Its crown completely blocked the sunlight, leaving only a huge black shadow. While the giant tree demon was howling, Leylin had already reached the trunk of the tree. Go and die, the giant tree demon roared, and countless vines interweaved, forming a huge green palm, making a grab at Leylin. Goodbye. Leylin laughed lightly and threw the remaining dozen or so potions at its trunk before taking flight. Bang! A fiery flame rose up, engulfing the giant tree demon whole. What followed next was an even stronger explosion and black smoke. The effect is indeed excellent when using 10 explosive potions together. Moreover, it is even more advantageous against a tree-type tree demon like this. Although Leylin ran away quickly, he was still scorched by the flames from behind. Even the hair on his head was tinged and burnt. Ah! The giant tree demon screamed and howled in agony, falling to the ground with a crash, its body still set ablaze. As for the green tree sprites that were hiding in the treetop, they too were not spared and were all burnt to charcoal. Beep. The target has lost all signs of life. The AI. Chip's voice sounded. Leylin nodded his head and returned to driving the horse carriage, going around the giant tree demon's body. Looking at the huge branches that were charred in the corpses of those green tree sprites, Leylin suddenly thought of something and went up to extract some of their cells and remnants. Only one battle and I have already used almost half of my stockpiled potions. However, the giant tree demon and green tree sprites combo is a threat to even a level 3 acolyte. Having an outcome like this is already considered not bad. Afraid of the arrival of reinforcements, Leylin hurriedly drove the horse carriage away, until the 3 strong horses were frothing in the mouth. Traveling as fast as the wind, he disappeared from the horizon. Half an hour later, a gray-colored owl swooped down and landed on top of a branch. Xianxia is dead, the owl let out a human's voice. I know, I know. Suddenly a human face appeared beside the tree branch. It's a level 2 acolyte, should we chase after him? The plan has already begun. This stupid tree demon totally deserves it for dying here. The owl pecked the feathers on its body. I'll be leaving first, saying which, the owl spread its wings and flew up into the sky. The human face turned silent for a while and then revealed a human-like smile. Although it's just a slave, one must still pay the price for killing my subordinates. The branch extended to where the giant tree demon lay. At this moment, the fire had already been extinguished, only leaving behind some charred wood and green tree sprite corpses. Suddenly, a corpse jerked. It was actually still alive. This green tree sprite was already completely charred. Without any immediate treatment, it would definitely lose its life. The tree branch brought the green tree sprite right in front of the human face. Do you want to seek revenge? Yes. For vengeance, Doris is willing to pay any price, even if it means the soul. The green tree sprite struggled to speak. Haha. Very well. The human face laughed loudly. It just so happens that I have one potion from a previous experiment that ended up in failure. I'll use it on you then. Suddenly an opening appeared on the black-colored tree, and it enveloped the entire green tree sprite. Greystone City. Leylin was unaware that there were people planning to deal with him, so he carried on driving the horse carriage and traveling rapidly. After the 5th day, when the surroundings started to show traces of human activity, he heaved a huge sigh of relief. Although magi generally view acolytes in the same way that humans viewed ants, it couldn't be denied that they originated from normal human beings. Even though human experimentation was continued despite repeated prohibition, especially at the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, all the magi still chose to avoid large human communities. This prevented human casualties from piling up and inciting the wrath of other magi. Once I reach the city up ahead, I can take a breather. After 5 days of continuous travel, Leylin and his horses were all extremely exhausted. At this moment, he lowered the speed of the horse and had a look at his surroundings. There were now loosely spread fields on either side of him, and not far away was a giant windmill. A crystal-clear stream flowed beside these fields, and there were even some unknown species of fishes swimming in it. Leylin suddenly felt relaxed as he viewed this scene. Serenity. The peaceful world of humans. I have not felt tranquility like this in a long time. According to the map, the nearest city should be Greystone City. Leylin looked at the indicator on the map provided by the AI. Chip in his mind. This place is still too close to the academy. There may be a gathering point for magi nearby, but it still looks far too dangerous to sell potions or ask about the latest news here. Moreover, I keep getting this ominous feeling. Leylin's brows furrowed as he looked behind him. Will the enemy let me go so easily after killing the giant tree demon? Beep. Transfiguration spell analysis complete. The AI. Chip's voice sounded in his mind at that moment. That's great. There was an elated expression on Leylin's face. He hurriedly read the introduction of the Transfiguration spell. Transfiguration spell. Rank 0 spell. Effect. Ability to slightly reconstruct the muscles of the face for an extended period of time. Consumption. 1 spiritual force, 1 magical power a day. This was a rank 0 spell that Leylin specifically chose for concealing his identity. Can it only change the outer appearance? Leylin muttered to himself. Many magi can discern someone's identity through the energy waves emitted by their spiritual force, and some can even look right into their soul. Of course, these people are all official magi at least. Right now, it's most likely that I won't meet with any of them. AI. Chip, is it possible to optimize the effects of the transfiguration and enhance the concealment of the energy waves from the spiritual force? Leylin asked. Beep. Establishing spiritual force energy wave concealment optimization task. Beginning analysis, a dozen odd seconds later, the reply of the AI. Chip sounded. Able to optimize. Requires 7 spiritual force points. Time to completion. 14 days 5 hours. Supplemental data required. Spirit research studies, obscure runes. 7 spiritual force points. I can achieve that in a few years. However, the information on spirit research studies and obscure runes will not be as easy to obtain. Research concerning the likes of spirits has always been the most mysterious aspect of the Magus world. Although Abyssal Bone Forest Academy has a reputation for being at the forefront of this field, the Academy actually only had a few superficial theories. As for Leylin, he was just a level 2 acolyte, so he did not have access to such information. The transfiguration spell should be enough for the time being. Leylin gazed at his surroundings while driving the horse carriage hurriedly into the small forest nearby. When Leylin reappeared a moment later, his appearance had changed completely. His original youthful appearance had now become rather mature. Coupled with thick eyebrows and big eyes, he possessed a very common-looking face. His clothes had also changed into weather-beaten leather armor. The cross-blade hanging on his waist buckle also looked older. Leylin originally had a tall stature and looked well-fed. His body was already that of the typical adult before the change. Looking at him now, he seemed like a skinny yet experienced soldier. Leylin walked to the side of the stream to get a glimpse of his reflection. Not bad. Even my voice changed and I can modulate its pitch too. His voice gradually became coarser, a drastic change from the soft, immature and youthful one from before. I will temporarily enter the city in this disguise. Leylin nodded his head and took out a leather bag. In it was some white powder. The scent-removing powder of the subterranean blind worm. Just 1 gram can rid any living organism of their scent completely. Leylin said softly, this should be the ultimate disguise method in the mortal world. My appearance and scent have already changed, so it won't be easy to find me through regular means. But as for the spiritual force energy waves, I can't do anything about them. Leylin looked through the horse carriage again. He then threw away any unnecessary items, only keeping the chest filled with potions and spell books. He also tied the chest filled with ingredients onto one of the 2 horses. Let's go. Approaching the last horse, which did not carry any burden, Leylin undid its reins and whipped it. Woo! The black horse whinnied then ran in a random direction. Subsequently, Leylin went back to the horse carriage and sprinkled a kind of red powder all over it. He followed that up by sprinkling the remaining scent-removing powder over the 2 horses. He then mounted one of the horses and rode off. Not long afterward, black smoke appeared in the forest, followed by a blazing flame. As he continued along the main road, more and more signs of humans could be seen. After an hour, Leylin saw the silhouette of Grey Stone City. The walls of the city were short. Circular rooftops and sharp-pointed gray buildings could be seen from the outside. Beside these walls were armed soldiers who were patrolling the area. State your purpose. The patrol leader wearing leather half-armor stopped Leylin. I'm a mercenary, and also a merchant. Leylin smiled. He could see the greed in the patrol leader's eyes. Looking at the horse Leylin was riding in the chests behind him, the leader gulped down saliva. His eyes swept over the outfit Leylin wore. When he saw the cross blade hanging from Leylin's waist, his expression changed to one of fear. The fee to entering is 1 bronze coin. Here you go. Leylin tossed over a brand new yellow bronze coin to the leader. You may enter. Remember not to wander around at night. If you are caught doing so, you will be imprisoned. The leader revealed a very unsightly smile. Thank you. Leylin brought his luggage through the city gates. Leader. A soldier was obviously unresigned. Shut up. Didn't you see how he was dressed? Being able to travel solo while carrying goods and arriving in the city unscathed means he is no regular person. Who knows, he might even be a knight. The leader growled in a low voice, next time, don't find any trouble with these sorts of people. It seems like no matter where it is, strength can let me pass through easily. Leylin rode into the streets of the city. He saw commoners on either side of the streets avoiding him in fear. When they looked at Leylin, their gazes held both a huge amount of fear and envy as they nodded in approval. The development of this gray stone city does not seem to compare to even one of the small towns from my previous life. Leylin estimated that, at most, there were only around 10,000 inhabitants in the whole of Grey Stone City. As for its standards of living, they were even worse. The pavements were made of yellow mud and riddled with coarse sand. A slight gust of wind would cause yellow dust to swirl in the air. Most of the people on the 2 sides of the road were malnourished and only wore crude gray or black robes that even had a lot of jagged holes in them. Along these streets were several fences enclosing cattle or sheep. Some small-sized livestock was even running around freely. Odor from the fresh layer of dung continually pervaded the atmosphere, with no sign of dissipating. Dirty, messy, lousy. This was Leylin's first impression of Grey Stone City. Let's find a place to stay first. The journey had made him somewhat weary. Leylin did not manage to find any sort of inn even after searching for some time. In the end, he decided to spend some coppers in exchange for information regarding a place to stay from a local. Big sword and wine cup. This is it. Leylin looked at the words on the signboard and was a little speechless. This family shop was situated somewhere to the west, where public order seemed to be more chaotic. Along the way, Leylin saw many drunkards and fights breaking out. A knife and dagger were even used in one instance. Despite this, there were no traces of security officers at all. Pushing the door open, the smell of an inferior wine infiltrated Leylin's nose. Come, have another cup. Nice one, Jack. A hubbub of noises constantly assaulted Leylin's eardrums. The interior was a pub of sorts. There were many drunkards guzzling drinks to their heart's content. Some were even half asleep and drunk, pawing the female hostesses and talking dirty. Sir. What would you like? The bartender was a yellow-haired youth who looked like the soberest one in this pub. I heard that I could find a place to stay here. Leylin sat on the stool beside the counter. Yes, we are the only establishment in the whole of Grey Stone City that provides lodging services. The bartender shrugged his shoulders, however, it is nothing to be proud of. We do not have many visitors here all year round. Give me a quiet room and take care of my 2 horses. How much is it? Leylin looked at the big barrel behind the bartender. Give me your best beer here too. Leylin tossed a silver coin over. Pleased to be at your service. Very soon, the bartender brought a cup with a handle to the table, honey butter liquor. Our best liquor here. Leylin sipped the liquor while listening to the bartender's introduction. In reality, many magi did not like liquor since it could dull the senses. They preferred drinks that could raise their vigor. Leylin did not drink often, either. However, his curiosity was piqued, so he wanted a taste. This honey butter liquor was simply average, though. It even had a tart smell, which made Leylin feel cheated. Lodging here for a night would be 30 coppers, and taking care of 2 horses, including their fodder, means an additional 20 coppers. Before leaving the academy, Leylin had already changed some pocket change to carry with him. So now, he very forthrightly tossed 2 silver coins over. I'll stay here for 4 nights first. Look. Such fine horses. This fur color. This build. They are definitely more valuable than the battle horses in the city lord's manor. A very annoying voice was heard. Reconnaissance glancing outside, Leylin's brows furrowed. His 2 horses seemed to have stirred up some trouble. His lips curled into a sneer as he turned around and quickly left the pub. Several local hoodlums were surrounding his black horses and sizing them up. Their gazes were marred with greed as they gazed at the spirited horses and the chests on them. One of them was actually in the act of impatiently untying the reins. Are you trying to take my belongings? Leylin strode over. He looked rather intimidating in his leather armor with his menacing cross blade hanging from his belt. But apparently it was still not enough. One of them, a cross-eyed hoodlum, shouted at him, "This is undoubtedly the horse that I lost. How come you have it? You stole it from my family, didn't you? You damn thief." This gang of crooks thought that even though Leylin was an armed soldier, he wouldn't be able to take on their whole gang. "That's right, capture him and bring him to see public security." The others raucously interjected. The surrounding inhabitants surreptitiously loathed what was happening. But nobody had the guts to step forward. "Let's go. He's alone." Cross-eyed drew a dagger from within his robes and led the attack. Leylin sneered, "Looks like I get to loosen these creaky joints." He dodged, avoiding Cross-eyed's piercing dagger attack. He immediately grabbed hold of Cross-eyed's right wrist and shook it slightly. Cross-eyed screamed in agony as the dagger fell to the floor. "Arg, that hurts. What are you doing? Let go of me. My brother-in-law is a public security officer. He won't let you get away with this." Cross-eyed wailed in pain. "Oh really? Public security officer? I'm so scared." Leylin cried exaggeratedly, and then he twisted viciously. Crack. The piercing sound of breaking bones was heard. Cross-eyed fainted right away from the excruciating pain. At this moment, Leylin's physical power had already reached the night stage. Against these hoodlums, he naturally did not have to exert much effort. "Boss, boss," the rest of the hoodlums shouted, but none of them dared approach. Leylin smiled. He turned into a black shadow and dove right in their midst. Bang, crack, arg. The pitiful cries of the hoodlums and the gut-wrenching sound of bones being crushed could be heard continuously. Leylin was like a black gust of wind. In a few moves, he knocked them all onto the ground, each one sporting a broken arm or a broken leg. Leylin smiled amiably at them and walked towards the spot that Cross-eyed had fainted at. He raised his foot and stomped viciously on the boss's right leg. Arg. Very soon, the pain jolted him awake. Both his eyes rolled around, and then he fainted once again. "Take your boss away. You can call me anytime if you want revenge. But if you ever do, it won't be as simple as getting a broken arm or a broken leg," Leylin said to the hoodlums. In their eyes, his smile was like that of a devil's. After seeing these hoodlums scampering away, Leylin returned to the bar. At the least, he has the physical power of a preparatory knight. The bartender groaned inwardly as he put on an even gentler and humbler expression. "My most respected sir, is there anything I can do for you?" Seeing the deathly quiet that loomed over the pub, Leylin couldn't help but inwardly smile with bitterness. He did not want to be seen as a monster. However, he had brought many goods along with him, so what could he do if someone were to steal them when he was in the room? Although he left a tracing spell on his belongings, if the spell were to disappear, Leylin wouldn't even have a place to cry. However, after Leylin displayed the strength of a preparatory knight, many of those who had some malicious intent towards him quietly retreated. "Help me bring these chests to my room, put my horses in the stable and give them the best fodder you have," Leylin said as he tossed another silver coin at the bartender. "That hoodlum from earlier, what kind of background does he has?" The bartender lowered his head. "Sir, you completely don't have to worry about it. He may have some shady dealings with a public security officer but nothing too serious, though. Having the strength of a preparatory knight means having access to a knight's training technique. Such people are either nobility or have some huge power backing them. A small city's public security officer will not dare to do anything at all. Take me to my room," Leylin asked casually. The bartender intentionally took him to a room at the very back of the building, furthest from the pub. He took out a key and opened the room. A ray of golden sunlight shone through the window into the room. The bed was in the middle of the room, and the bed sheets on it seemed to be very clean. There was a blue vase on the bedside table with some unknown wildflowers in them. "It seems very clean. This place will be fine." Leylin nodded. "Here is your key, please keep it safe." The bartender respectfully handed over a brass key. Leylin took the key and sent the bartender away to take care of his horses. He unpacked the contents of the chests and ordered a steak to be sent to his room. After he telling the bartender not to disturb him, he closed the door. As he closed the wooden door, he found the room's noise cancellation effects to be rather good. The noises from outside were greatly reduced. "My actions today were a little too eye-catching. I didn't have a choice, though. Greystone City is too small. The activities of any stranger will definitely arouse unwanted attention. However, it is still much safer to be behind city walls. People will, at least, think twice before casting large area of effect spells. Furthermore, there is a 50 to 50 chance of the faction which sent people to block the path sending someone after me. It'll be best if they haven't. If not, I must definitely kill the next wave of pursuers so I can get away cleanly. Leylin was deep in thought. The spiritual force energy waves and the spirit sent to follow the trail look like the doings of an official magus. But this seems like a waste of resources. After all, who would send an official magus to track down and kill a level 2 acolyte? The greatest possibility is a level 3 acolyte with a magic artifact or some pet reared by a magus. I should recuperate and remain observant of any activities that are happening while preparing to get rid of the enemy. I also need to cast the transfiguration spell daily. Leylin thought as he brought a piece of the piping hot steak that he ordered to his mouth. The steak's flavor was not bad and Leylin, who was famished, ate it all up in the blink of an eye. When he was done, he asked the bartender to clean up the mess. After the bartender left, Leylin hung a wooden, "Do not disturb" sign outside his door and set up a layer of energy particles to act as an early warning alarm system before falling into a deep meditative state. Meditation is something a magus has to do regularly. Although the increase in spiritual force from this is rather small, Leylin still persevered each and every day. After toiling for over an hour, Leylin's head slumped and he entered into slumberland. Outside Greystone City, in the air above the scorched woods. PS's. A green-colored winged creature suddenly swooped down. Doris has finally caught a whiff of the enemy's scent. The green tree sprite Doris retracted its wings and stepped onto the burnt wood with its bare skin with a puzzled expression. This is where the scent ends. At this moment, the green tree sprite no longer had the same appearance as before. Previously, it had merely been the size of a human head. However, Doris was now as big as a 7 or 8-year-old child. Moreover, the originally pretty face now had layer upon layer of warts marring it. It looked extremely repulsive. Its mouth was filled with fangs, and its tongue constantly flickered like a snake's. Its body now had many creases, as well as some strange-looking scales. Originally, green tree sprites were a kind of living creature that represented extreme beauty. Now, no one would link Doris with the green tree sprites. Doris let out a yell filled with hatred. "Human, you won't be able to escape." Its tongue flickered. It suddenly spread its wings and flew towards the additional horse that Leylin had released. In the next 2 days, Leylin stayed inside, finally recovering his strength and spiritual force back to its peak. It has been 2 days already, and they still have not caught up. It seems like it's not an acolyte chasing me or they would have used magic to sniff me out by now. It's probably some slave or creature reared by the magus. Leylin surmised. His movements had been extremely quiet these 2 days. The only noteworthy event was when the public security officer brought gifts as he paid Leylin a visit. The officer said that he was there to plead for his wife's younger brother. He then tried to ask about Leylin's past, but Leylin only deceived him and did not reveal any information at all. Later, Leylin changed into black robes and pulled up the hood to cover his face as he jumped out of the window. In a gloomy and dark alley. Sir, you're here." A few hoodlums, upon seeing Leylin's black robes, immediately came forward to receive him. "How is it? Have there been any strange happenings around Greystone City these past few days?" said a hoarse voice from under the black robes. I'll speak first. In the nearby village, Auntie Sophia's cow gave birth to a 2-headed calf. The others all said that it was cursed. This was what the hoodlum, who pushed the others away, hurriedly said. The target's blood flow has increased by 12.4%. His brain waves appear to be stable. Judgment. It's not a lie. The AI chip intoned inside his head. Leylin nodded his head and tossed a silver coin to the hoodlum. It's my turn now. Uncle Hugo and his son disappeared in the nearby woods while traveling. And traces of a wolf pack have been discovered at the scene. These were the hoodlums that Leylin had subdued over the past 2 days. They were extremely convenient for gathering news. At first, they tried to give false information to get the reward, but how could Leylin be fooled by an average human like them with the AI chip to help him? He immediately broke the arms of the liar on the spot, shocking everyone present at the time. Under the coercion of both money and the threat of violence, these hoodlums were very soon, faithfully reporting all the news happening in and around Greystone City. What did you say? Human corpses were discovered. There were also traces of thick green fluids. Leylin was obviously interested. Speak clearly and this gold coin is yours. A skinny red-haired youth gulped down his saliva. This is news I just heard. In the mill beside Messy Village, a few corpses were discovered. All the blood had been sucked dry. Everyone suspects this to be the work of a vampire. The city lord even sent several knights to investigate. Very good. Leylin asked for the location again and realized that the area was very close to where he had last erased his tracks. He nodded his head and gave the gold coin to the youth. After listening to the rest of the news, he left the alley. Ambush. Based on the latest news in the AI, Chip's calculations, the creature sucking the blood of others might be after me. Moreover, it's tracking me down by smell. Their numbers are unknown, but they shouldn't exceed 2, or there might actually be just 1. Previously, Leylin got rid of his scent using the scent masking powder and changed his appearance before he entered the city. He wanted to use the mixed scents of people to conceal his. He would then gather sufficient information about the enemy before planning a counterattack. Now, it seemed to have paid off pretty well. What a pity. My scent masking powder is almost used up. If not, I would have been able to leave here long ago. Leylin surmised regretfully. The subterranean blind worm was a rather rare ingredient used by the Magi, and its price was never cheap. Leylin had spent quite a lot to obtain a small packet of the ingredient before refining it into a scent masking powder. However, he had enough for only about 3 or 4 days. Within such a short period, he could not possibly run far. Once the enemy expands the range of detection, his traces would definitely be discovered. It's better to settle this as soon as possible. If they chase me to my destination, then that wouldn't do me any good. Leylin's face became solemn. Even now, the effects of the powder were wearing off. He was relying more and more on the complicated mix of smells in the city to mask his scent. Alas, the unknown creatures were still able to trace him even after all he did. After returning to his room, Leylin casually sat on the bed and mentally called up the AI. Chip. AI. Chip. In accordance with the news obtained during these past 2 days, simulate the enemy's movement patterns, and design a plan for killing them. Beep. Establishing mission parameters, beginning simulation, map imported, the host's battle strength imported, analysis in progress, the AI. Chip's icy cold and unfeeling mechanical voice intoned within his mind. The AI. Chip was a tool specifically allocated to scientists in his previous world, so how could it have the intelligence or even emotions? Due to human rights concerns, they had forbidden AI. Chips from manifesting intelligence and emotion as a core directive in its programming. Simulation complete. Host kills the target but will sustain light injuries. Success rate. 67.7%. The AI. Chip's voice intoned while transmitting a large amount of information into Leylin's mind. Sustain injuries. Leylin stroked his chin. Are there any possibilities of killing the target unscathed? Insufficient data. Requires more detailed information on the target. So it's like this. Leylin shook his head. According to the news he got from the hoodlums, the creature outside the city was already in an enraged mood and had started attacking the locals. At this rate, it would definitely charge into the city within 24 hours. Although there was a mutual accord among the Magi to not disrupt the lives of the regular humans, there were still some who were crazy enough to do so. If massive casualties resulted, and his identity was discovered, Leylin had to take responsibility for the collateral damages, aside from taking into consideration the creatures and the Magi behind them. This was a problem that he clearly did not want. 67.7%. This is enough for me to take my chances. I also have confidence in being able to retreat fully. Vehemence marked Leylin's countenance as he walked out. The pub's atmosphere remained as boisterous as ever. Upon seeing Leylin, the bartender went forward and bowed. Sir, do you have any instructions? Help me find a person. Leylin spoke slowly and made his request. No problem. Although there aren't any mercenaries of the sort in this city, there are bandits here. I can contact them on your behalf. The bartender said. By the way, Lord Roland, the city's lord, sent men over. He wishes to meet you, sir. The city's lord. Leylin nodded his head. No matter where a preparatory night went, they would always be warmly greeted and received by lords. If Roland were to know of Leylin's status as an acolyte, the treatment would be even grander. I have something on right now. How about we change to meeting time to the day after tomorrow? Leylin inquired. Of course. Also, the steak that you guys have here isn't bad. Send a serving of it to my room tonight. Leylin instructed once again. As you wish. The bartender smiled. The second day, late in the night. A gray-robed figure appeared in the charred woodland nearby. Investigate. What is there to investigate here? There aren't any treasures here. Most likely this was caused by some careless farmer, which resulted in this area going up in a blaze. The gray-robed man was quite skinny. His movements, though, were rather swift as he continuously rummaged through the piles of charred wood. Something isn't right. These scorch marks were not done by normal flames. The man's brows furrowed. His experience as a bandit made him realize something obviously wasn't right just by looking at the scorch marks. This seems to be the doings of mysterious entities. The bandit's hair stood on end. As a member of the underground activities, he had only heard of these entities in myths. These stories emphasized the most important things about them: their mysteriousness, their cold-heartedness, and that they were not to be made enemies of. I'd better hurry and leave. If I knew this mission was linked to these mysterious entities, I wouldn't have accepted it even if the rewards were dozenfold. The gray-robed man trembled and wanted to leave. I found it. The smell of my enemy. At this moment, a hoarse and repugnant voice sounded from behind. The bandit's body shivered. He saw an abomination, the size of a child, floating in midair. Its body was strewn with scales in a disorderly fashion. Its face was full of warts. From time to time, its snake-like tongue hissed out. I'm afraid that even the devil wouldn't be as ugly as this. The bandit thought as he jumped back by 5 meters. I should have thought of this before. I have actually turned into bait. The bandit shouted. Don't think about leaving. Doris spat its tongue out and flew above the bandit, almost immediately with just a few flaps of its wings. We can talk about this. I have a lot of information on this mission's principle. The bandit yelled in despair. Die. Doris's eyes were bloodshot. It did not care about the pleas and screams of the bandit. Immediately, it chewed on the right arm that was waving the dagger about and fed voraciously on the bandit's blood. A few minutes later, only the bandit's shriveled corpse remained. A scent lingers on his robes. That damned acolyte is definitely in the city. Doris squinted at the silhouette of the city walls. Shoo! A black arrow zoomed past. A boom was heard as it went supersonic, directly piercing Doris' chest. The last of the scent-masking powder was wasted here. I even sprinkled some paralysis powder on the bandit's body. I don't believe that this arrow won't hit its target. From behind some tall shrubs, Leylin emerged wearing a leather armor and carrying the crossbow he had just used. Enemy. Doris' face twitched. Its originally repulsive face now even showed veins bulging from it. It was a sight that would definitely make children cry. Even I wouldn't have guessed that the one chasing me was the green tree sprite from before. This originally beautiful creature has now turned into something like this. Leylin was a little shocked. Mutated green tree sprite, strength 3.1, agility 4.3, vitality 3.5, spiritual force 5.5. Abilities unknown. The AI chip's voice intoned the readings and situation over. Its attributes were actually raised by this much. What an astonishing spell. However, its body's unstable condition can slowly be seen on its surface. It is unlikely to survive more than half a month. Leylin's eyes flashed coldly. The enemy who murdered my father and sisters. Even if Doris had to betray its soul, Doris will avenge them. Doris howled as it yanked the arrow out of its chest. A puddle of green liquid gushed out of the wound. The green liquid quickly covered the whole chest. A plant root could be seen extending continuously, and very soon the wound was suppressed. Go to hell. Doris charged at Leylin in a green blur. It actually went through so much mutation that melee attacks are no longer effective. Leylin nodded his head and snapped his fingers. Pa! Suddenly, a mud ball rose from the ground, blocking Doris's path. Its contents were revealed to be crimson-colored potions. Bang! A flame rose up. The accompanying heat wave even scorched the nearby vegetation. The flames engulfed Doris, and the crackling sound of something being barbecued was heard. Who? A green figure emerged from the sea of flames. Its body was scorched black. It even still had the fire burning on it as it charged towards Leylin. Target speed reduced by 67%. Chimed the AI chip. It was first affected by the paralysis powder, and then injured by the explosive potions. Even if it specializes in fire resistance, it will definitely still receive damage. Leylin's face was calm. He threw away the crossbow and then drew his cross blade as he charged forward. Cross slash. The silver cross blade shone. This time, Leylin even circulated his ignited internal night energy. The sharp blade reflected a glimmer of light. When the cross figure directly struck the green tree sprite, immediately a pool of green liquid appeared. Doris toppled, and Leylin stopped advancing. He looked at the cross blade in his hands and his brows furrowed. The silver blade was already filled with bumpy spots where the various liquid from Doris's body splashed. Even its bodily fluid has a strong corrosive effect. This cross blade is ruined. Leylin felt a little rueful. This cross blade had been taken from a noble youth while in the traveling party. It was extremely handy to use, but he never thought that it would be destroyed here. He threw away the cross blade. As he looked at Doris, who was still trying to charge over despite the cross slash on its chest, Leylin quickly chanted an incantation. Umbra's hand. A black-colored palm rose from Doris' shadow. It grabbed hold of its ankles and kept them firmly on the ground. SSSI. A layer of white mist rose from the black-colored palm. Although Umbra's hand has a corrosive effect, it seems like, against the mutated green tree sprite, it is still somewhat lacking. Leylin's mind quickly worked out the situation. I'll use you as a guinea pig for my newly learned spell. The sound of the azure thunder. Listen to my command. Descend to the mortal realm and strike my foes down. Byron language. As Leylin voiced his incantation, silvery blue lightning suddenly appeared in his hands. Go. Leylin pointed his fingers and dazzling lightning flew towards Doris in an arc. Doris is not afraid of death. At this moment, Doris stretched its hands forward, and its palms split open. From it, a tree root-like object extended out. Shoo! The tree roots entwined and assumed the shape of a bow. A brown-colored arrow was already loaded onto it. Not good. Leylin hurriedly dodged. Inconvenience. Leylin tried to wrest his way out, but an excruciating pain radiated from his shoulders. Host has sustained injuries from an arrow. Warning. Warning. High bacteria concentration on the arrowhead. Recommend immediate disinfection of the affected area. Damn it. Leylin hurriedly pulled out the arrow and took a silver dagger from his robes. Gritting his teeth, he gouged out the flesh surrounding the wound. He hurriedly retrieved a green-colored potion from his waist pouch and poured half of it onto the wound. The other half he emptied into his mouth. Only after hearing the AI Chip's voice, crisis under control, did he heave a sigh of relief. When Leylin was struck by the arrow, Doris had also been struck by the lightning, and had fallen down, crashing onto the ground. At this moment, Doris's whole body was charred and its wings were more than half broken. One of her hands had vanished without any trace of it left behind, and her ankle was still grasped by the Umbra's hand spell. Her life force had dropped to a dangerous level. She could die at any moment. Revenge. My revenge. Doris unconsciously kept muttering those words. Suddenly its eyes flashed coldly, and it bit off its own right leg. Pa! The leg flew in the air. The Umbra's hand, which was holding onto the ankle, disappeared quickly as well. Let's die together. Doris's whole body inflated. Warts on its face vibrated. Her speed tripled as she charged directly at Leylin. Damn it. Leylin pressed down on his shoulder wound and hastily retreated. At the same time, he threw out the last explosive potion. Bang! An intense explosion reverberated. Red flames and green liquid mixed together. It let off a dark green firelight. Leylin rolled back several times before he could finally escape the blast radius. At this moment, the surroundings were showered with a bunch of green-colored bones and flesh. It was utterly repulsive. Looking at the green-colored remains on the ground, Leylin saw that a yellow fluid swiftly flowed out, continuously corroding the ground. His expression involuntarily changed, and he hurriedly inspected his body. A few drops of thick fluid had unknowingly corroded his leather armor and opened several wounds on his body. Around each of these wounds was a patch of yellow that was beginning to numb that area. Host is suffering from an unknown secondary pathogenic infection. It has invaded the host and is spreading it very rapidly. Recommend to take countermeasures. AI Chip. Scan the injury. Find a way to treat it. Mission parameters established. Scanning. Beep. Treatment requires 30 grams of human head bird, 500 milliliters of pink ink oil, 50 grams of green coconut rock. The AI Chip continued to list down a huge number of items. When would I have the time to buy these? AI Chip. Generate the method for immediate suppression. Leylin's face darkened. Cauterizing the wound with a flame will be effective in reducing the rate of infection. The AI Chip responded. A flame. Leylin ripped his clothes and casually picked up a burning branch as he placed the glowing flame on his wound. The sound of something being barbecue was heard, accompanied by the smell of charring flesh. Leylin's face contorted in pain. Minutes later, the AI Chip pronounced the treatment effective. Leylin put away the fire and sat limply on the ground panting, cold sweat dripping all over his body. The enemy, this time, was extremely dangerous. Its resistance towards physical and flame attacks was extremely high. Its speed was also fast, and it had a poison attack. It seems to have been prepared specifically for me. If not for the AI chip, I'm afraid, Doris body fluids, containing the secondary infection from the arrow's poison, were something that the AI chip had not factored in. This made Leylin, who expected only mild injuries from the encounter, suffer such a wretched victory. On top of that, the explosive potions that I had prepared have all been used. I have to prepare more ingredients again. The past few battles, Leylin had highly relied on potions to defeat his enemies. However, the consumption was also huge, and he threw away close to 1,000 magic crystals in value. Fortunately, he knew how to brew explosive potions. If not, the cost would have skyrocketed even higher. Flame can only temporarily constrain the spreading of the pathogen. I have to buy the necessary ingredients to cure it completely. Leylin looked at his charred wound, his brows furrowed as he gulped down another strength potion before picking himself up and heading back to Greystone City. This was a huge disturbance. It was very likely that the city's guards already sensed that something was amiss and would very soon send someone over to inspect. Leylin endured the intense pain and sneaked back inside Greystone City. He stealthily took out his chest, not bothering to even bring his 2 horses along with him. After stealing a light brown-colored horse outside the city walls, he escaped under the cover of night. He was headed towards the Magus market located on the map. As for the summons of the city lord, it was only natural that he ignored it completely. A dozen odd days later, on the way to Wolkan province, a light brown-colored horse could be seen carrying 2 huge chests with a black-robed figure astride its back. The horse was panting heavily as its 4 hoofs dashed across the ground. AI chip, show me my current status. Leylin's body, which moved up and down with the horse's movement, thought inwardly. Beep. Leylin Farlier, Level 2 Acolyte, Knight. Strength. 1.3, 2.5 Agility. 1.5, 2.7 Vitality. 1.0, 3.0 Spiritual Force. 4.1, 4.4 Magical Power. 4.0. Status. Host is in a weakened state due to infection from the pathogen. Although the pathogen was inhibited, it has been a dozen odd days since then. My body is still in a weak condition. Only my spiritual force has increased again. This must be due to the result of constant meditation. Leylin looked at his stats and smiled bitterly. Right now he had a completely new face. He had changed from an icy cold soldier into an extremely dashing golden-haired blue-eyed westerner. His face, however, was devoid of color. AI chip. Project the mind map. Leylin looked at the little information he had compiled superimposed onto an extremely detailed map. From Bicky's intelligence gathering, there should be a gathering area for magi nearby. There, I will be able to buy ingredients to treat this infection. Based on half a month of probing and simulation, Leylin surmised that the opponent had only dispatched Doris. Due to the official war with Abyssal Bone Forest Academy, nobody could be bothered with a lowly level 2 acolyte like himself. This was a great piece of news. I can probably even make inquiries about the current situation in Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Leylin made up his mind and left the main road. He quickly found a spot, took out his tent and tools, and went about setting up camp. This area seems a little desolate. However, it's only normal. Magus activities always steer clear of human communities as much as possible. Moreover, the radiation from a Magus is not something that regular humans can withstand. Leylin sprinkled some white powder around the tent area to prevent bugs and beasts from approaching. He then picked up a metal pan, poured some stream water into it, and lit a bonfire. Just as the stream water began to boil, Leylin emerged from the trees and threw some mushrooms and other plants into it. A moment later, after adding some spices and a few strips of jerky, a fresh fragrance of food permeated the air. Leylin scooped a bowl for himself. The soup base was white in color. It felt extremely comforting to drink it while it was hot. Leylin sighed in contentment. As expected, food that's hot is the best. I could almost puke from constantly eating biscuits and jerky. The surroundings were dotted with wildflowers, and there was also the sound made by an unknown bird. Its cry was much similar to that of a skylark. If not for my injury, this would have been perfect. Leylin finished his meat broth and adjusted his robes. Under his clothes, a charred area of flesh had a layer of fine hair growing around it, looking like hair on one's head, which creeped people out. Over there, kill him. Signs of movement came from the trees nearby. Leylin's brows furrowed. The shouting gradually became closer. He had a feeling that trouble had come knocking once more. The bushes nearby split apart as a large guy protecting a nobly dressed young lady rushed out. When the large guy saw Leylin, he was shocked. He never expected someone had set up camp here. He said with a bitter smile at Leylin, "I'm afraid you'll also be implicated in this. Over there, don't let him escape." A group of armed soldiers in leather armor rushed over. The leader wore an extremely beautiful chainmail. This outfit does not seem like something mercenaries or adventurers would wear. These people are most likely the personal retainers of some nobility, which is even more troublesome. Leylin's brows furrowed. According to the AI chip's scan, this large guy was obviously injured but still had the strength of a preparatory knight. As for the pursuers, the leader was at knight level, whereas the soldiers behind were just a little stronger than the average human. "Who are you?" The leader looked at Leylin. "I'm just an innocent bystander, please continue and don't mind me. I haven't seen anything today." Leylin continued drinking his meat broth. This casual vibe obviously made the private squad leader apprehensive since the large guy and young lady stood on the other side. "Please save us. We are the descendants of Viscount Barrett. If you were to lend us a helping hand, I will definitely remember your kindness, and you will forever have the friendship of the Barrett family." The young lady had a pair of mesmerizing blue eyes. At this moment her face had a pleading expression that would most likely move the majority of noble male youths to impulsively swear to fight for her honor. "Miss Lanning, the Viscount only asks for you to return. Please do not resist," the leader told the young lady. "That underhanded and despicable worm, he covets the possessions of my family and poisoned my father to his death. Even if I die I will not go back." The young lady poured all of her problems out in one go, sneaking a glance at Leylin from time to time. Although her movements were extremely well concealed, Leylin still saw through it. It seems like a struggle of inheritance by a descendant who has failed. By purposefully revealing this conflict, you want to drag me down into this huh? Leylin shook his head. "Viscount Sire has not done any of the things you claim. As for the inheritance, it is to be decided after the meeting with the nobles." The leader exclaimed loudly, "I have proof on my body." The young lady snarled, "Quick, bring Missy home." The leader seemed prepared to not negotiate any further. A few of the commoner troops brandishing their knives and swords charged forward. The large guy roared and shielded the noble young lady. The large guy's strength was obviously not bad. Even though he was injured, he still made 5 of these soldiers pay with their lives. The commoner troops went forward to chop and retrieve the head of the large guy. They then tied the screaming noble young lady up, and only then did the leader, who had been wary of Leylin, give him a suspicious glance. "It looks like we have been bothering you. Let's go," the leader said as he turned around and prepared to leave. "Mark it. Really? Then why are you still wielding your sword?" Leylin rose up slowly. "The secrets of our sire cannot be heard by anyone else." The leader brandishes his sword slowly. "Moreover, the wounds on your body is the reason why you cannot lend a hand." Cough cough. Leylin coughed feebly. "Accurate discernment. Seems like you have resolved to kill me today. I swear never to reveal a word of today's matter. Only the dead will keep secrets." The leader shouted as he slashed at Leylin, his sword reflecting a snow-white glint. Leylin dodged in a rather miserable manner. The leader's expression became elated. The muscles on his body bulged, but just as he was about to charge forward, his complexion suddenly changed and he retreated several steps. Behind him the soldiers and the young lady collapsed weakly onto the ground. Only their eyes could still move. "You actually poisoned us," the leader snarled in shock. "As expected of a knight, you actually have the strength to withstand it." Leylin nodded his head. Although with his strength now he could completely massacre this crowd, if there was a more convenient method available, why shouldn't one use it instead? The leader threw down his long blade and turned to flee. His speed was actually similar to that of a regular human. Under a poisoned state, and yet still having this speed. This is rather remarkable. Leylin assessed indifferently. He raised the crossbow. AI. Chip. Calculate wind speed and humidity. Adjust trajectory. Shoo. A black line pierced through the knight's chest. When he saw the arrow that entered from his back and exited his chest bringing blood along with it, fell down with a look of disbelief. Leylin strode to where the young lady was and towered above her. He stared down, then tossed the contents of a bag of powder into her mouth. A moment later, the young lady stood up and stretched her limbs. "You are a magus." The young lady looked at Leylin as her eyes filled with curiosity. "No, just a potions master." Shift them all over here and take care of them. Leylin pointed at the fallen soldiers on the ground. Why don't you do it? The young lady pursed her lips, but she still shifted the paralyzed soldiers over. She even moved the knight leader and the large guy's corpse over too. Afterward, the young lady's eyes flashed coldly. She took out a dagger from her robes and stabbed all of these paralyzed soldiers to death. Throughout the whole process, Leylin watched on frostily, as the young lady stabbed her pursuers to death. You are definitely a magus, the young lady said confidently. As long as you help me with my revenge, I will hand over all my prized possessions to you. This includes the inheritance of a magus. And I also will belong to you, the girl said as she unfastened her robes. Are you sure that there is a magus inheritance in your family? Leylin was rather amused as he asked. I swear it upon the honor of my family. The young lady's expression was staunch. Scanning in the process, target's blood flow is rapidly increasing. Unusual brainwave activity detected. Conclusion. Line 93.3%. Looking at the conclusion of the AI chip, Leylin shook his head. Why don't you leave? What? The young lady was obviously shocked. You don't fancy me? I have a lot of prized possessions in my family. You can have anything you like. Could it be that you have read too many tales about knights in shining armor? Leylin interrupted her speech. In a dense forest, an adventurer chanced upon a princess who was fleeing, and even helped her seek revenge. After overcoming a series of adversities, they triumphed over their enemies. The adventurer obtained the treasures, the love and the admiration of the princess. From then on, they lived happily ever after. Leylin recited it in a poetic, bard-like manner. It's merely an empty illusory, full of false promise. At most, I'll obtain your body and flesh, then I have to help you seek revenge against a viscount who has the backing of a huge faction. Do I look like an idiot to you? But, the young lady was obviously still struggling. Get lost, Leylin bellowed. The young lady got up helplessly. A malicious and poisonous gaze flashed in her eyes, as she prepared to leave. Wait. After the young lady walked for several steps, Leylin's voice traveled over. The young lady, looking gleeful, turned around. Shoo! An arrow bore through the beautiful face of the young lady and pinned her to the tree right behind her. Actually, I could have let you go, but I saw a malicious and raging intent in your eyes. Leylin gradually sighed. To a person who had always protected and followed you, you did not even bother to bury his corpse before leaving. From this, it can be seen that you are a brazen ingrate. Moreover, to get your revenge, you contemplated some sort of reprisal against me. You will definitely announce this matter today to everyone. Although I am not afraid of trouble, I detest such inconveniences very much. With these many reasons, why would I still let you go? Leylin pulled out the arrow and heaped the corpse of the young lady, who died with a grievance, together with the others. From his bag, he withdrew a yellow-colored potion and poured it on the wound of a corpse. Soon, the corpse putrefied into a puddle of yellow viscous liquid. Leylin did the same thing for the rest of the corpses, destroying them all completely. Moments later, the area surrounding the camp had only a puddle of yellow water left. The large guy, the young lady, and the pursuing soldiers, all of them, had disappeared with nary a trace. These potions that could putrefy corpses, and the paralysis powder, all were Leylin's inventions, done when he was bored. Although they do not have much effect against a magus or even an acolyte, it was still extremely effective against normal humans. Right now, the most important thing still is to get enough ingredients to treat my wounds. Anything else would just be an inconvenience. Leylin sighed. What a waste of a newly erected campground. Leylin packed his things once more, and erased any sign of his existence, before disappearing into the woods. Nighttime, on the outskirts of a densely packed forest. A figure fully draped in black robes and even had on a conical bamboo hat to conceal its face, appeared. Lost Forest, it's here. Leylin took in his surroundings and compared it again with his map. Without turning around, he entered the darkness. His leather shoes stepped on the dried twigs, which let out a chi-chi asterisk sound. In the darkness, it sounded even eerier than normal. AI, chip, initiate area scan. Beep. Slight illusionary field discovered. Field effect. Regular humans who enter will be baffled, walk around in circles, and eventually leave unknowingly. Indeed, no wonder there are tales of ghosts and demons in here. There is often news about humans going missing. Although they were under the illusion, if any magus met an unsuspecting victim, they wouldn't mind having another sampling for their experiments. Hello, Acolyte, welcome to the Magus Market. A black figure leapt down lightly from atop a tree and landed on a broken gravestone. Its eyes were gleaming with a dark green light. Leylin walked closer, and discovered it to be a black cat. A magus companion, a modulated organism, or the result of a spell. Leylin thought inwardly. He then bowed slightly. I am a wandering acolyte who heard that the market here is open to any magus, is that correct? Indeed, this market is governed by the mighty Walker family. Moreover, it promises that every magus who enters will be ensured safety and protection. Of course, that is only within the perimeters of the market. The black cat licked its paws as it let off a human-like snigger. Then, I wish to enter. All acolytes have to pay a fee of 1 magic crystal. It's free for all magi. Here, Leylin nodded his head and tossed over a low-grade magic crystal over. The black cat caught it in its mouth, turned around and while leaping away from the gravestone, it made a beckoning gesture towards Leylin. Leylin shrugged and followed it. The further in they got, the denser the white mist became. However, there was a road under their feet that seemed to be specially constructed before. We're here. Along with the black cat's voice, the mist ahead dissipated and boisterous clamoring sounds could be heard. This made Leylin feel like he had returned to his academy's trading area. The only difference was that the people here were all tightly wrapped in cloaks or gray robes, not revealing any piece of their skin at all. Occasionally, some did not bother about concealing their identity, which made Leylin broaden his horizons. In here were some marine species who had scales on them, and half-beastmen who had fur on their necks. They were different from beastmen, since they were rather a loving and affectionate of species. Their magi could be produced too, and Leylin even saw a magus with the head of an owl. A large number of these people also exuded the energy waves of acolytes, but Leylin felt that their aura reeked of blood. Although the acolytes in the outside world do not have a firm foundation compared to those in the academies, they are able to advance in an environment where resources are scarce. Their experiences must be bountiful, and they even may be more adept at fighting. Leylin's heart sank. The potions in his hands were almost consumed, and right now he was at the most a stronger acolyte amongst the level 2 acolytes, having barely enough strength for self-preservation. If he were to reveal the potions he was carrying, these acolytes would swarm around him like crocodiles and rip him to shreds. Lowering his head, he found that the black cat had vanished completely. Sir, do you need a guide? I only ask for 1 magic crystal. A rather skinny little boy ran over. He had the energy waves of a level 1 acolyte coming from his body. Even though his face was extremely thin, his eyes were very lively. Bring me around to have a look. All right. The boy was in glee as he hurriedly ran in front of Leylin to lead the way. This market is under the protection of the Walker family, a well-received family by both wandering acolytes and magi alike. Look over there, the wooden hut in the center is a shop personally set up by the Walker family. The small boy tried his best to fulfill his duties as a guide, so these are other people's stalls. Leylin pointed at the acolytes displaying their goods on the floor. Their goods were much better than those in the academy, and of course, more of them were counterfeits too. Yes, you only need to settle the procedures in the central hall, pay the fees, and then you'll be able to obtain a place to set up your stall. The little boy nodded. Sir, is there anything that you'd wish to sell? The Walker family also provides consignment services. I'm not in a hurry now. Bring me to the centermost area for a walk, Leylin said. In this magus market, he discovered several official magi with activated defensive force fields surrounding them. These are existences he could not fight against right now, so he was more cautious than usual. This is the smithy. It specializes in selling weapons. Next to it, with the sign which has a test tube on it, is a potioneering shop. On the far left is an auction house. From time to time, they have a few premium goods. The little boy was extremely familiar with this place. An auction house. Then will they have the information about magic artifacts? Leylin casually asked. He was a little more interested now. Recovery, magic artifact. The little boy shook his head. That is a very precious item. Last year the auction only sold 1 low-grade magic artifact. There were even official magi present who joined the bidding, so it's like this. Take me to the weapons shop. Leylin followed the little boy to where the blacksmith's smithy was. Hey, big bearded old man, I brought you some business. Once the little boy entered the forge he started shouting loudly. I'll be right there. The shop owner did indeed have a thick and bushy beard. He was not tall, but the muscles on his arm were extremely hard and gave an impression of power. Greetings esteemed guest. I am the owner of this smithy, please call me Black Hammer. The shop owner introduced himself. I need a cross blade. Leylin spoke of his intentions. Previously, he had ruined his cross blade when fighting the mutated green tree sprite. He now wanted a better quality one, something that wasn't easy to obtain. A cross blade, huh? Follow me. Black Hammer undid the wine flagon hanging on his waist and took a sip. The scent of alcohol wafted out. Oh, haven't I told you to tone down your drinking? The little boy frowned as he pinched his nose. Hiccup, Edgar, you are still a child and cannot appreciate the absolute bliss of fine-tasting wine. Black Hammer shook his head and led Leylin to a wooden shelf. My shop's finished cross blades are all here. Please take your pick. Of course, if it isn't satisfactory, you can have one custom made. As for the price, when he spoke of the price, Black Hammer's words were extremely clear. He did not seem even a little bit drunk. Leylin casually scrutinized the cross blades on the wooden shelf. These blades obviously already went through the rigors of war. Their silver surface emanated a bloodthirsty aura. Leylin casually picked one up. It had an intricate yet sturdy feel that tingled into his palms that felt rather heavy. A finely smithed steel blade. It even has a metallic star smelted onto it. The hilt is wrapped in black silk. To prevent it from slipping through one's hands, Black Hammer described the item. Leylin nodded his head and placed the cross blade back on the yellow wooden shelf, then picked up another one. This cross blade's exterior was a little darkened. It let out a solid, reliable aura. A blade made of alloy. It has been modified before. Able to resist corrosion and flames. Oh, Leylin was a little moved. Can it deflect a magus spell? Of course not. Black Hammer shook his head immediately. To resist a spell, there should be runes inscribed on the blade at the very least. Moreover, it has to be compounded using precious materials from an alchemist. Such a blade would already be considered a magic artifact, and wouldn't be displayed in the open like this for sale. My apologies, I have been too greedy. Leylin shook his head, picking up the black blade. I want this, and prepare another 20 crossbow bolts for me. All right, the price is. Black Hammer's eyes shone. He did not bother to drink his wine anymore. When Leylin and the little boy walked out of the weapons shop, Leylin hung the cross blade from his waist. At the same time he took a magic crystal and tossed it over to the small boy. This is your remuneration for today. I wish to walk alone now. All right, have a good day. The little boy was extremely delighted and put away the magic crystal before trotting off. Leylin stood rooted to the spot until the little boy could no longer be seen. Only then did he turn back to the stalls he had first went in, where the goods were lying on the ground. After browsing for a bit, Leylin visited every wooden shop found in the central area. Only then did Leylin walk into the shop with the test tube sign. Sir, how may I assist you? Spoke a young male staff who wore a fashionable Western-style suit. Leylin looked at the potions on the shelves. These sparkling potions radiated various colors. The transparent glass counter also displayed various precious ingredients. It seems like this shop's goods are a little better than Fatty Wux's. Leylin nodded his head in approval. I will need the feathers of a flamingo, eyeballs of multi-tailed owl, feather from a human head bird, pink ink oil, green coconut rock. Leylin hurriedly listed his items. These were all ingredients needed to treat his injuries, to make explosive potions and formulate other basic potions. The staff quietly listened until Leylin finished speaking before bowing and saying, My apologies, but may I ask if you are a potions master? I have a little bit of knowledge in the field. Leylin's facial features were concealed by the hood of his cloak. Thus, the staff was unable to discern his expressions. Our Walker family wholeheartedly invites you to join our family. The terms we offer are the absolute best amongst magi families of equal ranking. The staff bowed even deeper. Leylin did expect this a little. Potions masters were a difficult breed to raise. Plus, magi cannot do without potions, so magi families have always tried to recruit them by offering generous remuneration. He would definitely not be able to conceal his identity as a potions master if he were to buy raw ingredients. However, as long as no one discovers his talent, he wasn't afraid of letting them know. After all, as long as he was not found out, others would not know if the person standing before them was a potions master or an acolyte. I will give this some consideration. Do you have the ingredients I listed earlier? Leylin said with a raspy voice. We do have 2 flamingo feathers. As for eyeballs of the multi-tailed owl, we still have a pair left. However, it has been around for 3 years, so some of its medicinal properties have spoiled a little. As for the feathers from a human head bird, pink ink oil, green coconut rock, we have them here. Also, the staff seemed to remember every item in the shop from memory and blurted them all out. Leylin nodded his head. A magus' main cultivation is the spiritual force. After advancing, their brains will also develop. Hence, all magi were intelligent people. As for Leylin's conjecture, when magi have advanced into a higher realm, their brains would even be comparable to the processing abilities of the AI. Chip, I want all of them, name your price. Leylin nodded his head. The total amounts to 157 magic crystals. The staff smiled. Leylin nodded his head and took out a small box, which he had prepared earlier, from his robes. After opening, one could see that it was densely packed with cyan-colored potions. Look, these are all strength potions. Leylin took out the strength potions and laid them in front of the staff. Strength potions were one of the basic potions. In fact, most of the potioneering acolytes chose to brew it first. After seeing this, the staff became evidently disappointed. But he quickly recovered his composure and began to inspect. 30 strength potions, I can give you 130 magic crystals for them, the staff said. Leylin approved silently. If he were to sell these at wuxia's, he would have gotten 120 magic crystals at most. Prices outside were indeed higher, but it was more dangerous too. Okay, Leylin counted another 27 magic crystals and handed them to the staff. Bring me the materials I ordered. Okay, give me a moment. The staff put away the potions and magic crystals before swiftly running to the back. Leylin waited for what seemed like another dozen minutes before the staff returned with a small wooden chest, which he placed in front of Leylin. These are the goods you requested, please inspect them. Leylin opened the small wooden chest. It was compartmentalized using wooden trays, where various ingredients were placed on them. There were colorful feathers, green-colored rocks, and various colored powders. Leylin's fingers traced the various ingredients. AI, Chip, inspect. After the AI, Chip indicated that all the ingredients were up to standard, only then did Leylin keep the wooden chest. He then rose to leave the potion shop. What I'm selling is only the most basic of strength potion, and to gather the ingredients is already this complicated. Even I cannot guess the uses of these ingredients completely. They will definitely not be able to as well. Leylin hid the small wooden chest beneath his robes and circled around a few times before he slowly left the market. The most important thing is, my trades only cost around 100 magic crystals. If the Walker family was stirred because of this paltry amount, then their reputation would have long since gone bad. On the way, he increased the AI, Chip's detection area to the maximum. Only after confirming that no one was following him did Leylin leave the Lost Forest. Ever since the earlier incident, Leylin moved camp. Right now he sheltered in a cave. As for its previous owner, a black bear, it had long since become Leylin's dinner. Bang! Leylin stacked a few large boxes together to form a simple experiment table. Then, he placed his apparatus on it. I am finally going to be rid of this damned pathogen. Leylin gritted his teeth. Every day I have to cauterize this wound. With the limitations of my vitality and strength, I've had enough of it. Leylin picked up a green-colored rock with the shape of a leaf on its surface. This was a green coconut rock, a rare half-plant half-mineral commodity. Smashing the green coconut rock apart, Leylin took the pink ink oil and heated it. When it began to bubble, he added the grounded green coconut rock powder. As the powdered green coconut rock was poured onto the pink ink oil, a hissing sound was let off. The pink ink oil turned green in a moment. It released a strangely fragrant odor. Potion successfully brewed. Upon hearing the AI, Chip's confirmation, Leylin nodded his head slightly. He stripped all his clothes off. All sorts of burns and scars could be seen littering his body. His shoulder and stomach each had an extremely horrifying scar with tufts of hair growing around them. Cider, Kessi. Leylin murmured an incantation. The green-colored potion in the test tube immediately boiled, and continued to evaporate, making the smell in the air more concentrated. As if having been granted a life of its own, the hairs around Leylin's wounds started climbing out and wiggled their way into the test tube. Woo! Leylin gritted his teeth and let these hairs make their way out as they pleased. A dozen minutes later, Leylin's wound no longer had black hair around it. As for the test tube, it transformed into a ball of hair. Leylin's expression remained apathetic as he wiped off his cold sweat. He lit a feather on fire and threw it on the ball of hair. Boo-hoo! Green flames rose and mimicked the crying sound of a female, which was rather similar to Dora's voice. Many strands of hair tried to escape, but they were trapped by Leylin within a ball of milky white substance. They had no option but burn into oblivion. Elinal market. After the green flames died down, what was left behind was a pile of white dust. Leylin's expression was extremely solemn as he lightly dabbed on the dust. Who? The dust swirled in the air, transforming into a female's face. Enemy. Enemy. This pathogen contains the poison of an aggrieved soul, no wonder it is so strong. Leylin shook his head, took out a green-colored potion, and splashed it onto that female face. The human face rapidly turned into white mist, vanishing completely into thin air. AI. Chip. Initiate scan. Leylin ordered. Beep. Scan complete. Result. Pathogen in host body has been completely eradicated. Hearing the AI. Chip. Leylin's face finally revealed his relief. He stretched lazily and touched the scars on his body. It's a little unsightly. If Neela were to see these, what would her expression be like? After rummaging through the big chest, he found a potion and downed it. A dozen minutes later, Leylin's superficial layer of skin quivered and forced out the layer of scars and dead skin, replacing them with glossier skin. Once I got rid of the pathogen, healing the scars on my skin is just a matter of a few potions. Leylin touched the scars, which were extremely faded now. I estimate that after one more dose, these will be completely gone. Leylin then took out the remainder of the unfortunate black bear's paw and rewarded himself with a good meal. While eating and drinking until he was full, the sky outside had already dimmed. Leylin lit a small fire inside the cave and began to think of the journey ahead. Doris has finally been disposed of. There aren't any pursuers remaining, so I can rest easy while traveling. The Academy's mission isn't really important. After all, I have 3 years to complete it. I wonder how the Academy is faring right now. Although Leylin could inquire about news concerning Abyssal Bone Forest Academy in the market today, he did not dare to. Who knows if there might be spies around? If he were to expose his identity, wouldn't that be like walking right into a trap? He could only wait till he journeyed through half the kingdom before he could safely begin making inquiries. Such a huge matter will definitely be a hot topic at Magi gathering points. He only has to be careful not to expose any information about himself. All of these could be dealt with later. What's important is to hurry and change all the potions into magic crystals. It is simply too inconvenient to lug all these huge chests around. Leylin patted the solid hard wooden chest. He thought of the miserable brown horse days ago that seemed like it would die anytime. He smiled bitterly. I can't go to the Walker family's market anymore. After all, I have just sold a number of potions there. Leylin mentally called up the map and located his current position. From the Academy to Eastwoods Province, I have to travel. Through 5 other provinces, I can sell potions along the way. At best, I can only sell potions until Jersha Province. On the map, the Jersha Province was midway to his destination. There were 2 more provinces separating Eastwoods Province from it. If he were to sell his potions all the way to Eastwoods Province, wouldn't that mean giving away his itinerary and purpose? Leylin wouldn't be so foolish as to do that. Although he sold his goods along the way, others may not be able to discover it. After all, the trades did every day were numerous. Leylin, however, would rather be a little more cautious in safeguarding his tracks. As for Jersha Province, it was in the central region of Poolfield Kingdom and was accessible from all sides. Other people would not be able to guess Leylin's destination at all. Anyway, there is still time. If it's necessary, I can reroute to further locations. In any case, I must be careful never to reveal my identity. Leylin looked the points marked as Magi gathering spots and entered into deep thought. 2 odd months passed. On a path to Jersha Province, a sturdily built black horse carrying a wooden chest and a black-robed man could be seen cantering along. The black-robed man had bright red hair and was extremely handsome. This was naturally Leylin in disguise. Ever since that time, as Leylin journeyed, he found some Magi gathering points or some small-scale trading sites time to time, where he sold the potions he brewed. As he only sold a few each time, he did not attract the avarice of other experts. Occasionally, some foolish acolyte blinded by greed would waylay him, but they were completely not his match at all. The most dangerous instance was when a level 3 acolyte brought a group of other acolytes to surround him. Still, Leylin managed to evade them with the help of the AI. Chip's detection capability. Through these trades, he acquired a few precious materials, and many books on specialized Magi knowledge, greatly enhancing the data bank of the AI. Chip. In these past 2 months, he finally recorded all the shadow and dark element spell models he purchased previously. He then completely obliterated the contents of the book. This lightened his luggage tremendously. After selling a huge portion of his potions and getting rid of those bulky spell books, Leylin could fit all of his belongings into one chest. According to his projections, he could simply travel with a knapsack after selling the remaining potions. I have underestimated the popularity of potions. Right now, I have amassed over 2,000 magic crystals. If not for purchasing information and other miscellaneous items, I might have gotten over 2,500 magic crystals. Leylin stretched his hands and felt around his robes. A sack of hard texture traveled to his hands. He could not help but smile. Fortunately, there are high-grade magic crystals in this magus world. One piece can be exchanged for 100 ordinary magic crystals. Otherwise, I would have a problem carrying all those magic crystals. AI. Chip. Stat update. Leylin ordered. Beep. Leylin Farlier, Level 2 Acolyte and Knight. Strength. 2.7, Agility. 2.8, Vitality. 3.0, Spiritual Force. 4.6, Magic Power. 4.0. Status. Healthy. The AI. Chip's voice intoned. N. Strength and agility increased. This is the result of continuous stimulation of my internal night energy. After it stabilizes, I can begin to gradually take on the next phase of Knight's training. This should raise all my stats to at least 3. As for spiritual force, it only increased a little. This was the only return I got after a number of life and death situations. Magus training, as expected, is only going to get more and more difficult. Leylin sighed and mentally projected the map again. On the huge map, Jersha province was in the central region of Poolfield Kingdom. There were many small magus families here. Although this was the capital of a regular human kingdom, it attracted all sorts of travelers, many wandering magi, and even criminal magi. These magi, because of their radical opinions, or some other matter, were exiled from their previous association, faced with persecution, or even put up on bounty lists. They turned into wandering magi, often making them very dangerous people. In Jersha province, it just so happens that there is a huge magus market controlled by the Redbud family, one of the 3 big families supporting Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. I will definitely be able to obtain the latest news here. In these past 2 months, Leylin had secretly made inquiries about the various news related to the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. However, the information he got were all rather vague. He only knew that it was at war with some factions to its west. As for its opponents, and how the academy was faring, everything was extremely hazy. We're here, Elinal Market. I'll sell my remaining potions and ask about news of the academy before resuming my journey. Leylin decided, in a tiny village's ruined wharf. If not for the intelligence report, I would never have believed that the first magus market in the Poolfield Kingdom would actually be hidden underneath a regular human village. As Leylin scanned the village's surroundings, a lifeless atmosphere greeted him. The magus market should be below here since there are signs of occasional radiation emanating from it. The villagers above are also definitely sickly, where some might even die suddenly. How would they be able to flourish? I'm afraid after a dozen or so years, this village would become another ghost town. Leylin adjusted the gray robes on his body and covered his facial features, before coming to the entrance of a hut made of bricks. The corroded door let out a dull noise as Leylin knocked lightly. Who are you? An icy voice sounded from inside. I am a wandering acolyte, who wishes to have a look at the market. Creak. The large door opened and revealed a black-robed figure. Leylin was shocked. He felt murderous intent oozing from the black-robed figure. This may be a very obscure concept, but if one killed too many of their kind, they will definitely be different from others. The feeling that this black-robed figure gave Leylin was that many experts of the same level died in his hands. As expected of a large market, even the guard is so fierce. The black-robed figure emitted the energy waves of a level 3 acolyte. He even carried a one-time use magical item. It could not escape the AI chip's detection, though. No matter if it's your first time or not, I will enumerate the rules. Any fights inside the market will be deemed as a provocation by the Redbud family. The black-robed figure said icily. Only then did Leylin notice the Redbud insignia on his sleeves. I understand. Leylin nodded his head. All right, the fee would be 1 magic crystal. After Leylin paid the entry fee, the black-robed figure tapped lightly on the fireplace, and steel machinery rumbled. The fireplace swung to the right, revealing a flight of stairs going downwards. Even the style is reminiscent of the Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Leylin shook his head. After entering the tunnel, the fireplace swung shut, and the passage dimmed once more with only a few lamps dimly glowing in the depths. Leylin descended the stairs. After he felt he had gone a dozen meters underground, a huge cavern emerged. The market was extremely huge. It was the size of several football fields. The ceiling was studded with some kind of stalactite that made Leylin wonder if they were natural. In the middle of the market, buildings built using gray rocks were lined up in a row. Surrounding them was a circle of wooden huts. As for the street stalls, they were actually rather sparse. Magi and acolytes wore robes of various colors. White, black, and gray-robed people could be seen stepping in and out of the shops. Leylin began to understand the rules of the Magus world a little better. Normally, official magi would either wear black or white, and acolytes would wear gray. White represented the factions that were more peace-loving, for example, the healing arts and the like. As for the black robes, they leaned more towards combat, and their dispositions were rather strange too. Of course, these are the conventionally attired ones. There were also some magi who wore various odd-looking costumes that were rather bizarre. Laoian's teachings. Sir, do you need someone to show you around? I only charge 1 magic crystal, clamored the little boys and girls who crowded around Leylin. No need for that. Leylin immediately refused. After visiting a lot of markets, he found out that these guides did not require that much payment. Some of the families controlling these markets even provide free guides to help patrons move around. The first time he entered a market, he gave a little boy a magic crystal. This was a huge deficit for him. As for ordinary markets, they were considerably smaller. Circling for a few times would be enough for anyone to become familiar with the place. There were even signs around. So under normal circumstances, patrons do not require guides at all. Leylin casually strolled inside the market. Later, he walked towards the largest potions shop. Greetings, sir. A white-bearded geezer smiled and bowed. I wish to sell a batch of potions. Their prices may be a little high. Leylin was extremely direct. Please follow me. The old geezer was startled. He immediately brought Leylin to a small booth at the back. After closing the door, Leylin felt the energy waves generated by an isolation spell formation. Our shop extends confidentiality towards our guests. Moreover, we also employ the best safety measures, the white-bearded geezer smiled as he explained. Not bad. Leylin nodded his head. Being able to avoid the crowd was extremely beneficial to him. There were 2 sofas within the booth, and between these was a small wooden table with 2 hot piping drinks on it. Please have a seat. The geezer gestured. Leylin sat down and reclined on the sofa. He lifted the cup and sniffed lightly. Powder of Tillan beans with black pearls added, very beneficial for an acolyte's meditation. Your achievements in potioneering have left me speechless. The old geezer's eyes widened in shock. Thank you. I have been inside an experiment lab for a year until now working on something important. Please appraise these potions for me. Leylin handed over a sack to the old geezer. The old geezer opened the sack, and immediately cried out, In the sack was the remainder of Leylin's potions, each and every one of them glowed resplendently. Please wait a minute. The old geezer took out a monocle and placed it over his eye. After what seemed like half an hour, the old geezer looked a little exhausted and rubbed his temples after he put the monocle away. 37 hemostasis potions, 45 antidotes, silence potions. These potions are all of the good quality and have been preserved well. I can give you 900 magic crystals for them. Very fair. Leylin gently nodded his head. The old geezer then stored the potions for safekeeping and counted out 9 high-grade magic crystals which he handed over to Leylin. Sir, you must be a potioneering master. Please keep this. You will be able to enjoy a 10% discount on items and services in our shop. We can also offer a higher price for other potions you may have, the old geezer said as he presented a purple card to Leylin with both hands. Leylin glanced at the card and then pocketed it swiftly. I'll keep that in mind. The old geezer then sent Leylin off. As they bade farewell, Leylin casually asked, As you know, I've just finished my experiments. Are there places where I may inquire about the latest news on the Poolfield Kingdom? The old geezer stared blankly for a while before answering, If you wish to learn some secrets and the latest intelligence, Gandor's grocery shop would be your best choice. Although his temper is a little wacky, but he's the most informed. According to the old geezer's direction, Leylin came to Gandor's grocery shop. As he entered, the things inside the shop were very untidy, and various items were lying around. There were even many that the AI chip could not identify. One thing stood out though, no counterfeit products were inside. This piqued Leylin's interest. "Who?" a voice sounded from behind the counter. Following which, a geezer, who appeared as if he was on the brink of death, popped out from behind it. "The geezer from the potion shop recommended this place to me. I wish to gather the latest intelligence regarding the Poolfield Kingdom. Same old rules, only after buying an item in my shop will you be able to obtain information from me." The half-dead geezer lips did not move, but a mysterious voice could be heard from him. "All right, I'll simply pick anything I fancy." Leylin wanted to pick an item at random. "No can do, it is I who will choose for you." The half-dead geezer sniggered. "No wonder business is so bad here." Leylin rolled his eyes. "Go ahead then." The half-dead geezer rummaged through a shelf at the back of the shop. The wooden shelf made a creaking sound. It looked like it would collapse any moment. Leylin was even worried about him since the shelf looked like it could collapse at any moment. "I found it." The half-dead geezer took a black-colored scroll from the shelf. On this scroll were characters that Leylin did not recognize at all. Its corners were extremely frayed and looked like mice had chewed on it. "This is a fragment of the great Magus Sirholm's spell. I'll sell it to you for only 1,000 magic crystals, an absolutely worthy deal, what do you think?" The half-dead geezer eyes glittered. This could even be the inheritance of the great Magus Sirholm. "Perhaps, you could advance to high-level Magus after you buy it." Leylin was left speechless as he took it in his hands. AI, chip, scan, beep, confirmed. Carbon dating, document comparison analysis shows this page is composed of human skin. Belongs to Leyllin's teachings, 89.5%, Blue Cobalt Rare Book, 56.5% and Sirholm's writing, 21.7%, there exists something like this. AI, chip, what is the strength of the geezer opposite me? Estimated level 3 acolyte, based on energy wave emissions, confirmed, he is in a process of reconstructing his physical body. Degree of similarity, zombification, 86.6% and aggrieved soul transformation, 45.6%. Leylin pretended to scrutinize the page for some more time before looking up at the geezer. "This seems like a remnant of the Leyllin's teachings. You actually lied to me. How can this be?" The half-dead geezer hurriedly lamented. A flash of shock crossed his eyes, which immediately changed into a cajoling expression. "Even if it is the Leyllin's teachings, this assuredly belongs to Sir Rookmanst, a rank 2 magus. 2 years ago, this same fragment was sold for 700 magic crystals. So, how about I sell it to you for that price?" Leylin shook his head. Leyllin's teachings were written in an advanced coded language. Only an official magus will be able to decipher the code. Ordinary acolytes will definitely not be able to. Furthermore, although the contents were written in code, but their page numbers were written in the Anjma language to make it more obscure. Leylin pointed to the page number at the bottom. "Look at this, it's only page number 12. According to the first 30 pages of Leyllin's teachings contained only records of his experiments and insights penned when he was still an acolyte. Only when he turned into an official magus did he chance upon an inheritance and he began to display a terrifying talent. As for this overpriced page, the page number should at least be beyond 100 to be believable. Transactions among magi are based on the premise that the exchanged goods are equal in value. This derelict page of yours is not worth 700 magic crystals. According to my estimate, 70 is its highest asking price." Leylin concluded. "Yikes, ha ha ha, today's weather isn't bad." The half-dead man tried putting up a front but finally gave in to Leylin's unwavering gaze. "All right, I never expected to meet a very erudite scholar. Take your pick then." "No need, I came here to gather intelligence. I'll just buy it at a fair price." Leylin held onto the black-colored page and placed 7 middle-grade magic crystals on the table. Although the coding on this derelict page could only be deciphered by an official magus, Leylin wished to give the AI chip a shot at breaking the code. After all, in terms of processing ability, Leylin was confident that the AI chip's ability was much better than even an official magus, despite this being his first attempt at such. All right, what do you want to ask?" The half-dead geezer sprawled on the table and ate the magic crystals one by one. Leylin was rather shocked by this scene. "I require a lot of energy. If you were to give me another 1,000 magic crystals I would have definitely completed my physical body's restructuring." The half-dead geezer's expression was resentful. Leylin shook his head. "Tell me news about Abyssal Bone Forest Academy." "Abyssal Bone Forest Academy? You are an acolyte there. Only some interest in the happenings over there. Besides, I don't want to suffer any collateral damage from the war. Alright, the half-dead geezer did not ask any more. I graduated from there too. Now Abyssal Bone Forest Academy's situation isn't that great. I heard that Sage Gotham's Hut and Whitewood's Castle teamed up to go against Abyssal Bone Forest Academy in this war, the half-dead geezer spoke endlessly. Half a day later, Leylin walked out from the grocery shop with an extremely miserable face. I never thought that the situation would already be this bad. It seems like I need to stay out here longer than I expected. According to the half-dead geezer, the reason for the war had long since been forgotten. What mattered was that Sage Gotham's Hut and Whitewood's Castle were factions on the same level as Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. Their alliance placed Abyssal Bone Forest Academy in a disadvantageous position. Right now, the Academy could only rely on its defense spell formation to resist. AI, Chip, how long will it take to decode this page? Leylin felt the derelict page of the Laoian's teachings. Although it was made from human skin, Leylin still wrapped it well and kept it within his robes. Beep. Analysis in progress. No comparable code found in the databank. Will require conjecture. Estimated time to completion, 93 days 13 hours, 3 odd months. I can do that. Leylin stroked his chin as he casually strolled around the market. What he had told the half-dead geezer earlier was the truth, but Leylin simply wanted to gamble upon the AI. Chip's abilities. Even if it did not work out, the information the half-dead geezer had provided was worth at least 20 to 30 magic crystals. Although the page number of the Laoian's teachings, derelict journal page was pretty low and contained mostly information for acolytes, for a level 2 acolyte like Leylin, it still was pretty useful. There may even be some of Rookmansti's meditation techniques, experiment records, or even some discovery of resources. If he could discover them, Leylin would benefit immensely. In any case, the processing capabilities of the AI chip were very impressive. Leylin had not even used half of its capabilities, just letting it sit idle for most of the time. He might as well use this downtime for deciphering the code. Slaves. Leylin's footsteps did not stop until he walked out of Elinal Market. The exit was at the side of the village and was actually beneath a stack of hay. It was also guarded by a black-robed man with the red bud insignia. AI, Chip, initiate area scan. After walking out of the village, Leylin ordered. After walking out of the village, a faint light blue screen was projected in front of Leylin's eyes, clearly identifying a sneaky figure tailing him from behind. In the whole light blue projection, the red dot was extremely obvious. Targets identified. Strength estimated at level 2 acolyte. No magic artifact detected. The AI, Chip's voice intoned. Only a level 2 acolyte, huh? Seems like it's not any huge faction, but only an avaricious dog after some wealth. Leylin's eyes flashed coldly. If I didn't have other plans, the level 2 acolyte tailing Leylin seemed to be extremely patient. Only after Leylin was a dozen miles away from the vicinity of the market did he make his sneak attack. Whoosh! Suddenly 2 balls of mud rose beneath Leylin's feet, turning into 2 yellow-brown colored hands that tightly held down Leylin's ankles. A dagger suffused with purple light immediately stabbed towards Leylin's back. Success! Yelled the sneak-attacking acolyte whose face was flushed with joy. He belatedly realized that Leylin had mysteriously dissolved, turning into a vine with thorns that coiled around his body. The thorns mercilessly dug into flesh. The acolyte could even feel the vine come alive and was greedily feeding on his blood. Damn, it's a golem. What is this spell? Shadow embodiment, leeching vines. As the acolyte lost huge amounts of blood, he increasingly became muddle-headed. Ah, you can't do this. Please, please spare me, the acolyte pleaded. Alas, immediately the vines squirmed and sealed his mouth. Bang! The spell's effect disappeared, and on the ground was left the shriveled corpse of the acolyte. Against his enemies, Leylin was never merciful. The second day, Leylin once again visited the market. Sir, do you need a guide? I only require 1 magic crystal. The noisy little kids were still clamoring at the entrance. Today Leylin had changed his clothes. And to conceal himself even further, he changed his appearance too. Although his previous face was a fake, there was no guaranteed special spell effect that could penetrate and see through the cloak. As for energy waves and the sort, Leylin was not too worried about it. Yesterday he deliberately avoided official magi, so his energy waves would never be recorded. To capture the energy waves generated by the spiritual force, an official magus has to make enough preparations beforehand. There wouldn't be any magi who had nothing better to do. You'll do. Leylin randomly picked a little girl. Thank you, sir. I am extremely familiar with this place. The little girl was a little overjoyed. She wore a white-colored dress and looked to be somewhat thin. After tossing a magic crystal to the girl, Leylin said slowly, I wish to enter a higher-leveled area. His voice was modified to sound different from the day before. A higher-leveled area, you mean, the second level? The little girl asked a little hesitantly. Of course. This was the point to the experience Leylin patiently amassed after coming to the market many times. These markets weren't very huge, and Leylin always felt that something was missing. Certain precious resources were absent in these markets too. These little children guides most likely stood here waiting for powerful customers to bring them to the more concealed areas. Since you know about the second level, then you should also understand that if you don't have an item worth over 1,000 magic crystals or a guarantor, you will be denied entry. Naturally I do. Lead the way. The little girl raised her head, yet she was unable to discern the expression behind Leylin's cloak. She could only lower her head and lead the way. Although there should be many official magi on the second level, there is no choice. The two ancient formulas, Azure Potion, and Tears of Mary, plus many of their ingredients have not been collected yet. If I can't even find it here, biggest Magus market, then there is completely no chance anymore. I can only look for substitute ingredients. Leylin's expression was rather dark. As he journeyed, he sold potions along the way and did his utmost to collect all of the ingredients of the two ancient potions. However, he was met with little success so far. Elinal Market was the second largest gathering of magi after Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. If he couldn't find what he needed here, then Leylin was completely helpless. Leylin followed the little girl. They arrived at a rather deserted alley. She used a stone found on a wall corner of the wall to knock. Bang! The alley's walls shifted, revealing an underground passage. Here it is, the little girl said softly, as if very afraid. Lead the way. Leylin followed the little girl and they continued walking downwards. Several minutes later, they reached a door at the end of the passage. Two level 3 acolytes wearing blood-red robes were standing guard. According to the AI chip's scan, they carried magic artifacts on their bodies. This slightly startled Leylin. At the same time, he was filled with curiosity towards the market behind it. The little girl went forward and exchanged a few words with the two acolytes before walking back to Leylin. She curtsied, Most respected sir, I can only lead you this far. When she finished speaking, she hurriedly ran back up the flight of stairs, disappearing into the darkness. It seems like there is something in this premium market that terrifies her. Leylin thought indifferently as he walked towards the two acolytes. An item of proof, or an item worth at least 1,000 magic crystals. A red-robed acolyte said icily. Standing before them, Leylin could somehow sense the wails of aggrieved souls hovering around them. What terrifying people, Leylin thought inwardly. He tossed over a small sack containing 10 high-grade magic crystals. The red-robed acolyte opened and looked before tossing the sack back to Leylin. He then opened the door behind him. Leylin walked in unhurriedly. Only after the large door closed behind him, was he inclined to observe the area in front of him. This field was most likely beneath the market earlier. Its surface area was smaller, only having a street traversing it. From time to time magi walked past. Since it was not very crowded, the distance between passers-by was rather far. There were almost no level 1 acolytes here. Level 2 acolytes too were very few. Most of the people here were level 3 acolytes. Their bodies all radiated strong energy waves. Official magi too were rather common. Leylin inhaled deeply and walked down the street. Half an hour later, Leylin walked out of a stone hut with a potion sign. His face had obvious signs of joy. They had the main ingredients Croft mentioned, as well as the rest of the ingredients. It is indeed the largest market. The main ingredients of the two ancient potions, Azure Potion, and Tears of Mary, were the most important. As for other ingredients, they were easier to acquire. Being able to buy them all at once exceeded Leylin's expectations. Leylin spent more than half of the 1,000 magic crystals he prepared to purchase these ingredients. He was still satisfied, though, and felt that the expense was worth it. Putting away the ingredients, he anticipated that he had to find a safe place and begin brewing the potions. His mood was rather good. He even felt inclined to stroll around a bit. The goods here were obviously of a higher grade than the market above. Leylin even saw a low-grade magic artifact dagger for sale. However, the price was at least 400 magic crystals, which immediately made Leylin stop feeling lucky. Suddenly, Leylin heard noisy clamoring voices traveled over, leaving Leylin a little startled. He tracked these voices and made a new discovery. Slave market. What Leylin saw in front of him was a large fenced area. Many stark naked slaves were standing behind fences. Their faces showed either numb indifference or extreme humiliation as they let the acolytes and magi take their pick. Just right, I'll need a few slaves myself. Leylin wanted to stay in Extreme Night Town for around 3 years. He could not manage many things by himself. Originally, he planned to recruit a few guards and servants when he got there, but a few high-grade slaves were now conveniently available. After all, they were all raised or controlled by magi. This lent their owner better security and assured functionality. Sir, what do you think? Do you need a female slave for your bed? Look, these are all good quality ones, some are even of the nobility. A slave trader looked as Leylin walked forward. The slaver hurriedly patted the ample breasts of a group of female slaves behind him, which carried a rippling wave effect. Behind him were a dozen utterly naked noblewomen. Their skin was extremely smooth, and their figures were quite vivacious. Even if they were slaves, their aura of nobility could not be stifled. How did they end up here? I mean, as nobles, wouldn't it be troublesome? Leylin was a little curious. Please don't worry, these are all nobles who fought and lost in battles. Their fiefdoms have long since been usurped and their families destroyed. They are legally under the death sentence. There will absolutely be no trouble at all. The trader smugly explained. Leylin looked behind a noblewoman who was being dragged away. There was obviously a noble young lady standing there. He could not help but think of the young noble lady he met previously in the woods. If her revenge failed, who knows if she'll be sold at this place too. How are they? Buy a couple, and it's up to you how you play them. After you're sick of them, you can use them for your experiments. Even if they die, it's not a problem. The trader did his utmost to entice him. Leylin shook his head. I wish to purchase a few guards, preferably of a knight's level. Also, I will need a few assistants for my experiments. If it's like this, the trader stroked his chin, what you're looking for are premium slaves, and their price will be extraordinary. Of course, those who are able to enter here are customers with strength. Please follow me. Leylin walked behind the trader and saw many slaves. Some of them were well-built youths while some were still children. They were all staring outside from behind the fence looking fearful. From time to time a few magi pointed at them or even walked forward to inspect them. Leylin even saw a group of magi surrounding a few beastmen and marine species slaves, bidding over them. The trader pulled Leylin to a large tent, and called a fatty over. This is my friend, Dylan. Right, he has some premium goods. Leylin did not know what Dylan whispered to the trader, but after a while, the trader laughed heartily as he walked away. Only then Dylan smiled towards Leylin and said, Most respected guest, I have already understood your requirements. We just received a new batch of premium slaves, please follow me. Subordinates. Leylin followed Dylan into a large white-colored tent. A smell of incense inside permeated the air. It masked the musky unwashed odor of the slaves and various bodily excrement. Despite this, the atmosphere was much better than outside. The slaves in here wore some thin clothes that could somewhat cover their private areas. Dylan brought Leylin to a few extremely muscled guys. They were all raised and taught by a knight. How do they look? I dare say these definitely meet your requirement. Leylin nodded his head and walked towards a large bald guy. AI. Chip. Stats scan. Beep. Target's strength. 3.1. Agility. 2.8. Vitality. 2.9. Spiritual force. 1.5. Status. Doused in neurotoxin. The other knight-level slaves' stats were more or less similar. Leylin observed that their pupils were widened and somewhat dispirited. The mind of these knights seemed to have been affected by something. Dylan hurriedly smiled apologetically. Knights' resistances are always higher than normal. To meet the various needs of our customers, we are unable to use standard marking to control their consciousness. They have all undergone constant brainwashing and corporeal subjugation. Furthermore, they were controlled by drugs, turning them into high-level servants. Although they might not be as bright as regular knights, they are still able to understand some simple commands. Branding of the consciousness was what official magi used to control their servants. However, it was somewhat ineffective if acolytes were to use it. Dylan obviously noticed Leylin's strength before offering this batch of goods to him. It's not bad, what's the price? Leylin asked. 100 magic crystals each. Dylan replied. Leylin nodded his head and picked out 2 with the best stats. After paying the magic crystals, he received a scorpion-like organism from Dylan. The sting of this desert scorpion contains a unique poison. These poisonous secretions from this scorpion were used on your 2 slaves. If they do not take the antidote produced by the scorpion in 10 days' time, they will die horribly. Of course, this should be used as a last resort to control them. After all, during their training, they have already been brainwashed to obey their master's commands. Now, the lives of these 2 knights are yours. Dylan respectfully handed the box containing the scorpion's sting. Leylin nodded his head and kept the box. Also, I require a serving maid, one who can take on the role of assistant during experiments. As Leylin walked out of the market, 2 knights wearing armor and a delicate yet pretty maid followed behind him. The maid's eyes were limpid and she wore a black cotton dress. According to Dylan, this maid received extensive training since she was young. She was more than capable to take on the role of an assistant for simple experiments. She met Leylin's requirements rather well. Moreover, she had taken the Mandara flower's essence, which could counteract the radiation from a magus. This kept her looking youthful. The cost was her lifespan, which was shortened to only 30 years. Leylin Market did pretty well in designing this level. We can actually choose our exits freely. However, this is a service only premium customers may enjoy. When Leylin and his servants appeared, they were no longer at the small village. They were at the outer walls of a city. This was a premium service provided by the Leylin Market, but there was also a fee for it. If this helped him avoid more trouble, it was worth it for Leylin, who was not very strong right now. Master. The knights and the maid knelt and saluted him. Leylin nodded his head indifferently. Do you have names? The 2 knights looked at each other, and their eyes dimmed eventually. No, please grant us one, master. The maid too shook her head and indeed seemed rather pitiful. You will be called Greem. He pointed to the larger knight. You will be called Fraser. This was another knight. As for you, Leylin looked at the beautiful maid. Anna will do. Thank you for granting us names, master. We will loyally engrave it in our hearts. The 3 subordinates knelt on the ground and kissed Leylin's shoe. All right. Leylin waved his hands and got them to stand. He then looked at his surroundings. It seemed to be a small forest, and there was even the silhouette of a large city ahead. It was, at least, 10 times bigger than the city he was in earlier. The entrance had carriages and carts going in and out. It seemed to be flourishing. Greem, go buy a horse carriage in the city, I'll wait for you here. Leylin tossed a black purse to the larger knight. Also, buy some goods for our journey, as well as some clothes. Leylin instructed him. Even since he destroyed his chest of spell books and sold all his potions, his remaining possessions amounted to over 3,000 magic crystals all in all. His luggage too was reduced by more than half. He could fit all of them in a knapsack. As for the camping items he used previously, he already destroyed them before going to the market to save himself the trouble of going back. Yes, sir. Greem took the money purse and bowed slightly as he was about to leave. Also, don't call me sir from now on, young master will do. Leylin touched his youthful face and was somewhat stumped. We obey. The 3 of them knelt on the ground. Seeing the figure of Greem leaving, Leylin suddenly turned and asked Fraser, do you have any inkling of the time before you became a slave? Fraser had brown hair and blue eyes, and his body was littered with scars. Moreover, his age could not be determined, but he seemed to have had an abundance of experiences and suffering. I can't remember anymore. Every time I try, I feel a splitting pain in my head. Fraser touched his forehead as if trying to recall something. His visage crumpled with pain. So it's like this. Leylin surmised that it could be the influence of some drug or spell that was only effective on normal humans. Right now he could probably break it if he spent some time on it, but he absolutely had no intention of doing so. After all, his objective was to acquire subordinates, not to seek trouble. Those who were captured as slaves were the losers of battles and wars. If they were to recover their memories and seek Leylin's help, what should he do then? Even if they don't, who knows if they will continue remaining loyal to him. How about you? Leylin looked at the shy Anna. Anna's skin was extremely white and gave off a milky glow. It made Leylin impulsively want to touch her. Her face too was extremely exquisite like a doll's. Anna has been raised by a merchant since childhood, and was eventually sold to Sir Dylan. For a maid like her, it was naturally more convenient to groom her at a very young age. Moreover, she had to learn various knowledge, and grooming of etiquette. Only then would she deserve the fondness of those higher ups. Of course, she had to take some lessons in pleasing men. Anna looked at Leylin, who was still shrouded in the cloak, unable to discern his countenance. However, based on the voice alone, deduced that it should belong to a younger person. She could not help but blush. What lessons have you taken before? How much do you know about the Magi? I have learned but only some preparations of simple ingredients. Anna is not an acolyte. For experiments that require the use of energy particles, I am powerless in that area. My apologies, young master. Anna's fingers clenched her dress and seemed discomfited. That's not bad at all. Leylin was actually satisfied. He had many secrets. Letting an outsider join his experiments was inappropriate. Helping him with basic preparations was already good enough. If he wanted a magus assistant, he or she must be at least acolyte level. This level of a slave is extremely expensive and was always riddled with problems too. Although he did not see any in the slave market, Leylin knew that some other place in the market, there would be another slave market that specialized in selling acolytes as slaves. After all, for many dark magi, it was only acolytes who could resist radiation, were the best subjects for their experiments. As to sources of such acolyte slaves, they made use of war criminals or prisoners. If Abyssal Bone Forest Academy was completely defeated, and the headquarters seized, then the fate of all the acolytes in the academy apart from the ones backed by strong factions will most likely end up as slaves. As for people like Leylin who escaped earlier, he could only draw a clear line between himself and the academy in future. And take the 4 seas as his home, becoming a pitiable wanderer. Right now, I can only pray that the academy wins. Even if they lose, I hope they don't lose badly. Leylin looked towards the west, his expression a little grim. Seeing young master become pensive, Anna and Fraser bowed their heads too, not daring to utter a word. With the noise of rolling wheels gradually getting closer, Leylin could see a knight driving a horse carriage. The appearance seemed to be green. The horse carriage was pitch black in color and did not have much in the way of patterns on it. The merchants who sold the carriage did not know if green belonged to the nobility, so they did not dare inscribe on the carriage. However, it looked extremely sturdy. A couple of large black horses were pulling it, dashing rapidly towards Leylin. Young master. Green got down the carriage, and handed the money purse back to Leylin with both hands. The carriage cost, no need for further discussion. Leylin took it over, and then threw the money purse to Anna. In the future you will deal with the finances. If there is not enough, then ask me. Yes, young master. Anna carefully kept the money purse. In it were only a few gold coins used by normal humans. Leylin only required a little effort to get as much as he wanted. What he was concerned about were the magic crystals, the currency used in the magus world. It was a pity that even in the south coastal regions, magic crystals were in extremely high demand as currency. After visiting so many markets, Leylin could see shops exchange coins for magic crystals, but never the other way round. These were his subordinates in the future. After thinking for a while, Leylin undid his hood, and revealed a dashing face. His appearance, however, was still in its slightly altered state. You will be my trusted aides in the future, so take a look at my true appearance. The reason why Leylin disguised himself was to buy and sell resources. Right now, since all his potions were sold, he did not need a disguise. These people also had to meet Leylin daily, so they will definitely see his true appearance, so the sooner the better. After Leylin removed the spell, the muscles of his face twitched, and returned back to his original youthful visage. Seeing Anna and the rest nod their heads, Leylin commanded, let's set off towards Eastwood's province. Roran City. On the wide road, a horse carriage rapidly sped by. In the driver's seat sat 2 large guys wearing metallic armor and long swords. One look and people got the message that they were not to be messed with. Farmers in the vicinity scurried out of their way. Inside the carriage, the smell of wood and lacquer mixed together and was somewhat unpleasant. Leylin's nose wrinkled as he caught a whiff of perfume. Seeing that Anna was blushing beside him, Leylin smiled and beckoned, come here. When she drew near, Leylin made her recline halfway, then lay his head on her chest. His hands conveniently roved around Anna's thighs. The thin cotton fabric could not hide her beauty. Leylin felt as if both his hands were touching a piece of warm and soft jade. Savoring the softness he was leaning on, and hearing Anna's panting, made Leylin feel extremely content. He sighed, closed both his eyes and stayed still. He had been feeling on edge lately, as he had to exercise prudence after every trade. This occupied a lot of Leylin's thoughts. Now that he did not have to do so anymore, Leylin could finally take a break, and obtain ample time to rest. He even had 2 knights to take care of the trouble. Naturally, the 2 knights would be sleeping outside, leaving the interior of the carriage to their master and the maid. Leylin was no gentleman. Moreover, Anna was also quite a beauty and excelled in that area. Idling away in the carriage, he naturally had already bedded her. There was even a faint trace of dark red blood on the cabin's floor. As a maid bought by Leylin, how could Anna resist her master? All along the journey, she served him wholeheartedly and tried various positions with him, which also satisfied a few of his fetishes. Thankfully I am a magician. I can use magical herbs and undergo meditation to continuously recover and increase my vitality. With the previous Leylin's sad physique, I would most likely have aged prematurely. Leylin ordered mentally. AI. Chip, show me my stats. Leylin Farlier, level 2 acolyte. Strength 2.7, agility 2.8, vitality 3.0, spiritual force 4.6, magical power 4.0. Status healthy. 4 to 5 months have passed, and I persisted in meditation every day. To think that there was only an increase of 0.2, Leylin's expression was a little unsightly. I have to hurry to my destination and settle down to try brewing the ancient potions. Who knows when I will meet the requirements for advancing? All acolytes encounter a bottleneck when advancing to level 3. Even a 5th grade acolyte like Jaden still requires years of training in order to break through. After analyzing the conditions needed to advance, mastering the spells and brewing reactive elixirs became trivial. Only getting past the 7 spiritual force bottleneck remained baffling for countless genius acolytes. Even official magi did not have good solutions to address this aspect of spiritual force cultivation. Only constant painstaking meditation had any effectiveness, or maybe the use potions and the sort could be an alternative. The cost of these, unfortunately, could not be borne by the typical acolyte. Right now Leylin too was stuck on the same spiritual force bottleneck. AI. Chip, how is the analysis of the 2 potions? And what is the progress in deciphering Laoyan's teachings? Beep. Azure Potion Analysis Progress 100%, Tears of Mary Analysis Progress 78%, Laoyan's Teachings Analysis Progress 63.7%. The AI. Chip's voice intoned. The Azure Potion has been fully analyzed long ago. Unfortunately, the main ingredients are now completely extinct. Finding substitutes requires countless experiments. As for the Tears of Mary, it has been at 78% for 3 months now with no signs of progress at all. Could some crucial procedures be missing? Leylin's brows furrowed. The AI. Chip's processing ability was extremely powerful. The progress in analyzing the ancient potion Tears of Mary analysis stagnated at 78%, which made Leylin rather surprised. These formulas that Professor Croft gave me should be correct. If the AI. Chip could not analyze them after all this time, it might have met with some difficult question that was beyond the parameters of the databank. Tears of Mary. Tears. Leylin guessed. Could it be that this ancient potion formula has something to do with a soul? After all, hearing the name of this potion, one will easily associate it with some ill-fated event. As for Laoyan's teachings, the progress was rather good. Although the creator used extremely complicated coding to ensure secrecy, the AI. Chip was least daunted by the complicated computations. Leylin roughly knew the general contents of this scroll through reading the previous portions that have been analyzed. Unfortunately, though this item is not bad, I can only make use of it when I become a level 3 acolyte. Leylin shook his head and got rid of these distracting thoughts. Suddenly, the horse carriage stopped. Leylin's brows furrowed as he asked, "Did something happen?" "Young master, please be at ease, it is merely a group of bandits who have blocked the path. Fraser has already gone over to take care of it." Grimm's voice traveled through the wooden wall. Ping pang, bang. As expected, moments later it seemed that negotiations failed. The sound of various weapons clashing could be heard. After a few profanities and continuous wailing, Fraser's voice was heard saying, "It's settled." The horse carriage once again resumed the journey. This kind of an outcome made Leylin feel very satisfied. The reason why he bought 2 knights and a maid was so that all the trifling matters would be handled by them, allowing him more time to focus on researching spells and doing more experiments. These matters along the way were trivial. Leylin had the faint outline of a plan that would require the participation of many people to accomplish. And these 3 people were at the core of it. Young master. Anna, who was behind him, let off a low pant. Only then did Leylin realize that his hand slipped. While he was deep in thought, his hand had unknowingly touched Anna's private part. Leylin smiled and withdrew his hand. Seeing that Anna's face was still flushed, he said, "Right now young master is occupied with something. I'll have time tonight to play with you." These intimate words made Anna somewhat shy as she lowered her head. Pretending not to see the temptation right in front of him, he said, "AI. Chip, transmit the fully analyzed Azure potion formula." Leylin always drew a clear line between entertainment and research. At the most crucial moment, he would definitely not be infatuated and lose the will to improve. Seeing Leylin had already closed both his eyes, Anna's eyes dulled. She then rearranged her clothes back to its former neatness and tried her best to adjust her body so that Leylin could rest more comfortably. Night fell after what felt like a moment. Leylin regained consciousness after meditation. "Young master, there is a city not far from here." Grimm's voice traveled over. "Where are we now?" "According to the markings on the map, we should have already entered Eastwood's province. This is Roarin City, which is situated at the provincial borders." The crashing sounds of things being rummaged sounded, as Fraser spoke. "Roarin City, huh?" Leylin muttered to himself and adjusted the map stored in the AI chip. On the faint blue map, a red-colored line was linked with many cities. Roarin City was towards the west of Extreme Night City, only several days' journey. "After half a year of traveling, we are finally arriving, huh?" Leylin felt a little rueful. The reason why he chose this place earlier was its distance from Abyssal Bone Forest Academy. He wouldn't be affected by the conflicts taking place over there. Another consideration was that only by being far away from the academy, would he be able to conduct a few prohibited experiments. After all, he had the AI chip in his body, and also the process for many of the experiments were very unusual. If he had experimented at the academy, using the remnants or rubbish, the possibility of being discovered was inevitable. However, Leylin felt less restrained ever since he had left like a caged canary that was set free and soared into the sky. Leylin opened the carriage door, and a gust of cold wind blew in. The feeling of freedom. Leylin looked at the city, which seemed a little desolate, and the nearby farmers. He could not help but smile. "First, find us a place to lodge and we'll set off tomorrow morning." Leylin gave the orders. In the wild, it was natural to either stay in the horse carriage or inside a tent. However, since they had reached human habitation, Leylin naturally did not want to deprive himself of this chance. The black-colored horse carriage entered the city under the respectful gaze of the guard. To the people in Eastwood's province, having a horse carriage, guards, and a maid, elevated Leylin to the level of idle nobility. In fact, Leylin was indeed a descendant of nobility. It was just that it was not this continent's nobility. Leylin never considered using the dukedom title from Chernobyl Islands here. However, the status of a noble could indeed greatly reduce problems. After finding a place at a local inn for lodging, Leylin called an attendant over. "Do you know where I can hire people here?" Leylin played with a gold coin in his hands. Seeing Anna behind Leylin, and staring intently at the gold coin in Leylin's hands, the attendant could not help but to gulp down a mouthful of saliva. "Most respected sire, if you require attendance, the employment marketplace beside the city lord's manor would be your best choice. There, you can hire strong warriors, proficient housekeepers, and even various maids and stable hands." "Very good. Bring me there tomorrow and this gold coin will be yours." Leylin smiled. This time, he could stay in Extreme Night City for a long period. Leylin naturally wanted peace and quiet. He required people who could carry out his bidding. Since he did not want to be controlled by others, he would not be able to avoid wielding his own influence. With Anna and the two knights as his core retainers, and hiring a few more from Roarin City, his retinue would be more or less complete. Although he could hire more people in Extreme Night City, they will definitely be infiltrated. As for Roarin City, although it could not be avoided, it was good to reduce the numbers and influences to a minimum. Dinner was white bread with vegetable soup. Although the shop owner had already taken out the best items to serve Leylin, it was still somewhat lacking compared to the academy's cafeteria. As Leylin was eating, many customers in the shop hid in the corner. They wore gray or brown coarse robes. Their gazes carried respect and fear. Looking at the empty space around him, Leylin smiled bitterly. Roarin Hawks. The next morning, Leylin was guided to the employment marketplace in Roarin City by the attendant. The employment marketplace was beside the city lord's castle, so the public security there was not bad. At the very least, Leylin did not see any brawls taking place. Along the way, there were many people who looked at Leylin and his group. They were especially interested in Anna, who was behind Leylin, as she was an exceptional beauty, and was even more so after some dressing up. Fortunately, they did not dare try anything funny, for they were rather fearful of Grimm, who was covered in steel armor. Sir, this is the employment marketplace in Roarin City. All the people you require can be found here. Besides, you can also issue any mission-related hiring, the attendant explained to Leylin's group of 3. As for Fraser, Leylin made him stay at the inn to look after the horse carriage and luggage. Although the important possessions such as potion ingredients and magic crystals were on Leylin, if they were to lose a few items like gold coins and the sword, it would prove rather troublesome. Leylin surveyed the employment marketplace before him. In his view was a large field, with groups of stable hands, mercenaries and the sort squatting on the ground, waiting for some employer to hire them. Leylin knew that there had to be a slave market too, however it could not be displayed blatantly out in the open. After all, even a magus market had to organize one covertly. However, this was well within Leylin's plans. He only wanted an entourage to hire here, so his requirements were lower. Young sir, may I help you with anything? As Leylin entered the marketplace, a group of traders and merchants swarmed around him. They were obviously dazzled by Leylin's lavish attire and shouted themselves hoarse as they tried to promote their products. I need a group of mercenaries to escort me to Extreme Night City, and also to guard my estate there. The contract duration would be at least 2 years. Looking at the fervent traders, Leylin stated his requirements. After reaching this part of the continent, Leylin realized that the novels, in his previous world talking about mercenary groups and bandit gangs and the like, were all nonsense. Apart from a few large cities that Leylin was yet to visit, in Roarin City and other smaller city marketplaces, there were no such groups to speak of. All such employment, assassinations or similar missions, were arranged at the local bars or trade offices. Some locations were even extremely bizarre. After all, the costs have to be factored in, and, if the remuneration does not even cover the cost of operations, there wouldn't be any fool who would be willing to toss their gold coins into the water. Then could I inquire if you have any requirements regarding the number of escorts and their strength? A skinny man with a shiny bald head squeezed through the traders and asked loudly. Number of people, huh? Around 10 to 15. Their strength only needs to be equivalent to the average guard standard. The only request I have is loyalty and honor. As the mission might extend over 2 years, I will have to issue a contract, and the salary is to be given monthly. Leylin said blandly. In that case, I have a group of mercenaries here that fits your requirements. The bald trader smiled. The Roarin Hawks mercenary group has just finished their vacation. Moreover, they are citizens of Roarin City, so their reputation can definitely be assured of. The bald trader explained. Leylin noticed that when the baldy mentioned the Roarin Hawks mercenary group, the crowd all turned silent. There were even respected and envious looks. It seemed like the Roarin Hawks had a large reputation around here. All right then, bring me to have a look at them. The commission will definitely be given to you later. Leylin said, please follow me. The bald trader led the way, bringing Leylin out of the marketplace. After the attendant in the inn received his gold coin, he bade his farewell. Anna and Grimm followed closely behind Leylin. The current group of 4 walked on for about half an hour before reaching the southern part of the city. Having reached here, the surrounding buildings were constructed differently. If the central part of the city was modeled after the city lord's castle, with the buildings being extremely imposing and respectful, then the southern part of the buildings were multicolored with various styles. Very much like residential estates. This seems to be the area where the free citizens of the city gather. Leylin muttered as he looked at the crushed rock laid into a pavement, and the small flower terrace and stone-made lamp. You have a good eyesight, sir. Those who live here are predominantly the traders and free citizens of Roarin City. The Roarin Hawks mercenary group also reside here. Are you not going to bring us to the training grounds of this mercenary group? Green asked at the side. Respected sir, Roarin Hawks mercenary group is only a small unit, and their number does not exceed 30. Their reputation is only spread within Roarin City. It is only a casual alliance formed by their leader. The cost of renting some space for them to train would have made their mission earnings obsolete. Thus, who would be willing to do that? The baldy said with a wry smile. Normally, the members are each busy with their own matters. They gather only when they receive a mission. Saying which, the baldy looked at Leylin, and smiled apologetically. Although the Roarin Hawks mercenaries are few in number, most of them are retired veterans. Moreover, their leader was once a middle-ranked troop leader in the army, and his strength is not bad. Obviously, the baldy was worried about Leylin being prejudiced against the mercenary group, but these matters could not be concealed either, so he could only say before they found out. A middle-ranked troop leader, huh? I am looking forward to meeting him. Leylin smiled. He actually did not really mind who he hired in Roaran City, as their roles will primarily be to run errands for him in future. We've arrived. The Baldy brought Leylin and the rest in front of a two-storied villa. Within a circle surrounded by a rosewood fence, there was a small pond and garden. There was a type of small white flower, their petals being extremely small, but with a dense aroma. A middle-aged lady was currently watering the flowers. Hello, Madame Lariat, is Faern around? I have brought some business for him. The Baldy greeted the lady watering the plants. Of course, he's around, my dear friend. Before the lady got to respond, a bold and unrestrained voice sounded from within the house. A large guy wearing a white-colored shirt walked over and hugged the Baldy. My dearest Faern, let me introduce to you, this is Sir Leylin, who came from the central part of our city. He wishes to employ your Roaran Hawks mercenary group to escort him to Extreme Night City. The Baldy explained to Faern. Hello, respected sir, if you choose to go to Extreme Night City, then the Roaran Hawks mercenary group would be your best bet. We have traversed the route over 100 times, and recognize every rock, nook, and cranny on the path. Faern bowed slightly towards Leylin and laughed as he spoke loudly. Leylin noticed that this group leader's eyes had been sizing up the three of them, especially lingering on Greem for a while, as if discovering something. However, he overlooked Leylin. A crude outer appearance, but his inner qualities are astute. He is also a preparatory knight, Leylin observed, and at this moment, the AI chip scanned Faern's stats. Name, Faern. Strength, 1.8, Agility, 1.5, Vitality, 1.7, Spiritual Force, 1.4. These stats amongst preparatory knights was only considered average. However, from Faern's callus and multiple scars on both of his hands, it can be seen that he has bountiful experience as a mercenary. We can discuss this later. Won't you invite us in to take a seat? Leylin smiled and gestured towards the villa. Oh, of course, I will. Please enter. Faern patted his head and moved his body while bowing. His right hand stretched, making an invitation for them to enter. After exiting the garden, it was soon the living room of the villa. The floor was painted red, and on one of the four surrounding walls there hung a rusty and stained cross-blade. Beside it was a skull belonging to an elk, with bent antlers that were intertwined and had a jet-black luster. Faern cordially invited Leylin and the group to have a rest on the sofa in the living room. He also asked Madame Lariat to give Leylin and the rest a beverage similar to black tea and then began to discuss the details. I heard from Nigel that this respected young master wants to go to Extreme Night City. If it is not inconvenient, could you tell me the reason why? Please forgive me, only after assessing the risk can the group make preparations for it. Faern's tone was rather sincere. Leylin sipped on this beverage similar to black tea. It was rather sweet and salty, and thus he did not like its taste before he placed the cup down. Regarding the mission, this time, I only wanted to start some business there and require manpower for security. Do not worry about any other trouble. Leylin looked at Faern, while the latter was rather embarrassed and looked down. Obviously, Faern assumed Leylin was the bastard son of a noble who had lost in a power struggle and was sent away. The reason why I hire you was because the people in Roaran City will not be easily bought when compared to those in Extreme Night City. Moreover, I have received news that there were some interesting events recently happening within Extreme Night City. Leylin smiled and said. Interesting events? Group leader Faern guessed. Is it about the incident where the vegetation near the surroundings of Extreme Night City suddenly withered? Correct. A forest, the size of a small village, suddenly withered. It really makes one worried. Because of this incident, I believe it is necessary to increase the strength of the guards. Concerning the earnings, I can give each a monthly salary of 1 gold coin. However, each one must sign an employment contract for agreeing to follow my commands for at least 2 years or more. Leylin interlocked the 10 fingers of his hands, as he gave his opinion. Faern's face was indecisive. Clearly he was making a choice. After being silent for some time, he struggled to say, the other matters will be alright. What about the mission duration? Although the period of 2 years is rather long, you don't really have to always stay at Extreme Night City. I promise you during any idle period, I will grant them leave to visit their loved ones. Also, if they want to bring their wife and family over to Extreme Night City, I can also arrange an appropriate position for them. Leylin's voice reverberated in the living room. Sir, I have seen your sincerity. I would like to talk it over with a few of my brothers. After all, I do not run the mercenary group alone. I can give you an answer tomorrow, so please be rest assured, sir, said Fairn as he stood up and bowed slightly. Good, we will wait for good news from you. While Fairn saluted, Leylin calmly got up and together with his servants and the bald trader, left the villa. A golden object arced, flashing in the light, and landed in the arms of the bald trader. Take this, it's the commission that you deserve, Leylin said, many thanks for your conferment, most respected young master. The baldy hurriedly bowed. Next, I need a housekeeper and 2 people who can keep accounts well. If you're able to find them for me, this gold coin is yours. Leylin flicked a gold coin on his hand. Let me think. Seeing that it was another gold coin waving its hand at him, the baldy suddenly became lively. He began muttering incoherently while grabbing his bald head and racking his brains. That's right, Old Welker. Old Welker was a housekeeper for a baron before. Recently, he has been saying that he wants to come out again to make a living. The bald trader said, very good, bring me to him. Leylin nodded his head approvingly. 2 days later, in the morning, while the mist still had not completely dissipated, there was still some frostiness lingering in the cold morning air. Creak. Roran's city gates opened slowly, and a horse carriage emerged from between them. A dozen odd mercenaries, wearing broken armor and carrying metal spears and bows, escorted a large horse carriage as it slowly left the city. In front of the horse carriage, Fairn was leading a brown-colored handsome steed. Behind him was a 20-year-old mercenary carrying a red-colored flag. On it was embroidered the image of a hawk, the insignia of the Roran Hawks mercenary group. Greem rode close to the horse carriage having given up the driver's seat. The person who sat there instead was a white-haired geezer. Although he faced the wind and his hair was blown about wildly, his clothes were impeccable and without any creases. He was the housekeeper that Leylin got Old Welker. Earlier, the baron he served had gone bankrupt, hence, he became jobless. He was in the same boat as the bald trader who visited him and joined Leylin's party. Going from Roran City to Extreme Night City only required 7 days. Roran Hawk's mercenary group was worthy of Fairn's praise. They were extremely familiar with the route and could even find lodging along the way, saving them from the hassle of setting up camp. 7 days later, the group safely arrived at Extreme Night City. Leylin lifted open the hanging screen on the horse carriage and saw that the clouds ahead were rather dark. The layers of cloud were crowded together, completely blocking any sunrays. It seemed that it would rain soon. There was also a shadow cast on the surrounding bushes and grasses, which made it look very gloomy. Fairn. Leylin walked out of the horse carriage's door. Didn't you say that Extreme Night City has a large area of vegetation that withered? Which area was that, young master? Fairn grasped the reins firmly and reduced the pace of the horses to match the pace of the horse carriage. Extreme Night City is enormous. These mysterious happenings only belong to a small portion in the eastern part. Normally, we try our best to detour around that area. After all, humans have also done their best to avoid danger. Where is that forest? Leylin leaned against the side of the door as if he was enjoying the scenery. The eastern part of Dark Night Woods is closer to the core of the city. Fairn looked at Leylin and he lowered his voice and said, Dark Night Woods had an abundance of certain herbs. Ever since the withering event, however, the supply of herbs in Extreme Night City has decreased by 30%. Is that so? Leylin smiled. Extreme Night City was considered a large city in Eastwoods province and one of the pillars of its economy was the herb industry. Now, it seemed that most likely the city's lord and his officers were worried about the situation. Dark Night Woods, all remember it, although the woods in the kingdom were rather dangerous, this was only true for normal humans. Leylin even traversed his academy's abyssal bone forest, so naturally he was not worried about the present dangers. Did any of the herb gatherers disappear in the withering zone? Leylin asked suddenly. Herb gatherers? You mean various hired hands, bandits, and adventurers? Fairn shrugged his shoulders. The woods are full of dangers, and a few people dying is very normal, so who knows? As the two conversed, the horse carriage slowly approached Extreme Night City. The city walls were not very high, yet they were extremely thick. It seemed to be made by piling granite rocks, and was extremely sturdy. The guard at the city gates recognized Fairn and allowed the horse carriage to enter after payment of the toll fee. Let's find lodging first, Leylin ordered briefly. Night approached, and Leylin sent Anna, who was serving him, away and stayed alone in the inn's room. Opening the window, a cold gust of air blew in. The outside was extremely dark, and there were few lighted lamps. Leylin closed the door and took out a blue-colored crystal ball from the sack he carried at all times. This crystal ball was extremely small and let off a strange glow. In the center of the glass were many golden specks of light that continuously rove about like little fireflies. Activate. Leylin muttered an incantation. The specks in the crystal ball started to shift about until finally forming a strange symbol. This symbol was rather curvy and swirled continuously. It finally looked like an eye that was bloodshot. Leylin's expression was extremely solemn. First, he turned the symbol towards his face, allowing his somewhat skinny face to be reflected onto the crystal ball. Shadow calendar, year 1032, month of the severe cold, day of the ravens weeping. Leylin enunciated slowly in an extremely distinct voice. Today, I have arrived at Extreme Night City and am currently residing at Hoof's Inn. Leylin turned the crystal ball so the surroundings were reflected into the symbol inside. He then walked over to the windowsill and soaked up the imagery outside. Currently, news has it that the Withering area belongs to the East area, Dark Night Woods. As of this recording, there have been no reports of any member's death. Tomorrow I will prepare to set off and inquire, maybe gather new information. The above-mentioned records are by Level 2 Acolyte, Leylin Farlier. After he finished speaking, Leylin wiped the crystal ball with his pale white fingers. Hee hee. From within the crystal ball came a strange sound, like a kid's laughter. Following which, the eye symbol flickered and disappeared, turning back into countless golden specks of light. The crystal ball was given by the Academy to Leylin to be used as proof of having undertaken the mission. The crystal ball was able to record a few scenes and voices. All that Leylin had to do was to record every important event during the mission. He could then hand it over as proof upon returning to the Academy. Of course, the crystal ball's controlling right was with Leylin. As long as he did not want to activate it, the crystal ball would not be able to record anything without his magical support. This was why Abyssal Bone Forest Academy dared to allow their acolytes to go out on long-term missions without fear of being duped. From Faern's description, the Withering Danger Zone is not that huge. I'm afraid that it could either be some tree demons or organisms that feed on humans. A Level 2 Acolyte would be more than enough to deal with them. Leylin weighed things carefully. I don't have to be that frantic, I still have over 2 years. I should first send some mercenaries over to have a look. The most important thing at hand now is to settle down here. Moreover, I have to visit a friend. Leylin's lips curved into a mysterious smile. Although the location of Extreme Night City was rather remote, it was close to a few magi. Resource points. There was even a magic crystal mine nearby that was being excavated. Of course, the resources were already exhausted, but they still attracted a good number of wandering magi and small families. It even gave rise to a small-scale magus market and was indicated on the map Bicky gave. Moreover, within the short span of time, while they were entering the city, the AI chip had already picked out several energy waves emitted by other acolytes. It seems that there were quite a few acolytes living in this city. This was extremely normal, as wandering magicians are those who were reclusive preferred remote towns to settle in, and to better conceal their identities. Of course, due to having longer lifespans, appearance and radiation emissions, they cannot stay in the same area for long, often changing locations after a few years. While Leylin was thinking thus, he yelled, "Anna! Young master, what are your instructions?" Not long after, Anna entered wearing a beautiful red dress. As she curtsied, her snow-white calves were revealed. "Prepare a gift. I want to pay someone a visit tomorrow. As to the specifics, Welker will tell you." Leylin yawned and stated blandly. After dismissing the somewhat disappointed Anna, Leylin casually set up an energy particle array as an early warning device before he blew out the candles and entered Dreamland. The next morning, Leylin left with Anna, who brought along a beautiful hat. "Is this the gift that old Welker picked?" Leylin took the cap and gave it a once-over, realizing that it was made of beast hide. It was very smooth to the touch, and there was also a feather stuck on it. Housekeeper Welker said that in Extreme Night City, sticking the Nighthawk's feather on a leather cap represents peaceful intent and friendliness. It is the gift of choice when paying a visit for the first time. Anna put on a rather frightened expression. Young master, are you going to visit another, sire?" Anna's voice became somewhat shaky. "Yes, he is also an acolyte." Leylin lowered his voice so that it was only audible to Anna and himself. After he spoke, he saw the young girl's shoulder trembled. Leylin smiled. Anna was sold to a magus before she was resold as a slave. It seemed to have been a traumatic experience for her. If you're afraid, you can always go back first. Leylin moved forward and embraced Anna's slender waist. No, Anna wants to go together with young master. Anna forced herself to smile. Leylin shook his head. Follow me if you want to. Extreme Night City's construction was somewhat gothic with sharp spikes on the rooftops. The pavements were also layered with smooth rocks, giving the impression that Extreme Night City was one of the wealthier cities around. As Leylin and Anna neared the eastern side of the city, the people's outfits here became much more urbane than that of other places, and the decorations on the buildings became more gorgeous too. It seems like the east of Extreme Night City is where the nobles and scholars congregate. Leylin looked at the clusters of flowers on both sides of the road. There was even an outdoor fountain. He could not help but smile as he said to Anna. Afterward, the two of them came to a white-colored two-story villa. On the door plate was hung, Cecilia Main Street, 59. Murphy. Leylin rang the doorbell that hung on the door. A crisp ring of a bell could be heard, followed by the noise of scurrying footsteps. Hello, may I ask who you are? Do you have an appointment? A meticulous-looking butler appeared in front of Leylin. Leylin Farlier, I am here to visit the owner of this villa. Leylin smiled. The butler obviously looked distressed as he said, Sir, as you know, my master, Murphy, is a renowned scholar. His schedule every day is extremely packed. Perhaps, at this moment, a girl, who seemed like the maid, hurriedly ran over and whispered into the butler's ears. The butler's complexion immediately changed as he bowed deeply. Master invites you into the living room. Leylin smiled as he retrieved the energy waves he radiated. Upon entering inside the villa, there was a corridor littered with various art pieces like paintings, and exhibited on the faint yellow-colored walls were all kinds of oil paintings, and other specimens of art, which were rather pleasing to the eyes. As the living room came into view, it became quite obvious that it was a spacious house. The decor in the room was extremely aesthetic. Although there were no dazzling golden or silver items or gems, these pieces had an aura of history and gave off a feeling of understated elegance. Beside the fireplace in the living room, an old scholar with white brows and beard lounged on a dark red recliner. The old man's eyes seemed muddy with only occasional traces of intelligence within. The old man's originally squinted eyes opened upon seeing Leylin. He stood up and spread his arms in an embracing gesture. Welcome, my young friend. Leylin went forward to hug the old man. It is an honor to be able to meet you. I hope you like this present I brought for you. Anna stepped forward and handed over to the butler an extremely exquisite cap. I like the tail feathers of the night hawk. They represent peace. The old man waved his hands. Leal, you may take your leave. I want to have a good chat with this friend of mine. Take your leave too, Leylin told Anna, who was beside him. After extending their salutations, the few maids and the butler left, closing the door behind them. Very soon, there was only Leylin and the old man left in the living room. All right, let's reintroduce ourselves. Murphy, level 3 acolyte. I have been a resident of Extreme Night City for 3 years now. The old man's eyes showed signs of his reminiscing past events. So then, guest from afar, how about you? Leylin Farlier, level 2 acolyte and wandering magus. I have recently come to Extreme Night City and wish to reside here for several years. Leylin smiled and executed the bow between magi. I detect signs of youth in your body. Being able to advance into level 2 acolyte at this age, you have a rather great aptitude. Murphy sighed in admiration. I was just lucky, Leylin demurred. Although the old man's body had degenerated, the energy waves of a level 3 acolyte told anyone that it was not good to provoke him. AI, chip, initiate scan, Murphy, strength, 1.5, agility, 1.4, vitality, 2.9, spiritual force, 2.9, magical power, 8. Status, healthy, evaluation, level 3 acolyte, relatively dangerous. The AI chip faithfully relayed the figures onto Leylin's field of vision. Being a wandering level 3 acolyte, Murphy's array of magic spells definitely surpassed Leylin's. Moreover, he would have some extremely difficult to deal with trump cards hidden to protect his life. However, Leylin came with good intentions. From the AI chip's area scan, the number of acolytes residing in Extreme Night City was not high. As for this Murphy, he radiated one of the strongest energy waves. After exchanging several polite greetings, Leylin delved immediately into the main purpose of his visit. So it's like this. I wish to reside permanently in Extreme Night City, and even open an ingredients shop. You know, the procedures are extremely tedious, and I also need a resident to act as my guarantor, So you came here to look for me? Murphy smiled and drank the cup of red tea that was on the table. To be honest, as an ambitious and truth-seeking magus, gold coins and the like should no longer sway us. Although I don't know why you arrived at this conclusion, on a whim perhaps, or for some other reason. To me, this indeed is a small matter. Coincidentally, I have some friendly relations with the Lord of Extreme Night City. One of his sons is also under my tutelage. Moreover, any city lord will not refuse the request of a mysterious entity. The residential procedures here in Extreme Night City, as well as the shop permit, can all be settled very easily. Murphy guaranteed. Then I must really thank you. Leylin nodded his head. If there are any areas I could help you with, do not hesitate to ask. Although this was said to satisfy the requirements of etiquette, both Leylin and the old man knew that it was mentioned as a mere courtesy. The handling of residential procedures may be difficult to regular humans. However, for a famous scholar like Murphy, it was only a matter of a few words. Even if Leylin wanted to handle these procedures by himself, he would have to spend more time than the old man. For both Murphy and Leylin, this matter was simply a means to establish a basic friendship of convenience between them. Extreme Night City is a peaceful and quiet place. If you wish to have peaceful days, then this place will definitely meet your needs. Later on, I will also introduce you to a few friends of mine. However, there are some set conventional customs that have to be complied with. Don't worry, they are all customary practices. For example, one should not massacre the residents or something like that. I definitely agree. Leylin's coming to Extreme Night City was to avoid the chaos of war and intrigue. Naturally, he would not do anything that would draw attention to himself. Leylin and Murphy then talked about many magi-related questions, from how to stabilize a spell model for advanced levels to some of Murphy's personal adventures. Although Murphy was only a level 3 acolyte, his experience was abundant due to having remained at this level for a long time already. This made Leylin feel that the trip was not in vain. On the other hand, Leylin's vast knowledge and eidetic memory shocked Murphy. Both of them regretted not having met earlier. They even had their lunch together all the way until dusk before Murphy let Leylin leave. When they bade farewell, they even arranged for their next meeting. According to what Murphy said, the magicians in Extreme Night City are all of the acolyte level. As for the few nearby cities, official magi were also extremely rare, making this place very suitable for an acolyte to live in. The inquiries he made today caused Leylin to feel at ease, letting him walk at a slower and a more relaxed pace. Only regarding this case where plants and wood withered is Murphy completely ignorant. After all, he is already quite old and does not wish to take risks. The two street lamps were lit with a dim yellow flame, allowing Leylin to see the road ahead. Anna followed quietly behind Leylin. Being an outstanding maid, she obviously knew what she had to do, which was not to interrupt Leylin while he was deep in thought. After Leylin ran through a simulation of his plans one more time, they had both arrived at the inn. Young master, sir, old Welker, Greem, and Fraser came forward to receive them. Leylin nodded his head. After dinner all of you come to my room. There are many things I want to inform all of you regarding my future plans. Dinner was vegetable salad and mutton soup, followed by huge pieces of dried cookies. After Leylin finished and allowed Anna to clean up, the core people among his subordinates went to Leylin's room. Leylin sat on a chair wrapped in beast hide and quietly listened to their reports. Welker, how was the search for a residence? Young master, old Welker has already contacted a knight who is preparing to move to Sage Province. He is willing to sell a small manor in Extreme Night City to you. Old Welker reported. Despite being an old man, he was brimming with energy after finding them a new home. Very good. What is the area like? Is the place enough to house all of us? How much is it? Leylin asked. Please be at ease, young master. Old Welker, I have gone to the manor and taken a look today. The area was very big and has no problem accommodating 100 people. Moreover, there is even an oil palm forest, a fish pond, and a mill. Knight Victor originally built it according to a baron's standards. He never thought that it would change ownership this quickly. As for the price, Knight Victor has set it at 5,000 gold coins. It's not that expensive, gold coins aren't an issue. Leylin twined his fingers. To a magus, such earthly items as gold coins are insignificant. What they were concerned with were only magic crystals, high-grade ingredients, and the acquisition of remnant ancient knowledge. Leylin had high-grade magic crystals of his own. Any one piece would be able to fetch a price far surpassing this amount of gold coins. However, Leylin was not prepared to do that. After all, magic crystals were rare. If he really could not get the gold coins, then he would go borrow some from Murphy in exchange for a few potions, which was not a bad idea at all. Very well, let's take a look tomorrow. If the price and the area are both suitable, we can sign the contract immediately. Leylin nodded his head, saying, also, go walk the streets and scout something for me. Recently, the herbs available in Extreme Night City have decreased. There will definitely be many small-sized shops that can no longer manage and are about to close down. Go and look into them first. Forgive me for asking, but young master, are you thinking of opening a herb shop? The permit for doing such business has rather strict requirements, Fairn said. Regarding that, none of you have to worry. I have already made arrangements. The permit will be here in a few days. Hearing this, Fairn and old Welker were dazed. To be able to guarantee such a thing quite easily, Leylin's identity as a noble had already been confirmed. In Poolfield Kingdom, the nobility represents progress and hope. With this in mind, their gazes towards Leylin became more fervent. Fairn silently clenched his fists. Being one of the few who could look ahead, he naturally knew that he could not work as a mercenary for much longer. Most of the mercenaries carried a lot of injuries and scars with to their graves, knowing little enjoyment in their typically short lives. However, getting hired by this Sir Leylin as his private army could be the fastest way out of the trade.